Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 2064 to Chapter 2131. Praise the moonlight. Praise the Queen. Praise Shava. Nuka, the Minister of Agriculture, spoke first. Today's banquet will welcome Lady Shava's night patrol. It's also a test for the land of Xianxia. Nuka's voice was sharp and the end of his voice was long and thin. The vibration caused by the sound waves caused all the candlesticks in the hall to become a little smaller. Fortunately, the candlesticks were constantly replenishing the oil and controlling the flame to explode. That was how they managed to maintain a certain level of brightness. Even so, the light in the hall flickered along with Nuka's voice. This was because Nuka didn't hold back his energy. The other guests seemed used to it and didn't seem surprised. Angor didn't point it out either. He kept feeding the puppy and didn't seem to care about what Nuka said. Of course, it was just a facade. As a matter of fact, Angor was paying close attention to every word Nuka said and quickly analyzed the possible meanings behind them. He was especially interested in the so-called land of Xianxia. He had a feeling that this was the reason why these nightmare creatures decided to stay in this ruin. It's rare to have Lady Shava to attend this banquet. Why don't you all tell me about your progress and let Lady Shava see the results of your outpost construction? Angor glanced at the guests but didn't say anything. Inside, however, he felt a little excited. He wanted to know more about the ruin, but Nuka already gave him the chance to talk. The nightmare creatures here were all leaders of their respective territories. For example, Xianxia was the owner of the Flower Spirit Garden. If one wanted to know the general situation of the Flower Spirit Garden, Xianxia would definitely know the inside story. It was the same for the other territories. The words of the leaders of the other territories were almost final, which would help Angor a lot in understanding the ruin. Angor didn't seem to care, but he was already looking forward to what they had to say. Nuka first looked at the people around him. The White Maid and Myrtle were sitting beside him. Nuka considered and looked at Myrtle, who was hiding in the darkness. Since this is the spirit garden, Myrtle, you can start first. His voice fell, but there was no response for a long time. When Angor thought that Mystic Lady had lost consciousness, she finally spoke in a hesitant tone, Everyone knows how I'm doing. Let Madman do the talking. Myrtle's excuse did not surprise Nuka. He twirled the long beard on his cheek. I thought you would perform better in front of Her Excellency Shava, whom you admire the most. Xianxia, For a long time, Xianxia didn't finish her words. Nuka waved his hand and said, Forget it. We'll do as you said and let Madman take the credit for you. After the banquet began, the Book of Madness had already retreated to the display table at the back and pretended to be an inconspicuous book. Now it had no choice but to float in the air again and flutter its pages onto the table. Mr. Shava, please forgive Myrtle. It's not that she doesn't want to talk to you. She's just a little shy. Angor nodded while petting the dog. I know. Angor only said that he understood. He didn't say whether he would forgive Mystic Lady or not. Seeing that Angor didn't say anything else, Madman glanced at the darkness around the Mystic Lady and saw it ripple for a second. Madman sighed. It seemed that Shava really didn't like Mystic Lady's attitude. Since Madman didn't want to explain further, he looked away and reported the recent progress of the Spirit Garden as requested by Nuka. The garden has reached a quarter of the original area. Based on our progress, we only need 153 more moonlight encounters to connect with the source. Before the mad scientist could finish, he heard a sharp, mocking laugh. It came from the Black Maid. The Lost Nether Forest and the Demon Flower Sea occupy half of the Flower Spirit Garden. This time, I came to see it with my own eyes. The Lost Nether Forest and the Demon Flower Sea have not been built yet. How can they be connected to the source after 153 moonlight meetings? Madman didn't panic. Black Maid, you don't know. You can't descend to these two places. The Black Maid asked, why can't it descend? Madman is right about this. Madman didn't answer Madman's question. Instead, it was the White Maid sitting across from Mystic Lady who explained, the Lost Forest and Devil Flowers aren't included. The Black Maid probably wouldn't believe the words of other guests, but she didn't mind the White Maid's words. However, she still did not understand. Why can't I descend to these two places? Xianxia's arrival was approved by the queen. But as you know, it's only a verbal agreement, so we can't force her to descend. The masters of the Nether Forest and the Demon Flower Sea do not wish to descend upon human territory. Therefore, the Flower Spirit Garden this time does not include the Nether Forest and the Demon Flower Sea. The Black Maid didn't know about this. After listening to the White Maid's explanation, she knew that she had wronged the mad scientist. But she wasn't going to admit her mistake. She had a much higher status than Madman, so there was no reason for her to do so. Of course, Madman didn't know that the Black Maid was going to admit her mistake. He sighed in relief and continued, also, about the Spirit Garden. What Madman said next was mostly about the mushrooms in the Spirit Garden. Angor didn't get any useful information since he already saw them. However, he did get some important information from the conversation between Madman and Black Maid. First, Xianxia's arrival was approved by the queen. Second, the Spirit Garden hadn't reached its limit yet. According to Madman, the garden was only a quarter complete. Third, Angor could vaguely tell that the Spirit Garden's main body was in the Nightmare Realm, and the expansion of the Spirit Garden was a process of connecting with the main body. Did this mean descending? Angor suddenly had a strange feeling. Could the so-called descending be a projection of a certain area in the Nightmare Realm? But what was the difference between this and the Dome of Sleepless City? In Angor's opinion, there was no difference between the two. If the descending was what Madman thought it would be unnecessary. Or was there something he didn't know? Mad talked for about 3 minutes before he finished explaining the situation of the Spirit Garden. Every detail was detailed. It was clear that Mystic Gold Lady had shared all the work with Mad. The mad scientist glanced at Angor and sighed in relief when he saw Angor carelessly petting the puppy. He wasn't looking for Shava's compliments. As long as Shava didn't criticize him, he would be satisfied. The Spirit Garden is doing well. But how's the cultivation of mystic gems going? Angor was alarmed when he heard Nuka mentioning mystic gems. Mystic gems were likely to be another deadly weapon used against humans after the life thread. They were also effective against wizards. Mad, Blair has been cultivating bewitching pearls. With Princess Pink's help, they can grow quickly. Tell Blair to try several of the plans I gave you. Try to improve mystic gems as much as possible. It's best if he can improve the control level of mystic gems so that each of his spores can evolve on their own. After Nuka finished, he nodded to Mad. It was quite satisfied with the answer sheet had handed in. Next, he looked at the White Maid. Now, you and Black Maid, tell me about the areas you're in charge of. When it came to the area that the Black and White Maids were in charge of, Nuka's tone became relaxed because he was relatively familiar with the area they were in charge of. The White Maid nodded and bowed to Nuka and Angor. Then she began to explain. Angor listened carefully. He might not have the chance to visit the maids' areas, so this was very important information. Following the maid's explanation, Angor slowly gained a general idea about the other areas apart from the Spirit Garden. The White Maid was in charge of Bayer Point. From what Angor could tell, this place was a dock. However, unlike the usual docks where ships and ferries were docked, the docks at Bayer Point were not for ordinary ships. Instead, they were for vehicles that could travel through the void. The White Maid was in charge of managing the wharf, as well as making a unified plan for the vehicles in the wharf. Was it a regular plain passageway? Was it a half-passage leading to the Nightmare Realm? Or was it just a general plain? The White Maid didn't say anything. The Black Maid was in charge of sinking the cemetery. Her main duty was to patrol the cemetery and enslave certain existences in the cemetery. He didn't know what kind of creature it was, whether it was an undead or a corpse. Black Maid didn't mention anything about it. The only example she gave was an unknown name, Gamelier. It seemed this Gamelier was Black Maid's proudest servant. She even stole a glance at Angor when she introduced the Gamelier. Because of this, Angor's plan to ask about Gamelier's identity was put on hold. Because the Black Maid's eyes were filled with pride, even a kind of pride that was asking for praise. This also meant that with Shava's status, she definitely knew who Gamelier was. Otherwise, the Black Maid wouldn't have looked at him like that. However, Angor was just an imposter. He had never heard of Gamelier before, so the only thing he could do in the face of the Black Maid's gaze was, he nodded faintly and revealed an appreciative smile that said, "Well done." After the black and white maids finished talking about their respective areas, it was now Xianxia and Boiling Gentleman's turn. Maybe it was because Xianxia wanted something to eat, so she quickly explained everything in a few simple sentences. Angor only knew that Xianxia was in charge of Rainbow Mountain, a place filled with food according to Xianxia. Angor didn't know exactly what kind of food there was. The only thing he knew was that the nests of the rainbow dragonflies and the rainbow dragonflies were located at Rainbow Mountain. Also, Xianxia mentioned that the spring of Pink Princess seemed to have some problems due to the different worlds they were in. This meant that Pink Princess came from Rainbow Mountain. Pink Princess also existed in Flower Spirit Garden. It seemed to be a small stream with flowing water. This also meant that Rainbow Mountain was connected to Flower Spirit Garden. Since Xianxia was the first to arrive at the banquet, Angor assumed that Rainbow Mountain wasn't far from Flower Spirit Garden. Angor nodded at Xianxia again to express his confidence. However, Angor didn't feel as relaxed as he looked. Instead, he was getting more and more frustrated. Bayer Point Pier, Sunken Graveyard, Rainbow Mountain. He didn't see any of these places with his own eyes, but he could tell that these places were not small. Bayer Point could accommodate tens of thousands of vehicles. The Black Maid had to patrol Sunken Graveyard for half a day before the moonlight disappeared. And Rainbow Mountain. According to Xianxia's description, it wasn't just a small hill. It was a giant mountain. None of these places were smaller than Flower Spirit Garden. Also, according to Xianxia's description, these places weren't connected to the origin yet. In other words, after several hundred days of moonlight, these places would become even bigger. The current area was already astonishingly large, and an even larger area was simply unimaginable. According to Levis' description, this ruin consisted of maze-like corridors and strange, small rooms. If the maze-like corridors were just some kind of illusion, this ruin was probably the same size as the one he lived in. How could such a small ruin contain such a huge area? Angor couldn't figure it out. But he was sure that as time went by, this place would expand, and there would be more and more nightmare creatures living in it. In this case, the ruin would become even more dangerous. How would Brute Cavern deal with them? As Angor's heart sank, Seething Gentleman began to explain the area he was in charge of. Compared to the other guests, the area that Boisterous Gentleman was in charge of was obviously much smaller. He was in charge of the Lost Candle Cloister. According to him, it was a short cloister that he could see through at a glance. Because the cloister was not large, Boiling Gentleman spent most of his time in a place called the House of Monsters in the cloister, conducting research on monsters. Angor guessed that Seething Gentleman's area was the closest to the entrance of the ruin. Once he entered the ruin, he would see a long corridor. Maybe this was the Seething Candle Corridor. Also, Angor saw Seething Gentleman's leather shoes at the entrance of the ruin twice, which meant Seething Gentleman wasn't far from the entrance. Seething Gentleman and Manasia were probably the strongest people apart from Agriculture Minister Nuka, so it made sense that Seething Gentleman was assigned as a gatekeeper. After Boiling Gentleman finished talking about the recent situation in the Bewitching Candle Corridor, he suddenly stopped for a long time, his movements slightly trembling. Because he was invisible, his face and expression could not be seen, but just from his movements, he looked very hesitant, as if he had something to say. "You want to say something? Is there a problem?" Nuka couldn't pretend that he didn't see Boiling Gentleman's reaction. Boiling Gentleman sighed. There is a problem. I'm just too embarrassed to tell you." Boiling Gentleman had just said "I'm embarrassed to say it," but in the next second, no one responded to him, so he took the initiative to say, "The bewitching corridor that I'm guarding is located at the forefront of the resistance against the human world. Powerful humans often enter the bewitching corridor." At this point, Boiling Gentleman sighed again. The subtext seemed to be telling Nuka that his situation was very bad with the human masters coming to the Lost Candle Corridor one after another. He didn't know how the other guests would react to this. But Boiling Gentleman's words left a lot of questions in his mind. Before he came to this ruin, he had already received some information from Sir Rhine. Ever since the ruins were discovered, very few people had entered the ruins. And all of them had entered at the very beginning. In the past few months, no one had entered the ruins at all. Therefore, the words of Boiling Gentleman were complete nonsense. The place you're in charge of is indeed a little difficult. Nuka nodded, agreeing with Zealotry's words. Due to too many human invasions, I've used up a lot of monsters. Well, it's not a big deal. They're just mimics anyway. However, I've used up a lot of my distorted seeds recently. At this point, Boiling Gentleman's purpose had already been revealed. The main ingredient for the distorted seed has been depleted, so I was thinking. Boiling Gentleman did not finish his sentence. Instead, he glanced at Manavaro. His meaning was obvious. The main material for distorted seeds was Manavaro's tentacles. Boiling Gentleman didn't want to steal them, so he asked Nuka to help him. Before Nuka could say anything, Manavaro's round body suddenly turned red. Immediately after, Manavaro burst into action and stood up from his seat. A large number of tentacles shot out in all directions of the banquet hall like an inescapable net. His main body turned into a ferocious mouth and bit at Boiling Gentleman. Angor was startled by the sudden change. Manavaro and Boiling Gentleman were right next to him. If they really fought, he would be caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, before Manavaro could bite Boiling Gentleman, Nuka let out a cold grunt. Following Nuka's cold snort, a terrifying pressure instantly squeezed the audience. Apart from Angor, who was protected by the puppy, all the other guests looked uncomfortable. Manavaro's tentacles, which had been flailing about, were now forced to retract. They hung limply by his side like noodles. Seeing Manavaro return to his position, the terrifying pressure slowly receded like the tide. Nuka glanced at Manavaro indifferently. Now is not the time to act recklessly. Gentlemen, and you should settle your grudge between yourselves. Manavaro lowered his head. I understand. Nuka didn't say anything. He looked at Boiling Gentleman and said, I accept your offer. You can go to the Cross Sanctuary later to get the main material for distorted seeds. Boiling Gentleman hesitated for a moment before nodding helplessly. He only brought it up now because he didn't want to go to the Cross Sanctuary. Nuka seemed to have agreed to his request, but once they reached the Cross Sanctuary, Boiling Gentleman would have to settle his personal grudge before he could get Manavaro's tentacles. Boiling Gentleman sighed in his mind. As expected, Lord Nuka was still on Manavaro's side. Lady Shava, allow me to apologize on behalf of Manavaro. His actions were impulsive, but he didn't mean it. Nuka looked at Angor after settling the matter between Perfect Manavaro and Boiling Gentleman. After all, the main purpose of this banquet was to welcome Her Excellency Shava. If Manavaro suddenly went on a rampage, it could even be said that he was looking down on the authority of the court. Angor did not say anything about this. He only raised an eyebrow and gave Nuka an interesting look. Then he lowered his head and continued stroking the puppy's head in a lazy manner. It's fine, Angor said. After receiving Her Excellency Shava's forgiveness, Manavaro heaved a sigh of relief. But a second later, Her Excellency Shava spoke again. Speaking of which, I'm interested in distorted seeds as well. Angor looked at Boiling Gentleman. Do you think I'll be lucky enough to see how Boiling Gentleman creates a distorted seed with my own eyes? Angor's words instantly changed Boiling Gentleman's mind. Since Her Excellency Shava was interested in the distorted seed and wanted to see how he created the distorted seed, wouldn't it be logical for him to go to the cross to get the main material of the distorted seed? If Manavaro tried to stop Angor, it would be considered an insult to Shava. With that in mind, Boiling Gentleman nodded without hesitation. Of course. I'll find you after the banquet is over. Boiling Gentleman nodded quickly. On the other hand, Manavaro's expression changed a little, but he didn't say anything in the end. Nuka's beady eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything either. Angor kept stroking the puppy. He looked calm on the outside, but he was actually very happy inside. He only spoke up because he saw an opportunity. He knew that Nuka agreed to Boiling Gentleman's request, but he still wanted Boiling Gentleman to go to the Cross Sanctuary himself. This meant that Boiling Gentleman had to settle his grudge with Manavaro in private. In the end, Boiling Gentleman failed to achieve his goal. There was no way Manavaro would let Boiling Gentleman get the main material for the distorted seed. However, Nuka was worried that Angor might be charged with contempt of the royal court, so he apologized on behalf of Manavaro, which gave Angor a chance to get back at him. Angor didn't say it was a big deal, but his sudden request to see the distorted seed added more meaning to the situation. His words could be interpreted by the other guests into two meanings. Firstly, Her Excellency Xiava was genuinely interested in the distorted seed and wanted to take a look. Secondly, although Her Excellency Xiava said that she forgave him, she was actually still a little angry. Therefore, she stood on Boiling Gentleman's side and gave Menavaro a warning. Either way, Angor was on the moral high ground. From Nuka's point of view, he could accept Xiava's request as well. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Boiling Gentleman's distorted seed was also a form of protection for the land of sinners. However, it was possible that his subordinate, Menavaro, would suffer a slight loss. But this loss did not matter. Menavaro's tentacles would fall off anyway, and it would not hurt his core. At most, it would just be a loss of face. Nuka didn't really mind. From Menavaro's point of view, Xiava's request was reasonable. Regardless of whether Xiava was truly interested in the distorted seed or if she was just using it as a warning to him, after this incident, Menavaro's crime of causing a ruckus at the banquet would definitely be eliminated. He just needed to pay a small price to that annoying Boiling Gentleman. If he could earn Xiava's forgiveness, it was worth it. From Boiling Gentleman's point of view, it was even better. Not only would he gain Xiava's favor, but he would also get the main material for the distorted seed. How could he not be happy? As for Angor, in his opinion, he was the one who benefited the most from this. Ever since he joined the banquet, he had been carefully maintaining his Xiava persona. He didn't want to get involved in any conflicts to avoid offending other guests. It sounded cowardly, but he knew nothing about the situation here. Besides, all the guests here were stronger than him. Offending any one of them could get him killed. After all, he wasn't the real Xiava. But this time, he suddenly expressed his curiosity about the distorted seed, which made it seem like he changed his plan. He chose the right time to intervene so that he wouldn't offend anyone. Nuka only felt that Angor's request was a little unreasonable, but it wasn't unreasonable. Even Menavaro didn't think that Angor's request was inappropriate. After all, Angor only wanted to see how Boiling Gentleman would create a distorted seed, not to challenge Menavaro directly. Angor didn't want to offend anyone if everyone agreed. It was a prudent choice. More importantly, he could use this opportunity to achieve his goal. After the banquet, I'll go to Boiling Gentleman's territory. This was Angor's biggest goal. First of all, he was curious about the distorted seed. The distorted seed's buff was insane. If he could get his hands on it, it would be a great weapon. Secondly, Boiling Gentleman was in charge of the Lost Candle Corridor, which was near the entrance of the ruins. As long as he could reach the bewildering corridor, he would have a chance to leave the ruin, which was his ultimate goal. He chose the best time to intervene without offending anyone, and he could leave in the end. Of course, he was happy about it. Angor's expression was still calm, but his mood was much better. It was rare for him to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, he did not get carried away. This was because the banquet was not over yet. Although it was calm at the moment, no one knew what would happen in the next second. Besides, he still could not figure out the true nature of the banquet. He did not believe that it was as simple as welcoming Xiava. Perhaps the banquet had other purposes. Therefore, it was still too early to be happy. They still had to take things one step at a time. He calmed himself down and looked at Menavaro again. The banquet was still going on. After Boiling Gentleman explained the progress of his area, it was now Menavaro's turn. Menavaro glared at Boiling Gentleman angrily. He was still a little annoyed, but he did not dare to throw a tantrum in front of Lord Nuka and Xiava. I'm in charge of the Cross Outpost, the White Maid told him that the Cross Outpost was responsible for space issues. Afterwards, Mr. Boiling vaguely mentioned that the Dalmatian seemed to have slipped out of the cross. Angor was very curious about the Cross Outpost. Judging from all the clues, the Cross Outpost was where the space passage to this demiplane was located. Usually, the space passages that connected a demiplane to the Nightmare Realm were located at the core of the demiplane. And the Cross Outpost was probably the most important place in this ruin. Menavaro only talked about the current construction of the outpost, but he also revealed some details that allowed Angor to get a general idea of what the outpost was all about. Angor was right. The Cross Outpost did indeed have a passage to the Nightmare Realm. However, Angor was surprised to see that the passage to the Nightmare Realm was not the main purpose of the cross outpost. Everything Menavaro said had nothing to do with the Nightmare Realm passage. He was talking about the projection of the cross outpost. At first, he didn't know what Menavaro was talking about until he heard Nuka's conversation. Menavaro replied, "The projection of Akana's palace has reached a stage where it can take shape. I've already set the coordinates of the projection to be near the sunken graveyard. It will descend soon." Nuka nodded. "Any news from the shadow of Arkana?" Menavaro shook his head. Just like the masters of Lost Forest and Demon Flowers, the shadow of Arkana does not plan to come with the palace of Arkana. Nuka did not seem surprised. The shadow of Arkana is the proudest spirit in the land of sinners. It never cared about human territory. It wants to go to a distant world. After all, its reality comes from a distant world. Nuka stopped talking about the shadow of Arkana. However, Angor's mind was still in turmoil. He remembered Blair telling him that the land of sinners was inside the ruin. But now, he realized that Nuka was telling the truth. The land of sinners was not just inside the ruin. There was also a land of sinners in the Nightmare Realm. Perhaps the land of sinners in the Nightmare Realm was the original version of the land of sinners. Angor remembered something he had heard before, the arrival of sinners. Perhaps the so-called arrival of sinners was a projection of the land of sinners in the Nightmare Realm into reality. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He had been wondering why there were mountains, gardens, and docks in the Nightmare Realm. Now that Menavaro mentioned that Arcana's palace would be projected near Sunken Graveyard, he finally realized that the Shinai's descent might actually be the source of the Nightmare Realm. Angor did not know why the land of sinners in the Nightmare Realm would be projected into reality, but he was getting closer to the truth of the ruin. Menavaro continued to explain the progress of the outpost, as well as some minor incidents that happened during the construction process. Among them, he mentioned the Dalmatian. Menavaro looked a little embarrassed when talking about the dog. This was probably the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard since he started working at the outpost. A stowaway from the Nightmare Realm. And the stowaway was a Dalmatian. Menavaro couldn't believe it at all. Nightmare creatures didn't like to come to the wizarding world. Without the nightmare aura, they would be much weaker even if they were in a demiplane. Even Menavaro himself wouldn't come here if he didn't want to follow Master Nuka's footsteps. This was why the stowaway of the Dalmatian was so strange. More importantly, the Dalmatian was Minister Dim's favorite pet. Why would it sneak into the wizarding world? As Menavaro talked about the spotted dog, he asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Nuka stroked his beard and glanced at the Dalmatian in Angor's arms. "Before I arrived, I met with Minister Dim. He mentioned that the Dalmatian was too wild and wandered around the inner sector. I don't know why it sneaked here. You'll have to ask it yourself." Or. Nuka looked at Angor. "Perhaps Lady Shava knows the answer." Menavaro looked at Angor as well. He didn't ask anything, but his eyes were filled with curiosity. After sneaking out of the nightmare tunnel, the Dalmatian dashed out of the outpost like an arrow. Menavaro couldn't catch up with it. He searched the Land of Hearts for a long time but still couldn't find the dog. When he arrived at the outpost, he saw the dog lying comfortably in Shava's arms. Judging from the time, the Dalmatian didn't go anywhere else after leaving the outpost. Instead, it went straight to the flower garden, as if it was here for Shava. Looking at the Dalmatian who was being caressed by Shava until it was as lazy as a little pig, Menavaro thought to himself, it's not as if this guy is here for Shava. Therefore, Her Excellency Shava might really know the reason. Angor was trying to gather information about the Cross Institute in secret. He did not expect to become the center of attention all of a sudden. They didn't say anything when they saw the dog beside Angor, but that was only because of Shava's identity. Now that Mr. Nuka took the lead to ask, they naturally hoped to get some answers. After all, the Dalmatian was the Minister of Arms' #1 weapon. Angor tried his best to calm himself down. I didn't expect it to show up either. Of course, none of the guests were convinced by his answer. But considering Shava's status, it was good enough that Angor was willing to answer their questions. He only thought that there might be some inside story, but Her Excellency Shava didn't want to talk about it. My lord, this is the current situation of the outpost. Nuka nodded. Despite the incident with the spotted dog, Nuka was still very satisfied with the crossroads. After all, the crossroads was the most important area and was responsible for the core work of Xianxia's descent. When everyone was done talking, Nuka looked at Angor again. Do you have any suggestions regarding the construction of the land of Xianxia, Lady Shava? The construction of the land of Xianxia is going step by step. Blind suggestions are not a good thing. Angor considered. Also, from what I heard, everyone is doing a good job. At least, I didn't find anything to suggest. Angor really wanted to find some loopholes so that Xianxia's descent would not happen at all. But he knew that was not going to happen. Nuka mentioned that Xianxia's descent was approved by the queen. No matter how confident Angor was about Shava, he knew that Shava was not as important as the queen. Since the queen agreed, if Shava decided to go against it, Angor would become a clown. Since he could not stop Xianxia's descent, he would not suggest anything either. Even if he did find something wrong, he would only praise it in his mind. He would not say it out loud so that they could change it. Besides, he did not find anything wrong with it. So Lady Shava agrees with the descent of the land of Xianxia. That's a relief. After all, Lady Shava is more familiar with it. Nuka opened his long and narrow mouth. From the perception of his emotions, he seemed to be smiling, but it looked very strange. Shava is familiar with descent? Angor wondered if Nuka was testing him or if Shava was really familiar with the term. The only thing he could do was to keep a smile on his face. He did not deny it, but he did not accept it either. I'm glad that Lady Shava approved the construction of the land of Xianxia. However, the descent of the land of Xianxia has caused some problems. If Lady Shava can help. Angor looked at the dancing flame on the candlestick with a calm expression. But in his mind, he was thinking. It's here. He did not join this banquet because he was forced to. Until now, he still did not know why he had appeared here. But there was no doubt that Nuka knew everything. There must be a reason why Nuka invited him here. Was it because Nuka suspected Angor's identity, or something else? So far, Nuka did not try to test Angor's identity too much. It seemed that Nuka had already accepted Angor as Shava. So, if Nuka was not suspicious about Angor's identity, perhaps he was only holding this banquet to gain something from Shava to achieve his own goal. When Nuka mentioned that he needed Shava's help, Angor quickly realized what was going on. Why would Nuka invite him to this banquet? Angor was sure that he would find out soon. Angor raised an eyebrow. His right eye glowed green. You need my help? Let's hear it. Nuka, it's like this. Her Excellency Shava should have heard what Menavaro said about the descent of the Arcana Palace. Nuka did not hide the truth. Under the flickering light of the candlestick, Nuka slowly told Angor what he wanted. Before Nuka revealed the answer, Angor already had all kinds of guesses in his mind. Nightmare creatures should know that Shava was close to humans. Whether it was Fox Zither, Mystic Lady, or Seething Gentleman, all of them must have seen Shava living with humans. Angor even wondered if Nuka wanted him to be a traitor. But after hearing Nuka's explanation, Angor was surprised. What Nuka was asking for was inconceivable. The Arcana Palace is about to descend. But as you know, Lady Shava, I don't have enough people to guard the palace, so. Nuka slowly looked at Angor. So, you want me to guard Arcana's palace? Angor showed a sarcastic smile on his face. No matter how stupid Angor was, he knew that Shava's status was much higher than the Minister of Agriculture. Now, Nuka wanted him to guard the Arcana Palace. At least in terms of seniority, it was not appropriate. In fact, it was an insult to Shava. Since Angor had to play Shava's role well, he had to at least show his anger on his face even if he had other thoughts. However, pure anger seemed to be a little out of place. Sarcasm was more suitable for his character. Nuka said, "Please don't be angry, Your Excellency Shava. I don't mean to ask Your Excellency to guard the Arcana Palace. I'm just short of manpower, and I hope to ask Your Excellency for some subordinates to take up this important role." Angor's expression softened a little. But Angor also wanted his men to guard the Arcana Palace. If he could send someone to guard the place permanently, he would have a chance to wreak havoc. But where was he supposed to find them? Perhaps he could find some human subordinates. but Angor knew that Nuka did not want humans. He wanted Shava's men from the Nightmare Realm. Angor did not even know who Shava was, let alone who her men were. Moreover, if Shava's subordinates really saw him, his identity would probably be exposed very quickly. After all, he was not the real Shava. Forget about it. I don't think anyone will be interested in this place. Angor hesitated for a while and rejected the tempting offer. He wanted to ask if it was okay to send a watcher to guard the place. Of course, he was referring to Sunders. But in the end, he did not ask. After all, he did not want to mess with his own teacher. In Angor's opinion, everyone here, including Myrtle, was probably as strong as Sunders. This place was a fire pit that would burn anyone who tried to enter. Lady Shava is right. Who would be interested in this place? Gentleman Zeal, who was sitting on Angor's right, interrupted him. The other guests also agreed with Gentleman Zeal's words. Among them, the maid and Menavaro did not agree, but they all agreed with Gentleman Zeal. Who would want to come here when they were doing well in the Nightmare Realm? For nightmare creatures, everywhere outside the Nightmare Realm was a barren land. Nuka knew what they were thinking. He had many subordinates in the Nightmare Realm, and only the maid, Myrtle, and Menavaro were willing to come with him. Since Lady Shava said so, let's put this matter aside for now. Nuka sighed regretfully. This was a very important matter to him. If Lady Shava agreed, he would have more control over many things. Unfortunately, Lady Shava refused. Still, Nuka did not give up. He already knew that Lady Shava would not agree, so he had a second plan. I heard from the Queen that Lady Shava often visits the human world. May I know how long Lady Shava plans to stay in this world this time? Nuka rested his chin on his slender hands. His beard swayed in the wind as he put on a curious look. Are you interested in my whereabouts, Mr. Nuka? Angor asked calmly. At the same time, he was wondering if Nuka was telling the truth. If Nuka was telling the truth, Shava often visited the human world because of him? Also, Shava's power should be far beyond the warning level of the world's consciousness. If Shava came to the human world, it should have reacted. Or could it be that Shava's descent was actually a different type of descent, such as a doppelganger puppet? Or a projection of a demon god's follower? If that was the case, it would explain why these people still believed him to be Shava even though they knew he was not that strong. They only recognized his aura, not his actual strength. Shava's arrival was not her real body. Please don't misunderstand, Lady Shava. I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that if you stay in this world for a long time, why don't you come and join the banquets at the Land of Sinners from time to time? Oh? Angor did not refuse. He only gave Nuka a curious look. It is our honor to have your excellency's presence in the land of Xianxia. If you can guide us in the construction of the Land of Sinners, we won't have to take any detours. At the same time, I hope that I can help you as much as I can when you stay in this world. Angor studied Nuka's eyes carefully as if he was trying to see if Nuka was lying. Of course, this was only part of Angor's act. He was too weak to tell Nuka's true thoughts. Still, Angor could feel that Nuka's eagerness was sincere. Of course, Angor would not trust his intuition. There had to be something else behind Nuka's sincerity. Still, Angor had a feeling that Nuka really wanted him to get involved in the construction of the Land of Sinners. Why? Was it because of Shava's identity? Or could Shava really help the construction of the Land of Sinners? Unbeknownst to Angor, Nuka was actually feeling quite anxious as well. He really wanted Angor's permission. The Queen agreed to Sinner's arrival, but she did not actually give an order. She just did not object. If Lady Shava could join them, even if she only showed up once, it would be a great help to Nuka's plan. We will hold a banquet every month on the day of the moon sacrifice. If Lady Shava agrees, we hope to have a banquet with you. Nuka saw that Angor did not respond. Angor glanced at Nuka absent-mindedly. He still did not answer directly. We'll see. The fact that Angor didn't reject him outright was good news for Nuka. Considering Shava's status, she would definitely refuse if she didn't want to. Since Shava left some leeway for Angor, it meant that she still wanted to join the banquet. As for how to turn this inclination into reality, Nuka believed this was a test Shava wanted to give him. Maybe if he did well, Shava would agree. But how? Where should he start? From the banquet, of course. With that in mind, Nuka narrowed his eyes. Lady Shava is right. It's too early to come up with a plan. Things could change at any time. Angor didn't know what to say. Did I say that? Very well. We'll see how it goes. Nuka nodded to Angor and lifted the glass filled with dark red liquid in front of him. Angor didn't know what Nuka was thinking, but he followed the etiquette of the table and returned the gesture. Of course, the liquid didn't go into his stomach. Instead, it was dragged into his nightmare domain by Nightmare Aura. During the rest of the banquet, Nuka never asked Angor for help again. He didn't ask anything that would embarrass Angor. Instead, Nuka answered all of Angor's questions without hesitation. Nuka even showed great interest in Angor's request. Nuka learned from the Book of Madness that Angor seemed to be interested in sonar mushrooms, so he quickly sent out a rat to give Angor all the sonar mushrooms in the garden. Angor lifted his bracelet, which had a white mushroom attached to it like a pendant. It was the sonar mushroom given to him by the Book of Madness. Angor was telling Nuka that he already had a sonar mushroom, so he didn't need to ask for more. As long as the mushroom had its own mycelium, it would eventually split into countless individuals, so it didn't matter how many he had right now. Besides, Angor wasn't interested in sonar mushrooms at all. If he didn't have the dream wilderness, the sound transmission mushroom would be quite effective. Now that he had the dream wilderness, the sound transmission mushroom's functionality would be greatly reduced. Finally, Nuka noticed the mushroom pendants on Angor's bracelet and ankle. The 3 green mushrooms on Angor's ankle were the mystic gems Nuka cultivated himself. Nuka's eyes lit up. So, Her Excellency Shava likes mushrooms, Nuka waved his hand. Soon, all the people on plates, glasses, and candlesticks were pushed aside. There were more than 20 types of young mushrooms on the table. As soon as they showed up, the mushroom larvae showed great affection toward Angor. Just like enchanting luster larvae, they were naturally attracted by Angor's nightmare aura. Compared to the nightmare energy in his demiplane, the green rune on his right hand was purer and denser. Without Spotted Puppy's help, all the mushroom larvae would have stuck to him and become his pendant. Angor felt like he was about to lose his composure in front of all the mushroom larvae. Regina, the mushroom witch of research department, would probably be very excited to see all these strange mushrooms that couldn't be found anywhere else. However, Angor wasn't interested in mushrooms at all. The first thing that came to his mind was a steaming pot of mushroom chicken soup. Seeing Angor's reaction, Nuka tapped the table with his pink fingernail. All the mushrooms on the table jumped up and disappeared, leaving behind a row of 5 mushrooms of different colors. These 5 mushrooms were all the best mushrooms that Nuka had personally cultivated. As the Minister of Agriculture, Nuka's mushrooms were naturally extraordinary. He was about to refuse, but when the Book of Madness explained the effects of the first mushroom, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. The mushroom of multiplication was a mushroom that could stabilize space ripples in a demiplane. Angor's extravagant nightmare domain was also a demiplane in its embryonic form. The dream wasteland was also a demiplane of its own. The mushroom of multiplication could stabilize space ripples in a demiplane, which was a very good effect. Only by having a stable space would one be able to do a lot of things. In the Abyss Plane, all wizard organizations built their frontline cities in places with stable spaces. Since the mushroom of multiplication was already good enough, the other 4 mushrooms would be just as effective. Among them, the ones that caught Angor's attention the most were Amon and Omnipotence. Just like the mushroom of multiplication, Amon's mushroom had spatial properties. However, the mushroom of multiplication could only be used in demiplanes, while Amon's mushroom could also be used in real life. The mushroom of Amon's mushroom was shaped like a tall tree. It could open a door at the center of the mushroom of multiplication, which would allow one to enter a subspace tunnel and leave through another mushroom of multiplication. In other words, the mushroom of multiplication allowed one to perform short-distance teleportation. The advantage of Amon's mushroom was that it could teleport at a very small cost. The downside was that the mushroom of multiplication couldn't be moved once it was planted. In other words, it was a fixed teleportation array. Also, the mushroom of multiplication had to be connected to another mushroom of multiplication. Otherwise, it couldn't be used. Also, it would take a lot of resources to grow the mushroom of multiplication. Still, none of that was a problem for Angor. He wasn't planning to leave the mushroom of multiplication for himself. Once he left, he would leave it to the higher-ups of Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern didn't ask Floating Mech City to build a teleportation array for them due to their unwarranted concerns. What Brute Cavern needed the most right now was a teleportation array. Amon's mushroom couldn't be used for long-distance teleportation, but it could be planted in a neutral area with a teleportation array. For example, if he planted an Amon's mushroom in Brute Cavern or a teleportation array in Wizard Bazaar, he could use the teleportation array in Wizard Bazaar to teleport to Floating Mech City, which was well connected. No matter if it was an official sorcerer or an apprentice, this was great news, and it was worth it. Apart from Amon's mushroom, the other thing Angor was interested in was omnipotence. The omnipotence mushroom lived up to its name. It was indeed omnipotent. In the process of its growth, it would constantly modify itself according to the thoughts of the cultivator, and finally achieve the effect that the cultivator wanted to show. For example, if you wanted the mushroom to become a mushroom house, it would grow into a mushroom house on its own. In the end, the mushroom house could be equipped with furniture and even pipes. Of course, a mushroom house was only a low-level application. The cultivation of the omnipotence mushroom depended more on the owner's own imagination. He knew very well that the 5 colorful mushrooms were Nuka's way of making him look bad. In exchange, Nuka asked Angor to join the moon-worshipping feast. Angor wanted to reject the offer, but he couldn't resist the temptation. He didn't reject the mushrooms when they tried to attach themselves to him, which meant that he allowed them to do so. It didn't mean that Angor would accept Nuka's offer. However, Nuka believed that things were going well. Nuka didn't ask for more. Instead, he kept toasting Angor with a smile. Since Nuka had something to ask of him, Angor decided to use this chance to learn more about the Land of Sinners. The more he learned about the Land of Sinners, the heavier his heart became. The feast ended 2 hours later. Devosia was the first to arrive, and the first to leave. Devosia didn't talk to anyone else. She only told Angor that if anyone wanted to find her, they should go to Rainbow Mountain, where she would prepare a feast of sweets for Angor. After Devosia left, the 2 maids also bid farewell to Angor. Perhaps because their master had something to ask of Angor, the 2 maids were much more enthusiastic than when they first met. However, even though the farewell sounded very passionate, it was still too vulgar compared to Devosia's words. "It's my honor to be able to dine with Mr. Shava. I hope we can hold a better feast for Mr. Shava at Bayer Point or Sunken Graveyard." The maid was still beating around the bush, hoping that Angor would accept Nuka's offer and join the moon-worshipping feast. Angor only smiled without saying anything. He didn't know whether he should accept Nuka's offer or not, but he already felt strange about attending the feast at Sunken Graveyard. Manavaro left right after Angor. Perhaps because he offended Angor during the banquet, Manavaro didn't try to hint at Angor like the maid did. Manavaro was a fanatic of Nuka, but he didn't say anything to Angor when he left the banquet. Manavaro bowed to Angor and glared at Boiling Gentleman before disappearing at the end of the hallway. Now, only Angor, Boiling Gentleman, Nuka, and the host, Myrtle, were left in the hall. Boiling Gentleman finished a cup of unknown liquor and stood up to leave. Angor quickly stood up as well. "I'll go with you. We can check out the distorted seed together. While we're at it, we can also leave this dangerous ruin." Angor muttered in his mind. Boiling Gentleman wouldn't refuse. He felt honored that Mr. Shava was interested in the distorted seed. Before Angor could leave, Nuka suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Shava, are you taking it with you?" Nuka looked at the puppy in Angor's arms. "What do you mean by that, Minister Nuka?" Angor looked at Nuka. Nuka shook his head. "Nothing. I've heard some rumors about Mr. Shava." Nuka didn't mention the specific rumors. Instead, he changed the topic back to the puppy. "It snuck out again. If we don't send it back in time, Minister Dim will come to this place through the passage of the outpost." Angor didn't say anything. He waited for Nuka's explanation. After all, the puppy is the Minister of Arms' #1 weapon. Angor's pupils shrank. He had heard about Minister Dim before, but this was the first time he heard that Minister Dim was the Minister of Arms, the puppy was the Minister of Arms' #1 weapon. It sounded unbelievable, but Angor knew how powerful the Dalmatian was, so it made sense. I don't think Mr. Shava will agree with Minister Dim's ideas. If Mr. Shava doesn't want to see Minister Dim, it's best to send the puppy back in time to prevent him from coming. Nuka didn't mention what Minister Dim's ideas were, but Angor sensed that Nuka was implying something. Maybe Shava and Minister Dim were enemies. Nuka could treat Shava peacefully, but would Dim do anything to Shava? Angor's mind raced. He wasn't sure if Nuka was telling the truth, but he did think that he should avoid meeting other nightmare ministers as much as possible. Even if Nuka lied about Dim not having any conflict with Shava, Angor still didn't want to meet Dim right now. Angor handled the banquet with ease for the past 2 hours. Only he knew that every word he said was carefully planned, and he had to react at the first moment and quickly think of a way to deal with it so that his identity would not be suspected. It was a very difficult and exhausting task. He felt like a clown dancing on a colorful ball. If he lost his balance, he would fall to the ground. Not only would he lose his disguises, but his life would also be threatened. Before meeting Nuka, Angor was able to find some clues from other guests. When Nuka arrived, Angor already had a general idea of Nuka's character and a plan to deal with him. But Dim? Angor had no idea what this man was like. Nuka said that Dim and Shava had different ideas, but how would Dim know about Shava's ideas? Angor didn't want to meet an unknown minister, even if Dim didn't mean any harm to Shava. But, Angor looked down at the puppy in his arms. He really wanted to take the puppy away. This spotted dog, in his opinion, was a living encyclopedia of mysteries. If he could observe the puppy's secrets, it might help him a lot when he needed to create mystery items in the future. Besides, the puppy was his best weapon. It was even more tempting. Angor lowered his eyelids to hide the change in his eyes. After a complicated mental struggle, he finally decided to compromise. He liked the puppy. Apart from its functions, the puppy was so close to him, and it helped him resist Nuka's pressure. Angor already wanted to take the puppy away. But he still couldn't take the puppy away. Minister Dim was one of the reasons, and Angor didn't think he was strong enough to protect the puppy. After weighing the pros and cons, Angor decided to follow Nuka's suggestion. However, he didn't plan to let the puppy go right away. At least, he had to leave the spirit garden first. Nuka's pressure was still there. He still needed the puppy to block the pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up his act. Angor nodded to Nuka. "I'll think about it." With that, Angor and Seething Gentleman walked out of the hall. Just as they were about to pass through the corridor and walk out of the castle gate, a faint song came from behind them. Angor paused for a second, but he didn't look back. He kept walking forward with the puppy in his arms. On the other hand, Boiling Gentleman, who was beside him, looked back with a little surprise. "It's Xianxia singing." Seething Gentleman rubbed his non-existent chin. "It's supposed to be a song praising the moonlight, but it sounds like she's repentant to the moon. I've always heard that Xianxia is usually very shy. If anyone looks at her, she can't wait to run back into the painting shyly. Only when she sings can she fully express her thoughts." Seething Gentleman looked at Angor again. "Mr. Shava, is Mystic Lady repentant to you?" Angor shook his head. "Maybe she's just repentant to herself." Angor and Boiling Gentleman left the castle together with a long song. Angor intentionally slowed down and let Seething Gentleman lead the way. He still didn't know the layout of this place. Angor followed Seething Gentleman all the way. Seething Gentleman kept talking nonsense that didn't make any sense. Angor would respond occasionally, but most of the time, he just stayed silent. Seething Gentleman finally stopped talking when they reached the top of the highest tower in the castle. Angor looked around and saw a funnel-shaped chimney at the top of the uneven tower. Angor remembered Blair telling him that the only way to leave the flower garden was through the chimney of Mystic Lady's castle. So, this is it, but if this was the exit, why did Seething Gentleman suddenly stop moving? A moment later, Angor saw the answer with his own eyes even without Boiling Gentleman's explanation. Suddenly, a gray fog drifted over from the distant horizon. The fog was very strange. It was like a tide that kept surging inside, but it was also like a black cloud that carried rolling pressure and was rapidly approaching their location. As the mist moved closer, Angor sensed a familiar aura coming from it. It was lifeline. Angor frowned. He couldn't be wrong. Just like the mist above the astral pond outside, this mist was made up of lifeline and parasites. It didn't have much effect on wizards, but apprentices and mortals would have no way to resist lifeline. Lifeline appearing here meant that lifeline thread was also cultivated in the flower spirit garden? In that case, his previous guess might have been correct. Perhaps the illusion that Blair the Bee mentioned was the source of the living thread. Seething Gentleman spoke up. It's the spores of an illusion. So it was an illusion. Did Minister Nuka teach illusions as well? Angor pretended to ask casually. Boiling Gentleman shook his head and said, no, mirage was cultivated by Madman. An illusion cultivated by the Book of Madness? Before he could ask more questions, the chimney in front of them suddenly shook. A pair of round eyes and a disproportionately large mouth appeared on the chimney. Your Excellency Shava, are you interested in the illusion of mad cultivation? The mad scientist's voice came from the mouth on the chimney. I can give lifeline to Mr. Shava. As he spoke, Chimney's mouth opened wide and a pink tongue stuck out of his mouth. On the tongue was a small mushroom whose cap was much bigger than the handle of the umbrella. Angor's lips twitched. He picked up the red and blue mushroom from the saliva on his tongue in disgust. So this is an illusion? Yes. It's a larva. It's easy to cultivate it. Just water it with nightmare aura and it'll mature naturally. If you have Pink Princess, you can speed up the process. But after using Pink Princess, the lifeline can no longer reproduce on its own. Seeing Angor's interest, Madman began to explain his experience in training illusions to Angor. Angor wasn't paying attention. He was more interested in finding out if he could figure out a way to remove the lifeline once and for all by using an illusion. Of course, he couldn't ask the mad scientist right now. He had to wait until he left. Actually, the current lifeline isn't what I want. I'm trying to cultivate something better. You don't want your lifeline to be replaced by Mystique? Angor raised an eyebrow. Mad scientist, of course not. I've been studying the cultivation of illusions for a long time. Illusions are very important to me. Angor saw a strange look in the mad scientist's eyes when he said this. I don't know what it means. But my intuition is telling me to do it. The mad scientist sighed. Mr. Nuka said that there might be remnants of the creator's will left in my body. The body referred to Mad Wood's cultivation journal. As for the creator of the body, it was Mad Wood. Angor asked about Mad Wood before, but the mad scientist didn't seem to know who he was. I once used Mystique's hypnosis ability to examine my body. Mr. Nuka was right. I did sense some remnants of my will. The mad scientist's eyes flashed with confusion. I can vaguely feel that the creator of my main body is obsessed with growing mushrooms that are similar to hallucination. This obsession is rather interesting. Angor thought that Mad Wood might be someone who was crazy about mushroom cultivation, just like Regina the Mushroom Witch. The reason why he wants to cultivate illusion seems to be because he wants to cultivate a mushroom that can give him the ability to perform. So that he can put on a perfect performance. Angor was surprised. No wonder people who were infected by Lifeline would perform all kinds of role-playing. Lifeline wasn't meant to be cultivated for humans. It was meant to be a tool for the creator to perform. However, to perform a perfect performance? Why did it sound a little familiar? Currently, the effect of Lifeline isn't as good as the creator wants. So I've been studying how to cultivate a better Lifeline. Why do you have to complete this wish? Just because he's your creator? Mad shook his head. His eyes flashed with viciousness. I can feel that he is not dead yet. Only by completing the creator's obsession will I be able to find out his true identity, and then have the chance to kill him. Only by killing the creator can I free myself from my shackles. Angor was surprised by the answer. But then again, he realized that it did make sense. But the logic was a bit off. Angor didn't really care if the mad scientist could kill the creator or not. He only wanted to know when he could leave this place. Angor looked up and saw the gray mist floating above their heads. The mad scientist seemed to know what Angor was thinking. They're going to leave this place and spread their faith outside the heart of sinners. but they don't dare to come down here. Huh? Madman glanced at Angor. Because Lady Shava is here. They won't come down. Before these illusory spores fused into the human body, they actually had a common consciousness when they gathered together. This shared consciousness allowed them to recognize the difference between them and their superiors. Even though they wanted to approach Angor because of his nightmare aura, they were too afraid to do so. He considered for a moment, tapped his foot against the ground, and backed away for several hundred meters. When he stood in the distance, the gray mist in the sky began to roll and swarm into the chimney like a swarm of bees, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Angor returned to the chimney. Since the illusionary spores were gone, it was time for them to leave. When he and Boiling Gentleman were about to go to the chimney, Mad Scientist, who was attached to the chimney, suddenly said, "Your Excellency Shava, Jean Yang was indeed unintentional earlier. She originally wanted to discuss with Your Excellency before bringing Your Excellency here, but she was too shy to speak, so," Angor interrupted the Mad Scientist. "You already told me that. I know." However, Angor didn't mention whether he forgave Mystic Lady or not. The Mad Scientist opened its mouth but didn't say anything in the end. It came here to help Mystic Lady clear her name, but it didn't seem to work. Angor ignored the Mad Scientist and nodded to Boiling Gentleman before jumping into the chimney. As soon as he entered the chimney, he felt like he was on a long slide. Not only did the slide go downward, but it also curved upward at certain points. It took them less than a minute to reach the top of the chimney. When they came out of a black hole, they were completely out of the dome of the garden. Angor stood still and began to look around. They were in a rather luxurious room. The room was spacious. There was a high bed with a silk curtain embroidered with rose patterns, a thick plush carpet, and all kinds of furniture and decorations with exquisite details. Behind them, there was a mirror with rose patterns. This mirror was the exit of the chimney. He reached out a hand to touch the mirror. His hand did not go through the surface of the mirror, which was solid. Although the exit is here, the entrance to the Flower Spirit Garden is in Rose Baron's garden. There is a huge mushroom there. You can enter the Flower Spirit Garden after being swallowed by the mushroom. Boiling Gentleman said as he walked to the window of the room and pointed in a certain direction. It's that mushroom. Angor walked closer and looked through the window. The room they were in should be in a very high position, so they could see the scene outside from above. The first thing he saw were houses in the distance that were shrouded in fog. Although these houses were shrouded in fog, he could still vaguely see that the houses seemed to be somewhat dilapidated. Even though it was dilapidated, there were many houses of different heights. It was like a miniature version of a city. But this city was probably a deserted one. Angor looked away from the houses and followed Boiling Gentleman's direction. He saw a giant mushroom standing proudly on a pile of white bones. Not only that, but the mushroom's mycelium was also covered in bones. Most of them were human skeletons. The mushroom's mouth was wide open. Apart from its sharp teeth, there was only a sea of red inside. So that's the entrance to the garden? Angor looked at the rows of teeth and felt a chill running down his spine. Only those with the aura of the origin can enter the Flower Spirit Garden through its mouth. Other creatures will be chewed and eaten by it, Boiling Gentleman explained. Angor looked away. His expression remained calm, but his mind was already in turmoil. Apart from the mushroom, he was even more shocked by the wasteland around him. Angor already had a rough idea of what each area was like from the information he got from the guests. But now, it seemed that he still underestimated the ruin created by Xianxia's arrival. It was like a whole new world. "Let's go," Angor said to Boiling Gentleman while trying to calm himself down. Boiling Gentleman nodded and walked to the door first. Angor followed closely behind. When he walked past the bed covered by a silk curtain, he saw a shadow inside. After leaving the room, Angor followed Boiling Gentleman through a long hallway and several maze-like stairs. In the end, Angor felt that he was at the top of the building, but when he pushed open the door, he found himself outside the door on the first floor. He remained silent along the way because he saw many terrifying things. Not only the shadow on the bed, but also all kinds of strange creatures along the way. Fortunately, these strange creatures did not seem to have any desire to attack them and did not approach them. According to Boiling Gentleman, this was Rose Castle, and the creatures here were all subordinates of Baron Rose. However, Baron Rose did not come with Xianxia. He was still in the nightmare realm, but his castle was projected here, and the strange creatures were here to guard it. Angor did not try to test the strength of these creatures, but he could tell that they were not weak. Outside Rose Castle was still Baron Rose's territory. According to Boiling Gentleman, this area was called the Rose District in the Nightmare Realm, where a large number of nightmare monsters ruled by Baron Rose lived. This place reminded Angor of the Nightmare Realm's Nether City. There were many powerful creatures in Nether City, which Sunders did not dare to explore until now. These creatures each occupied a district and completely guarded the city. Perhaps this Baron Rose was one of them. In other words, he was at least a legend in the Nightmare Realm. They heard footsteps coming from afar. A black stone was originally rolling on the abandoned streets of the Rose District. After hearing the footsteps, it suddenly stopped and pretended to be an ordinary stone. Angor and Boiling Gentleman stepped over the small stone. Angor sensed something and stopped. The spirit power he placed behind his back gave him a strange view of his surroundings. The seemingly inconspicuous black stone suddenly started rolling. As it rolled, a black mark appeared on the ground. These black marks looked insignificant at first. But upon closer inspection, Angor realized that they were not just marks. They were actually a swarm of small, winged insects. They looked insignificant, but Angor's expression changed when he saw what they looked like. Angor once went to Ness Library to study the manuscripts left behind by the legendary wizard, Heart of Insects Insecot. In Insecot's manuscripts, there was a type of insect called Dragondropper. It took up a lot of space in the book, and Insecot even created an entire category for it. These dust-sized insects were not very powerful on their own. However, when they gathered together, even if they only reached the size of a water droplet, they could easily devour dragon flesh and demon blood. Dragondroppers were the true symbol of group consciousness. Insecot's nickname was Heart of Insects because he liked to study insects that possessed group consciousness and calmness. Dragondroppers were one of Insecot's favorite supernatural insects. Unfortunately, this terrifying swarm of insects had already disappeared into the long river with the passage of time. Angor felt a little emotional when he read about Dragondroppers. Because the Dragondrop worm had a third-order burning reaction, it could be used as a unique high-level alchemy flame in alchemy. However, with the extinction of the Dragondrop worm, the flames produced by the third-order burning reaction also disappeared. Angor did not expect to see Dragondroppers again here. However, Angor did not feel anything right now. Instead, he felt a deep sense of anxiety. Dragondroppers were extremely dangerous insects. The more of them there were, the more damage they could cause. If so many Dragondroppers appeared in the outside world, it would be a disaster. Even Rain's team might not be able to get rid of all of them. They might even cause more trouble. Compared to illusions and illusions, Dragondroppers could cause more damage. And there were so many of them. He couldn't imagine what kind of trouble they would cause once they left the astral pool. The only good thing was that the Dragondrop also needed the nightmare aura to unleash its full power. Mr. Shava? Boiling Gentleman turned around. Angor could not see his face, but he sounded curious about why Angor stopped. He paused for about 2 seconds, but his mind was already filled with thoughts. Nothing. Angor's expression did not change. He kept walking as if nothing happened. Boiling Gentleman looked behind Angor and saw a swarm of Dragondroppers. Why did Lady Shava stop to look at them? Why did she have to do that? Although he had doubts in his heart, Boiling Gentleman did not ask. Seeing Shava continue to move forward, he temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart and continued on his journey. Angor walked calmly along the way, but his mind was still in turmoil. Before he could get over the shock caused by the Dragondroppers, he sensed more terrifying presences coming from the abandoned houses surrounded by fog. Some of the presences showed their true faces. And these were all powerful monsters. Almost all of these monsters could be recorded in the Legends section of Where the Magical Monsters Are. If these monsters came to the real world, they could cause as much damage as Dragondroppers. Boiling Gentleman noticed that Angor kept glancing at the houses around them, so he quickly explained, the creatures here are all projections from Rose District. But they're all normal creatures. Anyone with a bit of personality, like Rose Baron, would choose not to be projected here. Angor was speechless. These monsters that could wreak havoc in the real world were only ordinary in Boiling Gentleman's words. Well, it did make sense. When he visited Nether City, he saw a large number of monsters, ranging from apprentices to wizards, in the sewers of Nether City. Nether City was located at the edge of the Nightmare Realm, and the monsters here were already so terrifying. If the monsters were closer to the core of the Nightmare Realm, they would be even scarier. The Rose District in the Land of Sinners was probably closer to the core of the Nightmare Realm, which meant the monsters here were stronger. Angor understood the reason, but it was still difficult for him to accept the fact that these terrifying monsters lived peacefully in this place. Still, the Nightmare Realm was the Nightmare Realm. There was no need to follow the logic of reality here. There was no such thing as complete logic here. There was only endless absurdity and unfathomable weirdness. Maybe it was because he had seen too many monsters, but his mind became calmer as he reached the end of the journey. Or rather, it wasn't really calmness. It was more like numbness. The monsters did not attack them anyway, so they could just treat it as a visit to a zoo. They walked for about 10 minutes in the abandoned Rose District. There was still a long street in front of them. Boiling Gentleman suddenly stopped and led Angor to a dark river. The water was as black as ink. Angor was not curious about why the water was black because he saw several giant skeletons in the river. They were already dead, but they still emitted an intimidating aura. These skeletons were probably the price of being curious. Angor just followed Boiling Gentleman. In this strange world, it was better to keep one's curiosity in check so that they could live longer. They walked along the river for a while and saw a bridge glowing with rainbow light. The rainbow-like bridge was very eye-catching in the dark abandoned Rose District. It had its own aura that attracted people's attention. Angor would never step onto the bridge if he was exploring by himself. The brighter something was, the more likely it was to be a trap. However, Boiling Gentleman stopped at the edge of the bridge. Their next step was to cross it. Boiling Gentleman did not cross the bridge right away. Instead, it waited for a few seconds. As the ground trembled slightly, a glowing stone tablet suddenly rose from the rainbow bridge. The stone tablet opened its mouth and spoke in a long tone. Rainbow Mountain is the holy territory of food. To enter, you must answer 3 of my questions. If you answer correctly, you may cross. If you answer incorrectly, you may still enter the mountain, but as an ingredient. The stone tablet opened its eyes and stared at the people who crossed the bridge. The stone tablet did not react to Boiling Gentleman. It knew who Boiling Gentleman was, but rules were rules. Anyone who wanted to cross the bridge had to follow them. However, when the stone tablet looked at Angor, its eyes suddenly stopped. What's 1 + 1? What's the name of the mountain behind me? What's the color of the water in the river? Angor was still puzzled when he stepped on the rainbow bridge. He thought the 3 questions would be very difficult, but they were actually so simple. The answer to the second question was the exact same as what the stone tablet said. Boiling Gentleman saw Angor's expression and knew what he was thinking. Actually, if Lady Shava answered incorrectly and said that the water in the river is colorful, the bridge will let you cross, Boiling Gentleman explained in a plain tone, because you are Lady Shava. If someone else tried to cross the bridge, they would not be able to answer the questions no matter how hard they tried. Even Boiling Gentleman himself would be asked some difficult questions when trying to cross the bridge. However, Boiling Gentleman usually did not cross this bridge. He had other paths that led to different areas of the land of Xianxia. This time, he chose this path because he wanted to show Lady Shava the progress of Xianxia's arrival. Master Nuka secretly arranged this task for him so that he could help Lady Shava gain a better understanding of this place. It would be best if Lady Shava agreed to attend the banquet on the day of the moon sacrifice. Boiling Gentleman was not a member of Nuka's faction, but since he came to the land of Xianxia, he had to obey Nuka's orders. Nuka's task this time was not against the rules, so Boiling Gentleman would not refuse. Angor was surprised to hear Boiling Gentleman's words. Then he calmed down and cleared his mind. No wonder the questions were so simple. It was because of Shava's identity. The journey from the flower garden to this place proved that Shava's identity was very useful in the Nightmare Realm. That was probably the most important thing he learned after entering this ruin. He didn't think of himself as Xianxia after all, so he felt a little strange when he realized this. Still, he was the one who gained the upper hand, so he quickly adjusted his mind to face the next step. As soon as they stepped onto the rainbow bridge, they were surrounded by a thin layer of mist. When they stepped off the bridge, the mist immediately disappeared, revealing a tall mountain with undulating peaks. Angor looked back. The rainbow bridge was still there, but there was a forest on the other side. Below the bridge, there was no longer a black river but a pink one. When they were near the river in Rose District, Angor clearly saw that the other side of the river was also an abandoned city. The other side of the rainbow bridge was definitely not Rainbow Mountain. But now that they crossed the bridge, everything changed. Just like the chimney in Flower Spirit Garden and the mushroom in Rose Castle Garden, the bridge was a medium that connected to other areas. Angor now understood that each area did not have a direct path to another area. They had to use a medium. Even if they could find one, it would not be easy to cross the bridge. The chimney in Flower Spirit Garden was possessed by a lunatic, so anyone who wanted to leave had to get permission from the lunatic. The mushroom in Rose Castle Garden had a passage in its mouth, so the medium could become a passage or be devoured. To cross the rainbow bridge, one had to go through all three problems. The more Angor learned about the land of sincerity projected by the nightmare realm, the more powerless he felt. He might be able to use his identity to travel freely. But if a war really broke out, human wizards would not be able to break into the heart of this place. Boiling Gentleman saw Angor standing there for a long time and thought his plan was exposed. Lady Xianxia, we'll reach the Bewildering Candle Passage after Rainbow Mountain. Angor nodded. Let's go then. Boiling Gentleman led Angor to Rainbow Mountain in the distance. The place was called Rainbow Mountain because it was surrounded by a large number of rainbow circles. The circles looked like colorful cotton candy, which made the place look like a young girl. However, Angor knew that there was no girl on the mountain. Instead, it was a glutton who looked like a meatball, Devosia. Speaking of which, the person he liked the most at the banquet was Devosia. The man claimed that he would turn the Book of Madness into rainbow candy, but as long as he was given something to eat, he would eat it regardless of whether it tasted good or not. Compared to the complicated feelings of the other guests, Devosia's desire was pure and unyielding. It was easy for Angor to deal with him. However, Angor only liked Devosia because of what happened during the banquet. It would not be good enough in the grand scheme of things. After they entered the Rainbow Mountain Range, the first thing they saw was a large number of trees with fruits growing on them. These fruits smelled sweet, but if they looked down, they would find that under these fruit trees, there were corpses struggling to reach out their hands. Angor sensed traces of illusions around the fruit trees. Perhaps the trees used illusions to lure people into their traps and kill them to feed the fruit trees. As an illusionist, Angor really wanted to see what kind of illusions these trees could create. However, after he and Boiling Gentleman stepped into the fruit forest, they did not show any signs of being attacked by illusions. Clearly, their identities had once again granted them immunity. After passing through the fruit trees, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Angor thought they were going to climb the mountain, but Boiling Gentleman did not take him into the forest. Instead, they came to a raised stone platform at the foot of the mountain. Angor noticed that there were many runes drawn on the platform. Furthermore, these runes were all demonic runes. There was a rune platform in the territory of a nightmare creature. The runes were so complicated that it was hard to see them clearly. However, as an enchantment alchemist, Angor was very good at analyzing runes. He soon found the general pattern. It was probably a short-distance teleportation array. Angor wasn't surprised by the result. He was more concerned about the runes on the teleportation array, which looked familiar to him. While Angor was still observing the magic array, Boiling Gentleman had already stepped onto the stone platform. Boiling Gentleman explained the function of the platform while inviting Angor to step onto it. According to Boiling Gentleman, the Heartland was still in its descending mode, so the space ripples were only stable in the Spirit Garden, where a large number of mushrooms of prosperity were planted. In other areas, the space ripples were stable, but Mr. Nuka had already locked down the ability to teleport freely. Teleportation could only be done through a fixed teleportation array. And this method could not be used to teleport across different areas. This stone platform was the short-distance teleportation array to Rainbow Mountain. The destination was the peak of Rainbow Mountain, where the entrance to Bewildering Corridor was located. After listening to Boiling Gentleman's explanation, Angor tried to use the ethereal gate himself. While the ethereal gate was stable in the spirit garden, it was lagging behind here. If he tried to force it open, the spell might collapse or even backfire on him. Since Boiling Gentleman was already on the platform, Angor did not want to study the familiar runes. He had to put aside his questions about space and runes for now and followed Boiling Gentleman to the teleportation array. After activating the array, Angor and Boiling Gentleman disappeared from the stone platform in a flash of light. When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, they found themselves in a forest. The forest seemed to have no end in sight, and it was filled with luxuriant plants. Strangely, both the trees and the strange-looking flowers on the ground were emitting a dim, colorful light. There was also a faint mist drifting between the trees. When the colorful light shone on the mist, it looked like a surging river in the sky, making this place look like a dreamy forest in a fairy tale. And this dreamy feeling did not only affect his vision. There was a sweet aroma of food in the air. While the eyes were enjoying the beauty, it also stimulated the taste buds that were in a deep slumber. Angor was not a wizard who specialized in perfumes or food, but he had a keen sense of smell. He easily noticed that the sweet aroma came from the plants around him. Different plants gave out different smells, but they all had the same effect of stimulating his taste buds and making him salivate. Also, different plants gave out different smells, but when combined together, they were surprisingly harmonious and pure. If Greya was here, she would have thrown away all her worries and started studying the plants. He was interested in the plants as well, but he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After stepping out of the teleportation array, Seething Gentleman kept talking nonsense while leading the way. Angor had already gotten used to Seething Gentleman's style. Occasionally, he would respond to Seething Gentleman's words. Soon, they walked out of the dreamlike forest and arrived at a more open area. From here, they could clearly feel that they were near the peak of Rainbow Mountain. Looking into the distance, one could see most of the scenery in the Rainbow Mountain region, including the flowing fog at the end. One could even vaguely see the silhouettes of buildings further away through the fog. Even though he couldn't see the specific situation clearly, the silhouettes of those buildings were very large. It was as if it was built by the heavens, giving off a solemn and serene feeling. Over there is Lord Nuka's Xianxia royal city. Although they are not on the same spatial plane, because the royal city is the core region of the Xianxia lands, standing anywhere, as long as you look up into the sky, you can see the royal city. Seething Gentleman followed Angor's gaze and looked at the mirage-like city in the sky. Angor stared at the city for a long time. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Nothing was changing inside the city. Nor did he see any change in this place. Angor's expression changed because he noticed a thin layer of red light covering the sky above the city. The entire royal city seemed to be covered by a layer of light red filter. Angor had never been to a city before. He wouldn't care if the city was covered in white, green, or even purple light. But why did it have to be red light? When Reeves told Angor about his experience in the ruin, he mentioned that the ruin was full of strange things. But the strangest thing was the red light that came out from time to time. When he was bathed in the red light, everything around him changed horribly. The walls were no longer walls. They were molten lava. The doors were no longer doors. They led to the world of the undead. The statues in the corridors were no longer silent decorations. They opened their crimson eyes and began to crack down from the top of their heads, turning into monsters that devoured and destroyed enemies. Even the marble floor began to emit black smoke that dragged people into an unknown dimension. Because of this, no one who explored the ruin could escape. Even if you tried your best to get rid of the pursuit and escape from the moment when the red light surged, it wouldn't be long before the red light filled every corner of the ruins again, making it impossible for you to hide. The red light wasn't caused by the nightmare creatures. It was something strange about the ruin itself. When Reeves entered the ruin, it was still a normal ruin. The nightmare creatures hadn't invaded yet. Angor already felt strange when he heard Reeves' explanation. He didn't see any red light at all. From the Flower Spirit Garden to the Rose District and Rainbow Mountain, there was no red light at all. Angor didn't expect to see the red light at Nuka's Xianxia city. Angor wanted to ask Boiling Gentleman about the red light, but he was hesitant. He was worried that there was nothing special about the red light. Even if there was something special about it, Xiava might know something about it. If he asked, he might expose his ignorance and expose himself. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided to ask. Even if he was suspected, he didn't need to worry too much about it. Besides, he still had spotted Puppy in his arms. Still, he didn't ask directly. Instead, he spoke in a plain tone, the red light above the city, interesting. If Boiling Gentleman agreed with his explanation, Angor would continue to talk about the red light. If Boiling Gentleman didn't agree, Angor could only blame himself for his bad luck. He didn't ask directly anyway, so it wasn't a big deal for him to feel embarrassed. Did Xiava notice it as well? Fortunately, Boiling Gentleman didn't question Angor's words. Mr. Nuka chose this place as Xianxia's destination because of the light of nightmares. I never thought that there would be nightmare light seeds here. It's a pity that there aren't many of them. If it were like the inner district, even if it's only at the level of a neighboring district, perhaps the masters of the Lost Forest, the Demon Flower Sea, and Rose Baron might descend here. Angor's mind was filled with question marks after listening to Boiling Gentleman's explanation. What was a light of nightmares? What was so special about it that attracted those powerful beings from the nightmare realm? Angor really wanted to ask Boiling Gentleman, but he didn't know what to do this time. According to Boiling Gentleman, there were light of nightmares in the inner area of the nightmare realm. If that was the case, Xiava must know what light of nightmares was. If Angor kept asking, he might really expose himself. Boiling Gentleman didn't continue to talk about the light of nightmares. Instead, he kept moving forward. Angor was curious, but he didn't say anything. He followed Boiling Gentleman in silence. As for the light of nightmares, Angor would have to wait until they left this place. We're here. We'll reach the bewildering corridor from here. After passing through the territory of the insects and a small path in the forest, they arrived at the top of the northeast slope of Rainbow Mountain. It was a relatively flat area with a wide field of vision. Angor could see everything clearly. On the left was a small bun-shaped house that looked like a restaurant. Behind the house was a pink lake that was constantly surging with smoke and bubbles. This lake was probably the source of the Pink Princess. On the right were several rainbow dragonfly mother nests that looked like mountain valleys. According to Boiling Gentleman, they could reach the bewildering corridor from here. However, Angor couldn't find the entrance yet. As Angor looked around, the door of the hut was pushed open. The ground trembled, and a meatball like Devosia walked out. Wavasia's black and white eyes blinked several times. He tilted his head and fixed his gaze on Angor. Mr. Xiava, do you want to try my candy? Devosia looked at Angor with a pair of bright eyes. Angor considered and shook his head. I just had dinner at Mystic Lady's castle. I'm not hungry yet. Devosia lowered her head in disappointment. Oh, when Her Excellency Xiava is hungry, will you come to my place for a candy feast? After a moment of disappointment, Devosia raised her head and looked at Xiava expectantly. If I'm still in the land of sinners, I'll have a chance, Angor answered vaguely. Devosia, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. When he heard the words "there's a chance," he nodded happily. Then I'll have to prepare in advance. What ingredients should we use? Devosia bit her finger and returned to the hut. Angor's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. That's how Devosia is. She only listens to what she wants to hear. But she's really looking forward to making Mr. Xiava's favorite candy, Boiling Gentleman said. He didn't say it out loud, but he also hoped that Mr. Xiava would return to the land of sinners one day. After Boiling Gentleman finished speaking, he walked forward. Instead of going to the sides, he went straight to the front. They arrived at a stone wall under a small slope. Boiling Gentleman stretched out his hand and tapped the stone wall. The stone wall disappeared, and what appeared in front of them was a dark passageway. This is the entrance to Bewitching Corridor. Boiling Gentleman took the lead and stepped into the tunnel. Angor followed behind. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, he muttered to himself, "So I was right. There are dangers lurking around the entrances and exits of each area. especially at the junction between Rainbow Mountain and Bewitching Corridor. Not only were there rainbow dragonflies, but Devosia's home was also there. Anyone else who came here would have to face Devosia right away. He was glad that he could still contact Sunders through the dream wasteland. Otherwise, Sunders and Sunders wouldn't have been able to get away with it. Bewitching Corridor. At first glance, this place looked similar to what Angor saw through the gate of the ruin. It was a narrow corridor. Candlesticks were placed at regular intervals on both sides of the wall to keep the place from getting too dark. However, the candlelight could only disperse the darkness for a limited amount of time, so there was still some darkness between the candlesticks. There were also some strange-looking monsters hiding in the darkness. As soon as Angor stepped into the corridor, the puppy jumped down from his arms and barked at some dark corners. And the targets it was calling out to were these strange-looking monsters. For example, the one in front of Angor. This was a monster that had emerged from the darkness. It was in the shape of a leopard and looked like a black magic leopard. However, its abdomen was not covered by fur. Instead, it was covered by white bones. There were no internal organs in the bones. It was a metal ball that emitted a faint blue light. The strange bone leopard stared at Angor with a pair of ferocious eyes. This was the first monster he encountered since he entered the ruin that was hostile toward him. Perhaps that was why the puppy jumped down from Angor's arms and stood in front of the bone leopard while barking at it. Seeing that the bone leopard was about to pounce on Angor, Seething Gentleman snapped his fingers. The glowing metal ball inside the bone leopard's abdomen began to emit steam. A second later, the metal ball emitted a muffled noise, and the light around it quickly faded away. At the same time, the bone leopard's green eyes lost their luster as if it had lost its soul. Next, the bone leopard turned into a lifeless corpse and fell to the ground. It was only then that Zealotry explained with some embarrassment, "The monsters here were all captured and modified by me from the void." Because of this, these monsters couldn't sense Shava's aura, which meant they couldn't be suppressed by her power level. Angor wasn't too surprised. He already knew that the bone leopard wasn't a nightmare monster when he saw it, so he believed Seal's explanation. But he was more curious about the modification Seething Gentleman mentioned. Maybe it was because of Shava's identity, or maybe it was because Boiling Gentleman had been working alone all this time, and he was looking forward to sharing his work with others. Therefore, Boiling Gentleman took the initiative to tell Angor about the basic details of the monster modifications without Angor asking. The core of Boiling Gentleman's modification was the energy furnace. The energy furnace was the heart of the maid, while the energy furnace on the bone leopard was the glowing metal ball inside its abdomen. At first, Angor thought that the energy furnace was similar to a power source. A power source was the source of energy that maintained the power of supernatural items. For example, if an alchemy tool suddenly lost its effect, there were generally two reasons. Either the alchemy tool itself was damaged, or the power source that maintained the alchemy tool's effect was exhausted. The concept of a power source was similar to a battery. It was used to activate, replenish, or maintain a certain function. Generally speaking, most magi used magic crystals as their power source. The energy furnace, on the other hand, was similar to a magic crystal. By burning the energy furnace, one could continuously provide energy to the bone leopard. In Angor's opinion, the energy output of the energy furnace was similar to that of a power source. However, as Boiling Gentleman continued to explain, Angor noticed some obvious differences. The energy furnace was used on living creatures. However, the energy furnace was not used on living creatures. Even if the mechanical alchemists refined some fleshly body puppets that used power sources as the core, they could only be regarded as cyborgs and could not be fully called living beings. Also, the energy from the energy furnace needed to be transferred to a living creature through a medium. For example, all wizards knew that there was active energy in a magic crystal, but no wizard would choose to absorb it directly. This was because the energy in a magic crystal was not compatible with their own energy system, and it was not pure. Only by using special mediums to remove the impurities in the energy could the energy be transferred to the body. The energy output from the energy furnace was directly transferred to a living creature's body to participate in the energy cycle. This was something that the energy furnace could not compare with. Angor's eyes lit up when he heard Boiling Gentleman's general description of the energy furnace. Without a doubt, If a wizard could master an atypical energy source like the energy furnace, it would not only change the way wizards used energy, but also change the way they trained. Perhaps he could directly absorb energy from the power furnace to cultivate and achieve the goal of rapid advancement. The more he thought about it, the more he found it useful. His curiosity about it reached its peak. It was rare for Boiling Gentleman to be praised for his skills, and it was from the Honorable Her Excellency Shava, so the more he spoke, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to take out his collection of various power furnaces. However, no matter how eager he was to show off his results, he had to return to the modification laboratory first. The enchanted candle corridor was a very long maze. Even if Boiling Gentleman was very familiar with the route here, it would still take some time to get back to the laboratory quickly. On his way to Boiling Gentleman's lab, he kept observing the bewildering corridor. Every now and then, some modified monsters would jump out of the corridor. Apart from the Black Panthers, there were also other monsters of all shapes and sizes. There was even a void slug that almost took up the entire corridor. It looked like a giant serpent with no end in sight. These were all monsters that Boiling Gentleman had captured from the void. They were left behind to guard the bewildering candle corridor, and would become the first line of defense if an outsider invaded. Apart from the modified monsters, there were also some doors that appeared in the corridor from time to time. Some of these doors were disguised by the mouths of monsters. Once you entered the door, it was equivalent to entering the stomach of a monster. Some of them were really rooms in the corridor. However, these rooms were not safe. Some of them were resurrected statues of monsters, as well as strange spirits that lived in paintings. Still, for Angor, these statues and ghosts were relatively safe. They were all nightmare monsters, which were naturally suppressed by Shava's identity. Unlike the modified monsters, they wouldn't care about Angor's identity at all. After following Boiling Gentleman for about half an hour through more than 20 corridors, Boiling Gentleman finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous door. "This is my modification laboratory." Boiling Gentleman pointed at the door. Angor nodded calmly at Zeal Gentleman's words. Inside, he sighed. The enchantment corridor was much more difficult than he thought. Even with Zeal Gentleman leading the way, it still took them so long. If the wizards from Brood Cavern managed to invade this place, they would probably be stuck in this endless maze forever. Boiling Gentleman opened the door and revealed a dark passage. Angor was about to follow Boiling Gentleman when he suddenly sensed something fishy. The wind came from the left. Angor looked in that direction. He saw a corner not far from his left. The corner was illuminated by candlelight, and he could vaguely see a ferocious shadow behind the corner. The candlelight elongated the shadow, giving it a terrifying look. Boiling Gentleman noticed Angor's gaze and explained, "There's a distorted seed in that corridor. It's responsible for controlling the monsters in the dark dream tunnel." The mother body of the distorted seed? And monsters in the dark dream tunnel? Angor suddenly realized something. Were those monsters hiding in the dark when he followed Mr. Rain and his professor into the ruins? If it was really those monsters hiding in the dark, then did that mean that that's the exit to the demiplane? Angor tried his best to suppress his excitement and asked calmly. Boiling Gentleman nodded. Yes. It's not far from the exit of the Heart of Consolation. I knew it. That's the exit. Angor's heart raced. Ever since he was dragged into the spirit garden, he had been trying to find a way to leave the ruin. Now he was only a few steps away. Angor wanted to leave right away, but he knew he couldn't rush it. He was still playing Shava's role, and he had to keep following Shava's script. He mentioned at the banquet that he was interested in the distorted seed. Even if he had to leave, he had to follow Boiling Gentleman and see the distorted seed first. At least he had to go through the motions. Angor tried to hide his anxiety. I'm interested in the distorted seed as well. Since it's the distorted seed's main body, can I take a look? Of course, Madame Shava wants to see it. But the main body of the distorted seed is in a weakened state. There's a perfect body in the lab. A weakened state, and a perfect body. The perfect body was definitely worth studying. Angor did not insist. He nodded and followed the gentleman through the open door. Looking at the interior of the door from the corridor, it was pure darkness. Nothing could be seen. But when he entered, he noticed that the place was completely different from what he saw outside. Not only was it bright, but it was also very spacious. As far as Angor could see, it was already as big as the main hall of Mystic Castle. There were also many tunnels and doors, which meant the space behind them might be even bigger. Angor was also surprised by the style of the room. There were chains, gears, and delicate parts everywhere. There were also iron pipes that led to unknown places. At first glance, it looked like a mechanical alchemist's lab, but this place was even more complicated. There were even more parts here. He could even hear the faint sound of moving parts under the floor. It was as if he had traveled from a mysterious nightmare realm to a world of steampunk. While Angor was checking his surroundings, Boiling Gentleman had already entered the lab, which was covered by pipes of various sizes. Boiling Gentleman took off his hat and hung it on an abandoned pipe. He then walked toward a sunken pool covered in fluorescent green with excitement. This is the smelting pool for the power furnace. Oh my, look at this, what a beautiful light solvent. I can't wait to show Her Excellency Shava the new power furnace. Angor could not see Boiling Gentleman's expression, but he could tell that the gentleman was very excited. He hesitated for a moment and walked into the lab, which was filled with all kinds of small parts. The one who walked faster than him was the spotted puppy. It seemed to be very familiar with this kind of environment. It avoided the gears and moving pipes very easily. However, the puppy did not go to the smelting pool. Instead, it was running around the lab as if it was having fun. Angor wanted to remind the puppy to be careful, but he decided against it. The puppy was the Minister of Arms' #1 weapon. Even if the entire lab was destroyed, the puppy would still be fine. With that in mind, Angor ignored the puppy and walked toward Boiling Gentleman. But before he could reach Boiling Gentleman, he heard the Dalmatian barking in the distance. He looked back and saw the puppy standing on top of a trembling iron pipe while barking at something behind it. As he wondered, a thin tentacle covered in suction cup slowly reached out from behind the pipe. As soon as the tentacle appeared, it attacked the Dalmatian. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced towards the Dalmatian's head. Although the tentacles were fast, the Dalmatian was even faster. Before the tentacles could even reach its target, the Dalmatian had already disappeared from its attack range. The tentacles behind the iron pipe saw that their first attack had missed, so they stretched out 3 more tentacles from different directions to attack the spotted dog. Even with the sequence of gravity activated, Angor still couldn't keep up with the dog's speed. The Dalmatian dodged the tentacles' attacks, but it didn't fight back. It seemed to be playing with the tentacles. Oh, it's the distorted seed in cage number 3. Boiling Gentleman came to where the Dalmatian was fighting the tentacles and looked behind the pipe. It can penetrate the barrier outside the cage. Looks like it's already matured. Boiling Gentleman reached an invisible hand behind the pipe and scooped up an iron cage. As Seething Gentleman said, there was a distorted seed inside the cage. It looked similar to the distorted seed he saw in the dark dream tunnel, except that it was a little smaller. The distorted seed was trying its best to reach its tentacles out of the cage in an attempt to capture the Dalmatian. However, it didn't react at all to Boiling Gentleman who was holding it. Boiling Gentleman extended his hand into the cage and stroked the spherical core of the distorted seed. He muttered in a low voice, "You are still young and have not entered the mature stage. Don't always think about possessing a body. Also, if you really want to possess someone, don't choose this dog. Later, I'll check the net and the void to see if there are any monsters that have fallen for it." After Boiling Gentleman finished speaking, the distorted seed seemed to understand what he meant. It slowly retracted its tentacles that extended out of the cage. Boiling Gentleman put the distorted seed's cage back where it was before. The Dalmatian seemed to have resolved its conflict, but it was still a little disappointed. It seemed that it preferred the tentacles that could play with it before compared to the distorted seed. After taking care of the distorted seed, Boiling Gentleman came to Angor. This distorted seed was born from the perfect mother of the distorted seed that I mentioned earlier. It took less than 5 days to grow from a larva to a semi-mature stage. It is estimated that it will reach the mature stage in 1 more day. If it was the distorted seed matrix in the corridor outside, it would take half a month for the distorted seed to grow to the semi-mature stage. After all, it's already in its weakened state. Boiling Gentleman explained and asked Angor whether he wanted to check the distorted seed mother or the energy furnace first. Angor didn't really care. However, the energy furnace was right next to the smelting pool, so he chose to check it out first. When they reached the smelting pool, Angor noticed that it was a round metal pit about 10 meters in diameter. There was a large amount of glowing green liquid inside. The glowing liquid kept bubbling, as if there was a high temperature under it. However, there was no smell coming from the liquid. It was probably the deodorizing flue on the wall of the pit that led the smell away. Angor had no idea what the glowing green liquid was. He couldn't see anything even with Narda's vision. This meant that the server in his mind space only gave him question marks. Angor rarely came across such a situation where he could not find any clues at all. If this was outside, Angor would have already started studying it in shock. Still, this place was an extension of the nightmare realm. It made sense for anything to happen here. Angor didn't think too much about the liquid. Boiling Gentleman would explain it anyway. Judging from Boiling Gentleman's excitement, the secret of the energy furnace might be hidden in the green liquid. Glug. Glug, the green liquid in the smelting pool kept emitting the sound of bubbling and evaporating. As Boiling Gentleman approached, the noises became louder as though a magical creature was shackled at the bottom of the smelting pool and was struggling to break free from its shackles. Angor couldn't help but look at Seething Gentleman again. He still couldn't see anything from Seething Gentleman's invisible face, but Seething Gentleman's emotions were constantly surging, and as more and more bubbles appeared in the smelting pool, the surging emotions were obviously rising. It was obvious that Boiling Gentleman was the source of the disturbance. He planned to ask Boiling Gentleman about the truth of the pool, but seeing how excited Boiling Gentleman was, Angor decided not to ask right away. Instead, he waited patiently for the next change. It didn't take long. 1 minute later, the bubbling noise changed. It was the sound of liquid being separated. At the same time, ripples began to appear on the surface of the solvent that was emitting a green light. Here it comes, Angor muttered to himself and focused on the pool. When the surface of the liquid began to bulge, Angor saw a shiny object below. The object didn't stop there. It broke the surface of the liquid and rose into the air. Angor finally saw the object's true appearance. It was a pure and dazzling source of light without any form or object of possession. It was like a miniature sun, suspended in front of them, illuminating the steampunk-style laboratory as if it was bathed in the blazing summer sun. However, the sun didn't bring any heat. It only brought light and madness. Yes, madness. As he immersed himself in the light, he suddenly felt frustrated. The dark side of him that he did not want to forget was now magnified infinitely. His murderous intent was like a wild grass growing in the wild, attacking cities and territories like a mad demon. It took all of his self-control to suppress the wild thoughts in his mind. Even so, he couldn't help but show a hint of emotion in his eyes. Luckily, Boiling Gentleman was too focused on the source of light to notice Angor's strange behavior. "What's this?" Angor calmed himself down and asked in a calm voice. "It's the core energy of the energy furnace. I call it chaos essence. As long as the slaughter continues, as long as the nightmares don't stop, the energy of chaos essence will exist forever." Boiling Gentleman laughed. Madly. Apart from the cracking noises coming from the iron pipes, the only sound that could be heard in the laboratory was Boiling Gentleman's unrestrained laughter. The crazy laughter lasted for half a minute. When the room quieted down again, Boiling Gentleman finally remembered the main purpose of his visit, to show Shava the new energy furnace. Boiling Gentleman froze for a second. Then, as if he had turned into a different person, he began to move around the messy laboratory. Wherever he went, he would throw some materials into the pool. In an instant, the sky above the laboratory was filled with materials flying in a parabola. Angor looked at all the materials thrown out by Boiling Gentleman. Unlike in the pool, Angor was able to recognize most of them with Narda's eye. Even if he couldn't recognize the materials, he could still get a general idea of what they were. Most of the materials were metals. There was something special about them, but not enough to catch his attention. Angor was curious. What was Boiling Gentleman going to do with them? Was he going to make a container for the so-called chaos essence? Angor glanced at the chaos essence for a second before looking away. The more he looked at Luan Yuan, the stronger the irritation in his heart. Therefore, even though he was filled with curiosity about Luan Yuan, he didn't dare to look at it for too long. Boiling Gentleman had returned to the pool while Angor was still trying to figure out what was going on. Angor didn't see Boiling Gentleman doing anything. The already quiet bubble inside the pool began to rise again. Angor sensed no energy ripples coming from Boiling Gentleman either. Was the man controlling the pool with his mind? It wasn't important for now, so Angor didn't think too much about it. He focused on the pool. Angor couldn't see what was going on, but he assumed that Boiling Gentleman was processing the materials he threw in earlier. "It's done," Boiling Gentleman said. Angor was surprised. "Done? That's it? So fast?" Could it be that he guessed wrong and Boiling Gentleman did not do anything to the materials? Not long after Boiling Gentleman finished speaking, the surface of the glowing solvent began to ripple. Soon, a metal ball with a shell full of gears and fine pipes floated out of the smelting pool. After the metal ball floated out, it immediately split into two halves. It could be seen that the inside of the metal ball was hollow, and it was also filled with small pipes. This is the outer shell of the energy furnace, the container for the chaos essence. Boiling Gentleman began to explain some of the functions of the outer shell, such as how the pipes connected with each other, how the gears guided the chaos essence, and how the materials affected one's mind. Angor was so shocked that he didn't even listen to Boiling Gentleman's words. He focused all his attention on the metal sphere. The smelting, fusion, and molding of multiple materials were completed in the blink of an eye. Angor saw Boiling Gentleman toss the material into the pool, and the thing floated up in the next second. Angor couldn't believe how fast it was. Angor was an enchantment alchemist, which was the fastest alchemist in the field of tooling. It would take him at least a day to do all this. But Boiling Gentleman did it so fast, if he didn't notice the traces of the materials on the metal ball, he would have thought that Boiling Gentleman placed a complete metal ball in the pool ahead of time instead of crafting it on the spot. How did Boiling Gentleman do it? Was this alchemy? He didn't even bother to listen to Boiling Gentleman's explanation of the engine reactor. Instead, he asked the biggest question in his mind right away. "You. How did you do it?" Boiling Gentleman was surprised. "Are you interested in alchemy too, Mr. Shava?" Angor lowered his head to hide his surprise. "I'm a little interested." Perhaps Angor was too calm. Boiling Gentleman didn't doubt him and simply explained the process. Angor understood Boiling Gentleman's explanation, but it only made him more confused. There were two crucial factors in this miraculous refining process. One was the interference force of the Boiling Gentleman, and the other was the light solvent in the smelting pool. Angor didn't know much about interference power. But based on Boiling Gentleman's description and the fact that he didn't sense any energy ripples just now, he was pretty sure that it was a form of mental interference. Through his mind or soul, he interfered with the materials in the smelting pool from a distance, and through this, the metal ball was quickly shaped. However, this kind of interference could only be said to be a key factor, not a decisive factor in the speed of the refinement. The light solvent in the pool was the deciding factor. He could understand the interference force, but he had no idea what these light solvents were. First of all, the light solvent had a similar effect to smelting. Angor could accept it. At most, it could be used as a substitute for alchemy fire, which could be done by many special flames. But the light solvent's effect became strange. It could also shape a metal ball. Currently, most alchemy methods used to shape a metal ball were condensation, glue, or ghost molding. This was basically the opposite of smelting. Just like day and night, they were opposites and could not coexist. But the light solvent was compatible. It could not only smelt but also shape. Angor didn't really understand it, but he could accept it. Maybe it wasn't alchemy at all. However, the light solvent's effect was completely beyond Angor's imagination. The light solvent will automatically shape the ball according to the inertia of my usage. These were Boiling Gentleman's words. According to his explanation, the light solvent seemed to have a life of its own and could control many things on its own. Boiling Gentleman only needed to interfere to determine the refining plan of the metal ball and the final direction of the refining. The light solvent was like an attentive assistant, helping Boiling Gentleman to complete the intermediate details leading to the final step. Angor now understood why Boiling Gentleman could make the metal ball so fast. But he still couldn't understand the light solvent. Boiling Gentleman did mention that light solvent could only be used to support items that were frequently crafted, such as a power furnace. Boiling Gentleman's high crafting frequency would cause light solvent to develop inertia, which was why light solvent could help with crafting. However, Angor was still puzzled by this. After refining the same item for a long time, he would be able to assist in the refinement. While Zeal Gentleman said it was habit, Angor believed it was also a learning ability. Angor knew that there were many strange creatures in the nightmare realm. Even plates and cups could grow hands and feet. However, a solvent that had intelligence and could even assist in crafting. This was unbelievable. Boiling Gentleman noticed Angor's obvious confusion. Boiling Gentleman, it's understandable that Her Excellency Shava didn't understand. If I can test it myself, I should be able to understand the inertia of the light solvent. Angor's eyes brightened up. Boiling Gentleman wanted him to test the solvent himself. As he thought about this, a glimmer of anticipation rose in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the dry furnace or the distorted seed, they were not as attractive to him as this. As an alchemist, Angor could not ignore the fact that this was related to the application of alchemy. However, the little flame of hope was quickly extinguished by Boiling Gentleman's next words. It's a pity that the light solvent in this pool has already developed a common connection with my mind. It can't accommodate other thoughts. Angor's eyes dimmed a little. He was full of regret, but he could not show it on his face. As Angor sighed in his mind, Boiling Gentleman suddenly changed his mind. However, if Her Excellency Shava doesn't take it away. Boiling Gentleman glanced at the Dalmatian playing happily beside him. I can explain to Lord Nuka later, and I'll send the Dalmatian back to Minister Tim. Then I can ask Minister Dim for a new light solvent and give it to Her Excellency Shava to experiment on. Boiling Gentleman continued, light solvent was created by Minister Dim. My light solvent also came from Minister Dim. Angor immediately understood what Boiling Gentleman was trying to say. Boiling Gentleman did not say anything, but he was still carrying out Nuka's order to persuade Shava to participate in the Moon Festival banquet. Who knew how long it would take for Boiling Gentleman to return with the light solvent? Angor could not wait here forever. In other words, if he wanted the light solvent, he would have to go to the land of sinners again in the future. While Angor was thinking, Boiling Gentleman did not say anything. Instead, he waited for an answer. Angor was right. Boiling Gentleman was trying to help Nuka convince Shava to participate in the Moon Festival banquet. Boiling Gentleman knew what Nuka's plan was. As long as Her Excellency Shava participates in the Moon Worshipping Day banquet, even if she doesn't express her stance, just showing her face will cause many people who are still uncertain about their stance to quickly take sides. This is a very advantageous thing for Xianxia's descent. Boiling Gentleman was not a member of Nuka's faction, but he was happy to see Xianxia's arrival succeed. Otherwise, he would not have come here on his own initiative. Since they had a common goal, Boiling Gentleman had to bring it up even if he had to beat around the bush. Angor remained silent for a while before he nodded. All right. He was not going to take the puppy away, so he had to send it back to its real owner, Minister Tim. If Boiling Gentleman could bring back the light solvent, it would be worth it. However, Angor was still hesitating about whether he should enter the land of sinners again. Although he agreed in the end, it did not mean he was going to come here again. Anyway, if he really came here again, he could at least take the light solvent with him when he left. At least he would not lose anything. Seeing Shava nod her head in agreement, the Boiling Gentleman's mood instantly lifted, and his tone could not conceal the obvious joy. Then I'll send the Dalmatian back to Minister Tim later, and bring back the light solvent. The next time Her Excellency Shava comes, I'll hand it over for her to experiment. Angor nodded to show his agreement. Since Angor did not know much about the light solvent, he had to put it aside for now and focus on the energy furnace. After the metal ball opened, the chaos origins floating in the air entered the metal ball of its own accord. The metal sphere was not completely sealed. There were small pipes on it that allowed the chaos essence to let out light from inside. The shape of the metal sphere was exactly the same as the one inside the bone leopard's stomach. Oh my! Look at that! What a beautiful luster! It's like a slug licked it from a stinky gutter. Seething gentleman stared at the floating metal ball in awe and kept praising it. After a while, he turned to Angor and said, "So, Mr. Shava, this is the complete engine furnace." Angor was also looking at the new engine furnace. It looked simple, consisting of the chaos source and the shell of the metal ball. At first glance, the chaos source and the metal ball didn't seem to be anything special. But Angor knew that there was more to it than meets the eye. Especially the chaos source. It looked like Boiling Gentleman could easily find it. But the creation and composition of the source must be very complicated. "What do you think of my engine furnace, Mr. Shava?" Boiling Gentleman asked casually, but he seemed to be a little nervous. Obviously, he was looking forward to receiving Angor's approval. Angor considered for a moment. "It's perfect." Angor still had many questions about the engine furnace, but he didn't find anything wrong with it. Boiling Gentleman's voice grew louder as if he had regained his confidence. "Mr. Shava, your eyes are as sharp as the rumors say." Before Angor could say anything, the Dalmatian suddenly started barking. "Woof! Woof!" Angor looked back and saw the dog wasn't barking at the distorted seed cage this time. Instead, it was barking at a corridor beside the lab. Angor looked at the corridor. It wasn't very long. It was only about 10 meters long, and there was an iron door at the end of the corridor. Angor didn't know much about Boiling Gentleman's lab, but he didn't think the dog would bark randomly. It was barking in this direction. Could it be that there was something strange behind the iron gate? "Huh?" Boiling Gentleman suddenly exclaimed, "Looks like the net we set up caught a new prey." "If that's the case, then that's great." Boiling Gentleman grabbed the engine furnace and looked at Angor. "Shall we check it out, Mr. Shava? If there really is a new prey in the net, I can show Her Excellency Shava the power furnace in all aspects." Angor didn't know what prey Zeal Gentleman was talking about, but he was interested in the power furnace, so he nodded and followed Zeal Gentleman to the closed iron door. The puppy seemed to have had enough. It returned to Angor's side and followed him. As soon as the iron door opened a crack, a faint blue light flowed out from the crack. The light did not contain any special energy, but Angor sensed something cold and familiar behind the door. When the door was pushed open, Angor was shocked to see what was inside. There wasn't a room behind the door, but a vast expanse of emptiness. It was an absolute darkness where one couldn't see the top or the bottom. The only thing that shone was a marble path that was so narrow that only 3 people could walk side by side. There were no walls on either side of the path. Instead, there was a dome covering the path, which allowed one to see the void outside. There were no walls, so there were no wall lamps. The reason why the path was lit up was not because of the path itself, but because there was a dome hanging in the air in front of the path. This small dome was emitting a faint blue light, and the light covered the transparent and smooth marble path, making it seem as if the path itself was shining. "The net is under the dome at the end of the path. Please follow me, Mr. Shava." Boiling Gentleman led the way. Angor stepped onto the marble path as well. "Is there a void outside?" Angor asked. "Yes." Boiling Gentleman looked into the darkness. "The dark void seems to be eternal, but it's actually very lively. There are many interesting creatures hiding there. Capturing these creatures and modifying them with the power furnace is one of my few interests in staying here." Angor finally understood what Boiling Gentleman meant by any new prey on the bait. As it turned out, the modified monsters in the enchanted corridor were all void creatures captured by Boiling Gentleman. Since the spotted dog was barking at them, there was a high chance that a new void creature had taken the bait. Boiling Gentleman was obviously planning to use the power furnace on a new void creature. He was a little interested in the void creatures, but right now, he was more interested in the vast void outside the city. Angor really wanted to reach out his hand and destroy the dome covering the marble path so that he could reach the void outside. Once he reached the void, he would be able to leave the demiplane and return to the wizarding world. He might even be able to find the real coordinates of this ruin in the void. But he didn't do that. The dome might look fragile, but it represented the boundary of the demiplane. Angor didn't think he could break it. Besides, once he did that, he would definitely alert Minister Nuka, who was in charge of the demiplane. Angor didn't know what kind of trouble he would cause, but he was sure that it wouldn't end well. The marble path wasn't long. About 30 steps later, they arrived at the miniature dome. The dome, which was emitting a faint blue light, was connected to the marble path. There were no barriers in the way, so they could directly enter the dome. Inside the dome was a room slightly smaller than the one outside. The floor was still made of marble, and there were no walls. The light dome served as the outer wall. On both sides of the room, there were plenty of lab equipment and work tables that reeked of blood. On the right side of the room, there was a wide, translucent pipe that looked like a twisting tornado. It was narrow in the middle and wide at the top and bottom, which connected to the void outside. Both sides of the pipe were covered with light barriers that could be seen with the naked eye. In the middle of the pipe, there was a door that could be opened. According to Boiling Gentleman's explanation, the pipe in the middle of the room was used to transport monsters captured in the void outside to the dome. As for the hunting nets outside, they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, these nets had the characteristics of nightmare creatures. They could automatically capture monsters of a suitable size and transport them into the pipe. Angor was curious to see that there were no void creatures in the middle of the pipe. The void outside was also strangely quiet. Where were the void creatures that were captured previously? The door of the tube could only be opened from the inside of the dome. Since the door was locked, it meant that the so-called void creature did not enter the dome. Where did it go then? Previously, he had determined that there were void creatures here because of the Dalmatians barking. So Spotted Puppy's barking didn't mean that the void creature was captured. He couldn't help but look at Spotted Puppy, who was standing beside him and staring at a certain part of the pipe with a pair of bright eyes. It didn't bark, but Angor believed that Spotted Puppy really saw something. If there really was prey in the transparent tube, could it be an invisible creature like the Boiling Gentleman? No wonder I didn't sense anything. It's you guys again. Boiling Gentleman suddenly sighed. You're not the only one who did this. A bunch of people? Angor widened his eyes in surprise. There really were void creatures inside the tube? And not just one, but a group of them. Boiling Gentleman rubbed his chin and said, "Oops, oops, oops. You're so weak that you can't even handle the energy furnace. You won't get much energy even if you're thrown into the decomposition pool. What's the point of keeping you here? Last time, I spared you and threw you back into the void, but you came back again. You're not so lucky this time. Let me think. Last time, Devosia mentioned that we need someone to help us with the furnace. You can't do it alone. But since there are so many of you here, your combined strength should be enough. You guys can stay inside for a while. I'll bring you guys over when I go to the Cross Institute to get something." Boiling Gentleman looked at Angor and said, "I was going to use a new void creature to show Shava the power of the furnace. But it seems that won't work." Angor was a little disappointed, but he had no other choice. "Forget it then." "How can you forget it? You can't use a void creature, but you can use something else. Please wait here for a moment, Lady Shava. I'll bring you a servant." With that, Boiling Gentleman turned around and prepared to leave. "By the way, what are those void creatures in there?" Angor asked as he watched Seething Gentleman leave the dome. He pointed at the transparent tube. Boiling Gentleman paused and turned to take a look. "I don't know what their names are. They look like a bunch of snot jelly, a bunch of weak creatures that wander aimlessly in the void." Boiling Gentleman paused and suddenly pointed to a corner on the left. "By the way, the one covered by the black cloth over there is one of their kind. It's much bigger than the one outside. It should have mutated. If Your Excellency Shava is interested, you can research it yourself." After Boiling Gentleman finished speaking, he hurriedly walked outside. Angor didn't mind Boiling Gentleman's departure. He wasn't worried that Boiling Gentleman would try to imprison him here. Spotted Puppy could always break through the barrier and go to the void. Angor was thinking about what Boiling Gentleman said before he left. They were like snot jelly, weak creatures that wandered aimlessly in the void. Moreover, they could turn invisible. Putting all 3 points together, a name popped up in his mind. As for whether or not it was the kind of creature he had guessed, he would know after taking a look. Angor quickly walked to the black cloth Boiling Gentleman pointed at. There was a cylindrical object covered by the cloth. Even without removing the cloth, Angor could see that it was a cage. As expected, there was a golden birdcage engraved with ornate patterns on it. There was a strange power on the cage that covered it from top to bottom. The gap between the cage was large, but the creature inside couldn't get out. Angor looked inside the cage. It was empty. However, without the transparent tube, Angor's spirit feelers allowed him to sense a figure inside. It was a figure that filled up the entire cage. I knew it. Angor's eyes widened. Using his spirit feelers, he saw a squishy snot monster inside the cage. The snot monster was much bigger than the ones he saw before, but Angor still recognized it at first glance. It was a void traveler. The reason why Angor was forced to enter the garden was partly because of Mystic Lady's invitation. But the main reason was that he ran into a void traveler when he was leaving the ruin. If he didn't need to dodge the void traveler's sudden attack, he wouldn't have leaned against the wall and let the Mystic Lady drag him into the garden. Therefore, the void traveler was the real cause of his troubles. Before this, he believed that the void traveler was a helper of the nightmare creatures. But now, he saw the imprisoned void traveler, Boiling Gentleman's attitude toward the void traveler, and what Sunders told him before entering the dream wasteland. The void traveler didn't carry any nightmare energy on him. So it seemed that the void traveler wasn't on the same side as the nightmare creatures? In other words, it was an accident that he ran into the void traveler at the entrance of the ruin. If the void traveler wasn't on the same side as the nightmare creatures, why would they come to the ruin one after another? His Excellency Rhine had mentioned before that void travelers were weak and cowardly creatures. It was their nature to avoid all living creatures, including humans. Because of this, the probability of seeing them in the void was very, very small, close to none. Why would such cowardly creatures come all the way here in droves? That was strange. You bastards who bathed in the blood of Liani demon whale. Let go of my people. Angor was puzzled. His spirit feelers just received a strange message. He looked around and saw the puppy by his feet. Are you talking to me? The puppy showed an innocent look while wagging its tail happily. It's not you, Angor said firmly. Angor looked around again and saw the bigger version of the void traveler inside the golden cage. You're the one who sent me a message? Angor's spirit feelers soon received another angry message. Let go of my people. So it's you. Angor looked at the void traveler in surprise. A void traveler could communicate with humans using spirit feelers. That was a complete blind spot in his knowledge. Of course, since void travelers were so rare, the wizarding world didn't have much information about them. Nothing happened. Angor couldn't sense anything. The void traveler in the cage looked like a pile of dead meat. But there was no doubt that the spirit ripple Angor sensed earlier came from the void traveler. You have intelligence? Can you communicate with people? There was silence. You were captured by Boiling Gentleman? Angor asked again. Still no response. The fatter version of the void traveler didn't seem to want to talk to Angor. Angor considered. You said you want me to release your friends? Perhaps the word companion had triggered the void traveler's anger. It finally sent out another message. Damn you bastard, let my companion go. Angor could sense that the void traveler's message was filled with anger on the surface, but he also sensed a hint of uneasiness. Angor knew why. It was because the void traveler knew its own strength. The void traveler knew that it was captured by Boiling Gentleman and was forced to live under someone else's roof. They were so weak that they couldn't even threaten Angor or Boiling Gentleman. All they could do was show their anger on the surface and look like they were trying to fight back. But as far as Angor knew about void travelers, shouldn't these cowardly monsters keep a low profile? Wouldn't it be safer for them to play dead rather than provoke Boiling Gentleman? But why? Was it because of their friends? Angor turned around and looked at the transparent tube on the other side. The door on the tube was locked by a strange force. There was nothing inside the tube, and his spirit power couldn't penetrate it either. However, he knew very well that there was actually a group of void travelers locked up inside. Perhaps they were huddled together, trembling in fear at this moment. You mean them? Angor pointed at the tube. Hurry up. Let my friends go. An urgent message was transmitted to the end of Angor's spirit feeler. Apart from anger, this was the second obvious emotion he saw from the void traveler, which was eagerness, anxiety, pleading, and hope. The void traveler didn't say anything else, but Angor could tell that something was amiss just by looking at his expression. Void travelers were known to be cowardly creatures. But judging from the current situation, it seemed that the friendship between them could help them overcome their natural fear. Now he understood why so many void travelers came to the ruins one after another. "They're here to save you?" Angor asked. Since the void travelers were not the same species as the nightmare creatures, there must be a reason for them to wander around the ruins. Such a group of void travelers did not go anywhere else but barged into the seething gentleman's hunting net. Their goal was obvious. It was very likely that they were here for their fellow species that was trapped in the birdcage. "Let them go. You bastards. You must have bathed in the blood of Liani demon whale. You will suffer the retribution of the void." "What's that?" Angor asked. Since the void traveler mentioned Liani demon whale twice, it was very likely that the creature was also a void creature. Perhaps it was the natural enemy of the void travelers. The void traveler still refused to answer Angor's question. He only kept emphasizing that he should let his friends go. Judging from the way it was expressed, the logic was actually very clear, and there was no confusion in the way it was expressed. In other words, the void traveler was quite intelligent. It could talk about other things, but it simply did not want to. It did not want to believe or talk. "They're here to save you, I think." "Why would they take such a huge risk to save you?" "Just the camaraderie of the same race feels a little unreal." "Perhaps there is a more important reason? For example, you're a high-ranking member of your species? You're so much fatter than your peers. Are you an important member of your species?" Angor looked at the void traveler in the birdcage. The void traveler still spoke in an anxious and desperate tone. "So you're not going to answer me?" Angor shrugged. Since the void traveler was not going to answer, he did not mind. After all, it was the void traveler who caused him to enter the spirit garden. Even if they did not do it on purpose, Angor still felt a little annoyed when he thought about it. Since the void traveler was not going to answer him, Angor did not bother to ask further. After this brief interlude, he no longer paid any attention to the void traveler in the cage. Instead, he looked at the workbench on the side. In this not-so-big dome, the place with the most complicated energy was this shining silver workbench. The energy was complex, not because of the silver workbench, but because of the residual bloody aura on the workbench. It was obvious that the void creatures captured by the hunting net, boiling gentlemen, were modified on this workbench, which was why there was still a large amount of blood left on it. Since void creatures were supernatural beings, their blood would naturally contain energy. Once enough blood was accumulated, the energy in this place would become more complicated. The silver workbench was an excellent workbench. After all, the blood of some void creatures contained terrifying effects. It was evident that it could withstand so much extraordinary blood without any problems. However, it was not the workbench that attracted Angor's attention. Instead, it was the glowing metal sphere placed on the workbench. The energy furnace. Angor wanted to take a closer look at the furnace when he first saw it, but he never got the chance. Boiling Gentleman didn't take the furnace with him when he left, which created an opportunity for Angor to find out more about it. Angor's eyes glowed as he focused all his attention on the seemingly ordinary metal sphere. After observing the furnace closely, Angor confirmed some of his doubts. The gears and pipes on the furnace were not decorations. They all had their own functions. Some of the gears and pipes were linked together, which seemed to be used to adjust the energy output. The pipes looked small, but they were actually connected to the inside of the metal sphere. Angor could clearly sense the aura of chaos essence coming from them. However, compared to when the chaos source was exposed to the outside world, the craziness that made people feel uncomfortable was significantly reduced after it was put into the metal ball. However, it did not disappear. If one were to carefully sense it, one would still be able to detect the demonic aura that was emitting from the entrance of the pipe. The reactor was placed inside a living being's body. If the demonic energy inside the reactor kept corroding the monster's personality, would it affect the monster's personality? Angor frowned at the thought. As a matter of fact, he had high hopes for the engine furnace. If it could really affect a living being's personality, even if it was just a subtle change, it would be a huge flaw that he would never be able to erase. He hoped it wasn't as bad as he thought. Since the reactor could only be used inside a living being's body, Angor couldn't study it for now. He had to wait for Boiling Gentleman to come back. While waiting, Angor glanced at the puppy. He didn't have a chance to study the puppy before, so he decided to find out the reason for its arrival. At this time, the spotted dog was beside the birdcage. It kept barking at the birdcage as if it was talking to a void traveler. However, Angor didn't sense any spirit ripples between them. It seemed the puppy was talking to itself, and the void traveler didn't pay any attention to it. But the puppy didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, it was getting more and more excited. Angor walked to the puppy and patted its head. When he was sure the puppy was looking at him, he asked, "I've been meaning to ask you. Why did you sneak out again?" The puppy barked twice as if responding to Angor's question. However, Angor knew that the puppy's voice sounded as if it had lost its soul. It did not mean anything at all. It was just trying to placate Angor. But looking at the puppy's innocent eyes, Angor couldn't help but wonder if he misunderstood the puppy's words. Angor considered and decided to use his spirit power to communicate with the puppy. He slowly placed his spirit feeler between the puppy's eyebrows. It was a dangerous move. Most monsters did not have such a hard spot between their eyebrows. If Angor wanted to, he could simply use his spirit feelers to penetrate the dog's forehead and crush its brain. Any other monster would have already started fighting back. But the puppy only tilted its head and looked at Angor innocently. It didn't seem to care about Angor's action at all. Angor tried to use his spirit feeler to communicate with the puppy. He thought the puppy would understand him this time and reply to him using spirit feelers. But he couldn't. It wasn't that the puppy didn't reply. It kept barking at Angor with its soulless voice. Angor realized that he wasn't wrong. The puppy's innocent look meant that it was just trying to fool him. His experience in Sleepless City had taught him a lot about the puppy's intelligence. It just didn't want to answer his question. Perhaps the puppy thought it had answered Angor's question, so it turned back to the birdcage and began to bark happily at the void traveler inside. Angor pondered for a moment. "You're interested in this void traveler?" As soon as he spoke, he saw the dog's eyes glowing brightly. The puppy turned around and stuck out its tongue at Angor. Woof. Woof. He could clearly feel that the dog's bark this time was full of soul, which was completely different from the perfunctory bark it used to give him before. Even if Angor's dog language wasn't good enough, he could tell that the puppy was really interested in this void traveler. Perhaps the spotted dog's barking in the laboratory outside was not because there was a prey in the hunting net, but because there was a void traveler caught here? "You want this void traveler?" Angor asked again. The puppy's eyes shone brightly again as it barked even more excitedly. It was using its actions to show that it really wanted this void traveler. Angor couldn't just let the void traveler go because it was Zeal Gentleman who caught it. Therefore, facing the Dalmatian's expectant gaze, he did not give an answer. Instead, he asked another question. "Why are you interested in it?" Woof. Woof. The dog barked twice, the soulless kind. Again, the puppy didn't answer. This only made Angor more curious. He thought the puppy was only interested in the void traveler because of novelty. Just like cats, they all had a strong desire to explore new things. However, the puppy's answer wasn't just because of novelty. Perhaps there was something about the void traveler that attracted the puppy. Maybe the dog thought he was interested in the void traveler as well, so it didn't want to tell him about it. "I'm not interested in the void traveler. If you want it, I can give Zeal Gentleman a hint later. But first, tell me why you're interested in it." The puppy tilted its head and barked excitedly. Woof. Woof. "You're barking louder and expressing your emotions better, but you're still soulless," Angor said. The puppy barked a few more times, but it was still meaningless. Angor sighed. It seemed the puppy really didn't want to talk about it. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Why did you sneak here?" Finally, the puppy's barks had a soul. But this time, it wasn't barking at Angor or the birdcage. Instead, it was looking at something in front of the dome. Angor followed the puppy's gaze and saw some sparse spots of light appearing in the dark space outside the dome. The spots weren't big, but they looked like broken stars in the endless darkness. Angor's attention was quickly drawn to them. More and more spots of light appeared, and they were getting denser. Just as the speck of light was about to cover a large area of the void, the speck of light suddenly disappeared. But this didn't mean the end. Instead, it seemed something even more terrible was about to happen. A few seconds later, the dark void seemed to turn into a deep abyss. Suddenly, a glimmer of light was spat out from the depths of the abyss. The glimmer of light gradually turned into an arc of light. When the beam reached its brightest point, an unimaginably large monster slowly revealed its head. The beam of light was a lamp attached to the monster's forehead. It looked like a light source in the depths of the sea, which illuminated the endless dark void for the monster. It sailed quietly and appeared without any warning. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had appeared out of nowhere. Angor couldn't tell how big the monster was. He could only see the outline of its head, but its glowing red eyes were already as big as a hill. Angor could only imagine the size of the monster that lived in the void. Angor and the monster stared at each other through the dome. The dome covered all aura and pressure, but Angor still felt a chill from the bottom of his heart just by looking into the monster's eyes. The spotted dog was still barking at the monster in the air, but the monster didn't seem to hear the spotted dog's voice. It just stared at the small dome with its huge, greedy eyes. Angor didn't know what the monster was going to do, but he quickly stepped back. If the monster was going to destroy the dome, he had to find a way out as soon as possible. Lonnie Monster Whale, he looked back at the void traveler in the cage and saw that it was the bird that sent him the message. He was about to follow up on the information when he heard a noise coming from behind. Thud, 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 there were two sets of footsteps. One was the familiar sound of leather shoes landing on the ground, while the other sound was heavier. It sounded like a horse with iron hooves. Every step had the sharp texture of metal touching each other. Angor didn't look back. He quickly put away his fearful expression. He didn't forget that he was still playing Shava's role. Angor looked at the monster outside the dome with an indifferent expression as if he was a calm observer. Angor glanced at the monster from the corner of his eyes. It was Boiling Gentleman, who came back earlier. About a step behind Boiling Gentleman stood a figure covered in steam armor. Seething Gentleman looked at the colossal monster beyond the dome. There was no sense of fear around him, and he even waved his hand in satisfaction. Aya, Aya. We meet again, my old friend, the mutated void demon whale. I almost forgot that you can't see what's going on inside. My greeting was in vain. I have to entertain Her Excellency Shava today. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Looks like you're not willing, then I can only banish you. As soon as Boiling Gentleman finished speaking, the faint blue light on the dome of the outer cover suddenly flourished. As the light continued to flicker, the gigantic demonic head that had almost reached the dome slowly retreated. It came quietly and left without a sound. It looked as if an old friend had come to visit, just as Mr. Boiling had said. But he didn't forget that the monster's eyes were filled with greed. This kind of pure and unadulterated gaze represented the heart of the monster. It didn't look like an old friend to Boiling Gentleman. In fact, they might even be enemies. Still, it didn't matter to Angor. It was a good thing that the monster left on its own accord. Since he was about to leave, he didn't want to cause any trouble on his way out. When the void returned to normal, Angor spoke in a casual tone. Your old friend seems to be coveting your place. I don't know what it's after. Maybe it's my energy furnace? Well, to satisfy its needs, I've been researching how to create a furnace that can carry the whale. Boiling Gentleman sighed. It's a pity that the amount of nightmare light is getting less and less. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Nuka for more. Nightmare light? The red light he saw at Rainbow Mountain flashed in his mind. Why did Boiling Gentleman mention nightmare light? Could it be, you added nightmare light into the furnace? You noticed it too, Her Excellency Shava? The main material of Chaos Genesis is diluted nightmare light. Before Mr. Nuka showed up, he could use nightmare light whenever he wanted. But now, Mr. Nuka took it away. As a result, I have no way to modify that little demon whale. Boiling Gentleman's tone was filled with deep regret. Angor finally understood why Boiling Gentleman said that as long as there is slaughter, as long as there is nightmares, the energy of chaos genesis will last forever. The nightmare mentioned here was probably referring to the light of nightmares. The more Angor learned about the furnace, the lower his expectations became. Apart from the fact that the furnace could drive people crazy, the fact that the main material of chaos genesis was nightmare light already made Angor less interested. As an alchemist with extensive knowledge, Angor didn't know anything about nightmare light. The material had to be extremely rare. In other words, it would be very difficult to replicate the furnace in the wizarding world. No matter how effective it would be a waste if it couldn't be replicated. Besides, the effect might not be as good as he wanted. Angor frowned and stopped asking about the nightmare light. Instead, he looked at the other servant behind Boiling Gentleman. Angor had to admit that the servant brought here by Boiling Gentleman was a perfect match for Angor's taste. His style was still steampunk style. He was about 2.5 meters tall, and his body was covered in armor. His armor looked like a steel fortress, which was filled with precise gears and steam machines. Even his face was covered with a golden hooded mask made of various bearings. On one side of his eyes were strange runes drawn with white paint, while on the other side was a red telescope. Just by standing there quietly, Angor already felt a sense of longing for machines. "Mr. Shava, this is one of my slaves, Warren Walloon," Boiling Gentleman said as he finally remembered what he was here for. "Mr. Shava, this is my servant, Warren Walloon. He usually patrols the eastern section of Enchanted Corridor and the exit. He also repairs broken furnace for me. Occasionally, he creates some nightmare monsters for distorted seed experiments." Wandering Mechanic Walloon looked at Angor, and the red telescope in his eyes glowed brightly. This light gradually turned from a scarlet red that represented vigilance to a calm glimmer. Next, Wandering Mechanic Walloon slowly knelt on one knee and placed his hand on his chest. Angor nodded at Walloon as a sign of acknowledgement. He then looked at Boiling Gentleman. "You're using it to carry the new energy furnace?" Looking at its appearance, I thought it had already been installed. "Walloon is my assistant, but it was born less than a month ago. Before that, it couldn't handle the energy furnace's modification." "You can accept it now?" "Yes, it did after arriving at the Heartsland. However, the energy furnace will affect one's intelligence to a certain extent. Walloon got used to the light of nightmares, which is why it can carry out the modification now." Boiling Gentleman did not hide the information and revealed the details of the situation. Angor nodded calmly on the surface, but deep down, he realized something. Previously, he had guessed that the drive furnace might affect one's personality and thinking. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope, but now, that hope was gone. Boiling Gentleman confirmed that the energy furnace would affect one's intelligence after modifying a living being. And this effect was most likely caused by the light of nightmares. It seemed that the energy furnace would never appear in the wizarding world again. Angor sighed in his mind. Angor didn't expect much from the energy furnace, but he still showed great interest when Walloon was being modified on the workbench. Part of his interest was an act, but the other part was genuine curiosity. However, he wasn't curious about the energy furnace. He was curious about Walloon. He really wanted to know what the inner structure of Walloon's armor looked like. Clack, 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 this was the sound of metal touching each other. Whoosh, 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 this was the sound of steam leaking out. Under the bright light, Boiling Gentleman quickly dissected Walloon's waist with a precision instrument. His movements were so fast that he almost looked like a blur. As layers of metal and parts were removed, the inner structure of Walloon was finally revealed to Angor. Angor thought that Walloon might be a nightmare realm creature, a humanoid creature from a dark fairy tale like Blair the Bee, or a strange humanoid creature like the Mertonaster or Devosia. But what he didn't expect was that the interior of the Walloon was still filled with all kinds of machinery without any flesh or blood. In other words, the so-called steam armor was actually not armor, but Warren's body. It was basically a living steel fortress. It was precisely because of this that the experiment presented by Boiling Gentleman this time was not bloody. It was more like a mechanical alchemist carrying out a routine modification of a mechanical puppet. Compared to modifying living creatures, Angor preferred this kind of experiment. It was not that he was a moralist. It was just that he did not know much about biological modification. As for mechanical modification, he was quite familiar with it. Angor learned a lot from observing Boiling Gentleman's modification of Walloon from a close distance. Not only was the transformation method of the Boiling Gentleman, but the internal structure of the bewildering Walloon also gave him a lot of inspiration. In the end, Angor was completely immersed in Boiling Gentleman's experiment. Whenever he saw something he didn't understand, he wouldn't hesitate to ask. Boiling Gentleman also gave a similar answer, which benefited Angor a lot. The conversation went on for a long time. When Boiling Gentleman dug out a big hole in the Walloon's belly and picked up the engine furnace to install it, Angor finally snapped out of his daze. He was so immersed in the experiment that he even forgot to pretend to be Shava. Angor's expression changed as he recalled his conversation with Boiling Gentleman. As far as questions were concerned, Boiling Gentleman didn't reveal anything. He could even give his opinion occasionally. After all, he was an alchemist. But when it came to expressing his emotions, he was a little too eager. But it wasn't too much. Boiling Gentleman already expressed his curiosity about the engine furnace, so a little bit of eagerness should still fit his character. Angor glanced at Boiling Gentleman from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't see Boiling Gentleman's expression because of the cloak, but he didn't feel anything unusual. Angor sighed in relief. At the same time, he told himself that he shouldn't let his guard down just because he was about to leave the ruin. With this in mind, Angor slowly removed his emotions from Boiling Gentleman's work and observed the experiment with a calmer attitude. He didn't learn as much as he did when he was completely immersed in the experiment, but he still saw many things worth learning. For example, the gears and pipes on the engine furnace. Angor couldn't figure out what they were used for. But now, as the experiment went on, he finally understood. These pipes were completely connected with the other energy output pipes inside the Walloon's body, which allowed them to continuously transfer the chaotic energy from the engine furnace to every part of the Walloon's body. The gears acted like energy controllers. They could adjust the peak output of the chaotic energy, and they could also act as valves to suppress or even cut off the supply of chaotic energy. Of course, once the chaotic energy supply was cut off, the Walloon would die instantly due to the lack of energy. This was basically an Achilles heel for a modified being. If Angor was a modified being, he would never want such a thing to exist. However, the Achilles heel was still there. It wasn't because Boiling Gentleman couldn't remove it, but because it was left by Boiling Gentleman. This was because this was one of the methods that Boiling Gentleman used to control the transformed people. As the creator of the engine furnace, Boiling Gentleman could turn off the Achilles heel at any time. For example, when they encountered the bone leopard, Boiling Gentleman turned off the valve of the engine furnace and killed it. Naturally, the modified being would obey Boiling Gentleman's orders when their lives were in danger. Boiling Gentleman worked quickly. In less than a minute, the engine furnace was properly connected to all the pipes inside Walloon's body. As the power furnace was fully installed, Warren, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Creak creak creak, Walloon slowly sat up on the workbench. The white lines around its eyes began to turn red, while the red binoculars on the other side began to emit a bright red light. As the red light appeared, an unpleasant aura began to spread out from Walloon's body. Slaughter, thirst for blood, a nightmare is coming, evil thoughts began to spread out from the red light around Walloon's body. These evil thoughts were very similar to the crazed thoughts in the Chaos Core. However, the crazed thoughts before were like rootless duckweeds that could only affect one's mind. Now, however, the crazed thoughts were about to become reality and wreak havoc in the physical world. When the evil thoughts reached their peak, Walloon suddenly looked up and opened its mechanical mouth wide. A red beam of light suddenly shot out from its black mouth. The red beam appeared out of nowhere. However, as soon as it appeared, it carried a violent energy wave and shot straight at the dome's light wall. Fortunately, the wall of light was very strong. Although the red light beam touched the ceiling of the dome, it did not break the wall of light. Instead, the red light beam bounced back. In just a second, the beam began to scatter under the dome. Seeing the red beam wreaking havoc, many small and medium-sized experimental tools grew hands and feet one after another. They frantically dodged to avoid being affected by the red beam. They managed to avoid the beam, but the larger tools like workbenches suffered the same fate. Cracks appeared on the workbenches even though they were only affected by the beam's energy wave. From this, it could be seen how powerful the red beam was. Angor did not move at all despite the chaos. It was not that he did not care about the beam's power, but he knew that the beam would not reach him in a short time. Besides, this was Boiling Gentleman's territory. The man would not allow the beam to do as it pleased, so Angor did not need to worry too much. Angor was right. Boiling Gentleman would not allow his lab to be destroyed. However, to his surprise, it was not Boiling Gentleman who stopped the beam. It was the spotted dog. After several bounces, the beam suddenly shot toward the birdcage. The spotted dog happened to be near the birdcage. When it saw the beam coming, it opened its mouth and swallowed it. The terrifying beam of light, after entering the Dalmatian's stomach, was like a spark floating into water, instantly extinguishing without a trace. Not only that, the beam did not do anything to the dog. The Dalmatian even opened its mouth, licked its mouth, and let out a loud burp. After the brief interlude was over, Angor looked at Walloon again. Walloon had come down from his workbench and was now standing beside Boiling Gentleman. From the looks of it, the hallucination Walloon had not changed at all. The only thing that changed was the pair of red binoculars on his mask. The lenses of the binoculars were flickering with a dim light. Although his appearance didn't change much, Walloon's aura had clearly changed. When Angor first saw Walloon, it did not have such a strong aura. It only had the coldness of a mechanical product. But now, Walloon's aura was filled with a threatening aura. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart tremble. It was as if he had transformed from a technology-type mechanical puppet into a war machine used for slaughter. Very good, except for the fact that I didn't control my power well at the beginning and released a chaotic light beam. Everything went as I expected. Boiling Gentleman stroked Walloon's head. Angor could tell from his tone that he was very excited. I've improved the ratio of the chaos origins. As expected, it allowed your newborn intelligence to better adapt to the effects of the light of nightmares. But I still need to test its power. How should I do that? Boiling Gentleman stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. The chaotic light beam just now probably released the chaotic energy from the power furnace near the warning line. The best way to quickly increase the chaotic energy reserves is to continue killing. Let's do it this way. Let's use the Shiba as a test subject. Boiling Gentleman said with a slight heartache. After all, it wasn't easy to create a Shiba. If it was in the past, he would definitely wait for Warren to slowly restore the source of chaos in the power furnace. However, since he wanted to demonstrate the power of the power furnace to Shava, he naturally couldn't wait. Boiling Gentleman looked at Angor again. What do you think, Shava? You mean the monsters in the Dark Dream Tunnel? The monsters in the Dark Dream Tunnel are too average. It's hard to compare them as test subjects. Let's go to the Dark Dream Dimension. He was planning to use the Gate of Illusion if he could get to the Dark Dream Tunnel, which would allow him to leave whenever he wanted. But Boiling Gentleman said the Dark Dream Dimension. Where was that? Angor considered for a moment and nodded. All right. He already expressed his interest in the Chaos Aura. If he changed his mind halfway, his image would be ruined. Besides, Angor did want to know how the Chaos Aura worked on Walloon, so he agreed. Angor thought Boiling Gentleman would take him to the Dark Dream Dimension first. To his surprise, Boiling Gentleman only let out a series of eerie laughter before its body turned into a cloud of dark mist. When Angor regained his senses, he was no longer under the dome. Instead, he was in a world of darkness that looked like a void. Hovering high above the dark world, he could clearly see a giant glowing arena beneath the dark world. The entire area around the arena was illuminated. The rest of the arena was covered by the dark mist. Maze Mechanic Warren was currently standing on one side of the glowing ring. His red binoculars were fixed on the opposite side as if he was waiting for his opponent. While looking at Walloon, Boiling Gentleman's voice reached his ears. Welcome to the Dark Dream Dimension, Lady Shava. Angor looked back and saw a person dressed exactly like Boiling Gentleman standing beside him. The reason why he said that he was dressed exactly the same was because this Boiling Gentleman was not invisible. He wasn't invisible, but Angor still couldn't see his face. He looked like a mummy right now, with half of his face wrapped in white bandages. Only one pupil less black eye was exposed, as well as a part of his chin that was burned by flames. Angor was curious about this mummy version of Boiling Gentleman, but he didn't ask. So this is the Dark Dream Dimension? Boiling Gentleman nodded. Yes. This is the Dark Dream Dimension, the world of monsters I created. Instead of explaining what the Dark Dream Dimension was, Boiling Gentleman simply showed the monsters. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a shadow appeared on the glowing arena below. At first, this shadow was just a blurry outline, but as the surrounding black fog entered the shadow's body, it slowly turned into a solid body. In the end, a giant one-eyed troll appeared in front of Walloon. As soon as the one-eyed giant devil appeared, it roared towards the sky, and a terrifying wave of air spread out. Even Angor, who was in the air, felt threatened. This monster is too weak. I wonder if it can trigger Walloon's bloodlust. Seething Gentleman's voice came from the wind. Angor glanced at Seething Gentleman and remained silent. Judging from the energy ripples coming from afar, Angor was sure that this green-skinned troll was stronger than a regular wizard. In terms of strength, it was close to reaching the level of a Truthfinder wizard. And Seething Gentleman just called it too weak. As a matter of fact, Seething Gentleman wasn't lying. Walloon didn't feel any pressure against the one-eyed troll at all. Walloon turned into red steam and reached the Cyclops troll's side in an instant. The Cyclops troll howled in pain as Walloon tore a large hole in its chest. The Cyclops troll rolled away and stopped moving. As for the Cyclops giant demon, it fell heavily to the ground and disappeared in a burst of mist. Angor watched this with a calm expression, but his mind was already in turmoil. Although this one-eyed troll was a monster, it lacked the means of a cornered beast that would fight to its last breath compared to a real monster. However, its strength was definitely not much weaker than a real monster's. Angor could easily take care of a one-eyed troll, but he couldn't do it as easily as Walloon did. He didn't even release too much energy ripples. This was a completely lopsided crushing. As expected, this monster can't trigger Walloon's bloodlust. It didn't even activate its energy furnace. Looks like we'll have to send someone stronger. Seething Gentleman's voice reached Angor's ears. This time, Angor didn't refute it. Walloon was indeed much weaker than the one-eyed troll. Boiling Gentleman gently snapped his fingers, and a shadow appeared on the stage once again. With the infusion of the black mist, the shadow gradually revealed its true appearance. It was a wasp swordsman wielding a rapier. Although this wasp swordsman was many times smaller than the one-eyed giant demon, its battle prowess far exceeded the latter's. Drawing a circle with his rapier created a force field. Such a pseudo-domain was definitely at the level of a Truthfinder wizard. Even Angor would not be able to win. However, when faced with the wasp swordsman, Warren was still able to suppress him. When the field clashed with the steam, Warren used his terrifying pressure to break the wasp swordsman's rapier. With the rapier broken, the wasp swordsman no longer had the strength to resist. In the end, the wasp swordsman was beaten to a pulp by Warren. However, the wasp swordsman was just a virtual monster. The pieces of meat turned into smoke and disappeared, leaving the arena as clean as ever. Although this chi monster can make Walloon use a portion of the chaotic energy in the power furnace, it's not enough to make the power furnace enter the hot start phase of the chaotic energy cycle. We have to activate Walloon's desire to kill. Boiling Gentleman's voice came from under the bandage, and there was a buzzing texture to it. Angor did not say anything, but he already had a question in his mind. The power of Chaos Origin was very strong. Not only could it replace energy consumption, it could also be used as a direct attack. This could be seen from the battle with Warren. According to Boiling Gentleman, such a powerful source of Chaos Origin could even be regenerated during a battle. If the Chaos Origin could really cycle endlessly, wouldn't it mean that the battle would never end? With this question in mind, Angor continued to watch the next stage of the arena. In Warren's third battle, he no longer faced a single chi monster. Instead, he faced a group of about 20 gargoyles of different sizes. These gargoyles were about the same strength as the Cyclops troll in the first battle. However, there were different types of gargoyles, such as flying, burrowing, long-range attacks, melee attacks, and even gargoyle repairers. For the first time, Warren found himself in a tough battle against such an all-encompassing army. Warren did not show any flaws right away, but the battle would take a long time. The originally steampunk-style armor kept emitting thick red steam, but as time passed, the color of the steam became fainter and fainter, and it even started to become colorless. This meant that there was less and less chaos origin left in the power furnace. When Warren was struck in the chest by a gargoyle with a pair of demonic wings and heavily fell to the ground, the chaotic origin energy had already reached its limit. If it continued to be consumed, the chaotic origin energy would collapse, and Warren would also die. Seeing that Warren was about to reach a dead end, the aura around him suddenly changed. A strong desire to kill rose from Warren's body. When the desire for slaughter reached a certain limit, the dim red telescope flashed with red light again. The steam that gushed out from the pipes on the armor turned red again. Angor watched as Walloon went back to fighting mode from his exhausted state. The chaos origin around Warren became active again. So this is the awakening phase of the chaos origin cycle? Yes. When you enter this phase, as long as you can kill, as long as the nightmares don't stop, the chaos origin will last forever. Boiling Gentleman spoke with a hint of fanaticism. As soon as Boiling Gentleman finished speaking, Warren began its counterattack. This time, when the murderous intent rose, its power would continue to recover. Even if the gargoyle had a repairman, it would still be eroded by the chaos origin's nightmare power. In the end, it would turn into a pile of rubble. As soon as the battle between Walloon and the gargoyle ended, Boiling Gentleman seemed to feel that it was not enough and immediately created a group of shadows in the ring. Angor was a little surprised when he saw the shadow's true form. This time, the specter was no longer a demon-type monster. They were humans. A group of human wizards wearing robes with different appearances. Warren's killing intent was slowly settling down. But when it saw the human wizards again, the killing intent rose again. And this time, it was even stronger than before. In the next 5 minutes, Angor witnessed a real massacre. The human wizards were the ones being slaughtered. Walloon's performance was completely different from before. The steam coming out of his body was almost the color of red blood. In other words, Warren had maintained his perfect combat state from the beginning to the end. Even when facing the gargoyle, Warren was not in such a good condition. It could be seen that Warren's killing intent towards humans was much stronger than his killing intent towards gargoyles. Strong killing intent combined with endless slaughter was the source of the chaos origin's power. The terrifying endurance of the energy furnace was fully demonstrated. Angor let out a long sigh of relief when the massacre was over. Even though these human wizards were just virtual monsters, Angor still felt a sense of sadness. However, he quickly hid his emotions. Compared to these emotions, he was more concerned about the energy furnace. // This was the first time he saw a way to convert the energy used by killing intent into energy. Apart from some unspeakable mystery power, most of the time, the conversion of energy was in accordance with relative conservation. The desire to kill could be considered as a kind of thought. What kind of mechanism was it to convert a powerful thought into a controllable energy? Could this be considered a conservation of energy? Angor had only heard of such cases before. Demon worshippers gained power through faith. Faith was also a kind of thought, but the power of faith gained by worshippers was nothing more than a benefit given by a demon. It was completely different from the effect of the energy furnace. How could thoughts be converted into power that could affect the material world? Angor didn't have high hopes for the energy furnace before. But now, he was more than happy to see what it could do. Due to its effect on the intellect, the drive furnace might not be able to be used on normal humans, but some of the characteristics it displayed were very worthy of research. What do you think of the energy furnace, Mr. Shava? Boiling Gentleman asked. Massacre as the spring, nightmares as the source, and it can continuously bring you the best power. It's perfect. Angor nodded. In the past, Walloon's strength was probably slightly weaker than the strength he displayed in the first battle. With the strength he displayed in the first battle alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to deal with the next 3 battles. However, under the influence of the power furnace, Walloon was able to easily break through the ring. Furthermore, as his killing intent increased, his condition was always at its peak. From this, it could be seen that the power of the power furnace was fully displayed. Boiling Gentleman was also excited by Angor's praise. He kept talking about all the advantages of the energy furnace. Angor wondered if he should use this chance to ask about the energy furnace's crafting method. Asking Boiling Gentleman to give him a furnace for research purposes was unrealistic. Apart from whether Boiling Gentleman was willing to give it to him, the energy furnace itself already had traces of interference from its creator. In other words, Boiling Gentleman's personal imprint on the furnace meant that no one could use it, let alone study it. Therefore, it was better to ask about the crafting method. But whether or not to ask, and how to ask, were difficult questions for him right now. Boiling Gentleman suddenly stopped talking about the energy furnace's advantages and narrowed his eyes. Huh? Your Excellency Shava, I originally wanted to continue showing more of the power furnace's functions, but something happened outside. It seems that we have to leave early. Small situation? Angor had no idea what was going on, but he still nodded. Boiling Gentleman stretched out his bandaged hand and covered his face. Following the eerie laughter, everything around them changed. The glowing ring below shattered, and the black mist seemed to be swept up by a gale, all of it surging into Boiling Gentleman's body. As the fog entered, the mummy appearance that Boiling Gentleman originally revealed gradually disappeared, and it once again entered the invisible state. By the time the black fog had completely disappeared, they had already left the dark dream space and returned to the laboratory below the dome. Before he could release his spirit feelers, he sensed a strong gust of wind coming at him from the front. He had been keeping his guard up ever since he entered the garden, so he quickly noticed where the attack came from. The power of the attack was not strong, and a simple defensive spell was enough to block it. However, since they were in the territory of nightmare creatures, Angor did not want to use any wizardry spells unless necessary. Instead of constructing a spell model, he activated the green tattoo in his right eye. As soon as the green tattoo representing force field was activated, the gust of wind was deflected away. With that done, Angor glanced at the direction where the gust of wind came from. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was empty. But in the perspective of his mental power, he saw a transparent snot monster hiding in a blind spot of the workbench. Like plasticine, it curled its body and hid behind a metal cup, trying to hide its body. Huh? A void traveler? Angor was surprised to see another void traveler here. He heard some cracking noises behind him. When he looked back, he saw Boiling Gentleman releasing a large number of tentacles made of black fog. These tentacles were wriggling madly in the laboratory. Not long after, these tentacles slowly floated in the air, and at the end of each tentacle was a transparent void traveler. Like kites, the 12 void travelers were raised by the tentacles and displayed to the public. Angor looked at the group of void travelers and thought of something. He then looked at the transparent tube on one side of the laboratory. The door of the tube was tightly closed earlier. Now, the door was opened by a small crack. Come to think of it, these void travelers were the group that had been locked in the transparent tube before, and now they had sneaked out through the gap. However, how did the door of the transparent pipe open? He saw the obvious damage on the workbench from the corner of his eye and compared it with the damage on the pipe door. He quickly understood what happened. Perhaps the red light released by Walloon accidentally scratched the door of the tube, which allowed the void travelers to escape. Angor glanced at the golden birdcage beside him when he realized what was going on. Previously, when Boiling Gentleman was capturing void travelers, the area near the birdcage was the place with the highest number of void travelers. It was easy to deduce that the group of void travelers had finally escaped, but they had not fled. They were still lingering around the birdcage. They probably wanted to save the fatter version of their kind. Unfortunately, there was a strange force around the birdcage set up by Seething Gentleman. With the weak strength of the void traveler, it was impossible for him to break the birdcage. Besides, the puppy was right next to the birdcage. While thinking, he suddenly noticed something strange. The puppy seemed to desire the void traveler in the birdcage. But strangely, the puppy didn't care about the void travelers captured by Boiling Gentleman at all. It didn't even look at them. Obviously, the only void traveler the spotted dog wanted was the fatter version in the birdcage. It was not interested in the others. But why? He couldn't help but look at the void traveler in the cage again. What's so special about this guy? Apart from being fatter, he didn't look any different from other void travelers. Oh right, this void traveler could also communicate with others through mental waves. Angor didn't know whether this ability was unique to the Void Traveler or shared by all Void Travelers. Angor considered for a moment. Since there were other Void Travelers around, he would just have to give it a try. With that in mind, Angor reached out with his spirit feelers and touched one of the Void Traveler that was bound by the black tentacles. The Void Traveler was startled by Angor's spirit ripples and began to express its fear. However, no matter how hard Angor tried, he could not get any response from the bird. Instead, the Void Traveler was getting more and more scared. Angor took a closer look and confirmed that the Void Traveler had a certain level of intelligence, but it couldn't communicate with people. Not that it didn't want to talk, but it couldn't. It couldn't communicate with people using spirit ripples at all. In other words, the Void Traveler caught in the cage had a unique ability to communicate with other Void Travelers. Angor wondered if the dog was interested in the Void Traveler's communication ability. It didn't feel like it. As Angor pondered, Boiling Gentleman suddenly approached him. "Mr. Xianxia, are you interested in these little creatures?" Boiling Gentleman noticed that Angor tried to probe the Void Traveler with his spirit ripples. Angor wanted to shake his head. He wasn't interested in the Void Traveler at all. But before shaking his head, he glanced at the Dalmatian in the distance who was staring at the birdcage. His heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "I'm a little interested, but I'm most interested in that one." Angor pointed at the birdcage. "It's obviously different from its own kind. And it seems to have some special abilities." Angor wanted to know if Boiling Gentleman knew anything about this special ability that attracted the Void Traveler's attention. "Boiling Gentleman, this one is indeed different from its kind. It seems to be a mutant. Just as Her Excellency Xianxia had said, there was an interesting power in its body. But I haven't studied it yet, so I can't tell where it came from." Angor nodded. It seemed the bird did have a special ability, but Boiling Gentleman had not figured it out yet. "If Your Excellency Xianxia is interested in its special ability, I can give it to Your Excellency Xianxia." Boiling Gentleman's words came out of nowhere, which caught Angor by surprise. He was indeed thinking about whether or not he could use words to get the Void Traveler to come to him. However, when he said he wanted it, he did not mean to take it himself. He was not very interested in the Void Traveler. He intended to point out that the Dalmatian was interested in the Void Traveler. If Boiling Gentleman did not value the Void Traveler too much, then he might as well give it to the Dalmatian. The Dalmatian was Minister Dim's favorite pet, and Zeal Gentleman respected the minister as well. Angor believed that he had a good chance of tricking Zeal Gentleman with words. But he didn't expect that before he could say anything, Boiling Gentleman would take the initiative to say something. Either Angor overestimated Zeal's importance to this Voidwalker, or he underestimated Xianxia's status. Either way, Angor did not know how to respond to Zeal Gentleman's question. It did not seem right whether he accepted or refused. If he accepted the gift, he would have to accept Boiling Gentleman's favor. But he did not need the Void Traveler at all. He would rather accept the gift of the energy furnace's crafting method. But if he refused? Angor looked at the Dalmatian in the distance. The dog was looking at him with bright eyes. It must have heard Boiling Gentleman's offer. If he refused, he would feel sorry for the Dalmatian. Although he could refuse and then find a way to persuade Boiling Gentleman to give it to the Dalmatian, it was obviously unnatural. Besides, the Dalmatian probably did not understand why he had to go around in circles. Angor considered his options and nodded. "Thank you, Boiling Gentleman." He thought about it for a moment. If he made things too complicated, it might not end well for either side. He might as well accept Boiling Gentleman's favor and then sell it to the Dalmatian for a favor. And the Dalmatian was obviously more valuable than Boiling Gentleman. In this way, he was actually profiting. Dalmatian had helped him many times and even saved his life, so he was more than happy to repay the favor. "Since Your Excellency Xianxia is interested in them, I'll give them to Your Excellency Xianxia as well." Boiling Gentleman gently waved his hand, and the normal version of the Void Traveler that was bound by the black fog tentacles was stuffed into the birdcage. Next, the birdcage was handed to him. He remembered that the fatter version of the Void Traveler was already quite cramped in the birdcage. If another 12 Void Travelers were to be placed inside, would it not be stuffed to the brim? He checked the cages with his spirit feelers, and as he expected, they were all packed together like a pile of mud. However, he still managed to keep up the act. He weighed the birdcage in his hand. It was big, but not heavy. Instead of putting the cage into his bracelet, he handed it to the Dalmatian. He didn't really care about the void travelers. Compared to studying these cowardly creatures, he was more interested in repaying Dalmatian's kindness. Angor remembered that Dalmatian had a big belly, so he thought the dog would swallow the cage whole. However, it didn't. Instead, it extended its tail and wrapped it around the cage just like how Nuka wrapped his hat with his tail. Angor didn't care what Dalmatian did. He already gave the cage to the dog. After dealing with the little farce caused by the void traveler, Seething Gentleman once again directed the topic to the drive furnace. Angor also showed great interest and joined the discussion about the engine furnace. But this time, he wasn't going to ask Boiling Gentleman for the method to make the energy furnace. He already took advantage of Boiling Gentleman twice. He didn't have the solution yet, but Boiling Gentleman already agreed to help him. Angor felt that he was being too greedy if he kept asking for more. Therefore, he could only restrain his thoughts and not think about the drive furnace. Since Boiling Gentleman is going to the cross office, I won't bother you any longer. I have something else to do anyway. Angor looked calm as he spoke, but he was already excited on the inside. He spent a whole day talking with Boiling Gentleman about the energy furnace and the distorted seed. Finally, when Boiling Gentleman mentioned that he was going to the cross office to get the materials, Angor finally found a chance to say goodbye. So soon, Lady Shava? Angor could not see Boiling Gentleman's expression, but he could tell that the gentleman was disappointed. Yes. I have something to do outside, so I have to leave. Angor calmed himself down and replied. He still had many things he was curious about, including the energy furnace and the distorted seed. He only knew a little about them so far, and he wanted to explore them further. However, compared to studying these works, which were difficult to reproduce in the wizarding world, Angor wanted to leave as soon as possible so that he could bring the news out as soon as possible. Boiling Gentleman did not want to leave. It was rare to meet someone who understood his work, and it was the esteemed Lady Shava. He really wanted to continue his discussion with Shava. But since Lady Shava said so, he did not have any excuse to keep her. Boiling Gentleman sighed in regret. All right then. I'll see Lady Shava out of Bewildering Corridor now. Angor wanted to tell Boiling Gentleman to leave by himself, but he did not say it. He already spent a whole day with Boiling Gentleman, so he did not mind staying for a few more minutes. Boiling Gentleman led Angor out of the laboratory. Along the way, he kept talking about how much he learned from Angor today. He also mentioned the light solvent, which meant that he hoped Angor could come to the Heart's Land for a banquet on the day of the moon sacrifice. Angor only smiled without saying anything. He did not refuse, but he did not nod either. They returned to Bewildering Corridor. After turning around a corner, Angor finally saw the decaying distorted seed matrix mentioned by Boiling Gentleman. The decaying distorted seed matrix looked similar to the one Angor saw in the laboratory during its prime. Both were huge tentacles that stuck to the corners of the walls. There were two smaller spherical demons around them, which were the spawns of the distorted seed. The only difference between the decay period and the peak period is that the color of the mother body of the distorted seed changes. Boiling Gentleman walked to the side of the main body of the distorted seed and reached out his hand to touch its darkened skin. He sighed softly. This main body of the distorted seed probably won't be able to last until the day Xianxia completely descends. Boiling Gentleman said as he picked up the two smaller distorted seeds on the ground. These are the last two offspring of this mother. Boiling Gentleman sighed and threw one of them on the ground. This one has lost its activity because there is no energy supply. This? Zealotry looked at the other distorted seed in his hand. It's barely alive. Although it hasn't completely lost its activity, it's not far from that. Boiling Gentleman shook his head, threw it to the ground, and continued to walk forward. He looked at the distorted seed and used his spirit feelers to pick it up. As Boiling Gentleman said, the inside of this distorted seed was completely empty. It was completely different from the other distorted seeds Angor saw in the lab. It was like an unnourished premature baby that was on the brink of death. Are you interested in it, Lady Shava? Boiling Gentleman heard the noise behind him and turned around. A little bit. Angor looked at Boiling Gentleman and asked, "Can it survive if I keep providing it with energy?" Boiling Gentleman paused and nodded. If Lady Shava provides energy, it can maintain its normal activity. But it's only a spawn. It can't do much apart from being a weapon. If Lady Shava wants a distorted seed, I can ask Mr. Nuka for help. I'm sure Medavara won't be stingy in offering his useless and ugly body parts to you. It's fine. I just want to study it. Boiling Gentleman really wanted to tell Angor that the spawn had no research value compared to the main body. It was just a consumable. But he didn't say it out loud. There were plenty of spawns anyway. It wouldn't matter if he lost one or two of them. If Lady Shava wants it, she can have it. Angor saw that Boiling Gentleman did not say anything else and knew that Angor was glad. He really wanted to study the main body of the distorted seed, but he couldn't find the main material yet. He would rather use the spawn. Another's weakness was another's treasure. To Boiling Gentleman, the spawn was a useless consumable. But to Angor, it represented a powerful and loyal puppet. Angor used the green rune on his right hand to send some nightmare aura into the shriveled distorted seed. As the nightmare aura entered his body, he could clearly feel the energy inside the distorted seed slowly filling up. After making sure the distorted seed wouldn't run out of energy, Angor set up a layer of nightmare illusion around it and put it into his bracelet. Boiling Gentleman didn't say anything and continued leading Angor to the entrance of Bewildering Candle Corridor. Boiling Gentleman's lab was indeed very close to the entrance of Bewildering Candle Corridor. In less than a minute, Angor saw a familiar metal door in the distance. The door was the entrance to the ruin and the exit of this demiplane. Angor felt excited again. He came to the ruin to see if there was a rune behind the door. At that time, when he was outside the door, he was anxiously searching for the truth behind the door, but in the end, he didn't find anything. Now, after going around in circles, he was once again near the door, but this time, he was standing inside the door. Angor walked to the door and checked the runes on it. Before he fell into the garden, he already knew that there was a rune behind the door. However, he was in too much of a hurry to check if there was a holographic map on it. Now, he could use this chance to check it out. Angor made up his mind, but he didn't start studying the runes right away. Instead, he slowly opened the door. As the door opened, Angor clearly felt the energy in the surrounding area changing. The airflow also changed. This was the natural convection when the demiplane was connected to the real world. Outside the door was a mass of dark mist. This was the dark dream tunnel Boiling Gentleman mentioned. Angor turned to Seething Gentleman. "That's all for now." Seething Gentleman nodded but didn't leave right away. Instead, he looked at Angor's feet. The puppy was still walking beside Angor. Angor looked at the puppy. "You should go back now. Minister Dim is waiting for you." "Woof." The puppy tilted its head and gazed at Angor with its clear eyes. The innocent look made Angor want to take it away right away. However, considering the various circumstances, this was obviously not tenable. Angor looked at the puppy for a few seconds and sighed. He crouched down and gave the puppy a big hug. "Thank you," he whispered in the puppy's ear. He didn't know why the puppy sneaked out, but he knew he wouldn't be able to play the role of Shava if it wasn't for the puppy. Angor put the puppy on the ground and rubbed its soft fur. "Let's go back. We'll meet again." He sounded confident, but in his mind, he knew that the chances of them meeting again were very slim. The puppy finally understood Angor's words. The puppy whimpered and rubbed its head against Angor's trousers. Then it slowly turned around and walked back to Seething Gentleman. Clang, as the puppy turned around, Angor heard the sound of metal hitting the ground. Looking back, he saw that although the spotted dog was walking back, it had placed Hua Wenjin's birdcage on the ground. Angor looked at the puppy in confusion. Wasn't it interested in the Void Traveler? Why did it leave the cage on the ground? Did it think Angor wanted it, so it left the cage here? Before Angor could ask the puppy to bring the cage back, the puppy suddenly reached out its long tail. With a click sound, the Dalmatian opened the lock of the cage with its tail. Angor was surprised. He watched the door of the bird cage being pushed open, followed by a strong gust of wind and a series of whooshing noises. When he came back to his senses, the cage was already empty. Angor looked at the dark dream tunnel and saw all the void travelers rushing into the darkness and disappearing. Angor wanted to catch them, but the void travelers wouldn't just stay in the corridor. They were no longer inside the demiplane, so they could simply crawl out of the wall and escape into the void. Angor reached out his hand helplessly but still pulled it back. He looked at the puppy, who was still looking at him with innocent eyes. It didn't seem to care about what it did at all. Angor looked at the empty cage and sighed. Fine. Do whatever you want. The puppy already gave the cage to the void traveler, so it could do whatever it wanted. If he let it go, then let it go. Although he felt a little heartache, as long as the Dalmatian was happy, it was fine. He nodded to the puppy again and said goodbye to it in a serious manner. Don't worry, Lady Shava. I'll send the puppy back to Minister Tim and bring back the new light solvent. Boiling Gentleman put on his hat and bowed to Angor. I look forward to our next meeting, Lady Shava. As the footsteps faded away, Boiling Gentleman disappeared at the end of the corridor of bewitching candles with the Dalmatian who kept looking back. Angor let out a long sigh of relief when the place was completely quiet. He was a little sad about the puppy's departure, but it didn't stop him from being excited about returning to the real world. There was one more thing he needed to do before he left. Angor lowered his head and looked behind the ancient door. The ruin had undergone tremendous changes, and the space inside had expanded countless times. However, the door remained the same. This time, he didn't have to worry about being disturbed. He finally saw the runes on the back of the door. When he finished reading all the demonic patterns, a look of realization flashed across his eyes. Based on the materials used to create the door, Angor already deduced that this door had something to do with the ruin he was in. However, it could be a coincidence that the materials were the same. He didn't have any proof yet. But now, with the runes, Angor was certain that this ruin was created by the same person. The runes on the door were exactly the same as the one on the door, and there was a separate rune on the magic array. The main pattern of this independent mageweth also represented the meaning of light. This meant that this independent mageweth was what he had previously guessed, the map of the ruins. As long as this independent mageweth was activated, perhaps there would be an answer to many of the previously unanswered questions. However, it was a pity that this independent mageweth could not be activated now. The rune on the door was perfect, without any cracks or flaws. However, compared to the runes on the door of the ruin he was staying in, the runes on the door were much harder to deal with. The door of the ruin he was staying in had the same rune, but at least it fit perfectly with the whole ruin. As for the mageweth on the door, due to the huge changes in the space inside the ruins, the mageweth couldn't match the main body of the ruins, and the damage was even more serious. It was almost impossible to repair them. Unless time could be reversed, and Xianxia never came. But Angor didn't despair. He didn't need to repair the whole magic array. All he needed was the effect of the rune. However, to activate the rune, he needed energy. And it couldn't be directly provided by the outside world. The rune on the map didn't carry any energy. Therefore, he needed the magic array to provide it with energy. Then, the rune would have to be connected to the corner of the magic array that represented the energy. However, the energy couldn't be used to provide energy to the magic array. So, Angor had to do two things. First, he had to destroy the defensive effect of the magic array. Second, he had to make sure the runes around the source energy were normal and could provide energy to the rune. Even a rune warlock would find it difficult to do these two things. But Angor had repaired the magic array before, so he knew how to do it. So it wasn't too hard. Still, it might take some time. Luckily, there was no one else here. He had enough time to solve the problem and activate the rune on the door. Inside the observation pavilion above the astral pond, Old Man White Wallace, who was dressed in white from his hat to his beard, raised his head and looked at the sky. In the distance, several wizards, led by Duncan and Philo, were clearing away the dark mist that separated the two worlds. Another wave of live threads, and a large number of parasites, Wallace sighed. Wallace heaved a sigh. There's no telling how many similar diseases and insects there are inside the relics. Will they affect him? Wallace didn't mention a name, but everyone in the pavilion knew that he was referring to Angor. No. Like Sunders said, he couldn't find any live threads or parasites from the rainbow dragonflies. They won't affect Angor, said Iron Lady Granny. It was Iron Granny who spoke. She was gently grinding the tea powder. When she put the pestle back to its original position, she looked up at the sky. However, she wasn't looking at the mist in the sky. She was looking at the far end of the dark sky. The morning star has shown up. When it shines through the night sky, it will be 3 days since Angor fell into the ruin. Iron Granny refuted Wallace's words, but she still wasn't confident about Angor's safety. If there's a way to get out, he should have done it already. He can't stay in the ruin forever, ouch. Ness, the gray-haired old man, glared at his soul slave who was kneeling on the ground and massaging his feet. Can't you go easy on me? Don't press it, go pour me some tea. He kicked the soul slave and turned around as if nothing had happened. It's been 3 days. Is he really still alive? Nessie's question was the same as the others. None of them wanted to hear about Angor's death. However, Angor had been trapped in the ruin for 3 days. Could he still be alive? What do you think, Mr. Rain? We can't keep waiting, can we? Wallace looked at Rain, who was closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep. Ryan raised his eyes, and a silent power instantly spread out. The air also had an inexplicable sense of heaviness. This was Ryan's innate ability as a silencer. In the past, Ryan had always been very restrained and would always take the initiative to deactivate the silencing field. But now, Ryan had overlooked this point. It could be seen that his heart was actually not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Rain did not answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Sunders, who was sleeping behind the observation pavilion. Since Sunders said he has a way to contact Angor, let's wait, said Rain. Wallace looked at Sunders and rubbed his temples. He's asleep again. I told you he did it in his dreams. He won't admit it even if we ask him. But Angor only contacted Sunders on the first day, and we haven't heard from him in the past 2 days. I don't think it's possible. Wallace had said something similar before, but he wasn't being pessimistic, he was just lamenting. Back then, some people would have disagreed with him, but this time, no one refuted him. Even if everyone could break through Ryan's silence force field, they didn't do so. Along with the heavy atmosphere, there was a long silence. The oppressive silence lasted until Sunders opened his eyes. You got news from Angor? Rain sensed the change in Sunders' aura and quickly asked. Sunders shook his head. He didn't send me a message. Rain's eyes flashed with disappointment. A message? How did you communicate with him? How can you talk to him in your dreams? Wallace looked at Sunders in confusion. He had been asking the same question for 3 days in a row. Sunders did the same thing. He didn't even look at Wallace and pretended he didn't hear anything. Wallace looked expectantly at the others around him, hoping that they would chime in. However, they were more concerned about Angor's safety right now. They were also curious about how Sunders contacted Angor, but since Sunders didn't want to talk about it, they decided not to ask further out of respect. It's been 3 days. If he's fine, he should have sent you a message. Since he didn't, maybe he's really in trouble. Ness sighed. Sunders didn't refute this time. What Ness said made sense. If Angor really found a chance to talk to Sunders in the dream wasteland, he should have at least left a message to Freud. But so far, Angor hadn't done anything. Still, Sunders didn't believe Angor was dead. Sunders still didn't believe it. The Dream Wasteland's core authority was in Angor's hands. If Angor died, even if the Dream Wasteland didn't collapse, it would still cause a series of internal disturbances. However, the Dream Wasteland was fine, which meant Angor was still alive. Still, that didn't mean Angor was in a good condition. Maybe Angor was unconscious, or maybe he was seriously injured. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't have contacted Sunders. Rain saw the hesitation in Sunders' eyes. He considered and said, if there's no news from him, I'll go in and take a look. Everyone was silent for a moment, but no one objected. After all, Rain was probably the only one who could leave the wasteland safely. You should have done this long ago. Why did you waste 3 days? Wallace found a chance to mock Sunders. Wallace didn't like Sunders, but he didn't stop Rain. He knew Angor's value, and Rain could use this chance to learn more about the wasteland. Sunders nodded to Rain. I'll go in too. Rain shook his head. No need. You stay outside. If I go in this time, it is very likely that the demonic creatures inside will resist. When the time comes, there may be a demonic wave surging, so I will need you to stand guard outside. Rain looked at Iron Granny. I'll leave this side to you. Iron Granny nodded. I'll take care of this. Be careful when you enter the ruin. Rain nodded and didn't continue speaking. He transformed into a black shadow that flashed swiftly towards the center of the stellar pool. Everyone silently sent Rain off with their gazes. However, just as Rain was about to enter the passage at the center of the star pool, something unexpected happened. A faint light was emitted from the passageway under the pool. Something's happening inside. This was the first thing that popped up in everyone's mind. They had experienced this before. When a creature tried to come out of the tunnel, the space around it would ripple and release a bright light. Since the living thread just came out, the light shouldn't be coming from the living thread. If it wasn't the living thread, then it was most likely the monsters inside the wasteland. Thinking of this, they couldn't care less about anything else. Only the person controlling the barrier of the observation pavilion remained, while the others all flew towards the center of the star pool. Tree Spirit's avatar also followed them to the center of the pool. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 lone monsters. However, if there was a large number of monsters coming, he had to inform the wizards guarding the mirror world to come and help. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Everyone, including Tree Spirit, appeared above the central passage of the star pool. However, when they arrived, they were all stunned. Due to the different space, they could not see what was going on under the light. However, they could vaguely make out the shape of a shadow. More importantly, the shadow was in the shape of a human. Why does it feel a bit like? Wallace paused and didn't continue. Me too. Tree Spirit nodded in agreement. Ness, who was floating beside them, gave his old friend Sunders a strange look. Don't you think that shadow looks familiar? It's Angor. Sunders quickly calmed down. Yes, Angor. When Sunders mentioned the name, the others all fell silent. They all felt that the shadow looked like Angor, but Angor had disguised himself before, so they could not be sure. But now, they were surprised to hear Sunders mentioning Angor's name so confidently. Was it really Angor? But wasn't Angor trapped in the ruin? Why did he show up now? Or was this a monster in disguise? Or was it some kind of illusion? Sunders did not explain himself. He was not sure if it was really Angor, but judging from the shape of the shadow, there was no doubt that it was Angor. We'll know when he comes out, Rain said casually. The light in the passage grew brighter and brighter. No one said anything. They all looked at the light in front of them in silence. When the light reached its peak, the spots of light began to peel off. Soon, all the light disappeared, leaving behind a red-haired, golden-eyed young man in slightly wrinkled clothes. He looked lazy. The red-haired young man was surprised to see so many people outside. He looked around and paused for a second when he saw Sunders. Seeing that no one spoke, the red-haired youth coughed and said, "Hello, I'm Jagger." Sunders' tense expression softened as he grinned. "All right, don't use that name. Everyone knows you're Angor." Angor was the red-haired young man. Of course, he knew that the others already knew who he was. He only mentioned his name because he felt that the atmosphere was a bit tense, and it was better to relax a bit. "You're really Angor?" Ness walked to Angor and inspected him carefully. He thought for a moment and decided that there was no need for him to hide anymore, so he removed the transformation spell and returned to his blonde form. As Angor regained his original look, his aura changed from a lazy and unruly one to an elegant and calm one. "It's really you." Ness looked at Angor from head to toe. "Not an illusion, but a shape-shifting spell? You transplanted the skin of a soft amoeba? Has it really been cultivated?" Before Ness could finish his question, he was pulled away by a strong force. Tree Spirit grumbled, "You can ask such trivial things later." Rain came to them. He did not speak right away. Instead, he looked at Angor from head to toe with a serious expression. Angor also put away his relaxed expression. He could sense that Rain's gaze was looking through his body and into his soul. Angor's body instinctively rejected the feeling, but he did not try to hide it. He knew what Rain was trying to do. Anomaly detection. Many powerful wizards were lost in the ruins, but Angor, who had just become a wizard, managed to come out safely. If Angor was in Rain's shoes, he would have doubted it too. Angor did not feel offended when Rain used the detection spell on him. Rain's gaze softened a bit after a while. There were some strange things on Angor's body, such as his bracelet and the mushrooms on his feet, which gave Rain a strange feeling. However, those mushrooms were only external accessories. Angor's body was not affected by any evil. Rain smiled. Now that you're out, it saves me a lot of trouble. I don't have to go in and look for you. Rain's explanation made Angor realize that everyone was here because Rain wanted to enter the ruin. Angor felt a little relieved that Rain did not enter the ruin in time. Although Rain was very powerful, he was still a bit weaker than Minister Nuka. Moreover, the ruins were no longer ruins, but a huge demiplane. As the ruler of the demiplane, Minister Nuka would become even more tyrannical. Rain would not be able to get away easily. Meanwhile, Rain noticed the strange look in Angor's eyes. Rain didn't use mind reading, but he still managed to read Angor's mind. Something bad is going on in the ruin? Something powerful? Angor nodded. Yes. His words made the people who were relieved because of Angor's escape became nervous again. So the rumor is true? A minister is coming? Sunder's voice came from the side. Angor nodded again. Yes. A very powerful one at that. Angor did not mention Nuka's name. He did not want to reveal such confidential information in front of so many people. It was not that he could not trust anyone here. Wizards were too powerful. Even if there was no one around right now, someone might find out about it in the future. Rain understood Angor's concern. We'll talk about it later. Let's go. The astral ruin was not a safe place, and Angor's value was irreplaceable. Angor nodded and bowed to Wallace and Iron Granny. He then returned to Sunders. Rain looked at Tree Spirit. You go back with Sunders and Angor. I'll come find you later. Rain was going to leave with Tree Spirit as well. However, when Angor mentioned a minister is coming, Rain felt a strong sense of urgency. He had to strengthen the wall of light. If necessary, he might even have to cut the space apart. These were all reasons for Rain to stay. After leaving the astral pool ruin, Angor used polymorph again and changed into the red-haired man. On their way back, Tree Spirit wanted to ask Angor what happened in the ruin. But in the end, he suppressed his curiosity and kept his eyes on the strange mushroom pendant on Angor's body until they reached Angor's ruin. When pushing open the gate, Angor glanced at the magic array behind the gate before stepping into the dark corridor. Both Sunders and Tree Spirit saw this. They both thought of the same thing. Angor had to go through that gate to get out of the ruin. Did Angor see what was behind the gate? The answer was very likely yes. Tree Spirit was a curious man, and he was even more curious about the hidden room in the ruin than Angor. He had been holding back his curiosity for a long time on the way back, so when Angor returned to the study, Tree Spirit immediately asked about it. Sunders was also looking at Angor curiously. The ruin behind the gate. Of course I saw it when I came out of the ruin. But the magic array is mostly broken. It's almost cut off from the entire ruin's defense system. It's hard to fix it. Even for me, it took me an entire night before I managed to fix it. Angor casually revealed his achievement while implying that he was getting better at fixing runes. However, Tree Spirit and Sunders were not interested in Angor's rune repair skills. Tree Spirit asked, "Are you saying that there is a magic array behind the door? And it's similar to the one in your ruin?" Tree Spirit was surprised that the two ruins had something in common. Sunders, on the other hand, was more concerned about the time. You spent an entire night fixing it? So you left the ruin center early and went to the gate? Angor nodded. Around noon yesterday, we arrived at the entrance of the ruin. It took me a lot of effort to fix the rune. Sunders narrowed his eyes. I thought you were trapped in the ruin and didn't have time to send me a message. Sunders' voice was calm, but Angor felt a chill creeping down his spine and slowly crawling to his scalp. He felt cold sweat and numbness all over his body. Angor twitched his lips awkwardly. I didn't think it would take me so long. Sunders looked at Angor quietly and sighed in his mind. He was really worried about Angor's safety, but it turned out the boy was too careless. Still, it was a good thing that Angor could come back safely. Angor quickly changed the topic and looked at Tree Spirit. Mr. Tree Spirit is right. The gate under the astral pool also has the same magic array and independent runes. In that case, the creator of these two ruins might really be the same person? Tree Spirit muttered to himself and asked Angor, does that mean there's a map attached to the rune? Angor nodded. Yes, I did. But I don't think it's useful anymore. Tree Spirit asked, useless? Why? The inside of the ruin has expanded countless times. It's no longer the original ruin. So, from a map point of view, it's useless. Angor's explanation reminded Sunders of something else. You said you found yourself in a mushroom forest after entering the ruin. Is the mushroom forest the original space of the ruin? Sunders glanced at the mushroom ornaments on Angor's body and wondered if Angor brought them out of the forest. Angor glanced at Tree Spirit, who didn't show any reaction. Did Tree Spirit already tell Sunders about the Dream Wasteland? Angor wondered if Tree Spirit had already told Sunders about the Dream Wasteland. Otherwise, how did Sunders explain how he could communicate with Tree Spirit? Angor didn't ask about it right away. It's not the original space. The real name of the mushroom forest is Flower Spirit Garden. It's from the Nightmare Realm. Sunders was a little surprised. The truth was far beyond his expectations. He thought the so-called expansion of the ruin was done by using space materials. He didn't expect Sunders to bring a garden from the Nightmare Realm. Let's get back to the map. Since the map of the ruin is useless now, you're saying you got nothing? Sunders asked in a hoarse voice. Sunders wanted to ask more questions about Flower Spirit Garden, but he held back his urge. It was better to wait for rain to find out more about the ruin. Angor shook his head. Of course not. I saw a hidden room on the map of the ruin. In the information beside the holographic map, the method to enter the hidden room is recorded in detail. By activating a magic array, you can enter the hidden room. The map doesn't show the exact pattern of the magic array, but it says that it uses wind lens sequencing and white crystal card encryption. Tree Spirit's curiosity was piqued. You mean? Angor nodded and took out the knight armor he found in the hallway. There was a row of broken runes on the armor. If I'm not mistaken, these runes are the magic array used to enter the hidden room. I thought about fixing it, but I gave up in the end because it's too broken. Because it's too damaged, it's extremely difficult to repair it by bringing in countless demonic rune horns one by one. But if this magic array is the same as the one in the Astral Pool ruin, which uses wind lens sequencing and white crystal card encryption, it'll be much easier to decipher it. Wind lens sequencing was an orderly sequence of runes that started with none and ended with yes. White crystal card encryption was a special encryption method used to hide wind lens sequencing. If the runes on the knight's armor obeyed the wind lens sequencing method, then he should be able to solve them from disorder to order. Since there was proof, the difficulty of deciphering the runes would drop from the top of the pyramid to the bottom. Of course, he still had to crack the white crystal card encryption first. If I'm not mistaken, I should be able to crack the runes on the armor in a week. Tree Spirit was curious about the secrets hidden in the hidden room, but since he couldn't figure it out yet, he had to hold back his curiosity and focus on something else. For example, the church that Angor took out just now attracted Tree Spirit's attention. This was a palm-sized church. The entire structure was made of white bones and decorated with gilded patterns. Its appearance was very gorgeous and beautiful. Someone who could carve the bones of the dead into something like this, from an artistic point of view, it must be something valuable, Tree Spirit commented. Now's not the time to talk about art. I want you to see what's inside the church. Following Angor's instructions, Sunders and Tree Spirit released their spirit power into the church. The corridor on the left. There's a sleepy soul there, but it's not worth mentioning. What I want you to see is the room on the stairs on the right in front of the painted window. Tree Spirit and Sunders entered the room and saw a soul curled up in a corner, taking a nap. It was a strange-looking soul. It looked like a human being, but there was a large green mushroom on its head, which made it look like a green hat. Normally, a dead soul would look the same as when it was alive. If this soul was human, why would it have such a large mushroom? The mushroom was so eye-catching that Sunders and Tree Spirit were forced to look at it several times before they moved on to other parts of the body. When they saw the soul's appearance, they were stunned. Tree Spirit and Sunders looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Tree Spirit looked at Angor. "Is that Levis?" Angor nodded. Levis was the first person who fell into the ruin. Tree Spirit remained silent for a moment and sighed deeply. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. They all knew that all wizards who went missing in the ruin were dead. However, they didn't see any corpses, so they still had a glimmer of hope. Now that they saw Levis' soul, their last hope was extinguished. Even if Levis wasn't from Brute Cavern, there were still people from Brute Cavern who fell into the ruin. "Apart from Reeves, did you see anyone else?" Tree Spirit's tone was a little soft and cautious. They all knew that Tree Spirit wanted to know who caused the fall of Brute Cavern. Angor shook his head regretfully. "I only saw Reeves. No one else. Ifage is dead. Reeves is dead too. I reckon they're all dead too." Tree Spirit's eyes dimmed. "I met Reeves in the Flower Spirit Garden. At that time, he wasn't actually dead, but his condition wasn't much different from being dead. A mushroom called enchantment took over his body and turned him into a mushroom. The enchantment can even affect one's soul. That's why his soul is now covered in mushrooms." Angor briefly explained how he met Reeves. After 2 days of recuperation, Reeves has been able to awaken a portion of his consciousness. As for the specific details, you can ask Reeves directly later. He actually knows more about the original ruins than I do. Both Sunders and Tree Spirit remained silent after listening to Angor's story. Angor only briefly mentioned what happened, but they could still feel the horror of the illusions and the horror of it. Angor looked at Sunders and spoke in a soft voice. "Professor, about the message." Angor didn't finish his sentence, but Sunders knew what he wanted to say. "It's an emergency. Since you're trapped in the ruin, I told you about the message to avoid further losses. However, the truth is still hidden in the fog." "The truth? Are you talking about the two of you sending messages in your dreams?" Tree Spirit came back to his senses and looked at the two of them curiously. Angor roughly understood the current situation from Sunders' answer and Tree Spirit's question. Most people in the Astral Pond ruin probably knew something. They could send messages in their dreams. However, they probably didn't know how to do it yet. Angor looked at Sunders. "Should I tell you now?" Sunders didn't deny it. "You can decide for yourself. After all, we've already made a deal." The Dream Wasteland was a demiplane created by Angor, so Sunders didn't want to break the rules and tell anyone about it even though he was Angor's teacher. That was why Sunders did not say anything when Wallace kept asking for information. Tree Spirit said, "What are you talking about? What's the truth behind it?" Tree Spirit paused. "Of course, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. After all, it's a secret between you and your student." Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell everyone about the Dream Wasteland. He already planned to tell the higher-ups of Brute Cavern about the Dream Wasteland. After all, he already discussed with Sunders about setting up a tea party in the Dream Wasteland. Now that Rain, Tree Spirit, Wallace, Iron Granny, and many others had guessed that the connection between the master and disciple had something to do with dreams, Rain might as well take this opportunity to tell them about the Dream Wasteland. With that in mind, he looked at Sunders and hinted his idea with his eyes. Sunders nodded and supported the idea. Sunders looked calm, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. He had lived for hundreds of years and experienced all kinds of joys and sorrows. It had been a long time since Sunders showed any emotional fluctuation. But now, he still felt something was off. Once Angor announced his Dream Wasteland to the public, it would mean something completely different from what he had been doing before. It meant that a new era was coming. As one of the pioneers of this new era, Sunders couldn't help but feel a little excited. Tree Spirit, who had known Sunders for many years, noticed something was wrong. He looked at the master and disciple in front of him with a strange expression, feeling that there was something strange going on. "What are you trying to say?" Tree Spirit asked. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he took out a small pouch from his bracelet. Inside the pouch were 5 glowing monoculars. Inside the astral pool. What kind of magic does Angor have? How did he get out of the ruin so easily while the others all died in the end? And how did he come out unscathed? Wallace's murmur reached the ears of everyone in the pavilion. It sounded like he was doubting Angor's ability, but everyone knew Wallace well enough to know that Angor wasn't colluding with the creatures in the ruin. He was just curious about how Angor did it. Just come out safely. Why do you care about the details? I'm just curious, Wallace said. Ness was enjoying the massage from his soul slave. Upon hearing Wallace's words, he sneered, then I'm curious about what's in the secret room behind the clock cabinet in the Dean's office of White Gull Disciplinary Order Academy. Are you willing to satisfy my curiosity? Wallace, who had been glaring at Ness, fell silent when he heard Ness's words. Wallace didn't want to talk to someone as shameless as Ness. He thought for a moment and looked at Iron Granny, who was enjoying her rose tea. Aren't you curious, Granny? Iron Granny was still savoring the aftertaste of her rose tea. She didn't answer Wallace's question. On the other hand, the witch sitting across from Iron Granny said, I think Ness is right. It's not important. What's important is that he came back safely and passed Rain's detection. Wallace glanced at Leona, who was still surrounded by rose illusions. I didn't say anything about Angor. I'm just thinking that if his method can be popularized. Before Wallace could finish, Iron Granny interjected. Angor will never hesitate to share his knowledge if he can help us promote it. Since he didn't, it means it can't be used widely. You can be curious, but don't think too much about it. The more you think about it, the more likely you'll lose him. Wallace knew what Iron Granny was trying to say. Angor's secret might be involved. Almost everyone in the Magus world had their own secrets. If one were to delve too deeply into it, it would indeed lead to alienation. Angor isn't here. That's why I'm asking. Wallace sighed. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Wallace didn't say anything else, but Ness said, do you know of any spell in the dream system that allows communication in dreams? Though Ness didn't say it explicitly, everyone knew that he was talking about the dream communication between Sunders and Angor. Because it was just a discussion and no secrets were asked, no one kept quiet. As far as I know, there is no direct dream connection spell, but there is a related spell called Dream Message. The one who spoke was Wallace. As the representative of the academic sorcerers, he might be weaker than the combat sorcerers, but in terms of academic theory, he had a very deep foundation. Dream Message is one of the entry-level tricks of the Dream School. The spellcaster could transmit some information to the sleeping person. However, there are 2 prerequisites. First, the person who is asleep must be dreaming. Otherwise, the message won't be received. Second, the spellcaster and the subject must be very close to each other. The spellcaster can't be more than 100 meters away from the subject. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Leona nodded. I've heard of this cantrip before. It's said that it originated from an ancient evil play. It's a way for the dead to communicate with the living in their dreams. But this dream message is one way, and there's a limit to the distance. It can't be cast from a long distance, and it can't break through space. In other words, Sunders didn't use this dream message to communicate with Angor. Other than the dream message technique, there's nothing else. Even if there is, it's still a one-way communication. This was because the dream realm was so vast that it was boundless. It had truly achieved the concept of as wide as one's dream could be. In such a big dream world, even if 2 people slept on the same bed, their dreams would be completely different. How could they connect? Everyone knew this. The dream realm was too big, and everyone's dreams were different. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact location. But reality told them that someone did it. Sunders and Angor must have contacted each other. During the time when Angor was trapped in the ruin, Sunders never left their sight. The only strange thing he did was to enter Angor's dreams. When he woke up, he told them about Angor's whereabouts. After that, Sunders also entered Angor's dreams several times, and he didn't hide the fact that he was communicating with Angor in his dreams. Since they saw it with their own eyes, they became even more suspicious. Maybe it's a new spell? Ness asked. Both Sunders and Angor are illusionists. If they created a new dream-type spell that can locate a target in a dream, every dream manipulator from ancient times to modern times would be ashamed to death, Wallace said. That being said, other than creating a new spell, they couldn't think of any other answer. The only way to find out the truth was to ask Sunders about it. Since Sunders didn't say anything before, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. If they asked Sunders, they would probably get the same answer as Iron Granny. The more they tried to find out, the more confused they would become. It seems that this is yet another unsolvable problem, Ness said. While everyone was sighing helplessly, the wall of congealing light that surrounded the Star Pond ruins suddenly flickered with a bright and beautiful light. At the same time, the Magi in the wall of light felt a stagnant force. It was as if there was an additional binding force in the surrounding space, causing them to be more sluggish and even stagnant when they used their mana and mental strength. The wall of light is strengthened again, Wallace said. The inside of the wall of light is almost a foreign land. Even the laws are affected. Iron Granny looked outside the observation pavilion and saw Rain putting on a pair of gloves. You're closer to the final step. When Ryan, who had just walked into the observation pavilion, heard this, there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was a flash of sadness. No matter what, I'm still one step away. Rain shook his head and changed the topic. I've strengthened the wall of light. I'll go see Angor later. Please take care of the ruin for now, Granny. Sure. Iron Granny nodded. Rain turned around and prepared to leave. He completely ignored Ness' call. Take me with you. I want to go too. Rain heard Ness' call, but he still ignored it. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Ness with him. It was just that the ruin might involve some secrets. The more secrets one knew, the more dangerous it would be. Also, Ness's personality was too fickle, and his mind was not firm enough. He was not suitable to know these secrets. If it were Iron Granny or Leona, Rain would probably agree. Ignoring Ness, Ryan took a step forward and moved several dozen meters away. His body slowly faded away. As he was about to leave, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the astral pool. As the ripples spread out, a figure slowly rose from the center of the ripples. When the light faded away, the figure's face was revealed. The oily skin and naked upper body clearly indicated the identity of the newcomer, Tree Spirit. Ryan, who was about to leave, slowed down when he saw Tree Spirit. Inside the observation pavilion. Why are you back? Ryan looked at Tree Spirit in confusion. He was about to go find Tree Spirit and Angor when Tree Spirit suddenly came back. Angor told me to come find you, said Tree Spirit. Is there something urgent? Ryan frowned. I'll go take a look now. Wait. Tree Spirit quickly stopped Ryan. I'm sure there's something else I need to tell you. Let's listen first. Actually, I don't know why Angor asked me to bring these things here. He didn't even want to come himself. But since he insisted, I'll follow his wishes, said Tree Spirit as he swept a hand across the table. 2 items appeared on the table. One was a small, bulging pouch, and the other was a beautifully decorated bone church. The pouch looked ordinary and did not contain any energy, so it did not attract much attention. On the other hand, everyone recognized that the main material of the church was the bones of the dead. Moreover, the church emitted a dense gloomy aura of death, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. This seems to be an alchemical item that can nourish souls. As a soul adept, Ness immediately recognized the truth behind the bone church. Leona added, there are runes of silence engraved on the bottom of the church. They're used to nourish and preserve souls. Also, I think there are souls inside the church. Tree Spirit nodded. This is the Church of the Deceased, an item made by Angor. You can use your spirit feelers to check the room right in front of the window. There's a soul resting there. Remember, don't touch the other souls in there, and don't damage the Church of the Deceased. I'll return it to Angor later. Everyone followed Tree Spirit's words and saw the sleeping Reeves in the room. After a long while, everyone remained silent. Only Ryan and Tree Spirit continued to question Reeves about the matter. Tree Spirit told him everything he heard from Angor. Levis's soul is almost fully recovered, so it's time to wake him up. Angor asked me to bring him here so that Reeves can tell you about the inside of the ruin. Ryan pondered for a moment and looked at the gray-haired old man sitting on the other side of the observation pavilion. Nessie, wake Reeves up. Be careful not to harm his soul body. Ryan could have done it himself, but since Nessie was here, it was better to let Nessie, a soul adept, do it. Ness didn't decline and directly used a soul spell to bring Reeves out of the church of the deceased. Following Ness's soft ravings, soul ripples spread into Reeves' spirit body. Reeves, who had been sleeping for 3 days, slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead yet? These were the first words that came out of Reeves' mouth after opening his eyes. No, I'm already dead. Is this my soul? But wasn't my soul infected by mystique? Reeves mumbled to himself for a long time before he finally looked around. When Reeves saw the people around him, he was confused at first. Then, his expression turned joyful, and he calmed down. Mr. Rain, Mr. Tree Spirit. Did Angor save my soul and take me away? Where is Angor? Tree Spirit replied, yes, Angor took you away. He's not here right now. I'll take you to him later. But before that, I hope you can answer a few of my questions. Reeves nodded. He knew what they wanted to ask. It was nothing more than what happened in the ruin, and he was willing to tell them. Time slowly passed as Reeves and the others asked and answered questions. Half an hour later, Reeves told them all about his experience. After listening to Reeves' story, everyone's mind was filled with questions. There's a fierce red light in the ruin, and there's nowhere to hide? Because of the red light, you'll fall into a strange situation? Is this why you can't get out of the ruin? What's that red light? The crazy woman in the painting, Mystique, seriously injured Reeves with a single strike. What's her background? What level of strength has he reached? Mystique turned Reeves into a scary mushroom and infected his soul. What's that? All kinds of questions were raised, but Reeves only knew a little. He could explain what happened before the ruin was invaded by the nightmare creatures, but he didn't know much about what happened after they showed up. Looks like we can only get answers from Angor, Wallace said with a serious expression. Wallace's expression was somewhat solemn. What Reeves had said had already made him feel a deep sense of dread. The sense of crisis was like a heavy burden that directly pressed down on their shoulders. But no matter how uneasy they were, they had to figure out what was going on in the ruin. What was the so-called space expansion all about? What were the nightmare creatures trying to do? Mr. Ryan, I want to go with you to see Angor, Wallace said. I'm coming too, Leona said. Ness also took the chance to mention that he wanted to go as well. They didn't know what was going on yet, so they thought it would be fine to let Ryan go first and deliver the message later. But now, Reeves' words made everyone feel a great sense of urgency. After a moment of silence, Ryan agreed to Wallace and Leona's request. However, he ignored Ness' request again. Tree Spirit suddenly spoke up while Ness was still trying to act sad. Let's not go now. Angor has something else to tell you. As Tree Spirit spoke, he opened another bulging pouch on the table. 5 fine-looking monocles fell out of the pouch. Leona picked up one of the monocles and asked in confusion, an alchemy item with some strange power attached to it. However, it was truly unbelievably crude. Did Angor make this? Tree Spirit nodded. Angor made them. He asked you to put them on because he has something to tell you. But I don't know what it is. You want to tell us something? Just through this pair of glasses? Leona looked at the monocle in her hand in confusion. She turned it back and forth and muttered, is this a communicator? Leona exchanged a glance with Iron Granny. In their eyes, there was a tacit understanding between the two of them. Leona often went to tea parties, so she would often bring back new information, techniques, and even research topics she learned from them to the witches in Brute Cavern. Leona complained about Mr. Rain's taste more than once during tea parties held in Brute Cavern. Floating Mech City's communicators had already developed into thin crystal cards, while Angor's communicators were always the most outdated crystal balls. Moreover, Sir Ryan was particularly stubborn in this regard. He stubbornly insisted on forcing his own aesthetic view of crystal balls onto other adepts. Everyone accepted it quietly. Rain was the leader of Brute Cavern, after all. His will was the future of Brute Cavern. They had to listen to him. Besides, the transmitter was not a strategic tool, so everyone accepted it. However, the transmitter was still useful, while crystal balls were too inconvenient to carry around. Leona once suggested to Rain that they should change the transmitter, but Rain simply ignored her. Several days ago, when Leona returned to Brute Cavern, she told Iron Granny that she had asked Angor to suggest to Rain that she should change the transmitter. Angor's reputation was at its peak, and he was also a key figure in the future of Brute Cavern. Perhaps Angor's words could influence Rain. Leona immediately remembered this when she saw the monocle. Did Angor already tell Rain about it? Did Rain agree and even asked him to make the monocle? The monocle was a little crude, but it was still better than a crystal ball. Besides, it could be improved in the future. But was her conjecture correct? Leona couldn't help but sneak a glance at Rain. She wanted to see his expression. Wallace and Ness also thought of the same thing when they heard Leona's words. After all, crystal balls were not only a common topic among witches, but also among male wizards. They all looked at Rain. They expected to see an indifferent expression. However, Rain only narrowed his eyes and showed a strange expression. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The more strange it was, the worse it meant. Angor made this transmitter? Ryan's voice was calm, but everyone felt a trace of palpitation. The calmer the situation was, the more terrifying the waves that would be set off later. Tree Spirit shrugged. I don't know. Angor asked me to bring it here. Tree Spirit grinned. Maybe it's a transmitter. After all, Angor didn't give it to us himself. Tree Spirit already guessed this would happen, which was why he agreed to give the monocle to Angor without hesitation. After all, what he loved the most was to watch lively gossip, and what he loved to do the most was to fan the flames. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and the expression that flowed out from his eyes contained an indescribable depth. If it's a communicator, then that's interesting. I'd like to see what's so good about this communicator. With that, Rain picked up a monocle from the table. He didn't lose his temper, nor did he say anything unreasonable. But his calmness gave everyone goosebumps. After Ryan took the glasses, Tree Spirit turned to the others and said, "One of these is for me. You can divide the rest among yourselves." Leona already had one, so Tree Spirit and Rain would get one as well. There were only 2 left on the table. There were still 3 people present, Iron Granny, Wallace, and Ness. Iron Granny was a powerful figure, so she would get one. In other words, Wallace and Ness would have to get the monocle. Wallace snatched it without hesitation. Ness opened his mouth but didn't dare to take the monocle from Wallace. It was one thing for them to bicker, but when it came to fighting, Wallace's level was 1 level higher than his. Ness had no choice but to look at Leona. She was the only one who was on the same level as him. But before he could say anything, Leona put on the monocle and mouthed to him, "First come, first served." "You're too slow." Ness turned to look at the others with a bitter expression. He wanted to see if anyone could speak up for him, but everyone had already put on their monocles. Tree Spirit wanted to help Ness. Angor gave him 5 monocles, including Ness's. But he didn't expect Leona to come to the astral pool. Compared to Leona, Tree Spirit wanted Ness to take the monocle. After all, Leona kept urging Tree Spirit to create a space for the tea party, which made Tree Spirit a little jealous. But Leona was the first one to take the monocle. It didn't make sense to ask her to hand it over now. So Ness had no choice. Tree Spirit ignored the crying Ness and turned to the others. According to Angor, the first time you use the monocle, you need to input your energy directly into the monocle. This will record the nature of your energy, and only you can use the monocle. It's another way to recognize you as its owner. That sounds more like a transmitter, Ness spoke up. Since he was excluded, he could only add fuel to the fire. Although Nessie spoke with emotion, what he said was not without reason. This caused Ryan's expression to become even calmer. Rain wasn't really angry at Angor. He just thought that if Angor really wanted to change the transmitter, why didn't he tell Rain about it first? This made Rain very uncomfortable. Of course, if Angor really did suggest it to him, Rain would definitely refuse to accept it. After all, a crystal ball was supposed to be mysterious, noble, traditional, and transparent. That was what a wizard should do. Rain turned on the transmitter with a nitpicking attitude. The monocle glowed faintly as energy was injected into it. At the same time, a line of words slowly appeared on the transparent monocle. When Ryan saw the words on the lens, he was even more certain that it was a communicator. This was because if the crystal ball communicator wanted to send messages to others, it could also do so through text. However, when Rain took a closer look, he noticed that the words were different from what he expected. It was a row of strange numbers. 999/999. 999. What did that mean? Just as Ryan was puzzled, the number at the front suddenly fluctuated. 999 suddenly turned into 998. 998/999. Looking at this number, Ryan had a rough guess. Perhaps the number of times this communicator could be used was 999? He only used it once, so the number changed from 999 to 998. If that was the case, the communicator would be useless when the number reached 0. No way. A transmitter that could only be used 999 times? That was a huge flaw. All communicators had a maximum usage limit, but 999 times was still too little. If Brood Cavern used it as a communicator, the other wizards would give up on using it even if Angor did not show up. Ryan couldn't help but smile. This meant that the crystal ball was better. Not only was the crystal ball mysterious, elegant, traditional, and transparent, but it also had an extra advantage, durability. Ryan felt happy when he thought about how the monocle could strengthen the crystal ball's position. He even wanted to see the expressions of the others, especially Leona's. Don't think I don't know how you people like to complain about the crystal ball. Look at Angor's monocle. Now you know whether the crystal ball is better or not. Ryan looked around with a proud expression. Before he could see Leona's expression, a strange force suddenly invaded his mind. Ryan tried to resist, but Tree Spirit interrupted him. Oh, I forgot. Angor said that if you feel something, don't fight back. It'll be fine. After listening to Tree Spirit's words, Ryan thought for a moment and released the restraint of his mental strength on the foreign force. Angor wouldn't do anything to harm them. He also wanted to find out more about the monocle. How would he know without experiencing it? As the strange force covered his mind, Ryan found that his perception of the outside world was getting blurry. This feeling was a bit like sleeping. The weightlessness caused Ryan's consciousness to sink deeper and deeper. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss created by a dark dream. When Ryan's consciousness became clearer, he found that he had arrived at a narrow path that shone with a dim light. Dream Bridge. Ryan wasn't a dream manipulator, but he was still one of the top wizards in the southern wizarding region. He immediately recognized the path. Since it is a dream bridge, then the exit in front is a dream? Ryan frowned. If it is a dream, whose dream is it? In addition to these questions, Ryan thought of something else. It seemed that Sunders used his dream to communicate with Angor, who was trapped in the ruin. Don't tell me that this is the method. If so, it's going to be a disaster. Sunders and Angor didn't seem to be far from each other, but they actually crossed realms. For other sorcerers, if such a method of communication across realms could be achieved, then the limit of 999 times for the monocle did not seem to be unbearable. Ryan understood how terrible this method was. But he still felt a little frustrated when he thought about how it might destroy the crystal ball's position. Ryan shook his head and got rid of his unobjective sentiments. He decided to start from a rational point of view and try to understand this method of communicating through dreams. How did it work? Ryan moved forward step by step. After crossing the short bridge, he saw an entrance shining with a bright light. This was the Dream Gate. Without any hesitation, Ryan took a step forward and entered. The light around him quickly merged with his body. He felt his consciousness being solidified by the light, which gave him a strange sense of heaviness. Before he could take a deep look at it, the halo that covered his vision slowly dissipated. It was as if a curtain had been pulled open, and he appeared on the shore of a lake. The lake, which stretched as far as the eye could see, sparkled under the afternoon sun. Beside the lake, there were sparse trees and a vast green field. Ryan also saw a winged flower spirit flying across the lake. The gentle breeze stirred up ripples on the surface of the water. Everything was as beautiful as a fairy tale world, full of sunshine and abundant vitality. Is this a dream? Before crossing the bridge, Ryan was still thinking. Whose dream could it be on the other side of the bridge? Or was it just a boundless dream realm? But when he really entered this world, the first question Ryan thought of was, is this really a dream? He could not believe it. How could a dream be so real? The feeling of the ground, the smell of the air, and even the warmth of the sun on his body did not feel like a dream. Instead, it felt like a real world. Just from the external environment, he could not convince himself that he was in a dream. Compared to a dream, he felt that this was a different dimension. However, when Ryan slowly returned to his inner thoughts from the external environment, he also realized that something was obviously wrong. For example, his current body. Just as Ryan was about to investigate the insides of his body, a series of noisy voices entered his ears. Is this a dream? I clearly crossed the bridge, but why doesn't it feel like a dream? Is my body my own? It seems to be my own. I can feel the power of the bloodline, but it seems to have entered a deep sleep. I can feel it in my mind space as well, but I can't use the dormant mana inside. I can't use the mana in my mana whirlpool, but there seems to be some thin mana around me. I tried to absorb some of it and found something strange. It feels fake, but also real. Ryan looked back and saw that everyone with the monocle, including Tree Spirit, had appeared around him. Ariana was wondering if the world around her was real. Wallace, on the other hand, was sensing both inside and outside of his body. His academic style was obvious. Tree Spirit did not say anything. He stood beside a tree and looked at it in confusion. Iron Granny did not say anything either. She sat cross-legged on the grass and enjoyed the gentle breeze while looking at the city in the distance. Ryan walked to the group with a puzzled face. Why are you all in this dream? Are you all real? Or are you all characters created by someone else's dream? Ryan's question diverted the group's confusion from the outside world to the others. That's right, if this was really a dream, how could they have gathered together? One had to know that dreams were random. If it was possible to locate a person in a dream, Dream Manipulator would have done it a long time ago. However, no dream manipulator had been able to do it. Wallace stopped studying the mind space and magic power. Frowning, he said, I came in through the dream bridge. I'm sure that I have an independent consciousness. At the same time, Wallace read out a row of Bordeaux's secret language. Bordeaux's secret language was a dynamic code. It was a unique code that required reference to the moment, the medium, and the current state of mind. It was a kind of non-fixed mental code developed by a wizard who discovered that someone was pretending to be his teammate in some strange ruins. After Wallace told him the Bordeaux's secret words, Ryan calculated the corresponding content of the secret words. He was almost certain that the current Wallace had his own independent mind. At the very least, it was not Ryan's own imagination that he was dreaming. Ryan knew that he had his own consciousness, and Wallace had his own consciousness as well. This meant that they might have met each other in the endless dream. Of course, this was only if they were really in the dream realm. Reading Bordeaux's secret language required a lot of computing power. As an academic wizard who had studied cryptography, Wallace was able to figure out his own Bordeaux's secret language very quickly. The others were 1 or 2 steps slower. However, within a minute, the others reported their own Bordeaux's secret language, including Ryan himself. Everyone's thoughts expressed in Bordeaux's secret language were different. After Ryan finished reading everyone's thoughts, he could basically confirm that everyone should have their own unique and independent thoughts. This made Ryan fall into a trance, because if everyone was real and had independent thoughts, then the final answer pointed to an astonishing truth. How is this possible? Everyone is gathered in one place, a world that is both dreamlike and real? Wallace spoke the unbelievable truth on behalf of Ryan. Everyone's dream was independent, and the location of the dream was also random. As far as they knew, it was impossible for them to gather in one place. If there really was a way to gather everyone together, the dream adepts would have long known about it. I can't believe it either. Leona took a deep breath. The cool air made her feel as if she was standing beside a lake. It was so realistic. Was it really a dream? Although everyone could recognize each other at this time, the silence in the air spread. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. I think it's true. At this moment, a gentle and elegant voice came from the lakeside. It was Iron Granny. She was poking the surface of the lake with her hand. Sunders entered the dream many times when he was in the observation pavilion. He talked to Angor in his dream. That's for sure. Iron Granny turned to the crowd. Weren't you wondering how the master and disciple managed to communicate with each other across the distance and the energy barrier? Now we know the truth. Dreams are the medium, and this world may be the answer. I don't know if this world is dreamland or something even more mysterious. But if this place really allows people to meet each other no matter how far away they are from each other, isn't this a more advanced method of communication? Iron Granny smiled. You don't want to accept it because it's unbelievable? But have you ever thought about every reform in the world of adepts? The changes in magic power, the definition of race, the fusion of planes, the birth of magical patterns, the revolution of machinery. Didn't you all find it unbelievable before the reform? But now, all of this is like air. It has already integrated into our lives. Don't forget that the essence of being a wizard is to study everything and slowly find the truth from the so-called inconceivable. Iron Granny's words enlightened everyone. The incredulity they felt was actually due to the limits of their own knowledge. Their cognition had reached a bottleneck. Furthermore, the dream realm was so vast. Perhaps there really was such a unique place, everyone came back to their senses. Although they hadn't completely accepted this fact due to the lack of evidence, at least they had calmed down now. Iron Granny didn't say anything else and slowly stood up. Her trousers were stained by the lake water, and there were obvious wet marks. With a wave of her hand, she cast a level 0 cantrip, dry, and the wet marks disappeared instantly. The mana here is also very special. It's similar to the real world, but it doesn't consume the mana stored in your mana whirlpool. Instead, it has to be absorbed from the air. If our theory is correct, the mana here alone is enough for me to think of many interesting and important research methods. Wallace nodded in agreement. He had also been studying the mana drifting in the air. It was thin, but it was completely different from the mana stored in his mana whirlpool. It had an illusory quality. Seeing how Iron Granny easily cast dry, it meant that such illusory mana could also be used in this place. This made him think of many research topics. As for the truth of this world, we can't confirm it yet. But there is one person who definitely knows the answer. Tree Spirit's clear voice came from afar. Angor. Since he brought us here, I'm sure he'll tell us everything we want to know. But personally, I think Angor is right. I think everyone's guesses are correct. As far as I'm concerned, Angor is a man who brings miracles. Tree Spirit didn't seem to be lying. There was even an indescribable excitement in his voice. Are you sure? Leona asked. Of course. Tree Spirit paused for a moment, rolled his eyes, and said to Lena, speaking of which, if this place really is a strange dreamland where distance is nothing, what do you think of it? Leona frowned. She had an idea. What do you mean? It's exactly what you think. You remember what Angor said when he took away your student, Kudu, in the Tree Spirit Palace, right? Leona nodded in silence. Angor once told her that there might be a great change in the tea party in a few days, which might even change the way the tea party was supposed to be held. Leona didn't know what this change meant before. But considering the current situation, the variable Angor was referring to was this place. Did he want the tea party to be held here? I think this is a good place. This world is so big that we don't need a place to hold the event. More importantly, it's novel. The word novel struck Leona's mind. Leona didn't care about vanity and competition, but this was something that existed among witches for a long time. In a way, this was why the tea party would continue to be held. Behind the vanity and competition, there was a hidden meaning, to show off your uniqueness and novelty. The mana in this world was strange and shallow, but it was still interesting enough to attract people's attention. After all, according to their guess, this world allowed people to communicate with each other regardless of distance. This was something that could turn the world upside down. Moreover, our current conjecture may only be the most superficial side of this world. There may be even more surprising things here, Tree Spirit added. He wasn't spouting nonsense because the trees here gave him a very strange feeling. Also, the laws here were strange. As a spirit, Tree Spirit also had a physical body like a human. There must be more to this world than meets the eye. Judging from all the details, this world was definitely something special. While everyone was listening to the conversation between Tree Spirit and Leona, Rain suddenly looked at the city wall in the distance. Wallace was also curious about the city in the distance. He followed Ryan's gaze and looked in that direction. When he looked, he was stunned. It seems like something is flying over? Wallace's words made everyone stop talking. They saw a steam-powered airship floating above the city. The airship flew past the outer wall of the city and slowly headed outside. The airship seemed to have a fixed route. It only cast a shadow when it flew over their heads. Instead of stopping, the airship continued to rumble and fly away. However, although the airship did not stop, two figures jumped down from the airship. The two figures fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Just as they were about to hit the ground, a hurricane appeared from the ground and lifted them up. The wind gradually weakened and finally disappeared, and the two of them stood steadily in front of him. It was Angor and Sunders who descended from the sky. Everyone was surprised to see them, but at the same time, they thought it was reasonable. If Angor said he wanted to send them a message, he must have a way to do so. They thought the monocle was some kind of communicator, and Angor was using it to send a message to them. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Angor was standing right in front of them. Finally, you're here. Wallace was the first to speak. He had so many questions to ask, but when it was time to ask, he didn't know where to start. Angor bowed to the group. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. No need for that. I'm more interested in knowing if you're going to give us a surprise or a scare, Leona said. Thanks to Iron Granny's words, everyone calmed down and focused their attention on Angor instead of asking questions right away. Angor winked at Leona. I don't know if it's a surprise or a scare for others, but I'm sure it's for you. Angor then looked at Tree Spirit. And for Mr. Tree Spirit as well. Considering the conversation between Tree Spirit and Leona, they all knew what Angor meant. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up. So this is what you meant? Yes. Angor didn't try to hide it. Tree Spirit wasn't sure before, but now that Angor confirmed it, he felt much better. However, Tree Spirit didn't let himself get carried away. He still needed to know if Angor was telling the truth. You're going to hold a tea party here? Yes, that's what I'm planning to do. But I'll tell you the details later. I know you have a lot of questions. Why don't we go into the city first? No one objected. Following Angor's lead, they all headed toward Foundation City. Angor's explanation allowed them to learn more about the city. However, the more they understood the situation, the more questions they had. Are we really in the dream realm? Why does it feel so real? It's not completely in the dream realm, but in the middle of the dream realm and the real world. As for how real this place is, it's because your first impression of this place is that you think it's real. But if you treat this place as real, you'll find that it's only relative. You're saying that everything here is fake? That depends on your perspective. For the people who live here, everything is real. But for us, we have to look at it from a different perspective. Truth and falsehood only exist in our hearts. The people of Foundation City all look like mortals. Where did they come from? They're all dead in the real world. What's left here are only their consciousnesses. By the way, have you heard of immortality? They don't have souls, but they still have complete memories. That's another form of rebirth. Leona had been having similar conversations ever since she stepped into Foundation City. Angor tried his best to answer her questions, but Leona was getting more and more confused. She even began to doubt her own understanding. She couldn't imagine how a consciousness could live in this place. How did it become a resident of the dream realm? She also couldn't understand what Angor meant by truth and falsehood. She felt like she understood Angor's words, but she couldn't see the truth behind it no matter how hard she tried. However, not everyone was as confused as Leona. More or less, they sensed something. Laws. The laws here are similar to the real world, but they don't quite fit. Wallace looked at Angor. The laws of every world are similar, but they're never the same. The laws of this world are too similar to the real world. Even the mana is the same. Is it because the world's consciousness is imitating the real world? But the consciousness of a world doesn't have a mind of its own, so there's only one possibility. The ruler of this world is actively trying to make the laws of this world resemble the real world. You're the one who made the laws of this world? Angor glanced at Wallace in surprise. Due to Sunder's influence, he had some misconceptions about Wallace. But now, this misconception had been corrected. Wallace had become the leader of the academies in Brute Cavern because he was talented in detailed observation and analysis. He was able to see the bigger picture with just a little observation. Wallace pointed out the most important thing about the Dream Wasteland: power. Angor was planning to leave the topic for later, but since Wallace already brought it up, he decided to go with the flow. I can't say that I'm the one who made all the laws. I only know a small part of them. But I'm the one who created the Dream Wasteland. Angor's words struck everyone like a bolt of lightning, which left everyone dumbfounded. The creator of this world? This world wasn't perfect, but no one expected someone to be able to create a new world. Even Iron Granny, who was always calm and collected, was looking at Angor in disbelief. I think you've misunderstood. This isn't a real world. It's just a demiplane. Angor briefly explained how the Dream Wasteland came to be. He didn't mention the Dream Whelk, Nightmare Host, or Shava. He only said that it was Freud's idea, plus a little bit of luck, and the benefits of being a nightmare form. However, everyone was still confused by Angor's explanation. Even if it was just a demiplane, as long as they were still in the southern wizarding region, they could be pulled into this world through the registration device. They all knew what this meant. I see. Leona muttered, I told you to make a talisman that can at least keep up with the latest trends. I didn't think you'd be so successful. Heh. Floating Mech City's signal tower is nothing. This is a super long distance interaction. It didn't matter where one was in the southern wizarding region, as long as one was pulled into the Dream Wasteland, they would be able to communicate with each other face to face. They did think that Sunders could communicate with Angor through dreams, but they didn't expect it to be done in person, and in such a wide range. They were just guessing at the time, but now, they were truly astonished. As long as I have a monocle, I can enter this place anytime and anywhere? Wallace asked in a trance. He seemed to be mumbling to himself at the same time. Yes. Angor nodded. Then can other people get in without using the monocle? Sunders didn't wear it when he was in the observation pavilion, Rain said. The monocle is a login device with a special dream walk spell fixed on it. It's the key to entering the Dream Wasteland. In other words, if you don't want to use the login device, you'll have to learn the special dream walk spell. But this special dream walk spell requires a nightmare form, which is why my professor and I are the only ones who can use it. Angor glanced at Rain. Even if someone does learn the special dream walk spell, they still can't enter this place freely. Why? Rain asked. Yes, sir. I don't know many rules of this world, but as the gatekeeper, I have the right to use the Dream Gate. Angor understood Rain's concern. The Dream Wasteland was extremely valuable. Without any hidden means, people would fight over it. If that happened, the wasteland would no longer be a safe place. It would become a chaotic battlefield. Therefore, he briefly explained the power of the Gate Watcher and the Dream Gate to them. Everyone reacted differently. Rain looked a little surprised, while Iron Granny and Tree Spirit sighed in relief. Leona and Wallace shared the same reaction, but there was more envy in their eyes. By now, everyone knew what the Dream Wasteland meant. As Leona said, it was enough to change an era. In the past, the only way to communicate face-to-face was through a plain passageway, which cost a lot of money. Even wizards would only use it when they were in a life-or-death situation. But now, distance could no longer restrict the flow of information. More importantly, the cost of the login device was minuscule. It probably cost less than 10 magic crystals. What Granny said before might really be true. Ryan recovered from his trance and muttered to himself. Every revolution in the wizarding world would lead to a great change in the times. Ever since the mechanical revolution, all the wizards had been waiting for the next revolution, and Ryan was no exception. Before today, he had thought about what the next generation's revolution would be like. But what Ryan didn't expect was that the next generation of change would come so quickly. With his experience, he could say with absolute certainty that if the Dream Wasteland really came to life as expected, it would be a revolutionary change that would overturn the times, more importantly, it all originated from Brood Cavern and Angor. Rain looked at Angor, who was standing in front of him. His tall figure was dazzling under the sunlight. Rain suddenly felt that Brood Cavern's future was much brighter. Tree Spirit also noticed Rain's change of expression. He walked to Rain and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Right now, we're all focused on information exchange. But I have a feeling that this is only the most basic application of the dream wasteland. The strange magic power, the immortality of consciousness, the control of laws. I can see the unfathomable potential of the dream wasteland in every aspect. Tree Spirit's eyes were clear and bright, as if they were reflecting the bright future of the wasteland. Rain didn't comment on it, but he agreed with Tree Spirit's words. He was the one who created miracles. Along the way, Angor briefly explained the situation of Foundation City to everyone, including the culture, and layout of the city. He also mentioned how to create dream dwellers. This made Tree Spirit even more certain of the potential of consciousness immortality. However, this method of transforming into a resident of the dream realm was currently more effective for mortals because mortals could not condense souls. However, this did not affect Tree Spirit's view on this. Soon, they reached the top floor of Heaven's Tower. Freud brought some people to the construction site of the new city. The office at the top of Heaven's Tower was empty. It wasn't big, but it wasn't too crowded. Freud is the owner of this office. He's a dream manipulator apprentice and has been my assistant ever since the Dream Wasteland was created. I remember that Freud is an apprentice of the Tower of Hurricane. Is he trustworthy? Asked Leona. He already swore an oath to me, so don't worry about his loyalty. Angor briefly explained Freud's identity. Hearing Freud's oath, everyone's worries disappeared. All of them were well aware of Luo Jian's powerful restraint. Freud isn't here right now because he's busy with the construction of the new city. But here are some of Freud's research projects, all about the Dream Wasteland. Angor brought everyone here so that they could see the research projects. As for why he didn't teleport them to the top floor of Heaven's Tower, he wanted them to get a basic understanding of the world so that they wouldn't make any mistakes. This was also why Angor didn't show up right away. He waited until everyone was done talking by the lake. Angor showed everyone Freud's research projects. He removed some of them, including the Dream Whelk, Nightmare Domain Host, Infinite Alchemy, and so on. It wasn't that he couldn't tell them. Instead, recognition and acceptance also required a process. If he were to say everything at once, it would be easy to blur the focus. Besides, Angor needed to make some preparations. These were all sensitive topics that could affect the future development of the wasteland. Yes. After Ryan finished reading a series of research topics, he fell into deep thought for a long time. Perhaps Tree Spirit was right. Information exchange was only one of the basic applications of the Dream Wasteland. As far as Ryan could see, there were many things that moved him. For example, the virtual mana. It perfectly simulated the properties of energy in the real world. Through the virtual mana, one could experiment with many cantrips in the Dream Wasteland that might backfire in the real world. This meant that apprentices would not have to worry about mistakes or backfires when practicing cantrips, and their progress would be greatly improved. It also meant that apprentices could create new cantrips in the Dream Wasteland without worrying about the consequences in the real world. These 2 points alone were enough to shock the entire wizarding world. Apprentices were the foundation and hope of every sorcerer organization. The better the quality of apprentices, the more potential they had in the future. As for virtual mana, at least in terms of the practice and creation of cantrips, it could quickly improve the quality of apprentices. Currently, the virtual mana could only be used by apprentices. According to the research papers, Sunders had already grasped the laws of energy. As long as he could perfect the properties of the energy and construct a more complete energy framework, it would be possible to use wizard-level spells in the Dream Wasteland in the future. Such was the potential of virtual mana, which was not inferior to information exchange at all. Moreover, there were many undiscovered laws in the Dream Wasteland. When more laws were discovered, the Dream Wasteland's potential would also be revealed. It could be said that the Dream Wasteland was a new world full of treasures. As far as Ryan was concerned, owning the Dream Wasteland was even more valuable than conquering an affiliated plane. However, there were still some things he needed to pay attention to. He was worried that the dream wasteland would become a lawless wasteland. But now, he was more concerned about whether the undiscovered laws could be controlled by his own people. Ryan raised this question. He did not give a clear answer. He only hinted that he would talk about it later. Ryan did not urge him. The dream wasteland had too much potential, and it did not need to be developed overnight. Ryan did not ask anything else. He already knew a lot of things from the research papers. Of course, there were also some doubts about the dream wasteland. However, these doubts pointed to the core and required in-depth research. Ryan did not intend to ask about them now. Besides, the dream wasteland had given Ryan too much of a shock. He still hadn't fully recovered from the shock and needed some time to digest it. The others were just like Ryan. The more they read the research topic at hand, the more shocked they were by the dream wilderness. Even if they saw some suspicious points, they did not pursue them in a trance. Leona was the only exception. Although she was also shocked, when she saw some suggestions for the tea party in the research project, she instantly sobered up. She didn't care about anything else and didn't even ask about it. After all, these were the decisions of Ryan and the other higher-ups. She only needed to abide by them. However, the tea party was her top priority right now. As soon as she saw the content of the party, she immediately discussed it with Angor without hesitation. In fact, he had already written down most of his ideas about the tea party in his paper. Just as Leona expected, Angor was planning to open up an area in the dream wasteland and turn it into a venue for the tea party. However, Leona thought it would be a great novelty for the tea party. She didn't expect Angor to be even more ambitious than she thought. In the future, Angor planned to have one of his tea parties in the dream wasteland. The tea party was held in Brute Cavern this time, which was already a great deal of profit for Brute Cavern. If every tea party was held in the dream wasteland in the future, the benefits would be unimaginable. Angor also wanted to turn the tea party into a private gathering for the most powerful witches. That would be even more valuable. Leona's heart was already pounding when she read the content. If Angor's plan became a reality, this tea party would definitely go down in history books and create a new style of tea parties. Leona no longer considered whether she should hold a tea party here or not. The answer was yes. She only wanted to know how Angor was going to achieve his goal. What were the details? Angor answered Leona's question by giving her some answers. Leona was getting more and more excited. However, there was one crucial part that Angor didn't answer. Since Brute Cavern was the host of the tea party, it shouldn't be a problem to hold one in the dream wasteland. However, how would Angor attract the witches into his private tea party? Besides, novelty alone wasn't enough to attract the witches. Angor had to gain their common understanding and approval. Most of the time, such understanding and approval came from personal opinions. Every witch had a different personality, so it was impossible to take care of all of them. Therefore, Angor had to rely on external factors. At the very least, this private tea party had to be luxurious. Not only did the venue have to be luxurious, but the food and clothes had to be top-notch as well. How was Angor going to achieve this? You'll find out soon enough. Angor didn't tell her the truth. You'll see. He didn't say it out loud, but the confident look on his face convinced Leona to trust him. Knowing Angor's personality, he wouldn't make promises that he wasn't confident about. Since he already mentioned it, he must have a solution. Seeing that Leona didn't ask any more questions, Tree Spirit looked at Rain expectantly. Since Angor mentioned it, and Leona also wants to set up a branch meeting here, I'll have to give it to you. Does that mean I don't have to set up a meeting place inside the Tree of Eternity? Instead of answering Tree Spirit's question, Rain looked at Leona. What do you think? Leona considered and nodded. I don't care about the venue. But I do need the energy from the pool of life. Tree Spirit was more than happy to hear that. Since Angor didn't need to set up a space inside the Tree of Life, Tree Spirit nodded happily. Now that he could get rid of Leona, Tree Spirit felt that today was worth it. At the same time, he also gave Angor a grateful look. If it weren't for Angor, he wouldn't have been able to get away alive. Angor put on a serious look and said, let's get back to the main topic. This time, I invited all of you here to introduce you to the Dream Wasteland. The most important thing is to talk about what I saw in the ruins this time. Angor began to tell them everything that happened to him recently. There were some unexplainable secrets, such as Shava's identity and Dalmatian's condition. Apart from hiding some of them, Angor told them everything. As for why the nightmare creatures did not attack him, Angor simply explained that they might have mistaken him for someone else. However, most of the people in the room did not believe him. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for the nightmare creatures to mistake someone else for someone else. However, they did not say it out loud. They only guessed that it might be because of the nightmare form. After all, the biggest secret of Phantom Island was its research on nightmare form. Since it might involve other people's secrets, they did not want to ask. Besides, they were more interested in what happened inside the ruin. An hour later, Angor told everyone about his experience. He also used a mirage spell to answer some of the questions and scenes that they couldn't understand. After all this was done, the narrow office fell into a long silence. Everyone tried to imagine what would happen inside the ruin. After listening to Reeve's story, they did not hesitate to try their best to imagine what would happen inside. However, after digesting Angor's story, they still felt that they had underestimated the situation. The ruin was no longer what they imagined. It was a real world of the nightmare realm. The enchanted corridor, the Garden of Spirits, the Rainbow Mountain, all kinds of strange places. The mystic lady, the maid of black and white, Minister Nuka, powerful and mysterious creatures. Man-eating mushrooms, dragon droppers, light of nightmares, all kinds of deadly dangers. There was also the arrival of Xianxia, whose target was unknown. All of these showed that this was not just a mysterious incident that needed to be dealt with quickly. It was already heading toward a real disaster. More importantly, Brood Cavern would be at the front line of the disaster when it came to a full-scale war. It seemed like everything was going well for the time being, but Brood Cavern would be at the front line. Even Ryan could feel that the road ahead was dark. Everyone else was silent. Even though they had a lot of things they wanted to say and a lot of emotions they wanted to vent, they restrained themselves. Because the energy generated by this matter, even if it was just the aftermath, had already exceeded the objective scope of most people present to discuss. After an unknown period of time, Ryan finally broke the silence. What's happening in the ruins can no longer be deduced using conventional logic. Their thoughts, their goals, and what will happen after Xianxia's descent, it's very difficult to deduce at the moment. Although Ryan did not say it directly, everyone understood that these unpredictable details would not lead in a good direction in the end. It would definitely be worse. I will seriously consider these questions. Ryan let out a long sigh before continuing. Now, let's deal with the most likely crisis we're facing. Bewitching Ing. According to the Bee Blair of the Flower Spirit Garden, as well as the information revealed by the Book of Insanity, Mystic Jade would soon replace illusion and spread it to the outside world. And the spores that the illusion spewed out were the lifeline. The illusions were still causing serious damage, but with Sunder's presence, the illusions were not as threatening as before. At least, they were no longer harmful to supernaturals. However, Illusion's exit and Mystic Jade's arrival would bring a new danger. They all saw Reeve's soul mutate and heard about how Reeves was affected by Mystic Jade's corrosion. The terrifying power of Mystic Jade's corrosive ability shocked them all. Not only was bewitching jade harmful to acolytes, even official magi would find it hard to escape from its corrosion. If bewitching jade were to be released into the real world in large quantities like lifeline thread, it would be a disaster even more terrifying than lifeline thread. Besides, it was not difficult to cultivate Mystic Jade. Blair had already planted a large number of Mystic Jade in the Flower Spirit Garden, and it would not be long before Mystic Jade spread to the outside world. Other problems could be ignored for now, but Mystic Jade's threat was something they had to pay attention to. The solution to Mystic Jade can only be found inside the Mystic Jade's body. I found 3 larvae from the Flower Spirit Garden. I'll bring them to Mr. Ryan later, Angor said. Ryan shook his head. No need. I'll come to you directly. Also, I have some other things that I want to ask you about. Angor considered and accepted the offer. Sure. After Ryan finished speaking, he stared out of the window. Under the clear blue sky, there seemed to be endless secrets hidden. The peak of Mount Caleripon and the bottom of Kurd Abyss were 2 typical dangerous places in the southern wizarding region. Ryan sighed in his mind. He felt as if he was wandering between these two dangerous places, the highest point and the lowest point, the dream wasteland and the land of Xianxia. Ryan did not ask more questions. He did not stay in the dream wasteland either. Instead, he returned to the real world. As for the others, they all had their own choices. Everyone was a little excited about Xianxia's arrival. But since Ryan had said that they had to seriously consider it, they decided to put it aside for now and focus on the dream wasteland that they were deeply interested in. Wallace decided to stay at the top of Heaven's Tower to read Freud's papers and research projects. Iron Granny did not mention where she was going. She only said that she would take a look around First Heart City. Tree Spirit and Leona did not leave either. They wanted to learn more about the dream wasteland so that they could prepare for the tea party. When everyone was done, Angor prepared to leave the dream wasteland and wait for Ryan's arrival. However, before he could leave, a gray figure suddenly rushed into his room. A series of crackling sounds rang out, startling Wallace, who was in the middle of reading. He raised his head to look at the newcomer. "What's this?" Wallace looked at Angor's chest. Angor slowly unfolded his clothes, revealing a small, gray seabird that was trembling in fear. Wallace chuckled when he saw who it was. "I didn't expect you to bring it here." Of course, Wallace recognized the bird in Angor's arms. It was the bird that always stayed on Angor's shoulder. He remembered the bird's name was Toby. Wallace knew that Toby was here for Angor, so he did not ask and returned to his reading. Angor took Toby to the balcony on top of the tower so that they wouldn't disturb Wallace's attention again. "What's wrong with you?" Angor thought Toby was missing him for several days. But after a while, he noticed that Toby was trembling all over. It seemed the bird was afraid of something. Toby looked up at Angor with an aggrieved look. Before Toby could answer, Angor felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. Toby's expression changed again. Like an ostrich, Toby stuck his head into Angor's chest pocket, leaving only his quivering tail feathers. Angor was still wondering when the ground shook again. Looking back, he saw a huge figure leaping up from the outside of the firmament tower and landing heavily on the balcony against the sunlight. When the light faded away, Angor finally saw who it was. It was a meat demon wearing a luxurious purple dress and holding a lace fan. Steel Barbie Greya. Angor already knew that Greya entered the dream wasteland with Sunder's help several days ago. However, since Mystic Lady dragged him to the spirit garden, this was the first time he saw Greya in the dream wasteland. Greya unfolded her fan and chuckled while covering her mouth. It was a very ladylike gesture, but when she did it in her current state, it was rather creepy. "Oh, Angor. You're here too?" Greya narrowed her eyes. No wonder Toby ran away so fast. "Did he smell you?" Greya did not say much to Angor. Instead, she looked at Toby, who was still pretending to be an ostrich. "Don't think you can get away just because Angor is back. Come with me, or your punishment will be doubled." Greya approached Toby's step. Every step she took caused the ground to tremble even harder, but Toby still kept his head buried in Angor's chest. Greya walked to Angor and poked Toby's tail with her fan. Toby immediately jumped up and whimpered in pain. Toby sneaked a glance at Angor, but Greya only chuckled. "Like I said, no one can save you. Not even Angor." Angor opened his mouth to say something, but Greya gave him an angry glare. Next, a spirit bond appeared on Angor's body. Angor was a little surprised when he felt the connection. Without a doubt, Greya was the one who released the bond. Angor was surprised because this was the first time he ever connected to the spirit bond created by virtual mana. Speaking of which, it was not that different from the real world. Spirit Bond was a pseudo-level 3 cantrip, and Greya had only been here for a few days. How did she learn to cast a level 3 cantrip with virtual mana? This talent was indeed worthy of being the flag-bearer of the gourmet class. "Don't speak for Toby." Greya's spirit ripple came from the other end of the spirit bond. Before Angor could ask why, Greya continued, "I'll deal with you later. I let Toby follow you because he can grow faster. But look at what you've been doing lately. You let Toby sleep every day and play around in the dream wasteland. If I didn't come here, Toby would be a crippled bird by now. I won't forget this." Angor was about to defend Toby, but he quickly shut his mouth after hearing Greya's words. Greya was exaggerating a little, but she was right. Angor had been letting Toby do whatever he wanted recently and did not pay much attention to it. It was normal for Toby to play around in the dream wasteland. Now that Greya had decided to take over, Angor did not dare to object. Seeing that Angor was obedient, Greya looked at the shivering Toby with a smile. Just finish your punishment and come with me for training. There are no other restrictions here, so you can train your reflexes and mana control. It's a perfect place. Toby realized that Angor was not going to help him this time. He couldn't help but whine a few times. What? You want to leave the dream wasteland and return to the real world? Greya covered her mouth with her fan and chuckled. That's great. You probably haven't used your serpentine form for a long time already. How about I go find you and let you train it? Toby's eyes widened. After a while, the light in his eyes dimmed down and he whined again. Angor could tell that Toby had given up. Greya nodded in satisfaction and took Toby from Angor's arms. Let's go. We'll go to the Colosseum in the south of the city. There's a demon hunter on duty there, and he's using your favorite ammonite form. With that, Greya nodded at Angor and prepared to leave with Toby in hand. Before leaving, Greya glanced at the office behind the balcony and met Wallace's gaze. Did you tell Brute Cavern about the dream wasteland? Greya looked away from Angor and asked, Did you tell Brute Cavern about the dream wasteland? Angor nodded. Yes. You heard it from Freud, right? About the tea party. Since Greya wanted to use the tea party to reveal a small part of the dream wasteland's existence, he needed Brute Cavern's cooperation. After all, he needed Rain's permission before he could use the dream whelk to bring anything into the dream wasteland. I heard about it. I have to say, you have a big appetite. Greya chuckled. But I'll support your decision. Only those who have seen the dream wasteland will understand how wonderful it is. Greya waved her finger and released a stream of mana that gave off a beautiful, colorful aura. The colors melted into Greya's dress and made it look even more gorgeous. Greya glanced at her own body and the color of her dress. Thanks to the dream wasteland, she was finally able to see her beautiful body again. She finally had the mood to dress up a little. I'm really regretting that I didn't invite you to Candy House in the first place. Greya sighed. So you want to try my mana bread again? Angor flipped his hand and created a black lump that reeked of something sour. Greya jumped away and gave the low-quality mana bread a disgusted look. Don't think that way. Candy House has non-gorny wizards too. Angor smiled but didn't say anything. Fine, I'll take Toby away. Greya grumbled. When Greya disappeared from sight, her voice came from the wind again. The dream wasteland is wonderful. I'm looking forward to the arrival of a new era as well. I'm not looking forward to your blessings, Angor muttered in a low voice. We urgently need a chef for the tea party banquet. Can you find out more about it? Didn't you go out with Iron Granny, Professor? Angor was a little surprised. When he returned to reality, he noticed that Sunders had left the dream wasteland earlier than him. Sunders was now sitting in front of Angor, tapping his fingers on the table as if he was thinking about something. Iron Granny only asked me some questions about the energy law. Then she went to register her identity and said she wanted to go to the city. She registered her identity? Angor was surprised. Foundation City was designed to be a mortal city, so its rules and regulations were set up for mortals only. Supernaturals were prideful creatures, and they would never be restricted by rules and regulations. It would be fine if Foundation City was a supernatural city. But this was a mortal city, and supernaturals didn't want to work with mortals. When Angor took them to Firmament Tower, both Wallace and Leona were curious about the residents around them, but they didn't want to get close to them. Angor was quite surprised when he heard that Iron Granny volunteered to do the registration on her own. Maybe she's curious because she hasn't left the tributary for a long time. Or maybe she wants to learn more about the Dream Wasteland? Sunders wasn't sure if this was the right answer. However, he could see that Iron Granny didn't reject the idea of living in Foundation City. She didn't even mention that she was a supernatural, and she even agreed to accept construction tasks. Iron Granny was just like an ordinary person who joined the city in the most peaceful way possible. Angor didn't know why Iron Granny did this, but he didn't think she would cause any harm to Foundation City. Maybe she just wanted to experience life. Sunders and Angor decided not to think too much about it. It could not be a bad thing. Are they the misty larvae you mentioned? Sunders glanced at Angor's boots. Most of his vision was blocked, but he could still see a faint green color. Angor nodded and reached out a hand. The 3 tiny creatures on the heels of his boots flew into his hand. Perhaps it was because they didn't have the nightmare aura to support them, which made them less active. Using the green tattoo on his right hand, Angor sent a wisp of nightmare aura to the 3 creatures. The pure nightmare aura instantly helped them recover from their lethargic state. They even became more energetic as they hopped around in Angor's palm. If Sunders didn't already know the truth, he could not imagine how the 3 green mushrooms would turn into monsters with sharp fangs and devour souls. Sunders did not know much about living creatures, so he did not get much information from the larvae even though he tried his best to observe them. Although the infant bewitching ing had already shown some of its special abilities, it was impossible for them to activate the bewitching ing now. If they let the bewitching ing release the green mist before they were fully prepared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Due to the special properties of the enchantment, Sunders could only give it a quick glance and looked away. Next, he looked at the other mushrooms on the table. After taking out the bewitching ing, Angor also removed the other accessories he was wearing, which were all given to him by the Book of Madness and Minister Nuka. Back in the Dream Wasteland, Angor only explained the origin of these mushrooms and their special effects. He also mentioned a white mushroom as an example. Sunders recalled that the white mushroom was a part of the mycelium of a soundwave mushroom. When the parent mushroom matured, it would produce its own offspring, which could then communicate with each other across distances. Soundwave mushrooms had some limitations, but they were generally very useful. However, since the Dream Wasteland appeared out of nowhere, Angor's explanation about the effect of the sound mushroom didn't attract much attention. As for the other mushrooms, Angor did not mention them in the Dream Wasteland since they were his personal belongings. Now that Angor had all the mushrooms on the table, Sunders took the chance to ask about the other functions of the mushrooms. In the Dream Wasteland, he didn't tell them about the functions of these mushrooms because they weren't the same as enchanting and hallucination. They were functional mushrooms, and they didn't cause too much harm. So he didn't need to tell them about them. But he didn't plan to hide anything. Since Sunders asked, he began with the mushroom, which was the most important thing in the world. This mushroom was cultivated by Nuka, the Minister of Agriculture. It's called Flourish. Flourish was very effective in stabilizing space ripples in a demiplane. Speaking of which, the Dream Wasteland is also a type of demiplane, so Flourish should have some effect on it. But Flourish is a living creature, so I can't use the Dream Whelp to bring it into the Dream Wasteland. I have to use Dream Walk. I wonder how effective the dream entering technique will be on Fanxing. Can it really enter the Dream Wasteland? And even if it does it still have the ability to stabilize space? Sunders would have to conduct more experiments to find out. After Flourish, Angor moved on to Amon. Flourish was already good enough for Sunders, but Amon's function was even better. Once Amon matured, it could be used as a medium for teleportation. In my opinion, Amon can replace a teleportation array to some extent. It can only be used for short-distance teleportation, but it can be used to connect to a nearby wizard market or organization with a long-distance teleportation array. Brood Cavern won't need to lock itself up, and it can be used to communicate with the outside world safely. The only thing I regret is that it costs less to build a teleportation array, but it's still quite expensive to cultivate Amon. I wonder if Mr. Rain is willing to. Before Sunders could finish, a majestic voice came from outside the study. Of course. As the smoke curled up, the silhouette of a tall and straight figure slowly appeared at the door. He was wearing a white shirt and a linen checkered vest. Every detail of his attire was neat and tidy. Even his slightly gray hair was neatly combed. It was Rain. Rain stepped into the study. You picked the right time. Angor remained silent. Angor remained silent. He did sense Rain's presence, which was why he blurted out those words. But are you sure you want to give Amon to Brute Cavern? Rain asked. Angor nodded nonchalantly. After learning about Amon during the Flower Spirit Gardens banquet, Abel knew that it would be very difficult to cultivate Amon with his own strength. This was because the amount of materials required to cultivate Amon was simply too large. Even if he could cultivate 1 or 2 almonds, it wouldn't be of much use. This was because the more almonds he had, the better. It would be best if he could establish a complete Amon network. Besides, even if he could build a network of almonds, he would need a lot of manpower to maintain it. Otherwise, almonds could easily be destroyed. Considering both resources and manpower, this was not something Angor could do on his own. Only a large wizard organization could do something like this. Giving Amon to Brood Cavern was the best way to get the most out of it. Rain couldn't help but smile at Angor's attitude. If Amon really built a network system, it would be a great help to Brood Cavern. The reason why Brood Cavern never built a teleportation portal is that we don't have the core technology for it yet. Using a teleportation portal is very risky. Even wizards will be in danger if they make a mistake. So, we'd rather not build one. Yes, teleportation portals are very effective. Some wizards once suggested that we work with Floating Mech City, but I never made up my mind. Now, it seems that my hesitation was correct, because your Amon has arrived. Rain sat down on the other side of the desk and sighed. If Amon can really replace teleportation portals, and we can cultivate it ourselves, even if it's only a medium to long distance teleportation, we'll do everything we can to build it. Rain looked at Angor. You mentioned Amon when you asked me to come in. Do you have something to ask of me? Let's hear it. Since you're willing to provide Amon, I'll consider your request. Rain winked at Angor. Angor chuckled. I want to apply for some materials for Amon as well. Rain waved a hand. No problem. I can also make the decision. You can apply for the cultivation materials for these young mushrooms for free. Really? Angor's eyes lit up. Rain looked at Angor's excited eyes and felt that something was wrong. But he didn't think too much about it. Of course. That's a deal then. Since you're here, Mr. Rain, let's talk about Mystic Ing. Angor couldn't wait to talk about Mystic Ing. Rain felt that something was wrong when Angor tried to change the topic. He only heard Angor mention that the materials for Amon were very expensive, but he forgot to ask how expensive they were. Rain wanted to ask again, but Angor had already started talking about Mystic Ing. Mystic Ing was more concerned about Brood Cavern's safety than Amon's, so Rain had no choice but to listen to Angor's explanation. He already told Angor about the dangers of Mystic Ing in the Dream Wasteland. This time Angor was going to talk about the characteristics of Mystic Ing, how to cultivate it, and how to counter it. The only thing that can counter Mystic Ing is Mystic Ing itself. Angor told Rain everything he heard from B. Blair. He then added in a serious tone, the 3 little ones I brought with me are still young. If the mystic gems are going to erupt like lifeline, they won't be able to absorb much of the green mist. So, the best way to deal with it is to cultivate mature Mystic Ing as soon as possible. This was because only the mature Bewitching Ing could absorb more of the green mist. However, cultivating Mystic Ing was only a passive way to deal with the green energy released by Mystic Ing. If Mystic Ing exceeded its limit, it would still be in danger. Therefore, it was better to find a way to deal with it once and for all. To do that, Angor needed to study Mystic Ing more. Just like Sunders, Angor knew little about biological research. This was why he decided to give one of the larvae to Mr. Rain. Maybe the man would know something about it. Among all the wizards in Brood Cavern, Dumadin is the one who knows the most about living creatures. It's just that his research is biased towards the human body, and Mystic Ing is a real fungus. I don't know if it will work. Ryan pondered for a moment. If Dumadin couldn't do it, it would be difficult for them to find a solution by themselves. As far as I know, Regina from Xianxia Academy is the most knowledgeable about mushrooms in the southern wizarding region. Maybe we can ask her for help? Regina was also a member of the research department. She was also known as the Mushroom Witch. If Regina can help, there's a good chance we can solve the problem. But I heard that Regina rarely meets outsiders. It's hard enough to see her, let alone persuade her. It's true that Regina doesn't meet outsiders except for her classes at Xianxia Academy. But if you're also a member of the research department, you shouldn't be an outsider to her, right? Both Sunders and Rain turned to look at Angor. Ryan came quickly and left quickly as well. He was going to meet Dumatin with one of the young mysticking flowers he got from Angor. After Rain left, Angor took out a mini signal tower. He still wanted to see if he could meet with Regina. When the signal tower was activated, a screen slowly appeared on it. The screen trembled, and a familiar face appeared on it. It was a handsome young man with a cold mechanical aura. He was one of the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City, Robot Beast Emperor Lawson Yada. Lawson didn't say anything. He only looked at Angor with an inquisitive look. Lord Lawson, I need to talk to Mushroom Witch about something. Can I meet with her? Angor went straight to the point. Lawson didn't answer right away. Instead, he lowered his head and tried to sense something. Please wait. Mushroom Witch is in Floating Mech City right now. I can't contact her directly. I'll ask Antonio to ask her for you. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, the image on the screen began to flicker. Lawson disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a humanoid spirit with a faint blue glow. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, the standard accent of a noble's butler was enough to tell the identity of the visitor. It was Antonio, the guardian spirit of the Creation Hall. Good day, Mr. Pat. Antonio bowed to Angor. Angor returned the gesture. I've learned of your request from the mayor. Miss Regina just came back from her class and is resting in the city. Antonio hesitated for a moment. When Miss Regina moved into the Research and Development Institute, she told me that when she was in the Research and Development Institute, apart from Lord Muse, no one else was allowed to disturb her. I can't contact her directly, sir. Although Antonio's answer was no, Angor could tell that the old man had something else to say. You can't contact her directly? Is there another way? Angor asked. Antonio nodded. Miss Regina went to Miss Portia's room after she came back from the academy. Portia? Angor remembered this woman. During the ceremony where he was accepted as a member of the department, Portia participated in the ceremony by using her projection and sat beside Angor. Portia came from Akasha Hill and was an expert in perfumery and apothecary. She created the triangle equation on her own, which solved a hidden loophole in Xia's equilibrium formula. According to Master Mitra, before Angor became a member of the department, Portia was considered a genius alchemist who was closest to becoming a mystery alchemist. You mean? Angor looked at Antonio. Did the man want him to contact Portia? But why would Portia agree to meet with him? Miss Portia just returned to the department not long ago. She asked about your request, sir. It seems she wants to talk to you. Antonio's words reminded Angor of Portia's request to discuss enchantment with him during the audience meeting. Angor thought it was just a polite request. But now, it seemed that Portia really wanted to get involved in enchantment. No matter why Portia wanted to study enchantment, Antonio already made it clear that Portia would agree to his request. In other words, if Angor wanted to see Regina right away, the only way was to ask Portia for help. When Miss Regina leaves the Research and Development Institute, I can help you contact her. According to the schedule of Ashley Comprehensive Academy, the next time she goes to the mushroom processing class is in 13 days. As far as he knew, Regina was a witch who only cared about mushrooms. She spent most of her time studying mushrooms. Now that she had returned to the research department, she would probably stay in her room forever. If he wanted to contact her alone, it would probably only be 13 days later. The crisis of Bewildering Ing was imminent, and no one knew when Bewildering Ing would erupt from the Star Pond ruins. 13 days didn't sound like a lot, but something could happen halfway. Angor considered for a moment and decided to use Portia as an excuse to find Regina. He had a brief encounter with Portia before, and he thought she was a gentle alchemist. Even among all the witches he met, Portia could be considered a moderate one. She wouldn't mind if he used her as an excuse to contact Regina, right? Antonio didn't say anything else after hearing Angor's request. He simply used his spirit ripples to contact Portia. A moment later, Antonio opened his eyes. Miss Portia has agreed to meet with you, sir. I will use myself as a medium to project the image. Thank you, Angor said. As soon as he finished speaking, Antonio's figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, a blurry image appeared on the other side of the screen. This image quickly solidified into reality. On the other side of the screen was a golden sea surrounded by clouds. In the middle of a fluffy cloud island, there was a heavenly lake that was as vast as the sea, and its end could not be seen. The setting sun shone on the heavenly lake, shining with golden ripples. It looked like a golden ocean. A crystal palace floated in the center of this lake. On the balcony of the top floor of the palace, two witches dressed in light gauze reclined on their chairs, basking in the light of the setting sun as they chatted and drank tea. It was a very pleasant sight. Naturally, these two witches were Portia and Regina. Angor looked at the scenery on the other side of the screen and felt a little dazed. He had been to the city of Floating Mech more than once, but he didn't see such a huge cloud island. What kind of golden sea was this? Also, didn't Antonio say that Regina went to Portia's room? Was this a room? Angor paused for a second as he thought of something. His gaze wandered around the balcony and finally settled on the small table between the two witches. There were two things he was very familiar with there. One was a card case with an elegant packaging, while the other was a strange-looking box. Angor looked at the box and realized what it was. The box looked exactly the same as the Cage of Shadows. In other words, it was a stage play box. Moreover, the drama box was still in an active state. Therefore, the environment of the golden sea in the clouds was undoubtedly a real illusion created by the drama box. On Portia's screen, she could see Angor's surprised expression changing to one of sudden realization. Portia's age was fixed at middle age, but she didn't look tired like a middle-aged woman. Instead, she looked more mature than a young girl. Portia put down her teacup and chuckled. "We meet again, little brother Angor. I thought I'd be the one looking for you in the end. I didn't expect you to come to me first." Before Angor could say anything, Portia grinned. "Your expression tells me you already know that you're inside a stage play box. As the creator of the stage play box, why don't you comment on it?" Angor already knew the truth, but he still felt a little strange. He already heard that the stage play box was very popular among the witches in Floating Mech City. There were even private tea parties like Stage Play Box Exchange. However, at that time, he only heard about it and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, even Portia had a drama box in her hands, it could be seen that the drama box was really popular. "I can't see much through the screen. However, judging from the current situation, the level of the illusion is very good. At least I haven't seen any flaws." Angor considered. But the setting is only one of the strengths of the stage play box. The most important thing is the story and the language used in the illusion. The so-called language used in the illusion was the content expressed by the camera. A good setting was one thing, but how to express the story in the illusion was no longer a matter of skill. It was a matter of art. Portia said, "What you said is exactly the same as what the mind witch from Rest Torch Academy who pursues the art of expression at a tea party I went to the last time. Too bad I don't know much about art. I just like the setting. I can chat with my friends and play cards in it. It's nice, isn't it? That's why I didn't trigger the illusion." Angor could tell that Portia and Regina only wanted to chat. They didn't see the stage play box as an art form. Speaking of which, the stage play box was created by the Soul Witch. Since you two have the same brain waves, maybe you'll like it too. Do you want to see the story? Portia asked. Before Angor could say anything, Portia added, "It's a good story. I heard it's an original play called Love in the Clouds. It's about the love-hate relationship between the city lord of Cloud End and a mortal woman." As soon as his voice fell, a ZZ sound appeared on the screen. Next, Antonio's voice echoed in everyone's ears like a voiceover. "Miss Portia, I think it's best if we don't talk about this story." Portia smiled slyly. "Well, it seems like someone doesn't want me to tell this story." Angor didn't say anything, but he knew what was going on. The so-called Love in the Clouds seemed to be referring to Mayor Lawson. According to the rumors, Lawson once fell in love with a mortal woman, and witch Melanda was the product of this extraordinary love. It looked like he was talking to Portia, but in fact, he was using Antonio as a medium to show what was happening in Portia's room. In reality, Lawson was still sitting in front of Angor. No wonder Antonio interrupted them when they were talking about Love in the Clouds in front of Lawson. However, he was still not interested in the drama. even if he could exclude the fact that it might be a reference to Mayor Rosen's romance. The name suggested that it was a romantic play. It was fine to sit in a theater and watch it. But if you could use a projector to experience it, the atmosphere would be a bit off. Let's get back to business. What do you want from me? Portia looked at Angor curiously. I heard you've returned to Brute Cavern, and the tea party is going to be held there soon. Are you here to ask me to make some perfume? Perfume was a must for any tea party, no matter how big or small it was. That was why Portia thought so. But Leona knows a lot about perfume. I don't think she'll use someone else's perfume for such a grand event, right? Angor hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Portia the truth. I'm sorry to say this, but my main purpose this time is to meet with Witch Regina. I heard that Witch Regina is here, so I asked Antonio to contact you for me. Angor showed an apologetic look. He did take advantage of Portia. It would be fine if they were close friends, but they were not close enough to forgive each other. Portia narrowed her eyes. Angor couldn't see her expression. Before Angor could think that he had offended Portia, she suddenly chuckled. You're apologizing right away. I thought something big happened. But you're just looking for someone. It's not a big deal. Why do you have to be so serious? Her words made Angor feel even more embarrassed. Portia waved a hand. It's fine. I have something to talk to you about anyway. If you really feel bad, don't cut off the signal so early. Angor nodded. Portia didn't say anything else. She talked to Regina for a while and seemed to have gotten Regina's approval. A short while later, the screen was silently aimed at Regina. Regina looked young, but there were dark circles under her eyes. She looked like someone who was poisoned, or someone who stayed up all night without rest. Regina was wearing a pink mushroom-patterned gauze and lying on a lounge chair. She only nodded to Angor when she saw him, which made her look even lazier than Angor's character. What do you want from me? Let's hear it. After saying that, Regina seemed to have thought of something and added, since you've come to Portia's place, you must be looking for me for something urgent, right? Do you want me to go to the signal tower alone and contact you in private? Angor shook his head. No need for that. Once the mystic gems erupted, they would be exposed like living threads. If someone wanted to know, they would definitely find out. There was no need to hide it. I'm here to ask for Witch Regina's help. Regina chuckled, then picked up the teacup by the table and slowly took a sip. If you want my help, sure. But you'll have to pay a hefty price. Do you know anything about the lifeline, Regina? I think I've heard about it before. Regina turned to look to the other side. Portia's voice rang out. She was talking about the information regarding the lifeline. Clearly, the news about living threads had spread from Parmajai Highlands to floating Mech City. Oh, I remember now. It's a special infectious disease. Regina quickly remembered Portia's information and looked at Angor. You mentioned the lifeline because you want me to solve it for you? Didn't I hear that Brute Cavern already knew how to cure living threads? Yes, there's a way to cure it. But I'm talking about the source of the problem. The source of living threads? Regina was not the only one who was curious. Even Portia pricked up her ears. After all, secret information was the topic of conversation at the tea party. Yes. The source of living threads is a special kind of mushroom. It's called phantom. Angor turned off the screen, and the noise in the study quickly disappeared. Regina is just like the rumors. She's really obsessed with mushrooms, Sunder said in a low voice. Sunder's low voice came from the other side. When Angor contacted Regina using the mini signal tower, Sunders didn't leave. He only spoke after Angor put away the mini signal tower. When I went to Elixir Hut to look for Master Mitra, Lady Yalia told me a rumor. She said that the mushroom witch lived alone in a small house made of mushrooms since she was born. She was raised by a spirit living in the mushroom house, and her love for mushrooms was engraved in her bones. I don't know if it's true or not, but Regina will do anything for an unknown mushroom she's never seen before. Sunders nodded and recalled the scene he saw earlier. When Regina learned that the living thread came from a mushroom called Phantom, she showed great interest in it. She kept mumbling and guessing what kind of mushroom could create the illusion. When Angor took out the phantom larva, Regina immediately jumped up from her chair. Her face was almost glued to the screen as if it was a flatbread. She was surprised at first when she realized that the illusion was a type of mushroom she had never seen before. But when she regained her composure, she agreed to join Angor's research without hesitation. She promised to study the illusion thoroughly. Moreover, this time, Regina didn't mention any high reward at all. For someone like her who was crazy about mushrooms, she was delighted to see them. Even if there was no reward, she was willing to pay. Regina quickly urged Angor to send someone to send the mushroom back to the research department. She couldn't wait to start her research. Of course, Angor didn't come to Regina for Phantom. Phantom was only a bait to test Regina's attitude and to get to the real topic. Seeing Regina's enthusiasm, Angor explained his main purpose and showed Mystic Gem, who was still alive on his palm, to the screen. Regina looked at Bewitching Ying on the screen, and her eyes instantly froze. Her gaze followed Bewitching Ying's young body, and her entire person seemed to be slightly intoxicated. When Angor put the larvae away, Regina finally regained her senses. An even greater excitement than before slowly arose in Regina's heart. But before she could express her excitement, Regina's gaze suddenly fell upon a corner of the screen on the other side. "I think I saw a pure white mushroom on your side, right? What kind of mushroom is that?" The white mushroom was a sound transmission mushroom. It was placed on the other side of the desk. Sunders gently pushed it into the visible range of the screen so that Regina noticed it. After seeing the hallucination mushroom, bewitching mushroom, and voice transmission mushroom, which she had never seen before and which had special effects, Regina's emotions were completely out of control. The genuine desire that flowed out from the bottom of his eyes was completely undisguised. Regina didn't ask Angor to send the mushrooms to the research department this time. She made her decision. "I'll pack everything I need and go to Brute Cavern right now." Regina's decision might seem hasty, but she had thought it through carefully. If Angor could take out 3 special mushrooms so easily, he must have gone to some strange mushroom farm. Maybe he had more. She had to meet Angor in person to get the information. Also, Leona from Brute Cavern would be hosting a tea party soon. No matter how much of a shut-in she would still attend such a gathering. She had to go to Brute Cavern sooner or later. At least she could study the unknown mushrooms as soon as possible. Regina will arrive at Brute Cavern in no time. "Have you thought about what to do?" Angor put away the button with the mini signal tower and said, "Let's do it here. The lab is a bit messy, but it's big enough. She should be able to do whatever she wants if she tidies it up a little. If she doesn't like the environment, we'll create an illusion. Just like the Golden Sea in the clouds." The reason for this arrangement was because Regina's research target was Mystic Ing. Phantom might look cute and playful now, but it was still a terrifying biological weapon created for the purpose of conquering and invading. Once Phantom's green mist drifted out, it could cause serious trouble in the future. Besides, Regina seemed to be quite interested in Phantom as well. Phantom was also a deadly weapon. Even if Angor could find a way to contain it, it was better not to let it go. Therefore, it was better to study it in a completely enclosed place. Ruins were the best choice. Sunders didn't mind this arrangement. However, he still reminded Angor about some details. Before Regina touched Phantom, she must sign a tarot contract to prevent Regina from secretly taking the mycelium out of the lab. After all, regardless of whether it was bewilderment or hallucination, even if both sides would be injured, they were still terrifying weapons of mass destruction. If Regina took them away, they would be used as a tool for those with ulterior motives. Of course, Angor knew what to do, so he nodded in agreement. Next, Sunders mentioned Portia. About her request, "You can try to help her. But try not to get involved if you can." Angor nodded. He knew what Portia wanted to do, and it was a very dangerous thing. After talking with Regina, Angor went to talk with Portia. As Portia said, she had something she wanted to discuss with Angor. Angor guessed that it had something to do with enchantment. As he expected, Portia wanted to know if there was a magic array that could convert life into matter in the field of enchantment. Angor didn't know what Portia was trying to do. "I don't know yet. I need to look it up." Portia nodded and said that she would find Angor during the tea party. She hoped that Angor could help her find such a magic array. After ending the call, Angor suddenly remembered how Granny Fingernail told him some of her impressions about the members of the research department so that Angor could join them faster. When talking about Portia, Granny Fingernail spoke highly of her. Portia was a true genius alchemist. Her ideas were bold and unconstrained. Although the things she put into practice were strange, even if they were failures, there was still a trace of spirituality that couldn't be concealed. Granny Fingernail even said that she saw Evo in Portia. Before Angor joined the department, Portia was definitely the alchemist who was closest to reaching Mystery Realm. Granny Fingernail spoke highly of Portia's character and alchemy skills. However, she hesitated a little when talking about one thing. Just like Evo, Portia went astray in order to find Mystery. I heard that she's planning to join the field of life alchemy. Life alchemy was different from bioalchemy. Although bioalchemy sounded a little scary, it was actually a rigorous subject. Life alchemy, on the other hand, was different. It involved human relationships. Bioalchemy focused on modification, while life alchemy focused on creation. The creation of life was a dangerous and forbidden area, while the creation of intelligent life was absolutely forbidden. Because of this, Toby's birth was a miracle that could not be replicated until now. This was also why Greya loved Toby so much. Granny Fingernail told Angor that if Portia really wanted to join the field of life alchemy, she must be hoping to find a magic array that could help her with her work. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Angor decided to avoid it as much as possible. As Sunder said, Angor could help with the search, but he could not get involved. If Portia really did step into the forbidden area, Angor would be dragged into the mess as well. He would not end well if he got involved. Seeing that Angor understood, Sunders decided not to say more. Then, he changed the topic and asked, speaking of what happened in the ruins, you should still be hiding something from His Excellency Rhine, right? Angor nodded. There were some things he couldn't talk about in the Dream Wasteland at the right time, so he decided to keep it a secret for now. But now, it was just him and Sunders, so he did not need to hide anything. Next, he told them everything he wanted to know, including the invitation to the Moon Sacrifice Day banquet, Spotted Puppy, Boiling Gentleman's Lab, and several unknown mushrooms that he had yet to talk about. After listening to Angor's explanation, Sunders had a clear answer to his question. No wonder you were able to stay calm in the face of so many powerful creatures, and even resisted Minister Nuka's aura. So Spotted Puppy came out of nowhere and helped you, Sunders said. You're right. If it wasn't for Spotted Puppy, I would have been exposed as soon as Minister Nuka showed up. Although I don't know why the Dalmatian would come to the Heart's place, it was all thanks to its help this time that we barely managed to deal with it. Because of this, even though I covet the light solvent that Boiling Gentleman mentioned, without a way to resist the pressure, I dare not enter again, let alone participate in the Moon Worship Day banquet. Sunders nodded. Angor was lucky this time, but it did not mean he could do it again. Sunders agreed with Angor's decision. You made the right choice by leaving without Spotted Puppy. The Minister of Agriculture was already so terrifying. Tim, who was titled as the Minister of Weapons, must be even scarier. If Tim really came to the southern wizarding region because of Spotted Puppy, he might cause a disaster similar to the arrival of a demon god. They must have suppressed their power in the demiplane. Once they fully unleashed their power and invaded the southern wizarding region, even if the world's consciousness would expel them, they would still be able to turn the world upside down. Therefore, it was best not to provoke such powerful creatures. But Spotted Puppy came at such a perfect time, Sunders muttered. Based on what you said, it didn't do much after it arrived. Sunders could only guess that Spotted Puppy came to the southern wizarding region to see Angor. However, when Angor was dragged into the spirit garden by Mystic Lady, Spotted Puppy already came out of the outpost. How did it know Angor was coming? Could it be that this living mystery creature had the ability to predict the future? Sunders couldn't answer this question because there was no proof. Apart from meeting Angor, the puppy also did something else that made people curious. It seemed to be very interested in the fat version of the Void Traveler. But after it got the Void Traveler in the birdcage, it let it go. Sunders found this series of actions unnecessary and strange. Could it be that the purpose of its descent was actually this Void Traveler? Unfortunately, it was hard to find an answer. Sunders could only shake his head and give up. Apart from Spotted Puppy, Sunders was more interested in the things Angor brought back from the ruin, whether it was the mushrooms or the spawn of the distorted seed. These souvenirs were all useful, but he didn't have time to study them right now. What he wanted to do now was to open the hidden room of the ruin and see what secrets were hidden inside. Seeing that Sunders was interested in them, Angor took them out and let Sunders study them. As for Angor, he took out a knight armor with broken runes on it and began to repair it. Time flew. When the midnight bell rang, Angor finally came back to his senses from the rune repair. He rubbed his sore neck and looked at the knight armor in his hand. He knew that the runes were encrypted using Winland's sequencing and white crystal card, so it was much easier for him to repair them. In half a day, he managed to repair about 1/50th of the runes. It seemed slower than he expected, but in fact, the more complete the runes were, the faster they would be repaired. When he reached the later stage, he would be able to repair them much faster than now. He should be able to repair the damaged magic patterns on the knight's armor within a week, or even less than a week. Satisfied, he put the armor aside. He still had other things to do, so he would put the repair work aside for now. He looked around and didn't see anyone else in the study. Using his spirit feelers, Angor sensed that someone was in the lab below. Sunders must have taken the mushrooms and the distorted seed to do some experiments. Angor was going to the lab as well, so he stretched his body and slowly left the study to head downstairs. Angor didn't go to his lab right away. Instead, he opened the door to the material warehouse. The material warehouse was still empty. There were no materials in it. The only difference from before was that there was an additional coated wooden house with 2 small white clouds floating on top of the artificial lake. This wooden house was where Balba and the others lived in the real world. Angor came to the material vault to look for Balba. Regina would be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Angor's lab was still filled with all kinds of items that needed to be cleaned up. Because it involved a lot of transcendent tools, it was obviously not good to use spells to clean it up rashly. It was easy to damage the equipment, so someone had to carefully clean it up. Balba used to work at Prom's alchemy shop for a long time, so he was familiar with all kinds of lab tools. Angor went to the wooden house and checked Balba's condition through the dream gate. Balba was currently on an airship heading to the new city. Since Balba wasn't in danger, Angor woke him up from his sleep. When Balba opened his eyes, he immediately became alert. This was not the first time he had left the dream wasteland, but this time, he was forced to leave by the outside world. He was worried that something might have happened in the outside world. However, his surroundings did not change as he had imagined. It was as calm as ever. When he sensed Angor's presence outside the wooden house, he finally realized what was going on and calmed himself down. Angor must have summoned him from the dream wasteland. Balba didn't know why Angor woke him up from his dream wasteland, but he knew there must be something important. Balba quickly came out of the wooden house. "Sir." Balba bowed to Angor respectfully. Angor nodded. He didn't tell Balba why he was here right away. Instead, he asked about Balba's condition in the dream wasteland. "I've memorized most of the blueprints for the new city. I'm on my way there now." Balba paused and said hesitantly, "However, there are some buildings in Mr. Chown's blueprints that I might not be able to handle. It's just too hard to understand." Balba opened his mouth. He wanted to describe the buildings, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know what to say. The transparent buildings in the blueprint, the steam fortresses floating in the sky, and the shops with light screens and strange neon signs, were already difficult for him to understand and describe by himself, not to mention doing it. Angor saw Balba's blueprints before, so he knew what Balba was trying to do. After all, when John designed the blueprint, he combined the architecture of Earth with his own understanding of the wizarding civilization. Even if the design, safety, appearance, and function were all self-consistent to a certain extent, it was still difficult for an architect like Balba, who only knew how to do things step by step through the magic scrolls. To solve this problem, Angor needed more manpower. He also needed someone who could manage everything. This person had to have the ability to control the situation, understand the design principles and concepts behind John's blueprint, and have a deep understanding of wizardry. Lastly, they had to understand the properties of different materials. Angor believed he was the best candidate for this job. However, the construction of the new city would take too long, and he Had too many things to do right now. He considered for a moment and decided to ask Freud for help. Since Freud had spent a lot of time with John, he had gradually accepted some of John's ideas. Since Freud was the one who had spent the most time with the blueprint other than John, he definitely had a deep understanding of the concept behind the blueprint. The only thing Freud lacked was knowledge about the properties of materials. But that wasn't a problem. Angor could ask Rain to send some wizards who were familiar with the properties of materials to help Freud. If Rain wanted Brute Cavern to gain the upper hand in the Dream Wasteland, he would definitely pay extra attention to the city, which was likely to house a large number of wizards in the future. Just do as Freud said. Do what you can and put aside the ones you don't understand or can't do. It won't be long before someone comes to take over. While chatting with Balba for a while, Angor noticed that Balba seemed to be more relaxed compared to when he was in Brute Cavern. The atmosphere in First Heart City was very relaxed, and John was a gentle person. Balba's pent-up anger slowly dissipated in this environment. This was a good thing. Balba's mind was the complete opposite of his boorish appearance. He was a meticulous man who easily suppressed his emotions. Once he lost control of his emotions, he would easily deny himself. Being able to relax in the Dream Wasteland before going back to Brute Cavern was not a bad thing for him. Apart from Balba's change of attitude, there was something else that Angor was interested in as well. It was Balba's change of attitude toward the two Kukukas. In the beginning, Balba didn't care much about Papaya and Kudodo, who were both little people. Balba wasn't the kind of person who was willing to accept other people's feelings. At first, Balba thought he wouldn't get to know these two until the end of his mission. However, something changed. In the morning 2 days ago, John and a small team had developed a very simple chatting tool. Using the Mother Tree network, they didn't need to search for each other's location. Instead, they could use a paper-like dialogue box to chat with each other. John named the tool tree groups. Tree groups were also divided into 2 categories, small tree groups and big tree groups. There was also a tree groups that could be used to chat in real time. John had pulled his team into a small cluster of trees. Balba had accepted John's construction mission as well, so he was pulled in as well. In the group chat, Balba discovered many things that were completely different from what he knew before. Kudodo looked like an honest man, but he was always joking around in the small tree group. Some of his words were so funny that Balba couldn't help but chuckle. Papaya usually trained in silence and didn't talk much. However, in the small tree group, she would often type puzzled words, non-stop. She was simply like a chatterbox. John was gentle and knowledgeable as usual, while Baboda didn't like talking. In the beginning, Balba did not know what to say in the group chat. Later, when Chan was teaching in the group chat, Balba asked some questions about the construction of buildings. At first, the answers were normal, but then Kudodo suddenly started to go off topic and asked Balba about the shapes of buildings. Balba was not happy at first, so he corrected Kudodo's question. However, Kudodo's question only got worse, and even Chan joined the battle. Balba didn't want to be left behind. The small tree group became lively again. After that, Balba felt that he didn't have to worry about talking in the small tree group like he used to. Balba spoke in the group from time to time, and Kudodo and Papaya were willing to talk to him. Thus, some of the things that Balba thought were impossible began to change. Balba didn't talk to Kudodo Papaya face to face yet, but he was able to build up some emotional connection with her through the tree chats. Of course, Balba didn't tell Angor the whole story. Still, Angor managed to deduce the whole story from the small details. Angor was glad to see Balba's change in attitude. But what surprised him the most was the tree group. He did not expect that John's development of the Mother Tree network would really take shape with the characteristics of the tree civilization. It was still a long way to go before the blossoming of flowers era recorded in the hologram tablet. However, the first step was the most difficult. Once the first step was taken, the development of the Mother Tree network would go on like a geyser. For now, it was just a group of trees. Angor was looking forward to seeing what the Mother Tree network would bring in the future. Even Sunders would be surprised. After all, he wasn't optimistic about the development of the Mother Tree network. After finishing his conversation with Balba, Angor finally told him why he came here. Cleaning up the lab wasn't difficult. It only took time and effort. The construction of the new city didn't need to be rushed. Freud still needed to do a final survey, which meant Balba had plenty of free time. Therefore, Balba accepted the task without hesitation. Regina would arrive in 2 days. Time was of the essence, so Balba followed Angor to the lab next door. As soon as he entered the lab, he saw Sundar standing on a workbench. On top of the workbench was a metal tool that looked like a ball. It released a beam of light through a special observation membrane and focused on a tentacle placed on the workbench. Angor quickly realized that Sundars was studying the distorted seed. Angor looked at the severed tentacle and began to worry about the distorted seed. The distorted seed he brought out from bewildering corridor was only a spawn that was severely malnourished. Now that the tentacle was severed, he wondered if it would be dangerous. But when he saw the main body of the distorted seed, he was surprised. The distorted seed was now placed in a transparent box. The box was locked with a special magic pattern, but it did not become uncomfortable because of the confinement. Instead, it appeared to be comfortable, like a happy otter. A large number of tentacles were wrapped around a black stone, which made it look like it was floating in the air. It didn't look like a severed tentacle at all. Angor quickly realized why the distorted seed was behaving like this. It turned out that the stone in its arms was a nightmare stone with an extremely pure aura. The aura of the stone was almost the same as Angor's nightmare aura. Nightmare aura could replenish the distorted seed's lost energy. No wonder the distorted seed looked like it was enjoying itself. With the nightmare stone here, the distorted seed would be fine. Angor no longer worried about it. He asked Balba to clean up the other rooms while he walked to Sundar's side. Professor, Angor greeted without asking about Sundar's research. He had only been studying for less than a day. It was hard for him to find anything useful. As expected, Sundars began to tell Angor about his research. Not only that, he didn't even have a clue. First, there were the mushrooms. Angor already explained the effects of the mushrooms, but he still needed to wait for the mushrooms to mature. For example, Armand's mushroom could perform short to medium distance teleportation between objects of the same origin. However, there were 2 limitations. First, the same origin of the mushroom meant that the main body of the mushroom would split into larvae of the same origin and grow them into Armand's mushroom. However, the Armand's mushroom had to reach maturity before it could split into larvae. Second, there was the teleportation mechanism. Armand's mushroom needed to swallow someone into its mouth, which meant it would grow bigger when it matured, just like the bone-chewing mushroom Angor found in the spirit garden. How could Armand's mushroom swallow a person when it was not even as big as a palm? Since the mushrooms only worked when they were mature, Sundars couldn't do any specific research on them. He wasn't an expert in mushroom research anyway, so he had to put the mushrooms aside and focus on the distorted seed first. However, his research on the distorted seed was also stuck. He tried so hard to cut off the tentacles, but there was nothing special about them. They were only used to trap or glue things together. In other words, the so-called buff effect of the distorted seed must come from the spherical core. However, Sundars couldn't dissect it since it was only a child, and the only one. He spent half a day studying it, but it turned out to be a complete waste of time. Sundars also knew it was a waste of time to continue the research. After chatting with Angor for a while, he returned the mushrooms and distorted seed to Angor. Sundars said, "The distorted seed is a child. You won't find anything even if you dissect it. I suggest you use it as soon as you find a suitable one. It'll help you a bit." Angor nodded. That was why he brought the distorted seed out of the cave. As long as he kept supplying nightmare aura to the distorted seed, it would provide him with a powerful and loyal puppet. And the thing he didn't lack the least was nightmare aura. However, the distorted seed itself didn't have much power. He had to find a creature that could be possessed by it. He had no target yet, so he had to keep the distorted seed for now and wait until he found one. Angor took out his rune pen and prepared to inscribe some runes in the lab. This was why he came to the lower level. Regina was going to study the mushrooms in this lab soon. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Angor decided to draw some restrictive and defensive runes as a last resort. Since he already had a plan in mind, Angor worked quickly. It took him less than half an hour to finish the runes. When everything was done, Angor looked up and saw Sunders still sitting on one side of the lab with one hand supporting his cheek and the other resting on the table. Sunders' eyes were narrowed as if he was thinking about something. Sunders slowly opened his eyes and looked at Angor. Maybe it was because Angor was not trying to hide his gaze. "Professor," Angor greeted him. Sunders glanced at the runes on the table and the floor. "You're getting better at drawing runes." Angor chuckled and accepted the compliment. "I'm going to leave Brute Cavern for a few days. I've told Tree Spirit that he can come to you if there are any infected patients in the hospital." "Sure." Angor nodded as soon as he realized what Sunders was trying to say. Angor planned to spend the next few days deciphering the runes on the knight's armor. But since it was a task from Sunders, he wouldn't refuse. Besides, the infected patients were already under control, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Even if something did happen, it would only be 1 or 2 people, which wouldn't affect Angor's progress. Angor didn't ask where Sunders was going since it was a private matter. Angor did not ask, but Sunders already told him where he was going. "Do you remember the illusion message that was sent to Phantom Island not long ago?" Angor nodded. The message came from Sumesh. He wondered if Sumesh was in trouble and asked for help from Sunders. But before he could figure it out, he found himself in the spirit garden. Since Sunders mentioned illusion QQ, it must have something to do with Brute Cavern. "Is that illusion message really asking for help?" Angor asked curiously. "Sort of." Sunders rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. As far as Angor knew, Sumesh and Flora both became very independent people under Sunders' guidance. They would never ask for help because Sunders wasn't the kind of person who cared about his own children, so asking for help was pointless. But now, Sunders admitted that the message was for help, and he was really going to help them. Under Angor's curious gaze, Sunders didn't hide anything and told him about Sumesh's situation. It all started from the blood melt incident. When Angor first came to Brute Cavern, Flora was investigating a blood disease that caused a large number of deaths. Later, Flora confirmed that the incident was caused by a blood melt virus. Although the incident was settled, the source of the virus was still unknown. She had a feeling that the virus would be very useful to her. It might even help her find her future. She began to study the virus like crazy. Later, Flora heard about the bloodbath virus from somewhere and invited Sumesh to investigate it together. The result of the investigation was still unknown. However, during their investigation, they ran into a group of crazy Red Plague believers. The Red Plague was a great demon god from the Abyss Plane who was born to spread plague and bloodshed. Unlike the other demon gods who could still maintain relative order, the Red Plague represented absolute chaos and deep evil. Every believer of the Red Plague was a lunatic. Among the Red Plague believers Flora and Sumesh encountered, there was a powerful chosen who was as strong as a truth-finder wizard. Sumesh had just become a truth-finder, while Flora hadn't even reached the level of a truth-finder yet. There was no way they could fight against the Red Plague. Still, they were stubborn people who never thought of asking Sunders for help even though they were in great danger. After going through a lot of difficulties, they managed to escape from the Red Plague believers. Unfortunately, Sumesh had to use his damaged nightmare domain multiple times in order to confuse the chosen. As a result, his nightmare domain was on the verge of collapsing. Once that happened, Sumesh wouldn't be able to recover for hundreds of years. The nightmare domain was collapsing fast. Sumesh worked hard to maintain a certain degree of harmony, but even the slightest disturbance from the outside world could worsen the situation. Sumesh couldn't even use a teleportation portal and was now stranded at sea, far away from Fake Continent. In such a dangerous situation, Sumesh sent an illusion message to Sunders for help. If Sumesh had asked Sunders for help when he was being hunted, Sunders wouldn't have helped him. Now, however, Sunders was willing to help him when his nightmare domain was collapsing. It sounded contradictory, but it was Sunders' philosophy on education. Of course, it was only limited to Sumesh and Flora. "I'm telling you about Sumesh because I'm going to use the nightmare domain in the dream wasteland to save him. I'll need your help then." Angor nodded. Sumesh's nightmare domain was already damaged when Sunders told him to use the dream wasteland, and Angor agreed. Of course, he wouldn't object this time. Besides, he also needed Sumesh's help to save John's life. he wouldn't leave Sumesh in the lurch. I'm glad you agreed. Sundars was waiting for Angor to finish the rune because he wanted to talk to Sundars about this. Now that Sundars had received a positive answer, he sighed in relief. Sumesh was a truth-finder fighter. If he fell into a slump for hundreds of years, his life would be ruined. As Sumesh's teacher, Sundars wanted Sumesh to live so that he could go further in his pursuit of truth. Even though Brute Cavern was currently occupied with other important matters, Sundars still needed to visit Sumesh. I'm going to leave for a while, but I'll continue building the high magic areas in the Dream Wasteland. If you need me, you can come to the Dream Wasteland. I'll bring a servant with me. If I'm not around, just tell him what you need to know. In fact, Angor could use the mark to determine when Sundars would enter the Dream Wasteland. Sundars knew about this ability, but he didn't need to worry about it since it was an urgent matter. Angor was about to nod when he suddenly thought of something. You don't need to go that far. You don't need to bring a servant with you. We can use the trees to contact each other. A message in the group? Sundars did not understand what Angor meant. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he led Sundars back to the Dream Wasteland. They entered the Dream Wasteland from a tall ring-shaped bookshelf. Sundars looked around and quickly recognized that this was the second floor of Foundation City's library, the Mathematics Library. Sundars had been here before, so he knew the layout of the library well. Mathematics and science library required a certain amount of knowledge, so there were not many visitors. But in Sundars' opinion, this library was the most valuable one in the entire library. According to Sundars, John was the creator of the library, and most of the books here were written by John. Sundars knew that John came from another human civilization. Through John's books, Sundars was able to see the brilliance of another civilization. The collision of ideas between two civilizations could bring great inspiration to people, which was why Sundars liked the Mathematics Library so much. Moreover, some of the formulas recorded in the mathematics books were very interesting. Although the formulas themselves were useless to the supernatural world, the logical chain produced during the derivation process was the crystallization of the wisdom of another human civilization. It was also very helpful for the wizards in the deduction of magic energy formulas. Sundars would visit the mathematics library from time to time. But he didn't understand why Angor brought him here. Wasn't John going to talk about the trees? While Sundars was still wondering, they had already walked out of the bookshelves. After passing through several side halls, Angor finally found John's room. Yes, Angor came here to see John. John's team created the trees, so Angor had a vague idea about them. But John was the one who truly understood them. To Angor's surprise, John was not alone at the moment. Usually, at this time, John would be revising books in the mathematics library. John was in the middle of his revision, but he was sitting across from someone he didn't expect to see. Iron Granny? Sundars' voice came from behind. It was Iron Granny, who said she wanted to take a stroll alone. Iron Granny was talking to John with a smile on her face, even though there were a lot of useless manuscripts on the table. Iron Granny turned around. Oh, it's you. Angor walked to Iron Granny and greeted her. Iron Granny responded with a smile. John, who was sitting in front of Iron Granny, looked at them curiously. You know each other? You must be a wizard from Brute Cavern too, judging from how Angor respects you. Iron Granny was curious as well. She only came here because she wanted to read some books in the library. Then she was attracted by the books in the mathematics library, so she decided to have a chat with the author. To his surprise, the author of the book seemed to be related to him and even knew who he was in real life. Iron Granny spent a long time in Foundation City because she knew that mortals here were ignorant and couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality. This was why John's insight was so special. Angor didn't know how Iron Granny found him here, but since they already met, he decided to introduce John to her. So he's the enlightening teacher you wanted to save? Iron Granny was enlightened. Then, she smiled. Now I know why you're able to reach such a high level in such a short time. The role of your mentor is probably very important. Angor wasn't sure if Iron Granny meant it or if she was just being polite because John was here. But he agreed with what she said. If not for John's guidance when he was young, he would not have become who he was today. I thought you're here for me. But it seems you're here for this Mr. Iron Granny stood up slowly. I won't disturb you. I'll go out for a stroll. Iron Granny paused a bit and nodded to John. You are very knowledgeable, and your opinions are very unique. I hope we can talk again in the future. Apart from my rest days, I'll come to the library every weekend to organize my books, John said. He already guessed that the old man might be a supernatural. Now that he knew who he was more than happy to talk to the old man. For one thing, John was curious about the supernatural world. For another, Iron Granny was Angor Sr. Perhaps Iron Granny could help Angor. Iron Granny smiled and nodded to everyone. She then turned around and left the library. After Iron Granny left, Angor looked at John again. John put down his pen and stroked his sparse beard with a proud smile. I was going to tell you about it after I'm done with the registration, interface details, and other minor functions. Who would have thought that Balba, that brat, would spoil the story in advance? That's right. The first development version of the tree cluster is already undergoing internal testing. Speaking of which, Papaya and Kudodo contributed a lot. They might be small, but they're much more sensitive to the mother tree's network than Baboda is. John paused. I think they're just like Fraffel, who has a high compatibility with the tree's authority. Angor didn't hide the secret from John, which was why he could tell John about it. Kudodo is a nature wizard, so he has a high affinity with plants. Papaya is a bloodline wizard, but she's more inclined toward plants. It's reasonable that they're sensitive to the mother tree's network, Angor explained. But he couldn't give them the tree's authority. They were too experienced and weak to handle the burden. Putting aside these groundless speculations, John continued to talk about the trees. The function of the tree cluster was similar to what Balba told him, real-time communication. As long as you were in the dream wasteland, you could use a special item to summon the tree cluster and chat with it. Sunders fell into deep thought. Angor already told him about the mother tree's network a long time ago. Sunders also knew that the tree cluster allowed real-time communication, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that once someone left the dream wasteland, he would have to wait to find them again. However, what he didn't realize at that time was that he only needed to slightly change his way of thinking and change the instant chat from the collision of spiritual bodies to a text chat page. Not only could he achieve instant chat, but he could also achieve delayed chat. As long as the text was there, the message wouldn't be lost. This avoided some of the disadvantages and awkwardness of real-time communication. With the text record, the message could be reconnected at any time. This was something that face-to-face communication couldn't do. Sunders finally understood why Angor mentioned the tree cluster earlier. As long as the message was still there, he wouldn't have to worry about missing something. It's probably hard to understand all of its mysteries just by talking about it. I happen to have the first-generation mother tree interconnect device with me. Why don't you try it out? Chown opened the crimson drawer and took out a small box. After the box was opened, a very thin black disc appeared in front of him. This is the first version of the mother tree connector. John took out the disc and explained, it's made of stone, and it's still rough. That's because I was thinking about the upgraded version or the first-generation version before seriously considering the appearance. When the time comes, the introduction to you guys would be more complete. However, things are unpredictable. I can't do anything about it if the secret is leaked in advance. It'll be lighter in the future, and the material will be changed from stone to something else, such as glass or ceramic. John quickly tapped on the disc as he spoke, as if he was trying to control something. But in the eyes of Angor and Sunders, there was nothing on the disc. You need your consciousness to enter the mother tree's network, so you can't see anything on it. But to me, it already shows the content of the page. John kept tapping on the disc as he spoke. After a while, he put it down and handed it to Sunders. Here, try it. Sunders was surprised at first. After a moment of hesitation, he followed John's example and tapped on the disc. As his finger touched the disc, Sunders' puzzled expression changed slightly. For the next 10 minutes, Sunders kept tapping on the disc without saying a word. Angor watched with many questions in his head, but he did not know what to say. He could only wait. Another 5 minutes later, Sunders put down the disc. He did not comment right away. Instead, he handed the disc to Angor. Angor immediately sensed the general structure of the disk the moment he touched it. As John said, the disk was made of sliced black stone. However, it was not completely rough. There were some hollows inside the stone, which could not be seen from the outside. He could feel some fine powder filling up the empty space inside the black stone. The powder carried a familiar scent. Angor sensed it and realized what it was. It was the powder made from the branches of the mother tree. He already tried it before. By touching the powder between his eyebrows, he would be able to enter the mother tree network. But this time it was a little special. He didn't touch it through his glabella. He only touched it with his finger, and a strange feeling emerged. He did not enter the deep level of the mother tree network, but he saw the surface of the mother tree network. They were displayed on the black stone disk in the form of a page. It was a bit like a holographic tablet without the projection module activated. It was purely a flat surface operation. It reminded him of a product he saw on the tablet from Earth, a mobile phone. There was an obvious button on the screen, which seemed to be telling Angor to press it. However, he did not press the button right away because he was already familiar with the interface. It was just too similar to the hologram tablet. What he was most curious about now was how it had appeared. Angor looked up and asked his question. Sunders looked at John on the other side. He had been to the Mother Tree Network before, and this was a completely different experience. He wondered how John did it. John chuckled. You should know that to enter the Mother Tree Network, you have to place the branch close to your mind's core, between your eyebrows. Both Angor and Sunders understood this. They had done the same thing before. Angor also knew that the reason why the branch was placed close to the forehead was because it resonated with the Mother Tree Network the most. In other words, there was the least delay, and it was the fastest way to enter the network. If the branch was placed close to other parts of the body, it would also have a chance to enter the Mother Tree Network, but it would not be as fast. As Angor was thinking about this, John explained, but according to our observation, touching other parts of the body can also allow you to enter the Mother Tree Network. It's just a matter of speed. But that's not the point. The point is, the Mother Tree Network you enter through your consciousness is a world of interconnected consciousnesses. You've entered the Mother Tree Network and the path of light before, so you should be familiar with it. You can do many things in this world. For example, you can use the path of light to travel to different areas of the Mother Tree Network, and talk to the dream plant sprites and other nodes. Angor and Sunders both experienced what it felt like to enter a world of interconnected consciousnesses before. I call this world of interconnected consciousnesses the immersive network, or the deep network. John paused. The immersive network is like a virtual world. It's good, but there are many functions that don't require it. It's a bit cumbersome. So, after discussing with others, we combined some supernatural power from virtual mana and created this web. It still uses the Mother Tree Network as the core, but it's only attached to the periphery of the immersive world. When you touch the disk with your finger, you won't enter the immersive network. Instead, you'll appear on the surface of the network, which is what you see now. To put it simply, touching the disk with one's finger would not cause as much of a ripple of consciousness as between the eyebrows. In other words, connecting to the Mother Tree Network would cause a huge delay, and it would be almost impossible to enter the deep network. However, in the end, the user's consciousness had come into contact with the disk and had some connection with the Mother Tree Network. Although they could not enter the deep network, with this weak connection and the research of John and his team, the surface network that John mentioned was born. But if you put the disk between your eyebrows, you'll still enter the immersive network. If I can change the permissions of the Mother Tree Network, I'll definitely disable this function. The deep network is the core of the network, after all. If you want to enter the deep network, you'll at least need a new set of equipment. John glanced at Angor. His meaning was clear. I'll change the permissions of the Mother Tree Network. The surface network has no restrictions, but the deep network requires certain permissions. By then, even if you touch the disk between your eyebrows, you won't be able to enter the deep network. Angor gave John a wistful look. John was very familiar with the deep network. Even though he did not give John much permission, he still completed a rough analysis of the Mother Tree Network in a short time. He even figured out how to create the surface network. If John could find someone who had access to the Mother Tree Network, he would be able to complete the task even faster. Unfortunately, Feely was the one with the highest compatibility for the tree civilization. She was not suitable for the task. As for Papaya and Kudodo, although they hadn't tested their compatibility yet, they didn't have enough experience. Was there anyone else? A figure popped up in his mind. Was he suitable for the job? Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. Now that he knew what was on the disk was the surface network activated by his consciousness, he focused his attention on the disk again. He had already experienced the test of the hologram tablet, so he was not surprised by the disk. But Sunders did not know that. Sunders thought that Angor was also new to the disk. Even if it was just a performance, Angor still had to act out the process. It would be best if he could show a surprised expression. With that in mind, Angor tapped on a button on the screen. When he pressed the button, he saw a sprout growing out of the ground. The sprout had 2 green leaves with tiny hairs, and these 2 new leaves corresponded to 2 buttons. The left button read, "First look at tree group in universal language." The right button read, "Mother Tree Forum." So simple, Angor muttered. Compared to the wonderful hologram tablet, this one was too simple. Angor pressed the "First look at tree group" button, and the page changed. The screen that appeared was still very, very simple. It was just a dialog box that didn't even have a single line. While he was thinking about how he should express his surprise in front of such a simple dialog box, he froze in the next second. It was not because the dialog box had any special function. He was simply attracted by the content that kept popping up on the screen. A brown-yellow bubble appeared on the screen. Balba did not know that Mr. Angor had his own unique idea. "Right, let me ask you a secret question. Who is that black bubble, unique idea?" What the hell? Angor scrolled up the chat window and finally found some clues. At first, a sky blue bubble said, "Is Wild there?" Brown-yellow bubble, "No. I think he left the dream wasteland." "What do you want, Mr.?" Sky blue bubble, "That guy told Angor about the trees." Sky blue bubble, "I told you not to tell anyone about the development version." Paint green bubble, "Not even Mr. Pat?" Sky blue bubble, "I was going to give him a surprise, but it's gone now. More importantly, it was such a simple version." Brown-yellow bubble, "Mr. John, I think it's already very exquisite." Sky blue bubble, "Your taste is already on the same level as Torres." I have nothing to say. The rest of the chat was mostly the brown-yellow bubble talking to itself. Occasionally, a pink-green bubble would pop up and talk to him. Angor had a general idea of what was going on. The sky blue bubble was John, the brown-yellow bubble was Kudu, and the pink-green bubble was Papaya. It was obvious that John was complaining to Kudodo and Papaya when he kept clicking on the disk. Another thing worth mentioning was that a black bubble with white characters on a black background appeared. However, there were no words inside the bubble. Instead, there was a symbol that represented a question. Judging from the timing of the bubble's appearance, Angor guessed that Sunders was the one who sent it. The tree group hasn't solved the registration problem yet, and it can't display code names yet. We can only distinguish them by color bubbles. As for the specific color, it's up to the Mother Tree Network to decide. I don't think the Mother Tree Network has its own consciousness, but it seems to have some sort of logic, which the 2 Crocs sensed. That's why the Mother Tree Network and the Mother Tree Network were able to use it. John saw that Angor was scrolling up the screen and guessed that Angor was looking at the chat history, so he told Angor everything he knew. He also told Angor about the people who were represented by the different bubbles. Angor tried using his mind to send out a character. A golden bubble popped up on the screen, which contained a symbol that represented exclamation. It was completely different from the previous bubbles of other colors. The golden bubbles were sparkling with golden light. They looked like bubbles with a special sparkling effect. Brownish yellow bubble, "Who is this? I can feel an extraordinary aura from the color. I'm trembling." Pink bubble, "I think it's." Brown bubble, "I think so too, Mr. Pat." Angor didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed the chat and clicked on another leaf, the Mother Tree Forum. The forum was as simple as the chat interface. It was still filled with bubbles. However, these bubbles were bigger and could contain more characters. However, in the entire forum, there was only one color of big bubbles, sky blue. The big blue bubble meant that John was the only one who had made a post on the forum. Angor clicked on a post titled, Overview and Detailed Rules of the New City Planning. It was a long article, which contained John's ideas about the new city, as well as some detailed descriptions of it. There were also comments under the article. The top one was John's own comment, "It's so sad that I can't show pictures." The second comment was a thank you from a dark blue bubble. According to John, the dark green bubble represented Balba. It was obvious that John had written this post specifically for Balba. He looked at the other bubbles, which were mostly about John's ideas about the surface network and some of his research topics. There was even a black bubble under one of the mathematics topics, which expressed its appreciation. Angor guessed that this comment was left by Sunders when he read it. Angor finished reading the forum and the Mother Tree forum. When he was about to express his opinion, two light dots suddenly appeared above the screen. One of them went into the tree group, while the other went into the forum. Angor didn't know what they were. He opened the tree group and saw a light green bubble appearing in the chat. It wasn't written in the universal language. Instead, it was a strange pattern. Angor couldn't recognize the pattern, but when he focused his mind on it, he could understand what it meant. Light green bubble, huh? What is this place? After a while, the brownish yellow bubbles and pinkish green bubbles silently formed a row. What's with the green bubble? As Angor wondered, the brown bubble popped up again. Looks like another lost child came here by mistake. The pink bubble spoke up as well. I went to check, and there's another one in the forum. There's a strange comment under the article Prospects of the Deep Web. The brown bubble, sigh. Can't help it. This is their home ground. They can come and go as they please. Angor understood what was going on. In the Mother Tree network, only dream plant fairies could be considered as home ground. He told John about the situation in the forest, and John's answer confirmed his guess. Those two new bubbles must be dream plant fairies who were attracted by the surface network, John said. Chown said confidently, that special pattern is the consciousness language of the dream plant fairies. As long as you see it, you can confirm their identity. According to John, for dream plant fairies who were addicted to the deep web, the surface network was like a lighthouse in the land of Evernight, or a barrier of light in the dark world. Curious dream plant fairies would wander in from time to time. However, the current function of the surface network was not attractive to dream plant fairies. They would usually leave after taking a look around. As John said, Angor saw two light dots that represented dream plant fairies floating out of the tree and the Mother Tree forum before disappearing. The surface network is not attractive to dream plant fairies, but those little ones seem to think it's an adventure game. The two dots of light you mentioned, when they return to the deep web, will talk about this adventure and find other companions. Then, Chown sighed. More dream plant fairies will hear about the news on the surface and come here to continue the adventure. Angor looked at John's frown and recalled his childhood. Whenever there was a bumper harvest of skywood nuts, a rogue squirrel would sneak into John's house with its whole family to steal the nuts. Back then, John and Angor had a headache about it. John would always frown like this for a long time. Although he had been furious at the time, now that he thought about it, that rascal squirrel's rascally appearance was rather cute. What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing? John looked at Angor in confusion. He was sighing. How can you laugh? You think the dream plant sprites are a nuisance? Chown shook his head. It's not really a problem. I actually like their simple personalities. They're more than welcome to communicate with us. What I'm most vexed about now is the lack of privacy. They can just barge in and it's hard to talk about many things. Although it doesn't have much of an impact now, if the surface network starts to spread in the future and users don't have privacy protection, it will be a nightmare. Sunders nodded in agreement. Angor suggested that if they entered the dream wasteland at different times in the future, they could exchange messages with each other through the trees. However, if this mutual information was not guaranteed by the government, many important topics could not be left behind. Of course, there was no such problem at the moment, but it was hard to say what would happen in the future. In order to develop the surface network, privacy protection had to be put on the agenda. Angor agreed. I'll think of something. Maybe we can use the tree civilization's authority to modify it. In order to achieve privacy protection, they either had to isolate the surface network from the mother tree network, or they had to make it difficult for the deep network to enter the surface network. As for which one was more suitable, it would take a long time for them to adjust. Angor already had a choice, but he still needed time to get used to it. He couldn't keep an eye on the tree civilization all the time. It would be great if someone could take over the tree civilization's authority. Back to the old problem. Unfortunately, it was still difficult to solve. Angor returned the disc to John and looked at Sunders. What do you think, Professor? How about we exchange information with each other? Sunders considered for a moment and nodded. Sure. Before this, Sunders never considered the mother tree network as important. He didn't understand why Angor valued the mother tree network so much. But after experiencing it firsthand, he changed his mind. From the convenience of his body to the surface network, everything Sunders experienced today made him feel more comfortable and convenient. Especially the surface network. It was an eye-opening experience. Sunders was not too surprised about the delayed communication between the trees. What really surprised him was the Mother Tree Forum. There, he saw many benefits such as the publishing of academic research projects, academic exchanges, academic education, and the collection and classification of research projects. There were other ways to replace them, but it was easier to integrate them together. Besides, John was the only one who published his research. What about the future? If all the major wizard organizations published their supernatural research projects together, it would be a great clash of ideas. However, when that day came, the problem of corruption would be brought to the table again. And it would not only be the Dreamplant sprites, but also the other wizard organizations who avoided or trusted Brute Cavern. Still, there was always a solution to every problem. Besides, even if the Mother Tree Forum was not open to the public, academic exchanges within Brute Cavern could still work well. Because of this, Sunders changed his mind about the Mother Tree Network's uselessness. However, whether or not he could reach the height of imagination would depend on how the future developed. Still, Sunders had to admit that the Mother Tree Network had great potential. How do you think the Mother Tree Network should develop in the future, sir? Angor noticed Sunders' change in attitude toward the Mother Tree Network. He did not ask Sunders about his thoughts. Instead, he asked about the future. Sunders shook his head in silence. Sunders had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he did not intend to express them. He did not see the potential of the Mother Tree Network. It was better to let Angor and John continue to develop the network as they wished. Sunders believed that Angor had great foresight since he valued the Mother Tree Network so much. He also wanted to see if the Mother Tree Network would reach its full potential under Angor's guidance, or if it would be like a small stone that sank into the ocean. After confirming that the trees could send messages to each other, Sunders' goal was achieved. Now, what they needed to do was to create a medium for Sunders to enter the Mother Tree Network. According to John, the black stone disc was a little crude, but it would take a stonemason about half a day to polish it. However, the black stone disc was only a vessel for carrying the spirit stones. It was not essential, and a different type of spirit stones would do. Angor returned to the real world and crafted a large box of palm-sized transparent plates out of discarded glass. The plates also contained enough space to store the Mother Tree's branch powder. Next, he used the Dream Whelp to take the plates to the Dream Wasteland. After some testing, the plates could be used to enter the Mother Tree Network. Sunders also sent a message to Angor in the group to confirm the availability of the plates. Next, Sunders took the plate away and left. In the real world, Sunders said goodbye to Angor and prepared to return to the mirror world so that he could search for Sumesh. In the next few hours, Angor noticed that Sunders was logging into the surface network from time to time through the Tree Civilization's authority. However, Sunders didn't say anything at first, as if he was observing Angor's actions in secret. After a long time, Sunders finally left a comment under a post titled "Pending Desktop Content" in the Mother Tree Forum. He asked about some details that were not mentioned in the post. John happened to see Sunders' message and began to chat with him in the forum. Kudodo and Papaya also saw the discussion on the forum, but they did not dare to say anything. After learning that the black bubbles represented Sunders, they would probably stay away from the forum posts for a long time to come. They did not want to offend Sunders by exposing their ignorance. After all, there were many cases in the Magus world where people had offended an official Magus due to their ignorant remarks. Some of them ended up in a horrible state. He did not pay much attention to the discussion on the forum. He left the library after discussing the surface network with John for a while. Instead of returning to the real world, Angor used the Dream Gate to find out where the wizards were. Iron Granny was in a new flower tea shop. She was sipping her tea while looking at the new flowers outside the shop. She seemed to be thinking about something. Wallace was near Pat Manor. Not because he noticed Angor's residence, but because it was the center of the high magic area. Wallace's eyes gleamed as he studied the simulated mana. Leona and Tree Spirit left the high magic area and headed out of the city. However, they did not travel together. They were not going in the same direction. Angor hovered in the air for a while before he used a gust of wind to fly out of the city. It didn't take long for them to reach a small valley about 10 kilometers away from Foundation City. The valley was surrounded by lush green grass and small flowers. At the top of the valley, there was a lone tree standing tall and upright. A man who barely wore any clothes was sitting under the tree, listening to the wind while taking a nap. It was Tree Spirit, who parted ways with Leona outside the city. Angor's arrival was accompanied by a gust of wind caused by the change of weather. Tree Spirit's senses were greatly weakened, but he still sensed it. He opened his eyes and saw Angor floating in the wind. "Hey, Angor, why are you here?" Angor looked at the lazy-looking Tree Spirit and slowly landed on the ground. "Nothing. I just came to see Mr. Tree Spirit." Despite that, Angor kept his eyes on Tree Spirit. The tree of authority in his mind space was trembling as if it was doing something. Tree Spirit misunderstood Angor's question and smiled. "Leona and I took a walk around Foundation City. She said that the city is too rough, and she doesn't like it. There are too many different styles mixed together, and there's no proper city plan. She won't hold a tea party in Foundation City, so she's going to see if there's a suitable place outside the city." Angor didn't know what to say. "So complaining about city planning has become a common thing now," Tree Spirit said. "Speaking of which, I'm also curious about the creator of Foundation City. He's so bold. Why would he do that?" "Who knows?" Angor acted like he did not care, but he had already made up his mind to speed up the construction of the new city as soon as possible. By the time the new city was completed, all the newcomers would go to the new city, and they would be shocked instead of complaining. Tree Spirit seemed to have noticed something. He smiled but did not continue this sad topic. "However, I personally think that since you've decided to open a branch of the Tea Party in the Dream Wasteland, you must have investigated the location in advance. There's no need to go to the suburbs to find it." But Leona didn't listen. She still insisted on going outside. Angor nodded. That was probably why Leona and Tree Spirit separated. If Tree Spirit knew that Angor would find a suitable location for the tea party, why did he leave Foundation City? Most of the places outside the city were not high magic areas, and the mana density was low. Even level 2 cantrips would not work there. Otherwise, Tree Spirit wouldn't have walked for half a day just to get 10 kilometers away from Foundation City. "The reason why I left Foundation City is because I found something interesting." Tree Spirit stood up slowly and turned to look at the lone big tree on the hill. "From the moment I set foot in this place, I noticed that every blade of grass and every tree here gave me a very strange feeling." Tree Spirit slowly walked to the tree and put his forehead on the trunk as if he was listening to the tree's heart. It looked like an ordinary movement, but it gave Angor a strange feeling. Especially when Tree Spirit put his forehead on the trunk, Angor could see the giant tree in the distance stretching its branches and swaying in the wind. "Mr. Tree Spirit, what do you mean by feeling?" Tree Spirit shrugged. "It's hard to describe, but I can clearly feel that somewhere in this direction, there's a consciousness that makes me feel close to it. It seems it wants to tell me something, so I'm going to check it out." Of course, Angor knew that it was the mother of all dream planter spirits who resonated with Tree Spirit. It was also the core of the Dream Wasteland. The mother tree of civilization. When talking to John earlier, Angor could tell that John was looking forward to the future development of the Mother Tree network. Most of these expectations could not be fulfilled by Chown and his current team alone. It would be best if they could get the mother tree's help. To do that, they would need someone who could grant them the authority of a tree civilization. The importance of a tree civilization was self-evident. Once someone gained control of a tree civilization, they would have control over half of the life force in the dream wasteland, as well as the life and death of all dream plant sprites. Of course, Angor did not want to give up such an important authority. Even if he knew that Furfili was highly compatible with the tree civilization, he would not give her the authority. As far as Angor was concerned, a high degree of compatibility was the least important requirement for someone who could gain the authority of a tree civilization. Apart from that, the person must also be rational, objective, neutral, and responsible. They must also have a strong and stable mind that would not be affected by external factors. Most importantly, they must have a great vision and a great vision. It would be best if they had free time. Even Angor himself felt that these requirements were a bit harsh. However, the tree civilization was too important. Giving it up would be irresponsible to the new residents of the dream realm. Angor thought that he would not be able to find someone who fulfilled these requirements in a short time. However, when he was talking to John and thinking about the Tree of Authority, whenever he saw the towering figure of the Mother Tree of Civilization, he could not help but compare it to the bigger tree in the real world. The Tree of Eternity. Ever since Brute Cavern was moved to the Mirror World, the tree that nurtured generations of supernaturals. In Angor's mind, the Mother Tree of Civilization was not as important as the Tree of Eternity. However, since they were both in the form of trees, which meant that they were the leader of all plants, Angor could not help but think about it. Since the Mother Tree of Civilization and the Tree of Eternity were so similar to each other, would the tree spirit, as the spirit of the Tree of Eternity, be more compatible with the tree civilization? Angor came to see the tree spirit today to find out the answer to this question. As soon as he saw tree spirit, he already knew what was going to happen. Moreover, tree spirit's words and actions also proved this result. The feedback from the Mother Tree of Civilization when his forehead touched the tree indicated that the tree spirit had resonated with the Mother Tree of Civilization. If the tree spirit could resonate with the Mother Tree of Civilization even though it was extremely far away, the answer was obvious. The compatibility between the tree spirit and the tree civilization was definitely very high. He was sure that if tree spirit was the one who carried the authority of tree civilization, he would be able to absorb it into his body without suffering any damage, and it would never dissipate into the world. After confirming the compatibility between the tree spirit and the tree civilization, Angor's eyes lit up. There were only a few people who could fulfill all his requirements, and tree spirit was definitely one of them. He had known tree spirit for a long time, and he knew that tree spirit was a very rational and objective person who rarely let his emotions get the better of him. Moreover, the tree spirit had been protecting everyone in the mirror world and had never made any mistakes. This showed his responsibility for life and his stable and long-term mentality. All in all, tree spirit was the most suitable person to inherit the authority of tree civilization. Angor couldn't wait to hand over the authority of tree civilization to tree spirit. However, tree spirit just came into the dream wasteland today, so there was no need to rush. Also, Angor didn't know how tree spirit felt about the dream wasteland and the Mother Tree of Civilization. Although tree spirit was very interested in the dream wasteland because of the location of the tea party, what if they didn't talk about the tea party? Angor tried his best not to show his eagerness on his face. I think I know what made you feel so close, sir. Tree spirit wasn't surprised at all. Angor was the creator of the dream wasteland, so he knew everything about it. Tree spirit didn't say anything. He only stared at Angor and waited for him to speak first. The dream wasteland isn't the same as the dream realm. It's not like the bright dream, where you can get whatever you want. This was originally a wasteland, and it had been barren for a long time. Not long ago, a tree was born in this land. This tree not only brought greenery, it also brought life to the dead wasteland. That tree is the Mother Tree of Civilization, the mother of the dream plant sprites, and the source of the green wasteland. It's in that direction. Angor looked into the distance. After a long while, he turned to Tree Spirit and said, I think the sense of familiarity that Sir Tree Spirit felt must have come from it. After a while, in the core area of the dream wasteland, next to a towering tree, two figures were suspended in the air, shrouded in a faint mist. They were Angor and Tree Spirit. The Mother Tree of Civilization was very far away from Foundation City, and there weren't many high magic areas outside the city. Given Tree Spirit's current condition, it would take him a long time to reach the Mother Tree. Angor asked Tree Spirit to leave the Dream Wasteland first. When Tree Spirit logged back in, he used his authority to change the location of his login. Tree Spirit was now directly near the Mother Tree of Civilization. Next, Tree Spirit summoned a strong gust of wind and mist to travel through the forest and reach the tree. Angor didn't say anything right away. Instead, he waited for Tree Spirit to finish his inspection. Tree Spirit's gaze slowly moved from the forest to the strange city nearby. It was a city of dream plant sprites built near the Mother Tree of Civilization. Tree Spirit was very interested in the unfinished city, which already had a unique artistic style. He carefully observed every detail of the city. Tree Spirit was curious about the dream plant sprites as well. However, the Dream Wasteland didn't have any advanced virtual mana, and Tree Spirit couldn't hide his curiosity. The dream plant sprites would easily notice his gaze, so Tree Spirit didn't pay too much attention to them. Finally, Tree Spirit looked at the towering Mother Tree of Civilization, which looked like a pillar supporting the sky. Tree Spirit's true form was a gigantic tree of eternity, so he had a lot of unique views about giant trees. Tree Spirit had seen many giant trees in his life, but the Mother Tree of Civilization was the most unique one he had ever seen. Apart from its unique appearance, there was also an invisible force surrounding the Mother Tree of Civilization. This force was like an aura field that could contain anything. Anyone who approached the Mother Tree of Civilization would be affected by the aura field. When someone was thinking about a problem, a light would appear in their mind and help them solve the problem. Due to the influence of this spiritual light, the Dream Plant Fairy was rapidly perfecting itself. They were evolving from physical to spiritual. Tree Spirit couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the Mother Tree was called Civilization. Perhaps it was because of this aura field. The only pity was that this power had the greatest effect on the Dream Plant Fairies because they had not been born for a long time. Even with the innate inheritance of knowledge, they were still as pure as a piece of white paper. Under the influence of the spiritual light, they could easily digest the innate knowledge and comprehend the acquired knowledge. However, the aura of the Mother Tree of Civilization didn't affect Tree Spirit or humans much. They had already established a complete set of self-values. They were more like observers to the aura. They could use it to learn new things, but they couldn't be influenced by it. Even so, Tree Spirit still learned a lot from the aura. It wasn't hard to find a non-human civilization, but it wasn't easy to observe the birth of a new one. In the outside world, the birth of any civilization depended on the right time and the right place. After observing for a while, Tree Spirit finally looked away. Angor also spoke. However, he didn't ask Tree Spirit's opinion about the Mother Tree of Civilization right away. Instead, he asked another question. Mr. Tree Spirit, did you get any results from the little experiment I mentioned earlier? Tree Spirit was still immersed in the grandeur of the Mother Tree of Civilization. It took him a while to collect himself and nodded. Yes. My main consciousness entered the dream. Tree Spirit's answer made Angor's eyes darken a little. The experiment had nothing to do with the Mother Tree of Civilization. Before Tree Spirit left the Dream Wasteland, Angor asked Tree Spirit to check if it was his main consciousness that entered the Dream Wasteland. Tree Spirit's true body was in the mirror world, but his spirit had many clones, all of which had fragments of consciousness. For example, the giant tree at the entrance of the ruin Angor just now was one of Tree Spirit's clones. The astral ruin also had clones of Tree Spirit. The one who entered the Dream Wasteland was the one Tree Spirit found in the astral ruin. What Angor wanted to know was whether Tree Spirit entered the Dream Wasteland with its main consciousness or a clone. If it was a clone, it meant that Tree Spirit could connect to both the real world and the Dream Wasteland through his clone. In other words, Tree Spirit had created a bridge between the real world and the Dream Wasteland. Unfortunately, even if Tree Spirit used a clone, it was still his main consciousness that entered the Dream Wasteland. This meant that Angor's previous plan would not work. Angor was a little disappointed. But as he listened to Tree Spirit's explanation, his eyes brightened up again. You're worried that I won't be able to deal with an emergency in the real world? Like a lifeline? Tree Spirit chuckled. Don't worry about that. My main consciousness entered the dream wasteland, but there are still fragments of my consciousness inside my clone. These fragments are also monitoring everything in the real world. These fragments can't directly communicate with the main consciousness inside the dream wasteland, but they will notice when something happens outside. At the same time, my main consciousness will receive some vague feedback. In other words, Tree Spirit was able to sense something. Earlier, Sunders came to me in the real world and told me that he was going to leave the dream wasteland for a while to find Sumesh. At that time, my fragments of consciousness also received some vague feedback from my main consciousness inside the dream wasteland. I still need to go back to the real world to confirm the details, but I can still receive the feedback. I don't have to worry about anything happening in the real world. Tree Spirit misunderstood Angwar's concern. He thought that Angwar was worried about something dangerous happening in the real world. Still, he sighed in relief after saying that. It was a little different from his original plan of using his main consciousness to communicate with his fragments, but it was still good enough that he could get some vague feedback. At least he didn't have to worry about anything happening in the real world. Also, if Tree Spirit really gained the authority of Tree Civilization in the future, he could help Chown develop more functions of the Mother Tree Network. At the same time, he wouldn't lose sight of the real world because of his obsession with the dream wasteland. This could be considered a pretty good harvest. But it was still a fantasy. He didn't know if Tree Spirit would like the Mother Tree Network or if he was willing to spend time and effort on it. As Angwar pondered, Tree Spirit looked at the towering tree in the distance again. "I want to touch the Mother Tree," said Tree Spirit. Angwar nodded. He summoned a gust of wind and brought Tree Spirit to the trunk of the mother tree. There were no branches or leaves here. The closest living creatures were the newborn cradles of dream plant fairies that were hanging on the tree walls several hundred meters away. Tree Spirit looked at the trunk in front of him and slowly placed his forehead on it. When his forehead touched the trunk of the mother tree, all of the branches and leaves of the mother tree shook slightly. Many of the dream plant spirits on the branches and leaves felt it. However, they didn't notice anything wrong. They just thought that it was the wind. A moment later, Tree Spirit slowly moved away and returned to Angwar's side. "What do you think, Mr. Tree Spirit?" Tree Spirit shook his head. The mother tree didn't become a spirit. Its consciousness is just a collection of fragments, just like the consciousness of a world. It's hard to get an answer from it. But it's not like I didn't get anything. When I touched it, I felt like I was connected to the world. It's very interesting. Tree Spirit didn't notice the strange look on Angwar's face. Tree Spirit thought he didn't feel anything, but Angwar did. When Tree Spirit touched the mother tree of civilization, the light representing the tree in Angwar's mind began to waver, as if it couldn't wait to give its authority to Tree Spirit. If the Tree of Authority didn't have its own rules, the Tree Civilization might just go around Angwar and use the authority of the Mother Tree. Once again, Angwar was shocked by how high the compatibility was. Sure enough, the giant tree could only resonate with the giant tree. I didn't get much feedback this time, but I do have a way to get in touch with the essence of the Mother Tree. Would you like to try it, Mr. Tree Spirit? Angwar looked at Tree Spirit's regretful expression with a glint in his eyes. What is it? The Mother Tree Network. Tree Spirit was also curious about the Mother Tree Network. Angwar took Tree Spirit back to Foundation City and introduced John to him. Chown's unique temperament and unique way of thinking quickly attracted Tree Spirit's attention, and they began to talk. Tree Spirit was also looking forward to learning more about the Mother Tree Network. Angwar did not participate in the rest of the discussion. He believed that Tree Spirit would be able to see the potential of the Mother Tree Network as soon as Tree Spirit saw it. If Tree Spirit was interested in the Mother Tree Network and was willing to study it together with John, Angwar could give Tree Spirit the Tree Civilization authority when they reached a bottleneck and needed a higher authority. Angwar did not know if things would go as smoothly as he imagined. But he had to give it a try no matter what. With that done, he returned to reality. Next, he focused all his energy on deciphering the runes on the knight's armor. Time flew by. The night sky was torn apart by the morning stars. A sudden snowfall heralded the arrival of a new day. At this time, Ryan also returned to the ruins. I went to see DeMartin. He doesn't know much about fungi, but he did study the bloodline of parasites before. He knows something about fungi, so he can try to study mystic gems. Rain paused. But I thought about it and refused. Angor agreed with Rain's decision. Any other wizard would probably say the same thing to Dumartin, even if they never studied fungi. Even if they couldn't, they would still say that they could. If they couldn't, they had to create the conditions to do so. It would be fine if he was researching other things, but he couldn't do it with bewilderment. Besides, mystic gems could threaten the survival of Brute Cavern at any time. They didn't have much time left. They couldn't just give it to a random person. More importantly, Angor didn't have many mystic gems with him. He couldn't afford to waste them. Don't worry, Mr. Rain. I've contacted Mushroom Witch. She's on her way to Brute Cavern and will arrive soon. When Rhine heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to Rhine, the Mushroom Witch of the Research and Development Institute was probably the most knowledgeable about mushrooms in the southern region. It was the best choice for her to lead the research on bewitching pearls. Next, he told Rain about Regina's arrival. Rain agreed with Angor's decision to keep Regina in the lower level of the ruin. First of all, mystic gems were rare and valuable, so Angor could keep an eye on them and prevent Regina from taking them away. Second, mystic gems were also dangerous. Since the ruin was isolated from the outside world, Angor could not guarantee their safety. Most importantly, mystic gems were born to be close to Angor. With Angor around, mystic gems could prevent them from going on a rampage. Rain agreed to Regina's request, but he also added some details that Angor didn't expect. For example, Regina was all by herself, and she would need assistance, which Rain would take care of. Also, the research would require a lot of materials. Regina was here to help them, so they couldn't ask her to pay for the materials, nor could they ask Angor to pay for them. Finding mystic gems was related to the safety of the entire Brute Cavern. Therefore, Rain agreed to provide Angor with an unlimited amount of resources. With all the details settled, the research on mystic gems came to an end. All that was left was to wait for Regina to take over. Next, Rain and Angor talked about other topics related to the Dream Wasteland. Angor was more than happy to talk about the development of the Dream Wasteland since he needed Rain's support. Most of the time, Rain and Angor talked about the construction of the new city. Rain fully acknowledged the great potential of the Dream Wasteland. He also knew that once the Dream Wasteland was open to the public, it would attract a large number of supernaturals in the future. At that time, a gathering place for superhumans would be able to show its value. Foundation City was a mortal city, which wasn't very attractive to supernaturals. As for the new city, it was a city that only belonged to supernaturals, which intrigued Rain a lot. The construction of the new city required a lot of manpower, and Rain was sure to help. Therefore, Angor didn't hide anything from Rain and told Rain everything he could about the new city. Rain also praised the details such as daily life, social life, private communication, and guilds. However, even though the details were designed in a very humane manner and did not seem to be out of the ordinary, they were still just details in the end. What was most realistic and gave people the most direct feeling was still the appearance of the new city. Rain was a little worried. If the new city looked exactly like Foundation City, it wouldn't be very attractive. Angor was already immune to all the complaints about the design of Foundation City. He simply ignored Rain's comment and nodded. Since you're curious, Mr. Rain, why don't you come with me to meet the designer? He has the blueprints as well. Rain didn't refuse and prepared to put on his monocle. However, just as they were about to enter the Dream Wasteland, a series of loud bangs echoed in the study. Rain was already familiar with the voice. He quickly glanced at Angor's pocket. Angor took out the button of the silver gear, which was now giving off a flickering light. Clearly, it was the mini-signal tower. Angor was already familiar with the process of installing a mini-signal tower. It only took a few seconds for the tower to be placed in front of them. He thought it was a message from Floating Mech City, but after a quick check, he realized it wasn't from Signal Tower 1. He looked at Rain and said, "It's from Starliege Church." Rain was considering whether he should leave or not, but he calmed down after hearing Angor's words. Since it was from Starliege Church, it had to be Maya. Sure enough, when the light screen was connected, the face that appeared was that of the white-haired witch Maya. Maya was a little surprised when she saw Angor's face on the screen. After a while, she sighed in relief. Finally, it's connected. She had been trying to contact Angor for the past few days, but Angor's signal tower never responded. Maya even thought that Brute Cavern was in danger, so she bought some special casting materials and prepared to use them to find out what was going on. However, before she could do that, she finally got a response from Angor's signal tower. Angor exchanged a look with Rain, who nodded at him. I went to the Astral Pool ruin a few days ago. The ruin is isolated from the outside world, so I couldn't receive any signals from the outside world. I just came back yesterday. Maya's eyes widened when she heard Angor's words. Angor went to the ruin? And for several days? Although this sentence might sound ordinary to outsiders, Maya knew very well how dangerous the ruins were. It devoured a large number of wizards, and no one had ever returned from it. But Angor went in and came back safely. What exactly happened here? Why did it feel like a lot of things had changed in just a few days of not seeing each other? And why did Angor go to the ruin? Maya had so many questions in mind, but she didn't ask them right away. She knew that Angor would tell her everything if he wanted to. And if he didn't, he must have his reasons. How many days until the meeting ends? Angor asked. The Stargazing Days meeting is coming to an end, Maya said. There aren't any major prophecies these days. Many wizards have left, and I can leave whenever I want. Good. I'll tell you more about the ruin when you come back, Angor said. Maya nodded. She was curious, but as an experienced wizard, she knew how to keep her emotions in check. After a pause, Maya asked, do we need to tell Tuvalu about this? Tuvalu was a prophet from Song of the Deep, and many wizards from Song of the Deep got lost in the ruin. He would never give up on the quest. If Angor went to the ruin and came back safely, he must have obtained a lot of information from the ruin. Maya wondered if she should share the information with Tuvalu, who was still in Starliege Church. Angor considered for a moment and talked to Rain in a low voice. What happened in the ruin was very complicated, and it was related to a great plan of the Nightmare Realm. Angor was hesitant to tell Rain about it. Rain pondered for a moment. You can tell him, but you don't have to tell him the details of your experience. I believe you can control yourself better than I can. Angor nodded. He couldn't tell Rain anything related to Shava. He also had to keep his conversation with the nightmare creature a secret. As for the details of the ruin, such as the identity and strength of the nightmare creature, he could tell Rain about it. With that in mind, he nodded to Maya. Sure. Maya also heard their conversation and sighed in relief. She didn't see anything about the ruin during the stargazing day. Tuvalu did see something and told Maya about it. In exchange, Maya agreed to share the information with Tuvalu. The ruin didn't only devour wizards from Song of the Deep. Brute Cavern also lost many wizards, and the ruin was located within Brute Cavern's territory. If they wanted to find out more about the ruin and save the fallen wizards, it would be best if they could work together. Maya wouldn't mind if she didn't know what happened today. But if Tuvalu, who was a master of the Wheel of Fate, found out about it, she would feel embarrassed. Since Rain was willing to share the information, Maya didn't have to lie. At this moment, Rain added, although I can tell you, you have to tell Tuvalu first. If he wants to know the details, get the sea god to contact me. Angor didn't know what kind of trouble Xianxia's arrival would cause. However, this was a very important matter, and Angor had to talk to the higher-ups first. Song of the Deep had a lot of internal conflicts. Some of them were even working with foreign gods. The only one Angor trusted was Xianxia. Although Rain didn't like Xianxia's personality, at least Xianxia and the Song of the Deep faction behind him weren't traitors to the southern wizarding world. Maya nodded. I'll tell Tuvalu about it. Maya looked calm on the surface, but her mind was in turmoil. He couldn't even tell Tuvalu about it. He had to talk to the higher-ups first, which meant the situation inside the ruin was not as simple as it seemed. Angor's information would probably become a huge bombshell. Rain looked at Maya on the other side of the screen. Are there any other prophecies? Maya nodded. A few. But none of them are too important. Still, Maya told Rain about all the prophecies she had heard. As Maya said, these prophecies didn't affect Brute Cavern much. Only 2 of them might affect Brute Cavern to a certain extent. First, there might be a power struggle within the royal family of Yali Duchy, which might even lead to a large-scale rebellion. Yali Duchy was close to Parmajai Highlands. If a civil war broke out, the refugees would probably rush there. But now, Parmajai Highlands was within the range of the lifeline. If the refugees were infected by the lifeline and spread it to other countries, it would lead to a large number of deaths. Even the wizarding world would try their best to prevent such a thing. However, if they wanted to solve this problem, they would have to deal with the royal family, which was something wizards didn't want to get involved in. Rain was a little hesitant. However, Maya's next sentence dispelled his doubts. The reason why there is a power struggle in the Yali Duchy is not because of man-made disasters. According to the prophecy, the young and powerful king of Yali Duchy went north to Muyang County for the sake of the people. In Muyang County, he ran into a group of awakened undead creatures and lost part of his soul, which caused him to lose consciousness and lose his ability to govern. Since he didn't have any children, many princes coveted the throne and caused trouble for the royal family. Ray no longer hesitated after hearing the prophecy. Since it wasn't caused by humans but undead creatures, he didn't have to worry about anything. He could just kill the undead creatures to prevent future troubles. Of course, Rain didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to post the quest in the questing hall, and someone would accept it. There was another prophecy that might affect Brute Cavern. This prophecy was about the Goman Kingdom. During the stargazing day, Hydra mentioned that something big will happen to Goman Kingdom in the future. Back then, many people thought it was a disaster from Evernight Kingdom. However, the day before yesterday, a prophet said that he saw the palace where Goman King and his son were in a blazing fire. The fire didn't stop for 3 days. Maya sighed. Only the palace was on fire. The civilians in the city weren't affected much. This isn't the same as what happened to Evernight Kingdom. So, the disaster at Goman Kingdom might be an independent event. Now that they thought about it, Goman Kingdom's incident was a little strange. Goman King was a powerful wizard, and he wasn't a weakling at all. Normally, Goman King wouldn't leave his palace. How could he allow his palace to be burned for 3 days? Maya was worried that something might have happened to Goman King in the fire. Goman Kingdom wasn't connected to Parmajai Highlands, but it wasn't too far away. After all the wizard organizations in Evernight Kingdom moved away, Brute Cavern was the closest major wizard organization to Goman Kingdom. If something happened to Goman King, and it was a supernatural disaster, Brute Cavern might be affected as well. This was why Maya brought up this prophecy. Ryan didn't care about it at all. Goman King was strong, but he was only one man. Brute Cavern had more than 10 people who were stronger than him. Therefore, even if Goman King really did die, it wouldn't affect Brute Cavern at all. Angor didn't think too much about it. Angor narrowed his eyes. He wasn't worried that Goman Kingdom would affect Brute Cavern. However, if something really happened to Goman King, Angor had several candidates in mind. Could it be that they did it? He thought about the Whis and the Whis. Soon, he shook his head and removed the illusion from his mind. In the past, he was worried that the Whis would take revenge on Goman King, which would affect the Pat Manor. But now that they had left the manor, such worries were gone. Still, he was very concerned about it. The Whis and the Whis were probably behind it, and the Whis was Angor's teacher. Ryan's reaction to these 2 relatively valuable prophecies was mediocre. In Maya's opinion, this was normal. After all, there were too many shocking news that had been revealed on the stargazing day a few days ago. In comparison, these predictions were not much of a surprise. Do you have anything else to say? Ryan asked. Maya thought for a moment and said, I heard from some of my friends that the Germinal organization has already started to investigate the Germinal organization. They have discovered many locations that seem to belong to the Germinal organization. Currently, there are already 3 confirmed locations where the Germinal organization believers gather, and they are all overseas. A cold glint flashed in Ryan's eyes. There are fewer extraordinaires overseas. If we start from overseas, we can indeed pry open the port of faith in the southern region. Moreover, their intention for choosing to go overseas was very obvious. It was nothing more than encirclement and infiltration. If they were not careful, they could have succeeded. However, since they are already prepared, it will be very difficult for their ambitions to succeed. Indeed, but you still have to be careful. They will definitely cause trouble at the tea party, Maya said worriedly. Ryan waved a hand. I already know that. The inspection will be much stricter than usual. I'm glad to hear that. Maya sighed in relief. Speaking of the tea party, I think there will be a surprise this time, Ryan said. Maya's eyes flashed with suspicion. She looked at Ryan in confusion. But Ryan did not say it directly, but said coolly, when you come back, you'll know. Oh, and remember to protect Dodoro. The screen was turned off, and the short conversation ended. While Ryan and Angor were heading to the dream wasteland together, Maya returned to her room in Starliege Church with a frown on her face. After a while, Maya opened her eyes and looked at Dodoro, who was meditating in front of her. What do you think is the surprise that Mr. Ryan mentioned? Maya asked Dodoro. She wanted to hear Dodoro's opinion. What do you think is going to happen? Dodoro lowered his head. I don't know. But since Mr. Ryan told you, it must be something worth mentioning. Why do you care so much about it? Maya sighed again. Yesterday, when I went to see Mr. Starliege, there were 3 observers present. Mr. Starliege mentioned that he saw a great change coming from the south, which will sweep across the entire wizarding world. The change will happen at the same time as the tea party. The direction was right, and so was the timing. Also, Ryan was acting all mysterious today. Maya couldn't help but think about it. Hearing this, Dodoro's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. After a while, Dodoro grinned. Change isn't always a bad thing. I'm looking forward to it. Maya knew this as well. However, change often meant unpredictable variables. If Brood Cavern really had something to do with it, she was still worried. After a moment of silence, Maya said, the content of the exchange meeting is almost done. Tomorrow, we will set off to return. The Dream Wasteland. Ryan looked at the drawing in his hand, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was the blueprint of the new city. They were currently in John's office in the Ocean Theater. The reason why Ryan was surprised was because the design of this blueprint was beyond Ryan's imagination. Before seeing the blueprint, Angor told him something about John, the designer of the blueprint. As far as he knew, John was immortal. How could he possibly design a city that could accommodate supernatural beings? How could someone with a completely different vision achieve such a thing? Ryan had already come up with an excuse to change the new city without hurting Angor's misconception about Angor's enlightened teachers. But when he really saw the blueprint, all the excuses he had thought of before all turned into a dream. The impact of this blueprint on him was simply too great. First of all, Ryan had to admit that the city depicted in the blueprint was beautiful. However, being beautiful did not mean that it was suitable for use. The creation of art was often higher than reality. When some mortal painters painted their dreams of transcendence on paper and brush, even Ryan, who was a high and mighty supernatural being, could not help but feel emotional when he saw these paintings. However, he still did not believe that the transcendence in the paintings could be translated into reality. But this drawing was different from those painters. Those painters had only drawn dreams, but John's was not only a dream, but also a reality. Almost all of the extraordinary aspects shown in the blueprints could be achieved through the means of magi. From this, it could be seen that even though John was immortal, he had a deep understanding of the abilities of wizards. Just this point alone was already very impressive. The architectural style in the blueprint also opened Ryan's eyes. The overall style had a hint of wizardry. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the underlying logic behind the blueprint was completely different. Ryan had been to many worlds and seen the buildings of different civilizations. However, this was the first time he saw something similar to the blueprint. It almost looked like a city built by a top-level civilization that was not inferior to the wizarding civilization. Inside the tall and densely packed buildings, metal and steam intertwined. Occasionally, there would be some carved railings and vermilion wooden platforms. They didn't look out of place. Instead, they created a strange atmosphere. It was like moonlight from ancient times shining into the night of today. They were both gentle lights, but because of their different meanings, they gave people a completely different feeling. According to John, this was a fantasy punk city with an oriental flavor. Ryan didn't know much about oriental or punk, but that didn't stop him from acknowledging the beauty of the city. It had both practicality and appearance. Even Ryan had to admit that if this city was born, it would definitely become a famous city on par with Floating Mech City. Ryan couldn't tell John about his plan to change the city. The blueprint was the best proof. Ryan had to admit that even Wallace and Childine, who were the most proficient in art and architecture in Brute Cavern, couldn't come up with a better and more complete blueprint than this. "What do you think of the new city, Mr. Rain?" Angor asked when Rain put down the blueprint. "Very good." Ryan didn't hold back his praise. "If we can really build it, it'll be on par with Vinspire's. In fact, it'll be even better than Floating Mech City in terms of style." Floating Mech City was an absolute hardcore city, while this new city retained its hardcore style with some gentleness. It might not be able to reach the extreme of a certain style, but it was suitable for more people's tastes. Ryan's satisfaction almost flowed out of his eyes. Angor and John looked at each other and sighed in relief. They didn't need Ryan's permission to build the new city, but his approval would greatly speed up the construction process. Besides, Ryan's support would also increase the city's reputation and status. "I saw the blueprint of the new city when John took it out of his drawer. It does look good. But is it worth your praise?" At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open and Tree Spirit walked in. Ryan already saw Tree Spirit when he came to the Ocean Theater. He asked Tree Spirit what he was doing here, but Tree Spirit didn't tell him anything. Ryan didn't bother to ask. The Dream Wasteland was a new world, and there must be something he hadn't discovered yet. Since he could enter the Dream Wasteland at any time, he wasn't in a hurry to get answers from Tree Spirit. He could take his time to explore. Since he already met Tree Spirit, he wasn't surprised to see him again. "Take a look yourself." Ryan handed the blueprint to Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit murmured. He took the blueprint and glanced at it. Then, he sank into it. Tree Spirit's reaction was almost the same as Ryan's. After careful analysis, Tree Spirit reached the same conclusion as Ryan. Once the new city was built, it would become a supernatural city. With the additional value of the Dream Wasteland, the new city would become a shining jewel in the wizarding world. Tree Spirit exhaled deeply and turned to look at Chown. "Mr. Chown, I'm really impressed." John smiled and accepted the compliment. The culture of this world was more straightforward. Tactful self-modesty was not an excellent virtue. The blueprint of the new city can be a masterpiece in the real world. But then again, building a new city in the real world is not a problem, but in the Dream Wasteland, there are some difficulties. Tree Spirit said softly, "Where do you get the materials needed for the construction? It's easy to realize the supernatural in the real world. But now in the Dream Wasteland, even the highest magic area can't fully reproduce the details of the new city. How do you show the supernatural in the real world?" These two were the core problems. Building a city was not like building a magic bread or a magic hut, which could come out of nowhere. Every detail had to be taken into consideration. Other things aside, the most important thing was materials and construction ability. If even these most basic details could not be realized, how could they build a city? Hearing Tree Spirit's question, Ryan nodded. Design was one dimension, and construction was another. Before this, Ryan only talked about the design and did not talk about construction. "We already considered these when we were designing the blueprint," Angor said confidently. "You can say that this is the least of our concerns. Also, since it's a supernatural city, we'll use the best materials for everything." "Using the best for everything?" Tree Spirit spoke in a teasing tone. "I don't know where you're getting your confidence from, but for most buildings, the best materials are mana-containment earth and pure energy water. Are you sure the new city can use them?" The new city was full of buildings, and each of them had its own unique style. However, top-tier materials were definitely not enough. Mana-containment earth and pure energy water. If a wizard wanted to build a wizard tower with just these two materials, it would cost him a fortune. Not to mention building a city. "Of course. Not only will I use mana-containment earth and pure energy water, but I'll also use better materials." Both Tree Spirit and Rain were surprised by Angor's words. They thought Angor was joking, but judging from his serious expression, they were sure that he meant it. As far as Tree Spirit knew, Angor was not someone who would lie to others. If Angkor really used better materials than mana containment earth and pure energy water, the city would reach the highest level of construction in the history of the southern wizarding region. It could even rival the giant cities of the origin world, but if he were to use the best materials, would it be enough? Did the dream wasteland have so many materials in reserve? Tree Spirit and Rhine were still doubting Angkor's words. But Angkor's words sounded so confident, which made them feel conflicted. Could it really be done? You're telling the truth? Tree Spirit saw Angkor nodded and asked, how? Angkor smiled mysteriously. The dream wasteland is different from the dream realm. It has a firm law that is almost identical to reality. But it's still a gap between dream and reality. You can't think of it according to the logic of reality. It still has some characteristics of dreams. The property of dreams? Tree Spirit pondered over these words for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. He closed his eyes and furrowed his brows. As time went by, Tree Spirit's frown grew deeper and deeper. He even began to sweat on his forehead. It looked like Tree Spirit was trying to break free from the shackles of a great force. Both Angkor and Rain exchanged a puzzled look. What's wrong? Rain asked. Tree Spirit opened his eyes. I'm trying to create something. Create something? Rain frowned. Did you learn some kind of law? Tree Spirit shook his head. I'm thinking that the property of dreams is to create things at will. Just like the bright dream, as long as you think about something, you can achieve it. So, you're trying to create something with your mind? Rain asked. Tree Spirit nodded. Yes. But I don't think I can do it. Rain didn't know what to say. Rain rubbed his swollen temples. Even if there is a law of creation, it's not something you can achieve by just thinking about it. Besides, there might not even be a law of creation. Since the dream wasteland reflected the laws of reality, it should be the same in the dream wasteland. I don't know if there is a law of creation in the dream wasteland. But the property of dreams I mentioned has nothing to do with creation. Nothing to do with creation? Rain and Tree Spirit were both confused. Rain felt that Tree Spirit's behavior was a bit strange, but he had to admit that Tree Spirit's thought process was similar to his. He did not lack materials, and all of them were top-tier materials. Apart from creating items, Rain could not think of any other way to supply them. Then, does it have anything to do with the bright dream? Tree Spirit asked. Angkor shook his head again. It has nothing to do with the bright dream. Because of the strong laws, bright dream cannot be realized in the dream wasteland. What I'm trying to say is that this world has the property of dreams, but we don't have to consider the property of dreams themselves. Tree Spirit frowned. What should we consider if we don't consider the property of dreams themselves? Are you talking about dream spells? Rhine suddenly said, since this place has the characteristics of dreams, then dream-based spell techniques should be able to trigger the laws of this place, right? It's not a dream-type spell, but it's very close. To put it bluntly, a dream spell is a way to manipulate a dream by using the characteristics of a dream. What I'm talking about is not a method, but a tool that uses the characteristics of dreams to pry open the dreamscape. It was a tool to pry open dreams. Rhine and Tree Spirit seemed to have realized something, but the light that represented the answer was still blocked by a veil, and they could not see through it yet. I once found an item related to dreams, said Angkor. As soon as he said that, the hazy thing in Rhine's and Tree Spirit's minds revealed its true appearance. Tree Spirit's face was filled with disbelief. Are you referring to the one called the most? Before Tree Spirit could finish, Angkor already nodded. Yes, it's the most useless mystery item in history. The dream welk of the Moonlight Coast. Rhine slowly revealed the name of the mystery item. Since mystery ripples were difficult to conceal, Rhine and Tree Spirit already knew that Angkor had obtained the dream welk. Angkor told them that the item was useless, but it was still a mystery item, and he planned to study it further. If other alchemists said something like that, they would have scoffed. But Angkor was different. He was known as the alchemist closest to reaching the mystery level in the entire southern wizardry region, so he had a reason to believe that he wanted to study a mystery item. After all, Angkor almost reached the mystery level once. Therefore, they believed his words at that time. However, Angkor was still hiding a part of the truth from them. Perhaps he really was studying mysteries, but the dream whelk wasn't just a tool for him to study mysteries. You're saying that the dream whelk can pull objects from the real world into the dream wasteland? Tree Spirit was still not convinced. Yes. I'm sure you're familiar with the dream whelk, Mr. Tree Spirit. Of course, Tree Spirit knew about the dream whelk. The dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast was a mystery whelk found on the shore under the moonlight. When activated, it could pull all non-living objects into a dream regardless of their level. It was because of this that the Tree Spirit was confused. The reason why the dream whelk was called a chicken rib was because its effect was too ineffective. The dream realm was so big. Who knew where it would land if it pulled a non-living being into the dream? Even if someone spent their entire life searching, they might not be able to find anything that could be pulled into the dream wasteland. In the eyes of wizards, even a bottle of potion was more valuable than the dream whelk. But now, Angor was telling Tree Spirit that the dream whelk could be used for something else, which sounded ridiculous. Unless Angor could control the dream whelk to pull non-living objects into a specific location, Tree Spirit looked up at Angor. Angor already knew what Tree Spirit was going to say. Yes. I can use the dream gate to pull objects into the dream wasteland, and I can accurately point them to a specific location. Speaking of which, I used the dream whelk to pull Foundation City from the real world. The reason why you think it's a little weird is that I didn't think too much about it at the time. I pulled in all the buildings I thought looked good, including several buildings from different continents. That's why it's so messed up. Using the dream whelk as an excuse, Angor tried to explain why the buildings in Inception City looked so out of place. However, neither Tree Spirit nor Rain had the time to think about the city's style at this moment. They were all dumbfounded by Angor's answer. 30 years ago, when the dream whelk was sold at the Sky Auction, some magazines did a thorough analysis on it. One of them pointed out that the dream whelk was useless because it couldn't specify the location of an object. If that was the case, the dream whelk wouldn't be so useless to dream manipulators. The conclusion of this analysis was very clear. Even if they could specify a location, it would only be useful to dream-type magi. To the general public, it would still be of no use. However, no one thought that the dream whelk would one day be able to specify the location of an object. More importantly, the dream whelk completely changed its fate. According to Angor, Foundation City was pulled into the dream wasteland by the dream whelk. This meant that all non-living objects that were pulled into the dream wasteland retained their characteristics in the real world. If this was the case, supernatural materials would also retain the same characteristics. Dream manipulators wouldn't be the only ones benefiting from this. Every wizard would use certain materials for their research. Some of them were too precious to be used in the real world. But if they could use them in the dream wasteland, wouldn't they be able to get unlimited benefits? Also, there were many materials that had extremely low success rates. Could they continue to study them here? If they thought deeper, such as rune study, ritual study, and most importantly, alchemy, Rain and Tree Spirit didn't want to think about it anymore. They could already see a bright future ahead of them. They finally understood why the Floating Mech City's R&D department would spread the rumor about Forever Mysterious. At first, they thought it was just a ploy by the R&D department to sell the dream whelk at a high price. Now that they thought about it, it made sense. All mystery items had their value. If you thought they were useless, it was because you didn't know how to use them. And that was the truth. Was the dream whelk useless? Before today, both Rain and Tree Spirit had the same answer. They had never seen a mystery item that was more useless than the dream whelk. But now, it seemed that the dream whelk wasn't useless at all. In fact, the dream whelk's potential was beyond imagination. It could definitely be considered a strategic mystery item. Of course, it had to be used in the dream wasteland first. Rain couldn't help but look at Angor. Now that Angor's dream wasteland and the dream whelk were going to be used as a strategic weapon, Rain couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen in the future. It could be said that the waves in Rain's heart were even more turbulent than when he had learned about the wilderness of dreams yesterday. The dream wasteland's potential was the present, while the dream whelk represented the future. At the same time, Rain also confirmed some of his guesses from Angor. For example, casting consumables, alchemy items. Rain was prepared, but he still couldn't believe what he just heard. I need some time to think. Rain could feel that a bright future was about to begin. However, he still needed to think carefully about how Brute Cavern should walk on this path, and which direction they should go in the future. I'll be away for a while. I'll leave Mushroom Witch to you. Angor could see the light in Rain's eyes. He also knew that Rain needed some time to digest the information. Therefore, he didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. Rain then looked at Tree Spirit. If you're free, come to the Cloud Tower and see me later. As one of the 3 ancestor souls, Tree Spirit had to share Rain's worries. One day, Rain would leave Brute Cavern, while Tree Spirit would always stay in Brute Cavern. Tree Spirit nodded. He also needed time to digest the information. Before Rain left, Tree Spirit looked at Angor and sighed. I'm glad that you chose to join Brute Cavern. I'm glad to hear that. Rain patted Angor's shoulder. Don't tell anyone about the dream whelk yet. We need time to think about it. Also, take good care of the whelk. It's our hope. Rain left the dream wasteland and Angor's ruin. He returned to the Cloud Tower. He needed the comfort of his crystal ball as well as some quiet time to rest. After Rain left, Angor returned to reality as well. He sat in front of his desk and thought about what happened today. He chose this time to tell Rain because he didn't have the time to do so. He planned to give Rain some time to digest the information about the dream wasteland. However, he didn't expect Tree Spirit to ask him about the construction of the new city. At that time, there were no outsiders, only Tree Spirit, Rain, and himself. Coincidentally, they asked about the materials. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell Tree Spirit about the dream whelk. Although the dream whelk was very powerful, it would be difficult for him to fully utilize it by himself. As the current leader of Brute Cavern, Rain had a lot of resources at his disposal, which meant he could fully utilize the dream whelk's potential. Angor had to tell Rain about this sooner or later. He considered telling Rain about the dream wasteland might result in him losing the dream whelk. But now, it seemed that he was overthinking it. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. The dream whelk and the dream wasteland were a pair. Angor had absolute control over the dream wasteland. Even if Rain had the dream whelk, he wouldn't be able to enter the dream wasteland by himself. Rain didn't need to do that. Rain's last comment to Angor explained everything. He was still in a daze at the time, but he knew that the dream whelk and the dream wasteland weren't the most important things in the story. It was Angor. Angor was the key to everything. He didn't want to offend Angor for such a small benefit. Angor pulled himself back from his thoughts. Now that Rain had told Rain about the dream wasteland and the dream whelk, he believed that the dream wasteland would develop quickly with Rain's support. He was looking forward to seeing what the future held. But no matter how fast the wasteland developed, it still needed time. Since he couldn't rush it, he should focus on what he had to do first. With that in mind, he looked at the broken runes on his knight armor again. The sun rose and the moon set. Another day had passed. Apart from fixing the runes on his knight armor, Angor also received a message from Starliege Church through the mini-signal tower. It was Dodoro who contacted him. Dodoro told Angor that he would leave Starliege Church with Maya today and arrive at Brute Cavern in 2 days through a teleportation array. Angor was glad to hear that. He asked Dodoro to come to him as soon as possible because he wanted to talk to Dodoro about the prophecy Angor mentioned. Also, he wanted to give the Dream Wastelands recorder to Dodoro. Dodoro was one of Angor's most trusted people, and he wanted to give the recorder to Angor a long time ago. It was only delayed because of the stargazing day. Apart from that, Dodoro also mentioned the surprise at the tea party that Sir Ryan told Witch Maya yesterday. Dodoro didn't say it out loud, but Angor could tell that Dodoro already knew what it was. After saying goodbye to Dodoro, Angor was about to continue his work when he sensed a spirit ripple outside his door. It was a message from Tree Spirit. The content of the message was very simple, with only one sentence: "Regina, we're here." When Angor saw Regina, she was already at the entrance of the ruin. According to Tree Spirit, he wanted to invite Regina to the mirror world first. After all, she was a member of the Research and Development Department. Her status meant that she could not be treated casually. However, Regina rejected Tree Spirit's suggestion. She said that she wanted to save the surprise of entering the mirror world for the tea party that would be held soon. Tree Spirit knew that Regina didn't want to go to the mirror world because she already knew that Angor was living in a ruin outside the mirror world. In order to find the new mushrooms as soon as she arrived at Brute Cavern, Regina immediately went to the ruins without taking a break. The mushroom which looked exactly the same as what Angor saw on the screen. She was very petite, and her face was too young. She wore a dress with mushroom patterns on it, which made her look like a spoiled young lady from a noble family. However, her eyelids were a little dark, which made her look like someone who hadn't rested for days. "Miss Regina," Angor greeted her in a soft voice. Regina glanced at Angor and asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" Angor still looked like a red-haired, golden-eyed wizard, which didn't match Regina's memory. Before Angor could explain, Regina waved a hand. "Forget it. Whatever you like. Let's get down to business. When are you going to take me to see those mushrooms? Where will we work?" Regina's eyes were glowing, and her impatience was evident on her face. Angor recalled how some students in a Xianxia academy described Regina as someone who was very interested in mushrooms. However, she wasn't interested in anything other than mushrooms. Regina's current appearance fit the description perfectly. At best, she was stubborn and devoted, but she could easily offend people. Angor didn't dislike her straightforwardness though. He nodded and said, "The lab is ready for you. It's in the third underground level of the ruin. You can start at any time." "Then let's hurry up," Regina urged him. Angor didn't mind. He nodded at Tree Spirit, who waved a hand and returned his spirit form to the tree. Angor then led Regina into the ruin. While walking, Regina didn't seem to be listening to him at all. She was still looking forward to the unknown mushroom that was about to come. Soon, they arrived at the third basement level. The laboratory had been cleaned up by Balba. It looked clean and tidy, but the equipment was a little old. Regina looked at these ancient tools that had been out of the mainstream for almost 1,000 years. After a long silence, she said, "You use these tools for your research?" It sounded normal, but Angor could hear the pity in his voice. "I've just become a wizard, and I need time to settle down. I haven't done any research yet. This laboratory belonged to the original owner of the ruins, so it's a little old." "Do you need a new one?" Regina waved a hand. "No need. I have all the tools in my alchemy workshop. I can do my research there." After saying this, Regina looked around. "Where's the main character of the experiment?" Of course, she was referring to the mushroom. Angor didn't say anything. He took out a green mushroom, which was none other than enchanting larva, and placed it on the workbench. The larva didn't seem to be used to the environment and kept trying to get closer to Angor. But before it could reach Angor, Regina stopped it in its tracks. Regina used both hands to hold the baby bewitching glowing larva with a strange light in her eyes. She murmured, "What a beautiful color, and what an interesting spirit. Even the smell is so good. This is the most perfect combination I've ever seen." Enchanting larva jumped around in Regina's hands, trying to get away. But the more it tried, the tighter Regina's grip became. It was a kind of love that couldn't be stopped. While Regina was admiring enchanting larva, Angor cleared his throat to attract Regina's attention. But it didn't work. Regina was already lost in enchanting larva's beauty. "I need to tell you something about the mushroom first," Angor said. Since it was about the mushroom, Regina finally looked away from Mystic Ing and looked at Angor. But before he could say anything, Regina asked, "What about the other mushrooms?" "I'll give you the rest later." Regina frowned. Angor explained, "Enchanting larva is the most dangerous mushroom. It can infect a wizard's body and alter his or her soul, then drag him or her into the abyss of death." While speaking, he created an illusion to show Regina what Reeves looked like when he was attacked by Regina's parasite. When enchanting larva matures, it will release a large amount of spores. Once these spores are absorbed by a human body, even an official magus would suffer. More importantly, the spores could erupt from that dangerous place at any time. They'll spread to every corner of the Parmajai Highlands and eventually spread to other countries. It could even affect the entire wizarding world. Regina knew about enchanting larva. When she learned that enchanting larva was a mushroom, she did some research on enchanting larva before coming to Brute Cavern. She knew what enchanting larva did to Parmajai Highlands. If enchanting larvae could affect all living beings and even supernatural beings like enchanting larvae, it would lead to a terrible disaster. Also, according to Angor, enchanting larvae could release the light mist at any time. There was no time to waste. Besides, the tea party was about to begin. If enchanting larvae exploded during the tea party, the entire southern wizarding region would be in trouble. Regina understood the urgency of the situation. Angor didn't give her the other mushrooms because he wanted her to focus on studying enchanting larvae. Regina wanted to get the other mushrooms as soon as possible, but she couldn't ask for more since Angor already told her so. Sure. I'll study the perplexing gem first, then we can talk about other things. Regina looked at Angor. But I have a request. What is it? I can ask for the other mushrooms later. But I want to see them first. Regina looked at Angor expectantly. Angor considered for a moment and agreed to Regina's request. It wasn't too much. Regina was here to study enchanting larvae because she was interested in studying enchanting larvae, but they would have to pay a price for it. Angor didn't know what the price was yet, but he could at least satisfy Regina's request. Angor nodded and waved a hand. 5 mushrooms of different shapes and colors appeared on the workbench. Regina's eyes almost glowed when she saw the 7 mushrooms. She couldn't wait to pounce on the workbench. Her excited eyes kept wandering around the 5 mushrooms. These are all young mushrooms, Angor explained. Regina listened attentively since it was all about mushrooms. This white mushroom is a sound transmission mushroom. You should have seen it when I contacted you. Its effect was that it could communicate with its child through the mother's body through voice transmission. It's affected by distance, energy, and the environment. There was a distance limit, but it was still much greater than the distance limit of communication devices in the southern wizarding region. Thus, as Regina saw it, this was still an excellent result. Angor didn't really care though. The Dream Wasteland was much farther away and better hidden. Compared to the Dream Wasteland, the sound transmission mushroom didn't have any advantage at all. This mushroom has a big cap with a gap on top. It's an illusion. Angor considered. It's also the culprit behind the infection. But, speaking of this mushroom, it has a little background story. Regina's ears perked up. Have you heard of crazy wood? Angor looked at Regina. Regina didn't know what to say. This was the first time she heard the name, but she couldn't help but feel something strange. I don't think so. But it's fine. At first, Mirage was cultivated by a guy called Crazy Wood. It is said that the purpose of cultivating illusions is to have the ability to perform. Regina said, acting talent? Why? Angor shook his head. I don't know. It's just something I learned by accident. Maybe the truth has already been lost in the long river of history. Angor skipped illusion and continued to talk about the other mushrooms. These included white fetus, flourish, and shell. Angor didn't reveal the Armin mushroom and omniscient mushroom. Armin was the cornerstone of Brute Cavern's future development. Rain told Angor not to reveal Armin's existence for now. As for the all-purpose mushroom, during its growth process, it could grow according to the will and thoughts of the cultivator. In the end, it would grow to become what the cultivator wanted. Angor didn't see the actual effect of the mushroom yet, but Minister Nuka mentioned more about this mushroom than the others. This mushroom was definitely something special. Angor didn't plan to show it to the public until he got his hands on something. Amon and Omniscient were hidden away, but the mushrooms still had their own unique features. Flourish was one of them. It could stabilize space in a demiplane, which was very useful. As for the white fetus and shell mushroom, they also had their own special features. White fetus requires nightmare stone and blood to grow. The stone provides energy, while the blood helps shape the mushroom. If the cultivator keeps watering the mushroom with his or her own blood, the mushroom will grow into something similar to its owner. In other words, if Angor kept watering the white fetus with his own blood, the mushroom would look exactly like Angor. Even if it looks like a human, its inner shell is still a mushroom. What's the point of that? Angor didn't know. He didn't pay much attention to this strange mushroom because he couldn't figure out what the white fetus could do. As for the shell mushroom, it's called a shell because it creates an invisible shell, or force field, around itself. Inside this force field, it can hide all traces of its owner. Also, a mature shell mushroom is very small and can be carried around. When you carry it with you, its shell will also envelop your body, causing your aura to completely disappear. Even your pheromones will not escape at all. Compared to other mushrooms, the shell mushroom's effect was much more obvious. Unfortunately, the effect of the shell mushroom could be replaced by many spells that could hide one's aura. Angor didn't expect much from the shell mushroom. However, the shell mushroom was still a young one. It was hard to say whether it would have any special effects when it matured. Even if it didn't have any special effects, it could still be useful if its energy level was high enough. For example, if the shell could cover dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters instead of just covering one person, it would be much more useful. After introducing the mushrooms, Angor gave Regina some time to study them. She couldn't study them right away, but these mushrooms were like flags placed on the ground. Once she finished studying the mystic crystals, she could go on to conquer a new territory. Therefore, having Regina observe them was also a form of encouragement. It would allow her to be more focused and diligent in her research on mystique pearls. After a long time, Regina reluctantly moved her gaze away from the mushrooms. It could be said that these mushrooms were extremely rare. Regina wanted every single one of them, but she had to give up on them for now. Fortunately, the mystic crystals weren't bad either. Regina was happy to have the mystic crystals as her research subject in the coming days. Once she finished studying the mystic crystals, she could study other mushrooms. Her boring days were finally filled with hope. Regina said goodbye to the little mushrooms one by one and put them away. When do you plan to study the mystic crystals? Let's start now. Regina answered without hesitation. Angor sighed. With Regina's passion, they might be able to finish their research before the mystic crystals attacked them. However, he still had other things to do. For example, his experiment assistants. As they talked, Tree Spirit had already arrived at the ruin with 8 specially selected assistants. These assistants were all at the level of a top-level apprentice and could do a lot of things. Regina didn't mind studying the mushrooms alone, but since Tree Spirit brought them here, she didn't refuse. She could tell that Tree Spirit wanted the assistants to learn something useful from her. Regina didn't mind. The mushrooms were going to be useful to Brute Cavern anyway, so it was reasonable and necessary to teach them something. After all the assistants were gathered, Regina impatiently opened the door to the alchemical workshop. The door to the alchemy workshop was slightly ajar, and the smell of dirt wafted out from within. Regina didn't feel any discomfort at all. She opened the door and stepped in first, followed by the 8 assistants. The spacious lab quickly became empty. Angor turned around to leave, but before he could leave, he heard someone calling his name. He looked back and saw Regina, who was the first one to enter the workshop. She was now leaning against the door frame and looking at him. Miss Regina, is there anything I can help you with? Angor asked. Regina waved a hand. Nothing. There's something I forgot to tell you. I don't know how long the experiment will last, so I'll tell you about it before it starts. Regina paused for a moment before continuing. Last time when you contacted me, Portia had a private chat with you. She should be talking about enchantments, right? Angor nodded. Yes. Miss Portia asked me about some special runes. What did you tell her? Regina stared at Angor quietly. The tiredness on her face suddenly disappeared. The runes she asked about are all very rare. I haven't found anything useful yet. Angor was telling the truth. He didn't find anything useful. Regina considered for a moment. Good. I hope you won't find anything in the future. Regina noticed Angor's calm expression and realized something. You already know what she's trying to do? I think so, said Angor. Regina said, since you've guessed it, you should know that what she's doing is very dangerous. I'm here to tell you that you'd better not help her. Regina sighed. Portia is a much better alchemist than I am. She's also the one I trust the most in the research department. That's why I know a lot about her. The better you are, the more pressure you'll feel. She's desperate to break through her shackles, so she chose the wrong path. Regina said, life alchemy is extremely dangerous. It's best if you don't help her and don't get involved. Otherwise, you might fall into a bottomless abyss. Regina was sincerely advising him not to help Portia. As Portia's best friend, Regina was willing to do something for Portia. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. I understand. But if Ms. Portia can't find a breakthrough here, she will look elsewhere. When she has the heart to look, she will definitely find clues. Regina rubbed her temples and said in annoyance, that's why I'm having a headache. Have you thought about telling Mr. Muse? Angor asked. Regina sighed. Not yet. But needless to say, they probably already know what Portia is thinking. Granny Fingernail told him about Portia's involvement in the field of life alchemy because of what Granny Fingernail told him. If even Granny Fingernail could guess it, there was no way Dean Muse wouldn't know. Life alchemy is a forbidden area, but it's not completely forbidden. If someone from the research department gets involved, it might even aggravate Portia's idea. I agree with that. There's no other way. We have to make sure she can't find anything about life alchemy for now. Let's hope she can learn something during this time. Regina looked at Angor. No matter what, I hope you won't follow Portia's whims. Of course. It was only a verbal promise, but Regina still believed him. Angor was still too young. He had a lot of time to find the right path. There was no need for him to follow Portia's deviant path. As long as you understand. I won't say anything else. I'm going to study Mystifying Pearl now. I hope you can find something soon. Regina nodded at Angor and returned to her alchemy workshop with a heavy heart. Angor hesitated for a moment before leaving the workshop. The next few days were unusually peaceful. Rain and Tree Spirit didn't come to him yet. It seemed they were still trying to digest the shock brought by the dream whelk. Iron Granny and Leona, on the other hand, were still immersed in the wonder of the dream wasteland. Wallace was the only one who came to him. He wanted to ask Angor for more monocles. It seemed Wallace was interested in studying virtual mana, so he planned to take several apprentices to the wasteland to see if they could break through the barrier of learning real cantrips. Angor didn't plan to open the wasteland to the public yet, but he didn't mind giving out a few monocles. After Wallace left satisfied, another person came to find him. It was Revenant's Redemption Ness. Old Ness noticed that everyone in the astral ruin was immersed in the monocle. He didn't know the exact effect of the monocle, but he really wanted to try it when he saw how many people were addicted to it. Unfortunately, no one was willing to lend him one. After several days of frustration, Ness came to Angor's place, hoping to solve the problem from the source. Without hesitation, Angor took out a monocle and handed it to the old man. Ness was one of the 5 monocles Angor asked Tree Spirit to bring to the astral ruin. However, he didn't expect Leona to come to the ruin as well, and Ness was replaced by Leona. Since he already planned to let Ness enter the dream wasteland, he wouldn't refuse. Besides, Angor still remembered that Ness lent him Insecot's notes. Nessie happily ran back to the astral pool ruins with his monocle. After showing off for a while, he also entered the dream wasteland. And so, there was one more person immersed in the astral ruin. Angor spent most of his time deciphering the runes. After learning that the runes were encrypted using Winlens sequencing and white crystal card, he worked even faster. He thought it would take him a week, but in fact, it only took him 5 days. At this moment, he finally completed the rune on the parchment. Now, there was only one thing left to do: carve the completed runes on the knight's armor. The most important part of completing the runes wasn't the runes themselves. Instead, it was the blood ink needed to complete the runes. If the blood ink didn't match with the runes, the repair process wouldn't work. Angor carefully sniffed the blood on the knight's armor and muttered, "Is this blood ink made from the blood of Limbo Whale?" To make sure, Angor scraped off some blood powder from the runes. Next, he placed the powder into an hourglass that had a detection rune on it and activated it. As the blood ink powder was activated by the probing mageweth, the blood drop immediately flashed with a yellowish-green light, and circles of circular ripples appeared. It's the blood of Limbo Whale. When Angor was about to memorize the pattern, he noticed that the yellowish-green light suddenly turned white at the last moment. It only lasted for a second, but Angor still managed to catch it. Is it a mixture of blood ink? Angor wondered. The white light should be number 1108. Angor quickly took out the illustrated handbook of blood ink and read the pattern corresponding to number 1108. A line of words was written on the glossy page: blood from the underfin of offshore beluga whale. So it's a mixture of blood ink. Angor felt lucky that he did an experiment on the blood ink. If he used his experience, he would have thought it was the blood of limbo whale. Judging from the pattern, the blood of limbo whale should be the main blood, while the blood from the whale's underfin should be the supplementary blood. However, if the supplementary blood was missing, the blood ink wouldn't meet the requirements of the runes on the knight's armor. Even if Angor succeeded in fixing the runes, he wouldn't be able to open the hidden room. With that thought, Angor began to prepare the new blood ink. Unlike the nearly extinct limbic whale's cranial blood, there were a large number of beluga whales living near the sea, so it was easy to find their blood. If he remembered correctly, Prom's alchemy shop should have some in stock. After asking Balba, Angor confirmed that some of the blood was in stock. Angor quickly sent Balba back to Brute Cavern and asked him to bring him some well-preserved blood from the whale's underfin. With all the materials ready, Angor began to prepare the new blood ink. About 2 hours later, a brand new bottle of blood ink appeared in Angor's hand. Based on the feedback, Angor confirmed that this bottle of blood ink had the effect of increasing the upper limit of carrying ocean-type energy. It didn't mean that the damaged runes were related to water. It meant that the one who drew the runes was a sea wizard. A sea wizard would be able to draw runes much more efficiently with this kind of blood ink. Of course, it was also possible that the one who drew the runes wasn't a sea wizard. He simply didn't have any other blood ink and simply took out a bottle of blood ink. After all, blood ink was generally used to draw runes, unless it was used to repair runes or some special runes. Angor didn't think about whether the creator of the rune was a sea wizard or not. It didn't really matter since the rune came from the outer realms and had nothing to do with the sea wizards in the southern wizarding region. With the blood ink ready, Angor carefully began to repair the runes. To make sure that nothing went wrong, Angor took every step very slowly. Still, it only took him half a day to fix the runes. With a flash of light, the runes on the knight's armor began to glow. The special rune was already on standby mode. He only needed to inject a little bit of energy into it to send him to the hidden room he didn't know about. However, Angor didn't activate the runes right away. He didn't know what was inside the hidden room. Maybe the alchemist didn't leave at all. He didn't want to risk it. Just in case. Angor went to the entrance of the ruin and summoned tree spirits cloned to him. Soon, Tree Spirit walked out of the tree trunk while glowing in white light. I was watching the match. Why did you summon me? Match? Angor was surprised. 2 demon hunters are having a duel in the Colosseum. I have to say, the power system of the demon hunters is quite interesting. Currently, it's even more powerful than virtual magic. Judging from the battle between the demon hunters, it seems that they haven't reached the upper limit yet. Tree Spirit sighed. Tree Spirit then looked at Angor. He was doing fine in the dream wasteland. Why did Angor summon him back to reality? The monocle also had a limit on the number of times it could be used. Most people only used single digits at most, but Tree Spirit had already used over 100 times. Is Mr. Rain? Tree Spirit waved a hand and gave Angor a meaningful look. He's in seclusion. I don't think he'll come out until he understands something. You should know what he's thinking. Rain must be thinking about the dream whelk, the dream wasteland, and the future of Brute Cavern. You can tell me if you have something to say. I haven't gotten over it yet, but I'm doing much better than Rain. Tree Spirit lifted his chin proudly. However, he suddenly realized something and gave Angor a nervous look. Don't tell me you're going to drop another bomb? The dream wasteland and the dream whelk are more than enough. I can't digest anything else. Tree Spirit suddenly realized that Angor was the one in front of him. If Angor really did drop another important piece of news, Tree Spirit would probably shut himself up just like Rain. Tree Spirit was really scared now. Angor's news was always good, but he still needed time to digest it. Looking at Tree Spirit's expression, Angor considered for a moment. In a way, the hidden room was a big piece of news. However, Tree Spirit should not be too surprised since he had been preparing for this for a long time. It's about the hidden room. I fixed the runes on the knight's armor. Tree Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. The hidden room was a big piece of news, but it was nothing compared to the dream wasteland and the dream whelk. Still, the hidden room had a lot of meaning. There might be other secrets hidden in the hidden room, including information about the astral pool ruin. I'll go with you, Tree Spirit said without hesitation. On his way back to the study, Angor glanced at Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit looked calm, but Angor could see the burning desire in the depths of his eyes. Apart from gossiping, Tree Spirit's greatest interest was exploring and adventuring. Unfortunately, his main body was confined inside the mirror world, which prevented him from venturing outside. Following Angor to the hidden room was a rare opportunity for him to explore. Tree Spirit saw Angor preparing a defensive spell and said, "Don't worry about me if there's any danger. I'm just a soul fragment, so I won't be affected even if I die." Angor nodded. "Don't worry too much. If there's any danger, I'll send someone to save you as soon as possible." Despite Tree Spirit's words, Angor could tell from his tone that he was happy to see Angor's safety. After all, nothing could be considered an adventure if there was no danger involved. With his personal defenses in place, he began to set up a barrier around the study. He wasn't only concerned about his own safety. If something dangerous came out of the ruin, it could harm other people as well, so he had to set up a barrier in advance. Next, Angor called Balba over and told him to keep an eye on the barrier. If the color of the barrier turned darker, Balba was to inform Mushroom Witch immediately and leave the ruin with Papaya and Kudodo. With that done, Angor turned his attention to the night armor. When he placed his hand on the rune to activate it, he and Tree Spirit began to look at each other in the same way. Both of them looked at Tree Spirit with caution and excitement. Angor had been looking forward to this day ever since he came to this ruin and had a hunch about the hidden room. What kind of secret was hidden in a room that was purposely hidden by the owner of this ruin? Was it really just a bedroom? With the infusion of energy, the repaired magic array on the knight's armor began to emit a faint light. The magic array floated out from the armor and landed on the ground, covering both Angor and Tree Spirit. Next, Angor's vision went dark for a second. He felt weightless for a second, but everything quickly returned to normal. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that they were no longer in the bright study room. Instead, he found himself in a dark corridor. Tree Spirit was standing beside Angor, and he was looking behind him. He looked back and saw a wall behind him. It was worth mentioning that there was a magic array engraved on the wall, which looked exactly the same as the one on a knight's armor. "Looks like I don't have to worry about getting back," he muttered and looked forward again. The corridor looked very deep, but it wasn't completely dark. There were wall lamps made of fluorite on both sides of the wall, emitting a cold blue light. Although the light was not strong, it could still be used for illumination. "Let me take a look." After Tree Spirit finished speaking, he pointed to the distance, and a leaf with green light appeared out of thin air. With a gust of wind, it drifted into the depths of the corridor. A few seconds later, Tree Spirit turned his head and said, "Leaf didn't encounter any danger and reached the end smoothly. Not far from the end, there is a closed door. Perhaps that is the bedroom of the owner of the ruins?" The holographic map of the entrance to the ruin was very clear. The sign above the hidden room was a bedroom. Since there was only one door in front, it was obvious that the bedroom was behind the door. Tree Spirit didn't find any danger in the corridor, but Angor still moved forward cautiously. After about 100 steps, Angor saw the leaf Tree Spirit released earlier. It was floating in front of a familiar door. The door was made of the same material as the entrance to the ruin. Even the engravings were similar. Clearly, they were built by the same person. Angor reached out his hand. A pure white phantom limb reached out and gently pushed the door. The door wasn't locked. It was slowly pushed open by the phantom limb. When the door was pushed open, both Angor and Tree Spirit looked behind the door at the same time. It was completely dark. They couldn't see anything. Angor was about to activate his night vision, but before he could do anything, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Angor subconsciously took a step back, which allowed him to dodge a sword slash coming from above. With a loud clang, the sword light collided with the ground, creating a huge crater and sending a large amount of gravel and dust into the air. Angor finally saw a knight's longsword coming out from behind the door. As the longsword came out, a tall silhouette slowly appeared in the darkness. A person? Angor was surprised. Was he right? Was the owner of the ruin still inside the hidden room? As Angor raised his guard, the figure in the darkness stepped out of the door. It was different from what he had imagined. What appeared in front of him was a person wearing a knight's armor. The armor looked normal just like the outside. The only thing unusual about the knight's longsword was the cold, dark light flowing around it. Angor didn't know whether the knight was a human or an empty shell. But through the gap between the armor, he saw a faint red light. Why does this red light look so familiar? While Angor was still thinking about the red light, the knight swung his greatsword at Angor again. The knight's attack was unbelievably fast. Dozens of dark sword flashes were released in an instant, which blocked all of Angor's escape routes. Angor tried to use his phantom limbs to touch the sword flashes. They could resist the attack to a certain extent, but they would still be cut off. The knight's attack was as strong as a wizard's power level. In just 1 second, several of Angor's phantom limbs were chopped off. He could regrow them, but he still needed nightmare aura to do so. His current supply of nightmare aura could keep up, but if the phantom limbs were cut off again in a short time, it would be difficult to regenerate them quickly. I need to finish this as soon as possible, Angor thought to himself. The sword beheading knight's weakest point was definitely its armor. Angor was too familiar with the armor. It was made of ordinary materials and could be broken with a light touch. With that in mind, Angor prepared to attack the knight's body. But before he could do anything, he felt a force coming from behind him. Angor tried to fight it out of instinct, but he found the force gentle and familiar. It was Tree Spirit's power. Following the force, Angor was dragged away from the door and back to the middle of the hallway. Luckily, the knight did not come after him. Angor turned around and looked at Tree Spirit in confusion. Why did Tree Spirit suddenly pull him away? Tree Spirit had a strange look on his face. I saw several parts of the ground suddenly collapsing, and several bottomless dark abyss appeared. At the same time, some pitch-black vines reached out from the abyss and whipped me with thorny whips. They were very strong, almost as strong as Truthfinder-level attacks. One whip was enough to break my body. Luckily, I left a leaf at the door. It turned into a substitute and blocked the attack. Tree Spirit's expression grew even more strange. But as soon as my leaf was killed, the abyss around me disappeared. Then, I saw you waving your illusory limbs in the air. Angor already felt strange when he heard Tree Spirit's story. Bottomless abyss? Pitch-black vines and thorny whips? He did not see anything like that. Otherwise, he would have noticed it already. Angor even wondered if Tree Spirit was lying. But then Tree Spirit said he saw Angor waving his phantom limbs at the air. Wasn't Tree Spirit blocking the sword slashes? Why would he wave his limbs at the air? Tree Spirit noticed the confusion in Angor's eyes. You're waving your limbs at the air. But I think there's something strange in the air. Your limbs are being chopped off again and again. I couldn't see or sense any danger. I couldn't see what kind of danger you were facing, but I did notice something strange. Your phantom limbs would get chopped off as long as they were inside the red light. The ones outside the light were all normal. You happened to be inside the red light. I guessed that there might be something wrong with the red light, so I pulled you out. Angor was even more confused. Red light? Where is it? It's the red light coming from the door. Tree Spirit saw that Angor was still confused and brought him closer to the door. This time, they did not approach the door. Instead, they stopped about 20 meters away from it and looked at the door at the end of the corridor. Angor's pupils shrank when he looked at the door. The door had indeed been pushed open, but the darkness that he had seen behind the door had disappeared. Now, he was looking at the glowing red door. The red light from the door even spread to the surrounding walls, making the corridor look like a blood-stained corridor. There was no night, abyss, or pitch-black vines. Even the floor and walls that were destroyed by the knight's sword were still intact. But Angor could sense the consumption of his phantom limbs and nightmare aura. He was sure that his phantom limbs were chopped off. Tree Spirit's words also confirmed this. Was it a reality illusion spell? Did it mean that Tree Spirit could sense illusions and take real damage at the same time? But soon, he dismissed the possibility of this happening. He did not know many reality illusions, but he knew them well enough to know that they were still illusions. Illusions had their own special rhythm. Angor did not sense any ripples of illusions before, so this was definitely not caused by an illusion. But if it was not an illusion, then what could it be? He looked at the faint red light behind the gate and recalled the flash of red light under the knight's mask. It was the same red light, and it looked familiar. Suddenly, Angor recalled a scene in his mind. In the distant horizon, there was a giant city that looked like a mirage, and the throne was covered in the red light. Angor saw this scene when he was at the top of Rainbow Mountain in the ruin under the astral pool. Back then, zealotry told him that the city was where Nuka's minister was resting. As for the red light, it was a strange light called nightmare light. At the same time, the red light in his mind overlapped with the red light coming from the gate in the distance. Their colors were exactly the same. Is this the light of nightmare? Angor muttered to himself as he stared at the gate in the distance. Nightmare light? Hearing this, Tree Spirit touched his chin and pondered. In that case, it's really possible. I remember you said that nightmare light is red, right? It's the same as the red light Levis saw when he first entered the ruin. When Levis stepped into the ruin, he saw the red light. Those nightmare creatures hadn't entered the ruin yet. Since the red light already existed in the ruin under the astral pool, and this ruin has the same origin as the ruin, it makes sense that there's a red light here. The more Tree Spirit spoke, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Reeves was still in the astral pond ruins, protected by Ness. Over the past few days, Reeves had recounted everything that had happened to him in the ruins, including the tiniest details, without missing a single detail. According to Levis, those who entered the ruin with him all encountered the red light. When bathed in the red light, the walls were no longer walls. Instead, they turned into rolling lava. The door was no longer a door. It became an abyss that led to the dead. Even the ordinary paintings and statues changed. The creatures in the paintings crawled out of the plain, and the statues opened their scarlet eyes. Even the ground they walked on began to emit smoke for no reason, which would drag them to an unknown world. This point was simply too fitting for the previous situation. When Tree Spirit was bathed in the red light, dark vines crawled out of the ground and attacked Tree Spirit. When Angor was bathed in the red light, the door was filled with darkness as knights swung their swords. They were clearly together at the moment, but they had encountered two completely different situations. This was exactly the same as what Reeves had said. It must be nightmare light, Tree Spirit said confidently. Angor also thought about what happened to Levis, and he could tell that the red light in the distance was the nightmare light that attracted the nightmare creatures like a flock of ducks. But now, they were faced with another problem. Now that he knew about the light of nightmare, how should he deal with it? No matter what, they had to come into contact with the red light if they wanted to enter the door. According to Levis and their own experiences, once they stepped into the range of the light, they would immediately be enveloped by nightmares. Everyone would experience different kinds of nightmares, and the nightmares would not stop until they were completely destroyed. How should they deal with the light of nightmares? I'll try again and see if I can block the light. If I fall into a nightmare, pull me out of the area covered by the red light, Tree Spirit said to Angor after considering for a moment. Angor considered for a moment and agreed. The red light was still stable, unlike the red light Levis encountered in the astral pool ruin, which kept coming and chasing after each other. In order to test the properties of the light, they had to come into contact with it personally. In other words, one of them had to go in and experience it while the other stayed behind to watch and save people. Angor was about to go in himself, but Tree Spirit already spoke up. Tree Spirit's eyes were filled with excitement, as if he was looking forward to the adventure that was about to take shape. So, Angor decided to accept Tree Spirit's suggestion. Although Tree Spirit was eager to explore the limits of the red light, he did not get carried away by the excitement of the adventure. He cautiously created 2 glowing leaves. In case of an accident, the leaves could be used as a substitute to provide him with an extra layer of insurance. After doing all this, Tree Spirit took out a leather scroll that glowed with a watery light from the void. With a gentle tear, a complete mirror shield appeared around him. This was a compound elemental spell that Angor never learned before. It could block physical light attacks. Tree Spirit nodded at Angor and walked to the end of the hallway. Angor followed Tree Spirit and released his phantom limb. Once Tree Spirit fell into a nightmare, the phantom limb would pull him out of the range of the red light. 1 step. 2 steps. Tree Spirit's footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, which made people nervous for no reason. As Tree Spirit got closer to the door, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Finally, Tree Spirit stepped into the red light. As soon as Tree Spirit stepped into the red light, Angor realized something was wrong and stopped abruptly. Since Tree Spirit was facing away from him, he moved his phantom limb to Tree Spirit's front so that he could observe Tree Spirit's expression. However, as soon as the arm entered the red light, he sensed something changing around him. The walls around him seemed to have melted, and he sensed danger coming from behind the wall. When he sensed the changes in the walls, he realized that he was in a nightmare. He didn't expect that the red light would drag him into the nightmare as well, even though it was just an extension of an energy limb. This kind of power simply did not follow the basic laws of energy. The sense of danger was getting stronger. He could already see something strange behind the melted wall. He clenched his teeth and cut off the phantom limb he released earlier in an attempt to evade the nightmare. The moment the illusory limb was severed, the walls on both sides returned to normal, and the sense of danger disappeared. Angor sighed in relief. His gamble paid off. He did it, but he wasn't happy about it. The nightmare didn't affect his physical body at all. Even his spirit or energy would be dragged into the nightmare's rhythm. This nightmare characteristic was simply beyond his imagination. Many thoughts popped up in his mind, but now was not the time to think about them. He had to focus on Tree Spirit's safety first. He looked into the distance and saw that Tree Spirit had already left the area covered by the red light. Angor's eyes brightened up. He thought Tree Spirit found a way to escape from the red light. But when he looked closer, he noticed that the 2 leaves around Tree Spirit were gone. Tree Spirit used the leaves as a substitute to escape the red light. Furthermore, both leaves had disappeared. It seemed that Tree Spirit's substitute had died twice. Tree Spirit returned to Angor with a gloomy look. It failed. Neither the mirror barrier nor the energy barrier can stop the light of nightmare. Once you step into the light's range, all barriers will disappear, and the nightmare will enter you. Tree Spirit sighed and looked at Angor. You had a strange look on your face. What's wrong? Angor smiled wryly and told Tree Spirit about his situation. The illusory limb can't enter the red light, and you were dragged into the nightmare from here. This light of nightmare doesn't work on logic at all. Tree Spirit was wondering why Angor didn't pull him out of the red light's range, but he didn't expect Angor to be affected as well. If that's the case, it's very difficult to get someone to enter the light while the other person saves you. Unless, we can pull someone out of the light without touching them. Angor understood what Tree Spirit meant by without touching. It was nothing more than magnetic force, gravity, or wind. Anything that could pull Tree Spirit out of the red light's range from a distance. But there was no point in discussing such things. The most important thing right now was to find a way to deal with the light of nightmare. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't come up with an effective solution. After a moment of silence, Angor asked, Mr. Tree Spirit, can you tell me what happened to you when you entered the light's range? Tree Spirit nodded and told Angor what happened to him. He encountered danger twice. The first time was when the ground beneath his feet became a siphoning abyss, and the Tree Spirit let his substitute fall into the abyss and die. The second time was when the surrounding space collapsed, and the Tree Spirit sacrificed his substitute again when there was nowhere to run. As far as we know, once the nightmare determines your death, even your avatar will leave the nightmare for a short period of time, Angor said. Tree Spirit nodded. Yes. But it'll only last for about 2 seconds. If you're still in the light's range, you'll be dragged into the nightmare again. Tree Spirit didn't leave the light's range, so he was dragged into the second nightmare after the first one ended. It's only 2 seconds, but maybe we can make use of it? Angor wondered. Tree Spirit understood what Angor was trying to say. You mean to use a large number of avatars to buy time for us to move freely? Angor nodded. Tree Spirit's special ability allowed him to do such a thing. Tree Spirit thought for a moment and said, leaf substitutes consume the energy of the doppelganger. My doppelganger can only create 5 leaf substitutes at the same time. Which means I can buy 10 seconds at most. 10 seconds isn't long, but it should be enough for us to check the door. Maybe we can even find the source of the nightmare light. Tree Spirit muttered and nodded. I think we can try. Even if I run out of energy, I can quickly replenish it when I return to my main body. Since there was no other way, they had to resort to this method. Tree Spirit did as he was told. He quickly made 5 leaves and put them on a necklace around his neck. Angor set up a force field outside the light's range. As soon as Tree Spirit came out of the door, the force field would quickly pull him out of the light's range. With everything done, Tree Spirit nodded at Angor and walked forward excitedly. When Tree Spirit stepped into the light's range, he immediately stopped. It seemed he was dragged into another nightmare. However, when the necklace turned from 5 leaves to 4, Tree Spirit regained his sanity. Without any hesitation, Tree Spirit rushed into the door. Soon, Tree Spirit's figure disappeared into the red light behind the door. Angor looked at the end of the corridor and counted down from 10 in his mind while waiting for Tree Spirit's return. 10, 9, 6, 5. When he counted down to 2, he assumed Tree Spirit would come back soon. But to his surprise, Tree Spirit didn't come back. There was still no sign of Tree Spirit. 2, 1. When he counted down to 1, there was still no sign of Tree Spirit. 0. 10 seconds had passed, and Tree Spirit still hadn't come back. Angor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Tree Spirit must have met with some accident in the room. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unresponsive. 5 minutes later, Tree Spirit still didn't show up. Angor looked at the red door at the end of the corridor again. It looked like the bloody mouth of a hideous monster, which was grinning at him and mocking him. He turned around with a grim look and returned to his original spot. He planned to wait here for Tree Spirit. Something must have happened to one of Tree Spirit's clones. It wouldn't take long for Tree Spirit to send a second one here. By then, Angor would know what happened to Tree Spirit in the room, and why Tree Spirit didn't come out in time. While waiting for Tree Spirit's return, Angor was also thinking quietly. So far, Tree Spirit's clones seemed to have met with some problems. Angor wanted to find another way to deal with the Light of Nightmare. The Light of Nightmare was so powerful that it was almost unbreakable. This wasn't just empty talk. Levis also said that he couldn't find a way to deal with the Light of Nightmare. However, Angor was sure that the Light of Nightmare was not unbreakable. The nightmare creatures in the Astral Pool Ruin were already using the Light of Nightmare. As far as Angor knew, Nuka chose to use Xianxia's descent in the Astral Pool Ruin because of the Light of Nightmare. Later, Angor learned from Boiling Gentleman that the Chaos Genesis used the Light of Nightmare as the main ingredient in the energy furnace. Therefore, the Light of Nightmare wasn't a threat to the nightmare creatures. Instead, it was something good. Also, the nightmare creatures must have learned how to manipulate the Light of Nightmare. Back in the Astral Pool Ruin, Angor never thought that he would face the Light of Nightmare, nor did he ask how to control it. But now, he felt powerless. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, the wall beside him began to release rays of light. When the brilliance reached its peak, a figure slowly passed through the wall. A naked man showed up in front of Angor, cursing and swearing. Mr. Tree Spirit, Angor greeted him politely. Tree Spirit sighed in relief when he saw Angor. Good thing you didn't rush in recklessly. Otherwise, you'd end up like my last clone, killed by the nightmare. Killed by the nightmare? Could it be that even the death substitution method was no longer working? Mr. Tree Spirit, is there something else inside the room? Angor asked. Tree Spirit glanced at the long hallway in front of him. Seeing that nothing was amiss, he reached out a hand and touched the wall. A green vine immediately grew out from the wall. Tree Spirit used the vines as a chair and sat on it. He sighed and said, "The situation inside the room is basically the same as the situation outside. Both of them are covered in red light. At least, I don't see any other threats. But when I look carefully, they are not exactly the same. The red light outside the door looks like it went through several lenses. It's just a small ray of light that's already diluted many times. The red light inside the door is the real nightmare." Even Tree Spirit, who stood at the pinnacle of the southern region's wizarding world, had a solemn expression on his face as he spoke. From this, it could be seen how shocked he was after entering the room. Following Tree Spirit's explanation, Angor gradually learned about the situation inside the room. As Tree Spirit said, he didn't run into anything else after entering the room. The only threat was the nightmare light. However, the nightmare light inside the room was completely different from the one outside. Its color was much brighter. Angor felt as if he had stepped into a thick swamp and couldn't move at all. Using a leaf as a substitute was still useful. However, unlike the situation outside the door, after the death of the substitute, Tree Spirit had no time to rest and was immediately dragged into the second nightmare. In the blink of an eye, the 4-leaf substitutes were all used up. In the end, Tree Spirit's clone was also killed in the nightmare. My doppelganger is still too weak. If it was my real body, nothing would have happened, Tree Spirit said with some emotion. Tree Spirit was right. His physical strength was already at the peak, and the amount of energy he possessed was probably unrivaled in the entire southern region. Even if he simply consumed his energy, he could still do whatever he wanted. However, the Tree Spirit could not leave the mirror world at will. It could only use its avatars. As for the clone, it could only reach the level of a weak Truthfinder wizard, which meant it was weaker than Angor. From the sound of it, the light of nightmares in the room is similar to the light of nightmares in the Astral Pond ruins. The nightmare light outside the door is not only stable but also thin. It's more like a projection through a window, Angor explained. Tree Spirit nodded in agreement. According to Reeves, the light of nightmares he encountered in the Celestial Pond ruins were layered upon each other. Some were thick while others were faint, and they surged and chased after all living creatures. It was obviously different from the light of nightmares projected outside the door. On the contrary, it was similar to the situation within the sect. So there must be a special force field in the room that's restraining the light of nightmares. That should be the case. Otherwise, the light of nightmares would not stay in one corner. Now that Angor thought about it, he did not have to worry too much about the light of nightmares escaping. The key to solving the problem was still hidden in the mist. Mr. Tree Spirit, did you see the layout of the room? Angor considered for a moment before asking. Tree Spirit shook his head. The light of nightmares is too dark. It looks like thick, black blood. It's hard to see the surroundings. The only thing I saw was a black coat rack on the left side of the door. Other than that, I didn't see anything else. Black coat rack. Normally speaking, coat racks would only be placed in the living room or the bedroom. Outside the living room, I think this is the bedroom. Angor rubbed his temples. But why is there such a dangerous light of nightmares in the bedroom? Maybe the light of nightmares is not dangerous to the owner of the bedroom, Tree Spirit said. Just like the nightmare creatures in the Astral Pool ruin, the light of nightmares was something they chased after, not something they feared. Tree Spirit glanced at the dark corridor again and patted Angor's shoulder. I've left a message for Rain. He'll come as soon as he sees it. Let's retreat for now. It's a good thing that we found the hidden room, but it won't be good if we die here. The reason why Tree Spirit had hurried over was to say these words. The situation with Nightmare Light was too complicated. His clone was at least an official magus, but when faced with Nightmare Light, it was still instantly killed. Those nightmares were so vicious that they did not follow any logic. Even an experienced Truthfinder wizard might not be able to find a way to save his life. Tree Spirit was worried that Rain might not be able to solve the light of nightmares. However, Rain should be able to save his own life. As for Angor, it was better not to get involved in this mess. Angor considered for a moment before saying, I want to try. Tree Spirit was a little surprised, but he did not refute right away. You can try. But if you step into the light of nightmares without any preparation, you'll die for nothing. How do you plan to do that? Angor considered. None of the nightmare creatures in the Astral Pool ruin are afraid of the light of nightmares. Instead, they can use the light of nightmares to achieve their own goals. Tree Spirit furrowed his brows. You mean, using nightmare power? Angor nodded. He did have such an idea. Tree Spirit sank into his thoughts. He did not know all about the unique power of Phantom Island, but he knew that part of the island's power came from the nightmare realm. Both Angor and Sunders could manipulate nightmare power. Angor's words made sense. Nightmare creatures did not seem to be afraid of the light of nightmares. Was it because of the nightmare realm's power? Tree Spirit considered and nodded to Angor. You can try. But first, try the light of nightmares outside the door, which is more stable. Tree Spirit was confident that he could save Angor from the light of nightmares outside the door. However, Tree Spirit was not so sure if Angor was inside the door. Okay. When they reached the end of the hallway again, Tree Spirit looked at the gaping maw not far away and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" "I'll use my phantom limb to test it." Tree Spirit nodded in approval. If Angor tried to do it himself, Tree Spirit would still pose some risks. However, if he used his phantom limb, Tree Spirit was sure that nothing would go wrong. "Then get ready. Let's do it." Angor reached out a hand. A tentacle made of pure white smoke slowly reached out from his sleeve. It was the phantom limb. As soon as the phantom limb appeared, he surrounded it with several layers of nightmare aura. After making sure that there were no blind spots, he slowly moved the phantom limb toward the red light not far away. 10 meters, 9 meters. The illusory limbs moved very quickly and soon arrived at the closest spot to the red light. Angor took a deep breath and carefully put the phantom limb into the red light. When the phantom limb entered the light, Angor did not sense anything strange. The wall did not melt, and the ground did not crack. Everything was as it should be. When Angor was wondering if he succeeded on the first try, Tree Spirit suddenly turned around and looked at him. There was no color in Tree Spirit's eyes, only pure white. His outer appearance, including the skin on his face and all the skin that was exposed, began to peel off like an old mottled wall, revealing the texture of his flesh and blood. This was not right. Tree Spirit was a spirit, and this was just a clone, not a body made of flesh and blood. Angor was sure that this was not a real Tree Spirit. Then, there was only one possibility. He was once again pulled into the rhythm of the nightmare. And this Tree Spirit was a monster from a nightmare. Soon, all of Tree Spirit's skin peeled off, revealing the red and white flesh around his mouth. However, he was still wearing a creepy smile as white, sticky maggots crawled out of his eye sockets. These maggots quickly grew in size and opened their mouths full of sharp fangs to bite Angor's head. Before the maggots could bite him, Angor felt his surroundings changing. It was as if he had just returned to reality from a horror movie. The maggots had disappeared, and the Tree Spirit had returned to normal. Everything that had happened was over. "I noticed that the illusory limbs suddenly stopped moving, and your eyes lost focus. Something's wrong. So I cut off your phantom limb." Tree Spirit paused and looked at Angor. "You were in a nightmare just now, right?" Angor nodded and told Tree Spirit what he saw. "I became a nightmare?" Tree Spirit clicked his tongue. "There are all kinds of things in nightmares. The only thing that doesn't change is that you're killed by the nightmare." Tree Spirit sighed. "It seems that even the nightmare power can't stop the nightmare light's corrosion. Are you going to try again?" Angor nodded again. "Let's try again." "Again with the phantom limb?" Tree Spirit didn't try to persuade Angor anymore. If it was just a phantom limb, Angor would be able to stop the damage in time no matter how many times he tried. Once again, he released his phantom limb. This time, he didn't let the phantom limb deal with the red light alone. Instead, he followed the phantom limb and moved forward until they reached the edge of the light. This time, he was going to try something else. Earlier, when he wrapped the phantom limb with the nightmare aura, he knew it might fail. The phantom limb already contained a bit of nightmare aura, and if it couldn't stop the light of nightmare in the first place, adding a bit of nightmare aura would do the same. But this time, Angor wasn't going to only use the nightmare aura. He was going to use it as an energy medium to move the material world. Even Sunders didn't know how to use the nightmare aura like this. Only Sunders knew how to use the green runes, and Angor was the only one who could do so. Angor looked at the tip of the phantom limb and slowly activated the green tattoo in his right eye. Following his movement, Tree Spirit on the other side also looked over. Tree Spirit was only a weak clone, but he could clearly sense that Angor's aura was changing rapidly. When Angor's right eye began to glow with a faint green light, an oppressive aura began to spread. Even the Tree Spirit felt pressured by this oppressive aura. When the green light reached its peak, a force field with Angor at the center appeared around them out of nowhere. The range of the force field also completely enveloped the illusory limb. "You're going to use this power to send the phantom limb into the light?" Tree Spirit asked. "Yes. It was the force field and the green tattoo in his right eye, which had a defensive effect. It could block attacks as well as any negative energy, including curses. Since the force field couldn't cover a large area, Angor had to stay close to the light of nightmare to keep the phantom limb inside the force field. He didn't know if his force field could stop the light of nightmares, but it was the only way he could use his nightmare energy to protect himself from the nightmare realm. If it didn't work, he had no other choice. Tree Spirit didn't ask Angor how he did it. He only nodded to Angor and told him to start. He would keep an eye on Angor's condition and cut off the phantom limb if anything went wrong. Angor carefully moved the phantom limb closer to the red light. As soon as the phantom limb entered the light, both Angor and Tree Spirit looked around nervously. 1 second. 2 seconds. Angor's heart almost jumped out of his throat as the phantom limb was illuminated by the red light. 10 seconds later, the phantom limb was still slithering in the red light, but Angor didn't feel anything. He looked at Tree Spirit, who was staring at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Mr. Tree Spirit?" Angor tried to call. Tree Spirit was stunned for a moment, then he immediately came back to his senses and exclaimed, You are okay? You didn't get dragged into the nightmare? Or are you saying that you've fallen into a nightmare without knowing it?" "Nothing changed. I can talk to Mr. Tree Spirit. As long as Mr. Tree Spirit is real, I don't think I'm in a nightmare." That being said, Tree Spirit still found it hard to believe. He was ready to provide support at any time, and even planned to secretly wake Rhine up from his seclusion. But Angor actually did it without warning. It was still too early to say, but at least the phantom limb wasn't affected by the nightmare thanks to the force field. This was completely different from before. Angor waited for another 30 seconds. During this time, neither Tree Spirit nor Angor said anything. They both waited patiently for the result. Nothing happened to Angor in the next 30 seconds. Angor considered and said to Tree Spirit, "The force field might work. I'm going to try it out." Tree Spirit didn't reject Angor's suggestion this time. They already knew that the force field could block the light of nightmare to a certain extent. Since that was the case, they needed to do more experiments. Angor took a deep breath and stepped into the light. This was the second time Angor stepped into the light. The first time, he was caught off guard. He didn't even notice the nightmare light before he was dragged into a nightmare. This time, Angor was fully prepared. Bathing in the red light, Angor waited for the result anxiously. Both Angor and Tree Spirit were nervous at first. But as time passed, they slowly calmed down. 3 minutes later. The silence was broken by Tree Spirit. "It's been so long, but there's nothing wrong. It seems that your experiment is a success." Tree Spirit had stepped into the light many times, so he knew how powerful the nightmare light was. Once someone was covered by the light, they would immediately fall into a nightmare without any time to recover. Angor could maintain the effect for 3 minutes, or maybe not. 30 seconds or even 1 minute was enough to prove that the force field worked. "It's a success. But I need more tests." Tree Spirit nodded. He knew what Angor meant. The nightmare light outside the door was much weaker than the one inside. Angor needed to prove that the nightmare light inside the door could also be affected. Angor walked to the door. The door was wide open, but looking in from the outside, they couldn't see anything at all. There was only a red light that kept surging. Angor planned to test it further, but he still didn't want to risk his life. Like before, he took out a phantom limb from his sleeve. Once the limb was covered by the force field, Angor sent it into the door. Tree Spirit also entered the force field and stood beside Angor. He was ready to cut off the limb if anything went wrong. The phantom limb was an extension of Angor's energy, thoughts, and spirit power. Angor also felt something strange when it went inside the door. It was as if the limb had broken through a barrier and entered another dimension. As Tree Spirit said, the world inside the door was completely different from the one outside. The red light inside the door was clearly in a boiling and active state. It was like a living creature that was constantly surging. The red light outside the door was so quiet that it looked like a maid who didn't know anything about the world. Other than that, the red light outside the door couldn't trigger the force field at all. But the red light inside the door was different. Angor could clearly feel that the red light was trying to break through the force field and bring nightmares to the phantom limb inside the force field. Unfortunately, the red light still couldn't break through the force field's force field. At best, Angor could only use a little bit of nightmare aura to maintain the force field. This was a piece of cake for Angor, who had the green tunnel rune that could continuously produce nightmare aura. As long as Angor wanted to, he could maintain the force field forever. Angor controlled the phantom limb to circle around the force field's force field for about a minute before he slowly retracted it. The situation inside the door is indeed more complicated than outside, but the domain can still be maintained stably, and it can block the corrosion of the light of nightmare. Tree Spirit finally felt relieved. So, we can go in and take a look now? As soon as Tree Spirit said this, his nervous expression instantly turned serious. However, there was also a hint of eagerness in this seriousness. He was really curious about what other secrets were hidden in this hidden room apart from the nightmare light. Angor nodded. I think so. Tree Spirit said that he wanted to check the room first, but when it came to entering the door, he became cautious again. The force field might be able to stop the nightmare light, but we can't be sure if there are other dangers inside. We need to be careful. Don't be hasty. Tree Spirit's expression was serious. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was someone else, but Angor was a key figure in the future. He couldn't afford to let anything happen to him. If Angor's force field wasn't limited and couldn't be used on other people, Tree Spirit would have chosen to explore the room alone. I understand. Angor nodded. The unknown was the scariest thing. He wouldn't let his guard down until he was sure of the danger. After reaching a consensus on being cautious, Angor and Tree Spirit carefully entered the room. As soon as they entered, Angor sensed the change in the intensity of the nightmare light. He also noticed a strange power separating the room from the outside world. Perhaps it was because of this power that the nightmare light didn't leak out of the room. Even after entering the room, their visibility did not improve. Furthermore, the light of nightmares prevented them from using spells to explore their surroundings. They could only move forward slowly. About 3 steps forward, Angor saw the black coat rack mentioned by Tree Spirit. There was nothing on the clothes rack that looked like a dry tree branch. This meant that the owner of the room didn't come back. That was good news. They kept moving forward. After about 3 steps, Angor noticed that there was still a wall on their left, but an open space on their right. It could be seen that the layout of this room was on the right side. However, for safety's sake, they didn't go to the right side. Instead, they kept moving along the left wall. Soon, they found a black metal plate hanging high on the left wall. That's a universal magnetic plate. Angor quickly recognized it. Magnetic plates were a special storage device used by traditional nobles. They had a strong suction force against metal objects, so they were often used to hold metal accessories such as necklaces, rings, and badges. The universal magnetic plate, on the other hand, was an improved version of the universal magnetic plate. Not only could it absorb metals, but it could also absorb all objects with supernatural powers. Usually, when a wizard found a universal magnetic plate while exploring an ancient ruin, he or she would find some supernatural objects left on it. Unfortunately, they found that there was nothing on the universal magnetic plate. Universal magnetic plates are usually placed next to the bed, so people can stick their accessories on them when they go to bed, Angor said. So, this place should be close to the bed. Sure enough, after taking 2 or 3 steps forward, they saw a very simple bed. The bed was covered with a fluffy silk quilt. It looked a little messy, but the surface of the quilt was as clean as new, as if the owner just left the bed a second ago. Angor noticed that there was a black, fist-sized ore placed in the center of the quilt. He held the ore in his hand and sensed it. It was cold and heavy. It's star iron, Angor said as he weighed the metal in his hand. About 400 grams. Good quality. But it's different from ordinary star iron. I think it has a strange aura? Tree Spirit also sensed for a moment and said, it's similar to the aura of the light of nightmares. Maybe it's because the star iron was placed here and absorbed the light of nightmares for a long time. That might be the case, but under the Alchemy Eye's appraisal, its transcendent characteristics have not changed. I wonder if it'll change after I use it. While thinking, he put the star iron into his bracelet so that he could experiment with it in the future when he had the chance. Apart from the star iron, there was nothing else around the bed. I don't know why they put raw ores on the bed. Is it a quirk of alchemists? Tree Spirit mumbled and followed Angor's lead. After walking for about 10 steps, they saw the wall turning to the right. In other words, they had finished exploring the left side of the wall. Judging from the layout on the left, this room isn't big. Tree Spirit looked at the red light on the right and frowned. And the most important part of the bedroom, the bed, is already here. According to the traditional layout, there should be some tables, chairs, or cabinets. But I didn't see anything strange so far. That's strange. Maybe the right side is where the abnormalities are. Let's keep looking. Tree Spirit didn't say anything else. For the first time, the two of them moved to the right side of the wall. Just in case. They walked slowly, and as they moved slowly, they saw something new. It was a long, silver-colored workbench. There's a workbench in the bedroom. Is he conducting experiments in the bedroom as well? Tree Spirit looked at the workbench in surprise. Angor touched the workbench and used alchemy eye to analyze it. Most common workbenches used by wizards in the southern wizarding region are from Floating Mech City. But this one doesn't have the special symbol of Floating Mech City. While speaking, he pressed a button on one of the buttons, which brought up a platform with multiple functions. The machines here look old too. I think they're from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. That fits the era of the ruins creator, Tree Spirit said. Probably used by the ruins creator. Judging from the traces on the workbench, he used it a lot. Too bad the workbench is clean from inside to outside. Angor paused and walked to the back of the workbench. This workbench doesn't have a recording function. Normally, there should be a place to record things, such as a stone table or a desk. As he mumbled to himself, he saw a tall chair behind the workbench, as well as a large desk with piles of parchments and books on it. Brood Cavern, inside the mirror world. At the top of the cloud tower, there was a locked room. Inside the room, the windows were tightly shut, making the already gloomy space seem even darker. The only source of light was a crystal ball embedded in the floor at the center of the room. It emitted a blue light from time to time, which added a touch of coldness to the room. Under the flickering blue light, one could vaguely see that Ryan was sitting cross-legged beside the crystal ball with his eyes closed. This tranquil atmosphere had been maintained for several days. Until now, under his tightly shut eyelids, his pupils began to move. About 5 minutes later, Ryan finally opened his eyes. Phew, Ryan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Because of this breath, the silent space also became lively. All the extinguished candlesticks on the wall, in front of the table, and in the fireplace were lit up again. When the light dispersed the darkness, Ryan looked at the crystal ball in front of him. The crystal ball was still flickering rhythmically. When the blue light appeared, Ryan reached out his index finger and gently touched the smooth surface of the crystal ball. A blue stream of information emerged from the crystal ball and flowed into Ryan's finger. It's been 5 days. Let me see if there's anything wrong with the astral pool ruin. Ryan muttered to himself. Apart from Tree Spirit, who sent a mana QQ message and was stopped outside the tower, no one else sent anything. Ryan's main purpose was to see if Iron Granny sent anything. She was in charge of the astral pool ruin for now. If she did not send any message, it meant the ruin was fine. As for Tree Spirit's message, it did not wake him up from his meditation. Instead, it was just a mana QQ message, which meant it was not something important. He could deal with it later. Ryan stood up and walked to a metal device that looked like a silver trumpet. He activated several light arcs in his energy vision. As the light arcs vibrated, the trumpet immediately began to operate. The light arcs were created by using the path of mana drain to communicate information on the energy level. Ryan activated them to send a message to someone. When everything was done, Ryan sat back down in front of the crystal ball and accidentally glanced at the monocle placed beside it. Looking at this pair of glasses, Ryan couldn't help but sigh softly. The reason why he suddenly went into seclusion for the past few days was because of this pair of glasses. During his seclusion, Rain considered Brood Cavern, the Dream Wasteland, and Angor's future. Of course, the future was all centered around Angor. After a few days of contemplation, Ryan had more or less set a tone. Previously, he had spread the news through the demon-absorbing road in order to pave the way and release some information in advance. When the groundwork was more or less done, all the core members would be summoned for a meeting to officially announce their future plans. Ryan felt a little emotional when he thought about how his peaceful future would suddenly take a different direction. However, he also knew that change was the only way to bring Brute Cavern to greater heights. Plus, the Dream Wasteland was there to support the situation, which would not worsen. As the leader of Brute Cavern, Angor had to do something. Angor. Rain murmured Angor's name in a soft voice. His voice was filled with emotions. Ryan always thought that he would bring glory to Brute Cavern in a way that no other leader had ever done before. However, he didn't expect this glory to come from Angor, who had only joined Brute Cavern for a few years. How could he not feel emotional? Ryan himself had studied and practiced prophecy, but even so, he did not think that there was a predestined fate in the world. Otherwise, when he chose the school of prophecy, he would not have abandoned the river of fate and chosen the silent god. But now, Angor's figure appeared in his mind. For the first time, Ryan truly believed that fate did exist. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have joined Brute Cavern so coincidentally and become so powerful in such a short time. Moreover, Angor also fulfilled Ryan's long-cherished wish. At Ryan's current level, he rarely felt emotional. But because of Angor's appearance, his emotions began to fluctuate greatly. He felt both admiration and jealousy, and even a little bit jealousy. However, the jealousy only lasted for a second before it was forgotten. He knew that Angor's existence was the key to the future development of the Empire. Not only could he not be jealous, but he also needed to eliminate all threats around Angor. Currently, the biggest threat to Angor was the Germinal organization. Ryan's eyes flickered as he pondered for a while. It had been an hour since Ryan woke up, and he was almost done sorting out his thoughts. Ryan reached a hand toward his monocle and was about to check if Iron Granny was still around so that they could talk about the future. But Ryan quickly pulled his hand back. Forget it. Let's check Tree Spirit's message first. I'll ask Tree Spirit to send some people into the Dream Wasteland to help with the construction of the new city. With that in mind, Ryan walked to the window and opened it. After the window was opened, a pure white pigeon that was originally circling the path of the devouring devil slowly descended and landed on the windowsill. Ryan touched the pigeon, which immediately released a ray of white light and released a large number of illusory white feathers. At the same time, Tree Spirit's figure appeared in the light. Angor has solved the broken runes. We're going to explore the hidden room together. Tree Spirit's first sentence in the QQ sent Ryan a shock. Unlike Tree Spirit, Ryan didn't care much about secret exploration. However, it was obvious that Angor's ruin and the Astral Pool ruin were built by the same person. Ryan also paid attention to the hidden room, hoping to find some useful information. However, judging from the current situation, the hidden room is very dangerous. There's light of nightmares inside, and my clone can't withstand the corrosion of the light of nightmares. If you've forgotten about the light of nightmares, call Reeves out and let him explain it to you again. We haven't found a way to solve the problem yet. You better come here when you get the message. Inside the hidden room. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up when he saw the desk next to his workbench. There are a lot of parchments and scrolls here. Maybe they contain information about the hidden room and the nightmare light. Angor also felt a little excited when he saw the pile of parchments on the desk. Knowledge was the most important thing in the wizarding world. There must be a lot of parchments here. Some of them were bound to contain a lot of information. Even if they only recorded some experimental data, it would still be valuable knowledge. Compared to the star iron he found earlier, they were definitely more valuable. He controlled his force field and slowly moved it toward the desk. Perhaps the nightmare light was already the biggest threat, so there was no need to set up other traps. So they didn't run into any danger on their way. As the force field moved closer, Angor could see more things. In front of them, there was not only a desk full of parchment, but also a concave metal platform about 3 meters in front of the desk. That was the storage analysis platform. The storage analysis platform was a special tool used to help identify objects. It contained a large amount of elements that could be used to identify objects. It was an extension of Narda's vision. Basically, every alchemist would have one. The previous owner of this ruin, Tazaro, suspected that there might be a hidden room in the ruin because his laboratory was missing a storage analysis platform. Now, Tazaro's suspicion was confirmed. The storage analysis platform was indeed hidden in a hidden room. Also, it was worth mentioning that there were a few dark shadows on the analysis table. They seemed to be the things left behind by the previous owner and were not taken away. Angor took a closer look and confirmed that they weren't materials. They were tools of some kind. Let's check it out later. Angor didn't go to the storage analysis platform right away. Instead, he sat down on a vine chair made by Tree Spirit and picked up the parchment on the desk. It was a piece of parchment that was obviously cut into small pieces to be used for sewing. However, something went wrong. The parchment was not sewn together. Instead, it was scattered on the desk. Angor frowned as soon as he saw it. It wasn't that the parchment contained something shocking. It was just that there were too many symbols on it that Angor couldn't recognize, as well as formulas formed by those symbols. The arrangement of the symbols was very messy. It seemed the recorder got stuck in some kind of deadlock and left a large, messy piece of paper. As for the symbols that Angor recognized, he couldn't make sense of them either. The only thing he was sure of was that this was the record of an alchemy experiment. Since he couldn't understand it, Angor put it aside and picked up another parchment. However, it was the same as the previous one. Messy formulas and complicated symbols. He flipped through several pieces of parchment on the table, but all of them were the same. He couldn't understand anything. But he did find something. The most obvious drawings represented the state of the ruin's owner before he left. He was doing some kind of difficult alchemy experiment. Angor couldn't tell what kind of experiment it was for now. Since he didn't get anything useful from the parchment, Angor turned his attention to a pile of paper-bound books. These specially made paper-bound books were placed neatly and beautifully bound. It was unlikely that they were messy experiment records that he could not understand. Take a look at this one. Tree Spirit, who was sitting on the other side of Angor's desk, suddenly pointed at a pile of paperback books beside him. I just looked through them. They're all about alchemy. I think they'll be useful to you. Tree Spirit went through this pile at first, but he gave up when he found that they were all about alchemy. Angor didn't know alchemy, so these books were useless to him. Angor nodded. The three things he wanted to know the most right now were the hidden room, the light of nightmare, and the ruin's creator. Now that he was sure that the ruin's creator was an alchemist, he might be able to learn something from these books. Angor picked up a random book and was about to open it when he saw Tree Spirit was reading a book with a green cover. Tree Spirit didn't even blink as if he was absorbed in it. One of Kulot's Chronicles. That's the name on the cover. Maybe it's an autobiography or a diary? Tree Spirit noticed Angor's curious look and explained with a smile, it's a handwritten diary with a clear date. I think it was written by the owner of the hidden room. Tree Spirit showed Angor the page. Angor could clearly see the date on the upper right corner of the page, year 5298 of the new calendar. About 2,000 years had passed since then. It matched the age of the antique equipment in the laboratory very well. If Angor wasn't mistaken, this alchemist named Kulot might be the creator of the ruin. Did you find anything? Angor asked. Tree Spirit shook his head. Not yet. They're all trivial things. Most of the stories aren't about Kulot, but someone named Bellows. From some of the details, I think this Kulot really wanted to bully Bellows. I wonder what their relationship is. Since Tree Spirit was already reading one of Kulot's chronicles, Angor didn't bother with the diary. Instead, he looked at the paper-bound book in his hand. He turned to the title page and saw a line of elegant, cursive characters, Kulot. After reading the name, Angor was sure that Kolo was the owner of the ruin. There was only a name on the title page and nothing else. Angor had to keep reading if he wanted to know more. When he reached the second page, he was stunned. It was indeed related to alchemy, but it wasn't what he expected. It wasn't a book about alchemy, nor was it an alchemy record. It was a hand-drawn illustrated handbook. The illustrated handbook on the first page was an elegant mirror with gold olive patterns in the style of nobles. Kulot outlined the essence of the mirror with a few simple strokes. It looked like a vanity mirror with a handle used by noble ladies. At the bottom of the illustrated handbook, Kulot recorded the information about the mirror in his elegant handwriting. The name of the mirror was Voice of Oblivion. Below the name was Hupa Coefficient, 2. Below that was a record that the Voice of Oblivion was currently in the possession of a heartbreak witch. Next was the effect of the Voice of Oblivion. If you repeatedly recite a name in front of this mirror, you will completely forget everything about it. It also works on objects. In the end, Kullo added a few personal comments, or remarks. If you repeatedly recite your name, you'll slowly feel that your name is unfamiliar. After reading the description of the Voice of Oblivion, Angor felt that something was wrong. Make the user forget a certain person or object was not a strong effect. It could be achieved by spells. For example, Angor could use Nightmare Illusion to invade someone's brain and achieve the same effect. Even without using supernatural power, a simple physical impact could cause a short circuit in the brain and throw the memory box into the abyss of the mind, resulting in amnesia. Therefore, the mirror was not useful in Angor's opinion. Angor did not understand why Kullo recorded it and even made comments on it. Could it be that Kuluoli made the mirror himself, so he specifically recorded it? Angor looked at the Hupa Coefficient, 2 on the second row. What was this Hupa Coefficient? He never heard of it before. Angor frowned as more questions popped up in his mind. He had a strange feeling. Maybe there'll be an answer later. Angor moved on to the next page. On the second page, the drawing style was still very clean and bright. A few simple lines outlined a flying meteor. However, it was not a real meteor. Instead, it looked like a fairy tale-like meteor. It was a star in the shape of a pentagon. The lines around the star were sometimes long and sometimes short, which meant it was shining. Behind the star, there was an arc of light drawn with gold powder, which meant it was flying. Angor's head was full of questions just by looking at the illustration. He had previously guessed that the illustration handbook was a tool refined by Kuluoli himself, but now there was this fairy tale-style meteor. Was it really refined by someone? What was the purpose of it? Puzzled, he looked down at the introduction of the illustrated handbook. Name, Star of Hope, Hupa Coefficient, 36, Ownership, Unknown, Effect, anyone who sees the Star of Hope should pray. Maybe your wish will come true, although the chance is slim. Hupa Coefficient, this information confirmed Angor's guess. Judging from the effect, it seemed to involve the mysterious concept of fate, which was difficult to achieve in alchemy. Maybe someone really could do it, but Angor could not imagine it yet. Also, if Kullo really made it, it should not belong to anyone. Angor did not know who it belonged to. He kept reading and saw Kullo's note about the illustrated handbook. Note, in this world, there are many things that are predestined. You will try your best to fight for it, but in the end, you still won't get it. As for making a wish to the Star of Hope, as long as you worked hard, you would at least be able to change that predestined ending, allowing you to see a glimmer of hope. Yep, no matter how dim it was, there was still hope, right? Every 300 years, the Star of Hope will appear. Seize the opportunity to pray to it. Angor was stunned for a long time after reading the note. Putting aside the strange things mentioned in the remarks for the time being, and simply analyzing the state of mind when he wrote the remarks, it could be seen from the strokes that Kullo was more like an absolutely calm recorder than a participant. This once again proved that the items in the illustrated handbook were not made by Kuluoli, but only recorded his existence. After confirming this fact, he looked back at the remarks of the Star of Hope. It was still filled with the smell of fate. Many things are predestined, and you have to accept it. But with the help of the Star of Hope, you can show a way to break free from the shackles of your predestined fate. As for whether you could grasp the hope, it depended on whether you could seize the opportunity. It could be seen that the Star of Hope gave you a glimmer of hope, but it might not be so easy to get. At first glance, Angor felt that the effect was still ordinary, but it was not something that could be done by alchemy. But after reading the note and thinking about it carefully, Angor had a new feeling. The word hope meant uncertainty from the moment it was born. If it could be obtained so easily, it could not be called hope at all. So, the effect of break free from an absolute predicament and obtain a glimmer of hope was actually not ordinary. Also, the introduction of the Star of Hope did not mention the range of restrictions, which was very scary. Everyone's wishes and predicaments were different, so when they met the Star of Hope, the cause and effect of their wishes would be different as well. But the Star of Hope seemed to treat all wishes equally, tearing apart the absolute shackles and opening up a path of hope for different wishes. The range of the threshold seemed to be limitless, as if there was no limit. If that was true, then the effect was not ordinary, but unnatural. Quolo did not explain it clearly, but Angor could vaguely feel that the Star of Hope really could bring a glimmer of hope to all predicaments. It was as if the creator of the Star of Hope, if there really was such a creator, did not consider the so-called threshold at all. Instead, the creator gave the Star of Hope the ability to ignore the laws when it was born. Angor felt something familiar about this feeling. Breaking free from the limits of laws and completely ignoring logic. Wasn't this a mystery item? Could it be that this illustrated handbook is introducing the mysterious item? As soon as the idea came to Angor's mind, it quickly took over the high ground of his mind and eliminated all his previous doubts. It shone brightly in his mind, showing its absolute existence. Yes, only a mystery item can explain it. Angor's eyes lit up. The strange feeling he had before was instantly dispelled when he used the word mystery to explain it. Now, he was sure that the illustrated handbook was meant to record mystery items. But he still needed to find another proof. Angor quickly turned to the next page. The next page of the illustrated handbook was a very exquisite-looking envelope. There were golden patterns on all four sides of the envelope, and even the seal was inlaid with a pure white feather golden ink paste. Quolo had probably used a lot of gold powder when he drew it. Even if it was just a flat illustration, it still looked shiny and golden. Name, time postcard, HUPA coefficient, 24, affiliation, order guild, effect, a postcard sent to someone at a certain time in the future. The postcard can carry one of your abilities for a short period of time. Note, this is a gift from the past. But do you really think that someone in the future who can't see through time is worthy of your gift? Of course, if you're sending it to your future self, just pretend I didn't say anything. After reading the description of the time postcard, Angor did not think about whether the effect was reasonable or not. There was no need to. He focused all his attention on the owner of the time postcard. Order Guild. Others might not know what kind of organization this was, but Angor already knew about it from Frost. It was a super powerful organization in the Origin world. The main job of Order Guild was to retrieve mystery items that went out of control and prevent them from causing more disasters. From a certain point of view, the Order faction was where most of the mysterious items belonged to. A mystery hunter who could retrieve an out-of-control mystery item must have a mystery item on him or her. For the time postcard to be collected by the Order Guild, combined with its illogical effects, one could basically confirm that it was a mysterious item. Angor's guess was correct. The booklet was indeed used to record mystery items. But Angor was still confused. Frost once told him that mystery items were very private and would not be shown to outsiders. How did Quolo know so many mystery items? And why did he draw them for research? Angor remembered that Rain used a time crack to find a hidden room in the laboratory in the third underground level. Angor sensed a mystery item back then. Combined with this message, it seemed that Quolo was studying mystery items. Or was he just a mystery alchemist? Angor considered and decided to put this question aside for now. Maybe he could find the answer from Quolo's chronicles. He could put it aside for now. Angor turned the booklet back to the first page. After confirming the booklet's content, Angor believed that the Voice of Oblivion on the first page was also a mystery item. Angor was a little curious. Why did the mystery item look so weak? Angor reread the description of the Voice of Oblivion and noticed two things. First, the HUPA coefficient. The last two mystery items both had HUPA coefficients of 2 digits, while the Voice of Oblivion only had a HUPA coefficient of 2. Lady Isabel once told him that there was a way to measure the level of mystery items in the Origin world. Was this the HUPA coefficient? The higher the HUPA coefficient, the more powerful the item was? Because the Voice of Oblivion only had a HUPA coefficient of 2, its effect was not as good as expected. From a realistic point of view, this guess had a very high probability of being correct. But he still found it strange. Could the strength of a mystery item really determine the level of a mystery Item: alchemists usually measure the strength of an alchemy item based on its energy level, damage level, defense level, and the energy contained in the item itself all had clear differences. But mystery items were different. Mystery power was difficult to be classified based on energy levels. In that case, regardless of energy level, it was not fair to categorize mystery items based on their destructive power. This was because many mystery items did not have destructive power, but they still had very powerful effects. There was another reason why Angor felt something was wrong. It was because of his own experience. Angor had a mystery item, the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast. Angor's first impression of the whelk was that it was weak. After years of publicity, magazines finally reached this impression, which even influenced the perception of the whole wizarding world. But was the whelk really that weak? Definitely not. After Angor created the Dream Wasteland, the Dream Whelk became a strategic item that could influence and start a new era. After witnessing how the whelk turned the world upside down, Angor came to a conclusion. It was difficult to determine the strength of a mystery item. As long as one used the right method, even the most obscure mystery item could shine brightly. Because of this, when Angor thought that the Huppa coefficient was a way to determine the strength of a mystery item, he did not feel right. This feeling led him to another discovery about the Voice of Oblivion. Secondly, the origin. The effect of the Voice of Oblivion was, repeat a name in front of this item, and you will completely forget everything about it. It also works on other items. Maybe the origin of the effect was different from memory erasing. So this was the real ability of a mystery item? He wasn't sure if his discovery was useful or not. Maybe he was being too picky with his choice of words. But when he read the words, completely forget everything about the target, he felt a chilling killing intent coming at him. He did not know which of the two findings was correct. Perhaps he could only make a decision after learning the truth about the Huppa coefficient. Angor glanced at the thick pile of books on his desk. Would there be something about the Huppa coefficient in there? Hey, someone's calling for my real body. Tree Spirit's voice came while Angor was lost in his thoughts. Angor looked up and saw Tree Spirit grumbling. I was just reading about how Bellows used the guild's power to suppress his new followers. But I was interrupted. Although Tree Spirit was reluctant, he still closed his eyes and focused his thoughts on his real body. Several seconds later, Tree Spirit looked up and said, "It's Rain. He's out of his training." "Mr. Rain is here? Should we go get him now?" Tree Spirit quickly waved a hand. "He'll come on his own. Let's wait until he's here. I'll finish reading this first." With that, Tree Spirit quickly picked up the notebook in his hand and read it quickly with a fascinated look on his face. It was more like he was reading the ups and downs of the story. It's also from the real world. Sometimes it's not as interesting as it really is. Maybe Quolo's experience is even more interesting than this. With that in mind, Angor picked up the illustrated handbook again and continued reading. This time, he did not ask for more details. Instead, he quickly browsed through the different information in the handbooks. The more he read, the more amazed he became. Mystery items had all kinds of abilities. Most of them had physical objects, but there were some that did not. For example, there was a mystery item called Lonely Clown's Heartbeat. Its effect was that anyone who heard the heartbeat would dance along with it. Quolo drew a heart in the handbook, but the following remarks clearly stated that the heart was not a mystery item. The heartbeat was the core of the so-called mystery item. As long as one matched the heartbeat, one would become a container for the mystery item. It was worth mentioning that the mystery item's effect did not seem obvious, but its Huppa coefficient was as high as 61. This made Angor even more confused. In his subjective thinking, there was a scale to weigh the effects of different mystery items. Compared to the Star of Hope, the Lonely Clown's heartbeat was actually weaker. However, its Huppa coefficient was 61, which was the highest Huppa coefficient Angor had seen so far. Therefore, it didn't seem right to assume that the Huppa coefficient was determined by the effect of a mystery item. Of course, this was only Angor's personal opinion. He had never seen the Lonely Clown's heartbeat in person, so he didn't think it was as good as the Star of Hope. Perhaps, based on the real effect, the heartbeat would be extremely terrifying. Just like how he couldn't tell whether the Voice of Oblivion was strong or weak. Angor kept reading and saw another mystery item with a high HUPA coefficient. Similar to the lonely clown's heartbeat, this mystery item had no physical carrier. Name, growth ray, HUPA coefficient, 70, attribute, unknown, effect, random organs will grow inside the body of those who are exposed to the growth ray. Note, some people treat the growth ray as a lucky wheel. According to rumors, Gluzd's ward rose to power because of the growth ray. It was said that he grew a supernatural organ. However, only the lucky ones would be recorded. Who would care about the unlucky ones? There were only a few lucky people in the records. However, the number of people who died from the Wheel of Fortune due to the evil female organs growing out of the Wheel of Fortune was enough to form a mountain range of corpses. If that was the case, would he still be willing to try spinning this lucky wheel? If they still wanted to try their luck, they could go to Glazed Night Island and wait there. The growth ray will appear above the island at irregular intervals. It's a ray that appears periodically above a certain island. Angor considered for a moment. According to Quolo's description, the growth ray had no owner, and no one knew where its core was. This gave him a strange feeling. Why does it feel like a mystery item that's out of order? Angor muttered to himself. It was not bound and could not be searched for. After being irradiated, it would grow without limit. Although he couldn't be completely sure that it was an item from the disorder of order, it had already matched some of the characteristics of the disorder of order. It was obviously different from the other mysterious items recorded before. His eyes were fixed on the number, 70. As he thought about the HUPA coefficient of other mystery items, he suddenly had a question. HUPA coefficient doesn't refer to disorder, does it? The higher the degree of disorder, the greater the amount. With this question in mind, he kept reading. This time, he focused on the mystery items with high HUPA coefficient and tried to prove his theory. When he reached the end of the book, he finally saw a mystery item with a HUPA coefficient over 70. What surprised him even more was that he had heard of this mystery item before. Samsara City. When Frost told Angor about his experience in the undead chest, he sighed and said, I went through all kinds of horrible worlds inside the chest. Every time I traveled to another world, I felt like I was reborn. It reminded me of a mystery item from the Temple of Prophets, the city of Samsara. According to Frost's description, the city of Samsara was a famous mystery item in the origin world. It was a city that had been forgotten by the passage of time, Shige City. Anyone who stepped through the gate of Shige City would be transported into a never-ending cycle of time and space, where they would experience the city going from prosperity to destruction for 3 days. After the 3 days, Shige City would return to how it was 3 days ago. The wasteland would be restored to its original state, and all residents of Shige City, regardless of whether they were outsiders or natives, would have their memories reset, and they would once again experience the cycle of life and death. It was as if Shige City was forever frozen in the quiet space of those 3 days. According to Frost, this mysterious item was also an item that was out of order. However, the disorder of order would not expand, and it would always cover Shige City. The condition to enter the disorder of order was to enter Shige City. As long as one stopped in front of Shige City, they would not become a reincarnator. While trying to recall what he knew about Samsara City, he checked Quolo's illustrated handbook. The illustration depicted a prosperous city under a dome. According to the description, it had a HUPA coefficient of 75 and belonged to the Temple of Prophets. As for the effect, it was basically the same as what Frost said. However, Quolo's remarks mentioned something that Frost did not mention. Outsiders only know that the samsara of 3 days never stops. However, there is a way to break it. It is said that by changing the time and space variables, you can change the plot. You can even live to the 4th day, the 5th day, or even the 30th day. The maximum is 30 days. After 30 days, Shige City will still meet the end of destruction. But if you can live to this day, you will see some of the truth of this city, and then become a detached person and leave the reincarnation spacetime. Because of this mechanism, some prophets from the Temple of Prophets would enter the city and observe the time and space variables to improve themselves. However, there were only a few supernaturalists. Most of them would become a part of Shige City, lose their memories, and be trapped in the samsara dimension forever like puppets. The way to break the samsara city was definitely a secret. Even Frost, the mysterious hunter, did not know about it. And yet, it was written in Quolo's handwritten illustration. Angor could tell that Quolo's identity was very special. Either he had a lot of information, or he was powerful enough to know all the secrets. Is Quolo really the mysterious alchemist? Angor could not help but ask in his mind. If the answer was true, it would explain why Quolo knew about the secret information. Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. Instead, he checked the Huppa coefficient of Samsara City, 75. According to Frost, the Samsara City was a disorder of order, and its Huppa coefficient was as high as 75. Angor's previous speculation seemed to be correct. The degree of disorder was related to the Huppa coefficient. If the two were proportional, how could the Huppa coefficient be quantified? What was the upper limit? Were there other factors that affected it? Angor kept reading with these questions in mind. Unfortunately, the rest of the books did not provide any corresponding explanations. Samsara City had the highest Huppa coefficient in the whole illustration book. Angor closed the book and fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, this illustration book was a great eye-opener for him. Especially Quolo's remarks about the mystery items. They were very interesting and straightforward, and some of them even revealed secrets. Angor believed that this book would be valuable even in the origin world. The only regret was that there was no accurate explanation for the Huppa coefficient. But it was acceptable. After all, this was only an illustration book of mystery items, not a scientific description. Besides, there was a pile of alchemy books here. Maybe one of them could explain the Huppa coefficient. With that in mind, he put the illustrated handbook aside and carefully placed it on his left side as a sign of respect. Next, he reached for the second book. But at this moment, Tree Spirit put down the book in his hand. Rain is here. He's outside the door. Because there were still some places in the room that had not been explored, in order to avoid danger, whether it was going out to pick up Rhine or bringing Rhine in through the door, they took the original path that was on the right side of the wall. Rhine stood beside the desk and looked at the red light outside. His eyes were filled with curiosity. If you're curious, you can use your spirit feelers to check it out. While speaking, Tree Spirit flipped through the tall stack of books to find the second volume of Quolo's Chronicles and began to read it with a satisfied expression. I already tried it outside, Rain looked back and spoke in a plain tone. Upon hearing Rhine's words, Tree Spirit temporarily suppressed his desire to read the book and asked curiously, "You really tried it? How was it? You were killed instantly?" "I ran into an overlapping space collapse. It took me some effort to get out," Rain replied. "You got out?" Tree Spirit was surprised. Rhine nodded. Although he had successfully escaped from the nightmare, he didn't look very happy. According to Tree Spirit, the power level of the monsters or anomalies that appeared in nightmares corresponded to the individual's strength. Fortunately, Rhine was facing an anomaly. As long as he had enough strength, he could escape without fighting. If it was a half-step legendary monster, it would be difficult to escape. It should be known that when one reached the half-step legendary stage, every time he went all out, he could destroy a mountain. No matter how tough the ruin was, it would not be able to withstand a few spells. Therefore, when he tried before, he was already regretting it. Luckily, he only encountered an abnormal phenomenon. Now that Tree Spirit was encouraging him, Rain did not dare to touch it. He still had a chance to escape from the corridor outside. But if he ran into the light of nightmares in this room, it would be endless. By then, even if he could survive, this room would probably be ruined. Rain walked back from the edge of the force field and sat down on the vine chair made by Tree Spirit. "Did you find anything?" "Mr. Tree Spirit and I were reading some books here. But I only read about alchemy. So far, I didn't find anything. But I have a small theory." Rain signaled him to continue. "If I'm not mistaken, the creator of this ruin and the owner of this hidden room should be an alchemist named Quolo. The book I read before was a manual that recorded a lot of information about mystery items. Quolo's comments are below each picture." Angor turned to a random page. It was about an inconspicuous mahogany house called Lonely Log House. Anyone who entered the Lonely Log House could not leave. Once they did, they would age instantly and die of old age. There was a note written by Quolo below: "Once someone lives in a log house, they will not be lonely." If you are unlucky enough to stay here and want to leave, you have to make sure that it is not lonely. For example, you can send a mana QQ message and trick your friends to come in and take your place. Angor showed the note to Rain and said, Quolo knows a lot about these mystery items. Which means he's not an ordinary person. Maybe he's just as Mr. Rain said, an alchemist who stepped into the realm of mystery, Angor said. Tree Spirit chimed in, no need to guess. According to the book, Quolo is a mysterious alchemist. Tree Spirit waved Quolo's chronicles in his hand. What did you find? Rain asked. Tree Spirit shrugged. I'm reading Quolo's diary, but there's nothing useful in it. Basically, it's all about a man named Bellows. According to Tree Spirit, Bellows was one of Quolo's followers. Judging from the description, Bellows was at least a legendary wizard. According to Quolo's diary, half of it was about Bellows. Rather than Quolo's diary, it was more like Bellows' observation diary. As for why Tree Spirit was so sure that Quolo was the mysterious alchemist, it was because there was a record in the book. When Quolo joined the Lawful Union, he was immediately treated as a VIP because he had created a mysterious item. Even a legendary bloodline wizard was sent to be his follower. Bellows didn't like this follower at all. He thought that this follower would steal Quolo's attention, which would lower his own status. Therefore, Bellows began to target this follower and did a lot of bad things in secret. All of these were recorded by Quolo. The reason why Tree Spirit was so happy was that these legendary wizards were always scheming against each other. So Quolo didn't do anything but watch Bellows all day? Rain asked. Tree Spirit nodded. Basically. All in all, Bellows is Quolo's true love. There's no need for him to be jealous or worry about losing his attention. That's not the point. What's more important is whether there's any other information. Like this hidden room, the astral pool ruin, or the light of nightmare? Rain face-bombed. Tree Spirit shook his head. At least I haven't seen any records so far. But there are 13 books in Quolo's diary, all of which are recorded in chronological order. I'm reading the earlier books. Maybe there'll be something about the ruin later. Rain didn't ask any more questions. Since he wouldn't get anything useful anyway, he might as well read it himself. He found Quolo's diary number 13 from the pile of books and began reading. Seeing this, Tree Spirit continued to immerse himself in Bellows' observation diary. He began to read other alchemy books. This time, he didn't read them carefully. Instead, he skimmed through them quickly, hoping to find something related to Hoopa's coefficient. Scythe disassembly plan, mana channeling blueprints, application of rhombus deactivation equation in alchemy structures. As he flipped through the alchemy books one by one, he realized that most of the alchemy books left behind by Quolo were alchemy designs that Quolo made himself. For most alchemists, these blueprints were definitely not as important as a complete set of alchemy knowledge. But as far as Angor was concerned, the designs were quite suitable for him. For one thing, he already had a complete alchemy training system, so Quolo's alchemy knowledge might not be suitable for him. For another thing, the designs could reveal the thinking logic of an alchemist, as well as their way of thinking and solutions, which was what Angor valued the most. He did not lack alchemy knowledge. What he lacked was thinking about alchemy. These designs could make up for some of his shortcomings. Apart from the complete designs, Angor also found Quolo's hand-drawn handbook, which also contained the drawings of mystery items. Angor flipped through it and made sure that it was only an illustrated handbook. Then he put it aside for later. As time went by, he read more and more books. However, he did not find anything about Hoopa coefficient apart from the illustrated handbook. You were so focused just now. Why did you flip through them so fast when Ryan came? Don't you want to read them? It was Tree Spirit who spoke. He just finished reading a new scheming mind story, which was so interesting that he could not help but take a long breath. He noticed Angor's movement and asked out of curiosity. There are some questions in the handbook about Hoopa coefficient. Angor briefly explained what he was looking for. Tree Spirit did not really care about Angor's interest. He was still focused on the notes, so he only nodded and continued reading. Ryan, on the other hand, looked up and asked, Hoopa coefficient? I think I saw it just now. Angor quickly looked up and looked at Ryan expectantly. Ryan was reading Quolo's Chronicles from the back to the front. He had finished 6 books, and he was now at Quolo's Chronicles number 7. He finished all 6 books, but he only used reading spell to help him read, so he only grasped the key words and did not read the diary of Bellows in detail. Hearing Angor was looking for Hoopa coefficient, Ryan thought for a while and said, "It should be from Quolo's Chronicles number 12, chapter 3, month of looming frost, year 5532 of the new calendar. Take a look." Angor's eyes lit up. He nodded and thanked Ryan. Ryan waved his hand noncommittally. "I found a lot of important clues in the 12th book. We'll talk about it later." With that, Ryan lowered his head and focused on the notes in his hand again. Angor picked up Quolo's Chronicles number 12 and flipped it to the year Ryan mentioned. This article was different from the other pages that were full of words. The most eye-catching thing about it was that there was a very complicated mathematical formula in the middle of the page, and below it were several diagrams to show the weight of the formula. This mathematical formula was different from ordinary mathematics. There were supernatural variables mixed into it, and these supernatural variables affected the display of different weights. Angor did not know what the formula was yet, so he decided to read it from the beginning. It was still Quolo's familiar, elegant handwriting. "Today, the Order Guild sent us a message. They found a half-out-of-control mystic potion in an underground potion factory in a city on the main island of Wei Realm. I happen to want to study mystic potions, so I asked Bellows and Moon to retrieve it. Bellows has left. It's quite lonely. According to the guild, the key to triggering the mystic potion is sound. Everyone who made a noise around it would end up with different medicinal effects because of the difference in their voices. Not many people received the potion. Most of them had negative effects. More than 2,000 people have died. Most of them were ordinary people. Currently, we don't know how it judges sound and the release rules of the drug, but it's said that beautiful music can enhance the drug's effects better. Assuming that beautiful music can really affect the mystic potion, then we can calculate its coefficient. Since Bellows is not here and there's nothing else to do, let's start from the beginning." Next was the full file formula recorded in the book. Angor quickly realized that it was the formula to calculate Hoopa's coefficient. Quolo seemed to have some kind of marking fetish. For example, he would use words to mark the purpose of each room in the holographic map. His fetish also extended to the formula. He marked every step, every detail, and every condition of the formula in great detail. He even gave a simple explanation of some of the marks. This allowed Angor to see the whole process of calculating Hoopa's coefficient more directly. And as he slowly understood the entire formula, the mysterious veil of the Hoopa coefficient was finally lifted to the tip of the iceberg. Angor's previous speculation about Hoopa's coefficient was very close to the truth, but it was not perfect. Hoopa's coefficient was a comprehensive coefficient. It combined the degree of disorder, the range of influence, the level of phenomenon, matter, or fantasy. After multiple calculations, it was a relatively accurate coefficient derived from the weighting ratio. The coefficient was calculated according to a percentage weight. In other words, the range was from 1 to 100. However, Angor guessed that 100 might not be the real upper limit. There should be mystery items with a coefficient higher than 100. Otherwise, why would there be a small but noticeable gap in the weighting ratio after 100? The lower Hoopa's coefficient, the safer and more stable the item was. The higher the coefficient, the more dangerous and unsolvable it was. Generally speaking, an item with a Hoopa's coefficient above 70 was considered a disorder. However, Hoopa's coefficient was not just a coefficient that recorded the strength of an energy level. In other words, the lower the coefficient, the weaker the mystery item. It was just that the lower the coefficient, the more stable the mystery item would be. Take the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast as an example. If Angor used this formula, without the precise records provided by the Lawful Guild, the coefficient of the dream whelk would not be higher than 10, or even 5. However, the dream whelk's actual effect was definitely not weak. Therefore, a low coefficient did not mean the mystery item was not strong. However, Angor could foresee that the higher the coefficient, the more disorder and the more dangerous the item would be, which meant the item would not be weak. After reading the Hoopa's coefficient formula, Angor was able to accept it quickly. After all, the fact that Huppa's coefficient could be used by the lawful guild to evaluate mystery items meant that it was authoritative in the origin world. Angor continued reading the rest of the page. The Huppa's coefficient of this potion is about 40. It's just enough for the potion to be half out of control. Bellows and Moon should be able to retrieve it. Finally, I have to say that Huppa is indeed the alchemist closest to the truth. Every time he uses Huppa's formula, he always gets people fascinated. That was all the content of the page. Although the last sentence was not explicitly stated, Huppa's identity should be that of a miracle magus. And he was highly respected by all alchemists. However, such a person was still too far away from him. Angor memorized Huppa's name and turned to the next page. He wanted to see if there were any more Huppa's coefficient or mystery items. However, there were none. On the next page, Bellows had already returned from his quest. Quolo, who had something else to do, once again entered his secret observation mode. Angor casually flipped through the pages and was about to put the notebook aside. However, maybe it was fate or something else, but when he turned to the last page, he accidentally saw a familiar word. It was a word that was both familiar and strange to him at the same time. Blacken Spell. Blacken Spell was an alchemy spell recorded in the book Basics of Alchemy Angor obtained from Nether City in the Nightmare Realm. It was a unique alchemy spell created and practiced by the Death faction, which was led by Odorous, when there were many factions in the alchemy world. The Death faction's alchemists worshipped the color black, which represented withering and eternal death. Blacken Spell, on the other hand, represented the death of all substances and the creation of new life on top of death. Blacken Spell was unique in that it was the only alchemy spell that had no level restriction. Angor planned to learn it as soon as he found it. He even bought a black gold nightmare horn at a high price in order to make a mana conductor for the Death faction. However, Blacken Spell did not work even after the mana conductor was completed. Angor did not know why he could not learn Blacken Spell. He tried many times, but nothing worked, so he put it aside for the time being. He had never thought that he would encounter the blackening spell again in this way in Quolo's memories. Angor did not know why Quolo mentioned Blacken Spell, so he read the entire page from beginning to end. Angor's expression changed a little when he finished reading the story. The records on this page were still mainly about Bellows. The story was about a witch whose name Quolo disdained to record. When Bellows was on a mission, she secretly inquired about how Quolo could make mysterious items. She wondered if he had received the inheritance of the Death faction and learned the legendary dark magic. This was the first time Blacken Spell was mentioned, and it was from the unknown witch. In the contents of this page, the blackening spell was also mentioned once. It was Quolo's inner drama. I just went to the undead kingdom, and people said I found an alchemy ruin of the Death faction and learned Blacken Spell? Damn it. If it's really the ruin of the Death faction, why don't you go check it out yourself? The rest of the book was Quolo's crazy complaints, which did not contain much information. However, these two mentions of Blacken Spell surprised Angor. Angor learned two things from the book, blackening. First, Blacken Spell was lost. Second, Blacken Spell seemed to have something to do with crafting mystery items. Angor guessed this from the unknown witch's tone. Angor had guessed that Blacken Spell was lost a long time ago. This was because the book that recorded the darkening technique was Basics of Alchemy. This book was also widely circulated in the southern region. However, the southern region version of Basics of Alchemy had everything except the darkening technique. Back then, Angor assumed that Blacken was no longer popular or even lost. But he never thought that an insignificant Blacken spell recorded in Basics of Alchemy could be related to crafting mystery items. At first, he wondered if the Blacken they were talking about was the same as the one he learned. But Quolo's book clearly mentioned the Death faction, so it had to be Blacken spell. The blackening spell that the unknown witch was looking for, as well as the regretful tone in Quolo's voice, should be the blackening spell that he had obtained. Angor's heart raced when he thought of this. He was eager to learn more about mystery items, but it was extremely difficult. He didn't expect that a casual glance today would open a new door for him, however, his excitement was soon replaced by disappointment. Angor did not know if Blacken spell was really related to crafting mystery items. Even if it was, he could not learn Blacken spell, so there was nothing he could do. Anyway, it's a good thing to have a record of blackened spell, Angor muttered to himself. Maybe I'll be enlightened one day. The thought made him feel better, but he still couldn't help but sigh. You're so excited, shaking your head, and sighing. What's wrong? Tree Spirit suddenly spoke. Angor shook his head. It's nothing. I just didn't expect Kulari to keep such a detailed record of Bello's life. I'm a little surprised. Angor did not plan to tell anyone about Blackened Spell. Although Ryan had probably already seen the contents of this notebook, as long as outsiders did not know that he could use the dark transformation technique, it was fine. Tree Spirit, do you think so too? I'm curious as to why Kolo has been observing Bellows all this time. You don't know, but in the third story of Kolo was actually... Tree Spirit was interrupted by Ryan before he could finish his sentence. Have you finished reading the third chronicle of Kulari? Is there any important information mentioned before? Tree Spirit looked back and saw a pile of books on Rain's left. The top one was Kolo's fourth book. According to the order, it was time for Ryan to read Kolo's third chronicles from Tree Spirit. Yeah, I didn't find anything useful. The only thing I know is the mysterious item that Kolo made. It seems to be some kind of steel seal. Bellows and you talked about it. You as a follower that the Order Guild sent to Kolo. She has also reached the legendary rank, Tree Spirit said. Rain nodded and muttered, so I don't think the first 3 books are worth reading. Rain paused and said, let me tell you about me. I found a lot of useful information, starting from Kolo's 7th chronicle. Kolo mentioned Light of Nightmare the most, other than Bellows. Year 5403 of the new calendar, Kolo found Light of Nightmare. According to the records, Bellows found it in a strange world when he was doing a quest for the Order. Rain showed the first part of Kolo's 7th chronicle where Light of Nightmare was first mentioned. Kolo didn't mention the name of this strange world. He only mentioned that it was a dangerous place. But later on, he mentioned something about the strange world, projecting light into reality and illusions. Angor looked up and saw Rain looking at him. Rain nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Nightmare Realm. Tree Spirit hesitated. Maybe this can explain something about the Astral Pool ruin. Those nightmare creatures came here for Light of Nightmare because it came from the Nightmare Realm. Rain nodded. Also, it seems that Light of Nightmare is very important to the nightmare creatures. So we're just unlucky. The ruin with Light of Nightmare just happened to drift near Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit said. Rain shook his head. Even if it did, the Evernight Kingdom is right next to Parmajai Highlands. We'll have to face the nightmare creatures sooner or later. Rain paused. Let's put that aside for now. Let's go back to Kolo's records. According to his records, the Order lost several legendary hunters in the Nightmare Realm. Bellows was lucky. Not only did he return safely, but he also brought back the Light of Nightmare. As soon as Kolo saw Light of Nightmare, he became very interested in the red light, which is almost non-destructive and has optical properties. So he dropped everything else and focused on studying it. Tree Spirit mumbled, Kolo is a mystery alchemist, so he must have a great vision. But he seems to value the Light of Nightmare so much. That means the Light of Nightmare isn't just useful for nightmares. Maybe it has other uses. Both Rain and Angor agreed with Tree Spirit's suggestion. However, they knew that Nightmare Light was not something they could afford to study at this stage of the game. As a mysterious alchemist, even Kolo had not studied it thoroughly, so it was even more impossible for them to do so. Tree Spirit said, speaking of which, how did Bellows bring the Light of Nightmare back? The Light of Nightmares can infect energy, so spells definitely won't work. There should be a special storage container, right? Ryan understood what the Tree Spirit meant. If he had a storage container, he could store the Nightmare Light. He might even be able to use it to affect the Astral Pond ruins. However, things were not as simple as Tree Spirit thought. When Bellows brought it back, there was indeed a container. According to the book, it's a kind of bottle that emits a faint light. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up. Where is the bottle now? Ryan shrugged. No. How could it be gone? Did he break it? Ryan shook his head. Kolo doesn't know how the bottle disappeared. In his memory, he mentioned that the bottle disappeared on its own not long after it was brought back, like a mist, without a trace. It was also because of the disappearance of the bottle that the light of nightmares escaped and filled the entire ruin in an instant. No, we call it a ruin now, but at the time, it should have been a research laboratory in Quolo. Both Tree Spirit and Angor were surprised by Rhine's words. Light of nightmare filled the ruin? Tree Spirit gasped in disbelief. You mean, the Astral Pond ruins, Rhine nodded. It's not recorded in the book, but from some details, we can be sure that Quolo did his research in the Astral Pond ruins. Then what about the ruin I'm living in now? According to Quolo's 8th chronicle, in the month of recovery, 5404 of the new calendar, Quolo found a mysterious rune sorcerer and used a special method to build a new alchemy lab near the one filled with nightmare light. This new lab is where Angor lives now. It and the Astral Pond ruins form a pair of twins. This is why this ruin and the Astral Pond ruins drifted to Parmajai Highlands at the same time, and they are so close to each other. It's as if there's an invisible bridge between them that allows them to advance and retreat together. So the light of nightmare in this room came from the Astral Pond ruins as well? Yes. Rhine picked up the 10 Chronicles of Quolo and pointed to a page in the month of Frost, year 5480 of the new calendar. It is recorded here that although Quolo could barely deal with the monsters and anomalies in the light of nightmares, with his strength, he could easily destroy the Astral Pond ruins, so he dared not step into the Astral Pond ruins. He studied it for 80 years and still couldn't find a way to avoid it. In the end, he paid a great price to trade for a special mystery item from the Order faction. This item helped him to enter the Astral Pond ruins without being affected by the light of nightmare. After entering the Astral Pond ruins, Quolo planned to restart his research on the light of nightmare. But that mystery item can only protect a certain area. Rhine looked at Angor's force field and said, "It's about the same size as this one." Rhine's tone was a bit strange when he mentioned force field. Quolo was a mystery alchemist, yet he still couldn't find a way to deal with the light of nightmare. Yet Angor managed to find a way to deal with it in less than a day. Rhine was surprised, but he didn't ask Angor about it. The area is too small. It can only protect one person at most. His 2 followers can't enter the Astral Pond ruins. To make up for this, Quolo asked the rune sorcerer who created the aura of twins to draw a teleportation array in the Astral Pond ruins. The teleportation array is connected to this room, which allowed the light of nightmare to travel here. Both Tree Spirit and Angor looked at the area covered by the red light. According to Rhine, there was such a teleportation array somewhere deep inside the red light. The rune sorcerer also drew a special rune in this room in advance, which prevented the light of nightmare from escaping. Since then, Quolo has been studying the light of nightmare here. So this is the truth about the 2 ruins and the hidden room. Now I want to know. What did Quolo find out in the end? Rhine shook his head. No record. Maybe he found something, or maybe he didn't. Then what about his mystery item that can protect him from the light of nightmare? He took it away. Anything else? Tree Spirit asked. There are some, but they have nothing to do with the current situation. You can check them later. Rhine stood up and looked at Angor. The room looks fine, but the teleportation array is hidden somewhere. Nightmare creatures could come here at any time. We need to find and control it first. Tree Spirit agreed since it was a matter of safety. You're right. Besides, the light of nightmare is very attractive to nightmare creatures. This room was hidden before. Now that it's opened, some nightmare creatures might follow us here. Angor understood this. He stood up and moved his force field to continue their exploration of the hidden room. They first walked around the workbench and found nothing out of the ordinary. Then they walked around the desk and headed to the front. What came into view was a concave storage analysis platform. They already saw part of the table when they were reading books at the desk. As they moved closer to the table was fully displayed in front of them. Angor had to admit that this was the most perfect storage analysis table he had ever seen. There were only a few functional modules in the table, which was caused by minimalism thousands of years ago. However, the materials used to construct the table were all extremely precious. Other experiment tools were not as demanding as one might think. However, the table required unique elements in the materials to form a certain connection with the object to be analyzed, which would help the alchemy eye to identify the object. Therefore, the more precious the materials, the better. Angor already saw many expensive storage analysis tables in floating Mech City. As a member of the research department, he was given one of the best ones. However, compared to this table, it was still far inferior. Besides, the runes on the table were perfect too. Angor was sure that he could get a lot more useful information if he used the table to appraise items. While Angor was happily observing the table, Tree Spirit and Rain focused on the 3 items on the table. Previously, they had vaguely seen something on the analysis table. Now that they were looking at it from a closer distance, they really did see 3 strange-looking items. What are they for? Tree Spirit did not touch the items recklessly. Instead, he asked Angor. Angor was the only alchemist in the group, and the 3 items happened to be on the table. Alchemy I would be the best way to identify them. Angor turned his attention to the 3 items as well. The first item was a long, thin rod that looked like white porcelain. There were no gaps on it, but strange runes were drawn on it. The second item was also pure white. However, it was made of a metal brick, which looked the most ordinary. The third item was a transparent ball with a silver liquid flowing inside. Angor did not recognize the items at first glance. He could not even tell what materials they were made of. Since he could not see them with his naked eyes, Angor decided to construct the cantrip model of Narda's vision in his mind space. As Angor's eyes glowed, everything around him began to be digitized. When the digitized information entered the server of his mind space, it would begin to organize the data, analyze the information, and come up with the correct answer. This was the truth of alchemy I. It was not something that came out of nowhere. It was a combination of analysis based on one's knowledge. To his surprise, the 3 most important items did not give him any data at all, while the other items around him were giving him all kinds of data. Angor knew what this meant. Neither the materials nor the way they were made of were within Angor's knowledge. Otherwise, there would not be so little information. Such a small amount of data meant that Narda's vision was almost a failure. When he was about to put away Narda's vision, a large amount of data suddenly appeared on the analysis desk. Following the strange movement of the desk, the 3 items that were not showing any signs of activity before began to show more information. The information still could not reveal the truth of the 3 items, but it provided an important clue to the server. Did you find anything? Tree Spirit saw the strange light in Angor's eyes disappearing and knew that Angor had stopped using alchemy I. Instead of answering Tree Spirit's question, the first thing he did was to sigh. There must be something even more valuable inside the platform. It's so helpful to identify items that I can't even imagine. Tree Spirit sighed. Tree Spirit's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. Without the help of the table, he would not have found anything. After that, Angor told Tree Spirit the information he obtained. These 3 items should not be used separately. They must be half-finished products of some kind of alchemy item. Also, they have the same energy source. That is to say, the final unknown alchemy item should require all 3 of them. Tree Spirit asked, are these 3 half-finished products? They don't look like they can be combined. There must be other half-finished parts to combine them. I think the remaining parts are in Quolo's hands, Angor said. I think Quolo was the one who replaced the 3 half-finished parts. Tree Spirit frowned. They were replaced. That is to say, these 3 semi-finished products are either defective or superfluous? Yes, Angor replied. Tree Spirit said, isn't that useless? Not for now, said Angor. Rain picked up the 3 half-finished items and tossed them to Angor. Keep them if you don't need them for now. Maybe you'll find a way to use them in the future. Angor did not refuse. He put the 3 half-finished items into his bracelet. He had never seen these materials before. Even if he could not use them, he could still study the properties of the materials. Then, they walked around the analytical table and found nothing else, so they continued to walk forward. A velvet carpet appeared on the floor. An exquisite glass ceiling appeared above them. Inside the chandelier, blue fluorescent stones glowed. However, the light was completely blocked by the light of nightmare. A few more steps and they almost saw the wall. They saw a row of golden iron fences. The fences were arranged in a circle, which looked like a giant metal birdcage. Inside the birdcage, they finally found their target, a teleportation array. Found it. Rain's eyes lit up with joy as he strode to the birdcage. Through the metal bars, they could clearly see that the ground inside the cage was indeed a teleportation magic array. The array was not activated yet, so it looked a little dull. Generally speaking, it does look like the skeleton of a teleportation array. Tree Spirit looked at the array and hesitated. But compared to the other arrays I've seen, this one is complete. But the flesh is too full. Angor also saw the teleportation array. He did not know how to draw one, but he could tell that this one was strange. The core of a teleportation array was there, but the outer part of the array was covered with many strange runes. Some of the runes were independent runes, some were three-dimensional runes that went deep into the ground, and most of them were strange runes that were mixed into the runes of the teleportation array. It was as if the array was made up of multiple circuit boards. It was very complicated. As Tree Spirit said, the flesh of the array was so full that they had never seen it before. Can you tell the function of these runes? Tree Spirit turned to Angor and asked. Angor looked at the complicated runes and shook his head. I'm afraid not. There are many three-dimensional runes that go deep into the ground. I can't tell them apart without destroying the integrity of the runes. Even a runemaster who specialized in alchemy runes would find it difficult to tell them apart, let alone Angor who was only good at alchemy runes. A teleportation array of this level is already beyond the level of a runemaster in the south. As the most knowledgeable person among them, Rain considered and said, it must be the work of the runemaster mentioned in Quolo's chronicles. Tree Spirit nodded. He's a runemaster who peeked into mystery after all. It's not easy to decipher it. Angor said, I can't tell the effect of the runes on the array, but I should be able to do it once I activate it. Rain nodded. Usually, activating an unknown magic array is very risky. However, this is just a teleportation array. No matter how fancy the effects are, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Because the teleportation array required a very stable space, any external factor could cause the teleportation array to fail or even backfire. Therefore, the danger of activating the teleportation array was not great. However, it was only limited to activating the teleportation array. If it was in the middle of teleportation, then the risk would be very difficult to guarantee. The further the teleportation distance, the greater the risk. It was easy to encounter an unstable space midway and be forced to fall into a crack between planes. This was also one of the reasons why apprentices needed to be escorted by official magi when they used teleportation arrays. I'll do it, Rain said and looked at Angor. Can you tell what's wrong with the railings? He waved a hand at Rain. I can't recognize the runes on the railings, but I think they're used to stabilize space. I think they're used to prevent the space from fluctuating violently. There shouldn't be any danger. Rain nodded. Since Angor said so, he no longer needed to worry. He walked to the door and pushed it open. Whoosh, as soon as the door was pushed open, they heard the sound of metal clashing against each other. It sounded like wind chimes. Rain stopped and looked up. The sound came from above. However, the ceiling was covered by a thick layer of nightmare light, so they couldn't use their energy to see what was going on. I'll do it, Angor spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a green rune appeared in his right eye. The domain, which was originally quite spacious, was slowly being shrunk by him. While the force field was shrinking horizontally, the height of the cage was increased vertically. As the force field grew higher, the top of the birdcage was finally revealed. Hanging from the top of the door were 3 circular silver-white metal plates. They were swaying slowly in the air, and the hua-hua sound from before was caused by the silver-white metal plates colliding with the door. Once the door is opened, it'll definitely make a noise, Tree Spirit said as he looked at the ceiling. Tree Spirit looked up with a puzzled expression. However, as far as I know, the trigger of this kind of door opening is usually some kind of dangerous mechanism, but it doesn't seem to have any reaction so far. Not even energy ripples. It's just a doorbell, isn't it? If it's not a trap, maybe it's a hint, Rain said and used his spirit feelers to observe the metal plates. There's nothing special about the strings. However, this metal disc can be removed. With that, Rain used his spirit feelers to remove the metal plates from the strings. Rain looked at the silver plates in his hand and frowned. Huh? There are runes for teleportation on them too. Rain also saw many runes he didn't recognize, but he didn't know their specific effects. Rain handed the plates to Angor so that the latter could identify them. There are many runes on the plate that I can't identify. They're all carved in a special way, so I can't tell what's on it. But they look similar to the ones on the ground. I think it's some kind of linked teleportation array. A linked teleportation array. Rain wasn't unfamiliar with this concept. It was a portable teleportation array that could be carried around. However, it had a great limitation. It emphasized portability and sacrificed the space for free teleportation. Using this type of teleportation array could only teleport you to a linked teleportation array. So you're saying that activating this teleportation array will send you to the one in the cage? Rain asked. Yes. Angor nodded. Is there a distance limit? Are there any other effects? I don't know how far it is. As for other effects, I don't know. Rain considered for a moment. When I was looking at the ceiling, I noticed that the teleportation arrays are all connected at the same distance from each other. But there's an extra section of the strings at the bottom. According to the distance, there should be another formation plate. There should be 4 plates in total, but there were only 3 on the ceiling. This meant that one of them was taken away by someone. I think it's with Quolo, said Tree Spirit. Then Tree Spirit showed an expression of sudden realization. We were sure that the owner of this relic had a way to enter the relic without going through the gate. Now it seems that he must have gone through the teleportation circle. So, Quolo could come back at any time? He hasn't come back for hundreds of years. It can't be a coincidence that he came back right after we came in. Rain said, let's not worry about that for now. I'll activate the teleportation array and see if I can locate the astral ruin. Rain didn't think that activating the portal would be dangerous, but he still spent some precious materials to cast a level 3 spell called Tenebrous Domain on himself and Angor, just in case. It was a pseudo-domain spell created by Rain himself. After being enveloped by the Whisper Domain, Rain stepped into the cage and activated the teleportation array. Rain chose to use his own mana to activate the array. Compared to using magic crystals as energy, this method allowed him to better sense the information inside the array. When the magic array on the ground began to flicker with a dim light, it meant that the teleportation array had been activated. At the same time, Rain closed his eyes and tried to sense the information inside the array. A moment later, the magic array slowly dimmed down, and Rain opened his eyes. Instead of leaving the cage, Rain stood on the teleportation array with a pensive look on his face while holding the teleportation array plate he took from the ceiling. After a while, Rain finally came out of the cage when Tree Spirit called him. You've been standing there for a long time. Did you find anything? Tree Spirit asked curiously. Rain nodded. Yes. Let me tell you from the beginning. There's only one exit in this array. From what I can sense, the exit isn't far away. It should be the one inside the astral ruin. Can you close the portal? Yes. The teleportation array on this side is the main one, so it can control the passage on both sides. Rain said, I've already closed it. We don't need to worry about any nightmare creatures coming here. Both Angor and Tree Spirit sighed in relief. Rain paused for a moment before he continued, but I found that the most important function of this array is not to teleport to the astral ruin. It's to connect with the teleportation array plate. While speaking, Rain tried to recall what he sensed earlier. When he activated the array, the first thing he sensed was the exit of the astral ruin. Immediately after, Rain sensed 3 very obvious spatial connections. These 3 connections were connected to the teleportation array plate in Rain's hand, as well as the other 2 on the ceiling. Rain could clearly sense the connection between the teleportation array disk and the teleportation array. However, this was not the most important thing. After these 3 spatial connections, Rain vaguely perceived another spatial connection. This one wasn't very clear, and the teleportation array couldn't pinpoint its exact location. However, it was definitely there. You mean, the last spatial connection is the teleportation array disk in Kuluoli's hand? Tree Spirit asked in astonishment. Rain nodded. Should be. The connection is weak, but it feels the same as the other teleportation arrays. Rain had no reason to lie, so Tree Spirit believed him right away. If you can sense Kolo's teleportation array plate, does that mean he's very close to this place? Rain shook his head with a strange expression. No, he's not close at all. This was why Rain was stunned for a long time. He clearly sensed that Kolo was very far away from this place. In fact, the distance between them was immeasurable. Many years ago, Rain visited the wizarding world of the Western Continent and the Northern Territory. These two sorcerer worlds were very far away from the southern region. Even if an official sorcerer took the path of the void, it would take him many years to get there. He had a feeling that the distance between where Kalori was and the northern region was even greater than the distance between the Western Continent and the northern region. The teleportation array could sense the teleportation array plate from such a great distance. It was very vague, and they couldn't even tell where it was, but at least they could sense it. This was beyond Rain's imagination. Rain's words left both Tree Spirit and Angor in disbelief, so they decided to try it themselves. The truth was just as Rain said. After activating the teleportation array, they felt as if they had traveled through endless time and space to sense the last teleportation array plate at an extremely distant location. No wonder Kolo could accurately locate the floating ruin in the vast void, Tree Spirit exclaimed. Is this the power of the mysterious alchemist? Being able to sense the location of a teleportation array plate even beyond time and space. This was an ability that no rune sorcerer in the southern region could imagine. The world beyond legendary alchemy, rune sorcerer, or anything else is beyond our imagination. No wonder all the legendary wizards left this place. There are more wonderful worlds beyond. Rain's eyes flashed with longing. But soon, Rain's expression changed into a slightly bitter one. He knew that the worlds beyond legendary were wonderful, but he still didn't have the courage or the strength to step forward. He didn't like Monkey's actions, but sometimes he admired Monkey's courage. Rain shook his head. Speaking of which, if this teleportation array can sense a teleportation array plate so far away, how far is it effective? Can it cross planes? If it can, even if it's only a plane near the southern region, it'll be a great resource for us. Tree Spirit paused. It's a pity that the teleportation array is set up inside the light of nightmare. I think Angor is the only one who can use it without fear. Rain also showed a regretful look. Apart from Angor, anyone who used a teleportation array plate to enter this room would be covered by the light of nightmare and die. How about we activate the teleportation array and send the light of nightmare back to the astral pool ruin? No. Rain shook his head. We can't study the light of nightmare for now, but it's extremely valuable. Besides, it can boost the growth of nightmare creatures. We can't use it. Rain even thought about how to steal the light of nightmare from the astral pool ruin, which might prevent the nightmare creatures from staying in the ruin for too long. There was no way he could send the light of nightmare back to the ruin. Plus, if they really teleported there, the nightmare creatures would definitely follow the teleportation circle to find them. That would be a huge loss for them. Tree Spirit shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only use this place as a transfer point for Angor. Tree Spirit tossed a teleportation array plate to him. Take one of these. We haven't tested its maximum range yet, but I'm sure it covers the entire southern region. You can teleport back from anywhere in the southern region at any time, and you won't have to pay for the materials needed to open a plane passageway. Rain didn't comment on Tree Spirit's behavior. Angor was the one who found the hidden room, and it was all thanks to Angor's force field that Tree Spirit was able to enter. Even according to the Kurna contract, which was the most common method used by adventurers, Angor should get the biggest share of the loot. Therefore, Rain didn't mind giving the teleportation array to Angor. Besides, it was useless for the others. Angor was the only one who could use the teleportation array without being affected by the light of nightmare. Angor didn't refuse. The teleportation array was a great resource for him. At least, he could save on the cost of using a plane passageway whenever he wanted to return. When Angor accepted the item, Rain said, "When you have time, I'll take you to test the maximum range of this item." Angor nodded. If it was possible to teleport between planes, just like Tree Spirit said, it would become a great tool for war. For example, when it came to smuggling resources from other worlds, it was definitely a great weapon. Otherworldly resources, be it living creatures or magical materials, were all valuable. Unfortunately, the supreme cult always controlled the portals, so it wasn't easy to smuggle them out. Of course, Rain could create a plain passageway, but the cost was too expensive. Therefore, even if Angor was the only one who could use the array, it wouldn't affect the value of the array too much. In the worst case, Rain could lend Angor a sorcerer's garden. Anyone who wanted to use the array could hide in the garden. Rain glanced at the teleportation array in the cage and said to Angor, "I've shut down the teleportation array to the astral ruin, but it doesn't stop the teleportation array. That alchemist named Kalori might still use the array to return to the astral ruin. If you want to stay in the ruin, you must keep an eye out for the location of the array at all times. If he does come to the ruin, you must drop the array immediately and leave through a plain passageway." Angor could tell from Quolo's chronicles that Quolo was a law-abiding person. However, even a law-abiding wizard wouldn't be happy to see his lab being broken into. Even if it was an abandoned laboratory. As a magus, one should never place one's life in the hands of others. So, just in case, if Quolo really did return, it was best not to bet on whether he would be merciful or not. Leaving quickly was the best strategy. "I understand. As long as I'm still here, I'll sense the location of the teleportation array at a fixed time." "It's good that you understand." Ryan paused for a moment and looked around at the places that were still covered by the red light. Since the hidden danger of the teleportation portal has been resolved for the time being, let's continue to explore the other parts of the room and see if there are any other clues. At the same time, we can also check for dangers. It took about 10 minutes for them to explore all areas of the room, including the ceiling and the shadowy corners. The room was not very big. It was probably only 1/8 the size of the study outside. Other than the teleportation array, there was nothing special about it. There were no hidden dangers either. This made sense. With the light of nightmare filling the place, there was no need to set up any other traps. This room is probably just a place where Kaloli rests and does some small experiments. The only valuable things are the teleportation array and those books. Tree Spirit paused. "Should we go back to the desk and move those books outside?" Tree Spirit didn't get a response right away. He looked at Angor in confusion and saw Angor staring at a small alchemy device that looked like a miniature display case on top of it. They found the device inside a cabinet, which was also the last thing they explored. "What's wrong with it?" Tree Spirit looked over and asked curiously. "It should be some kind of alchemy device. But I've never seen it before, so I don't know what it's used for," Angor said. Tree Spirit also looked at the device. The display table at the top. "It looks like it's used to display magic materials. Maybe it's used for experiments on magic materials." Angor didn't say anything. Alchemy, I couldn't tell him anything. He had to try it out himself. "You can study it later. Let's take the books and scrolls out first," Tree Spirit said. "I feel unsafe staying inside this red light." Angor considered and nodded. The device was probably some kind of special device. He could study it later. Although they said they were moving the books, they were actually stuffing the desk and the desk into the space storage. With that done, they finally left the range of the light of nightmare. When they reached the door, the green tattoo on Angor's right eye slowly faded away, along with the force field. Rain's eyes glowed as he watched the force field disappear. This strange ability was completely different from what he had seen in the past. Even the nature of the ability seemed to be worlds apart. However, although Ryan had a strong curiosity and desire to explore in his heart, he still suppressed the urge to ask. Rain forced himself to look away from Angor's right eye and at the red light floating behind the door. According to Quolo's records, the light of nightmare is extremely powerful. Even legendaries can't deal with it easily. To avoid any mishaps, I hope you can keep the secret of this hidden room a secret. Rain was obviously talking to Angor. Tree Spirit loved to gossip, but he knew what he should and shouldn't say. Angor nodded. "Even my professor?" "No need. Sunders already knows about this hidden room, so there's no need to keep it a secret anymore. Later, if Sunders asks you about it in the Dream Wasteland, just tell him. He'll know what to do." After reminding him of this matter, Ryan took a deep look at the light of nightmares and strode away. Angor and Tree Spirit followed him. Back in his study, Angor took out the desk from his bracelet. A large number of unread books and scrolls rolled down. Tree Spirit's eyes lit up when he saw Quolo's fourth book. He reached out and picked it up. Although there wasn't much useful information in the latter part of Rhine's story, it was still fun to watch the gossip between the legendary wizards. Rain stopped Tree Spirit from reading further. Tree Spirit, leave a clone here and help Angor organize these books. Sort out the information in it and copy it. He meant to copy them because Rain planned to put the original ones back in the hidden room. After all, this was Quolo's laboratory, and there was a good chance that Quolo was still alive. It was fine to flip through the manuscripts and grab some knowledge, but it was not a good thing to be too reckless. Peace might not last forever, but it could at least be covered up. Aren't you going to stay? Rain asked. I figured something out these days. I need to go back and discuss with the others about the Dream Wasteland. It's more important than anything else. Rain looked at Angor again. You don't mind if I tell the others about the Dream Wasteland, right? Of course, Angor didn't mind. How many registers do you have left? Rain asked. A dozen or so. But it's easy to make them. I can make 100 at a time. The most important feature of the registers was the nightmare illusion, which didn't limit the number of materials used. Give me the rest then. Make the rest as soon as you can, Rain said. Don't worry. Tree Spirit will record everything you've done. He won't take them for free. If you need any materials, just go to the material hall and get them. You don't need to report. Angor nodded. The Dream Wasteland seemed to be developing well, but it was still developing slowly. If more wizards could join the wasteland, it would grow much faster. Also, I have a request. Rain said, I might need you to use the Dream Whelk to pull something into the Dream Wasteland. For one thing, it's for the tea party. For another, I want to verify something for myself. Angor couldn't refuse such a request. If he wanted the tea party to flourish in the Dream Wasteland, he needed to spend a lot of resources. As for Rain's personal request, Angor didn't really care. He could always keep an eye on the wasteland. With that said, Rain took the register from Angor and prepared to leave the ruin. However, not long after he walked out of the study, Rain came back. Is there anything else, Mr. Rain? Rain's expression was a little strange. He nodded solemnly. I suddenly remembered that there is one more thing I want to ask you. Angor did not understand why Rain was being so serious, but he still replied seriously, sure, go ahead. Rain hesitated for a moment and took out the silver monocle from his pocket. Does the register have to be a monocle? You can change it. Angor didn't know what Rain was talking about. Rain's monocle brightened up. Great! Since you can change it, why don't you change it into a crystal ball? Before Angor could react, Rain began to talk about the disadvantages of the monocle and the advantages of the crystal ball. However, not long after Rain spoke, Tree Spirit walked over and said with a serious face, regarding the crystal ball as a communicator, we'll let it pass for now. But the Dream Wasteland is going to be widely used in the future. You have to consider the feelings of the users. For now, the witches at the tea party won't like it. Rain's tone softened a bit. But the crystal ball is beautiful and mysterious. Don't all witches like shiny things? You're talking about those new apprentices who don't know much about the world and have their own fantasies about the supernatural world. The witches who stand at the top of the southern wizarding region won't like something so old and cumbersome. Rain remained silent. So, we can't agree to the crystal ball. It's the pride of Brute Cavern. We can't ruin it like this. Tree Spirit paused and looked at Angor again. But Rain wasn't wrong when he complained about the monocle's shortcomings. The top witches won't want to wear such an ordinary monocle all the time. If we can customize the device for them, we can win their hearts. Tree Spirit didn't force Angor to do this. After all, Angor was the one making the device, and he could do whatever he wanted. As long as it wasn't a crystal ball. Rain wasn't convinced by Tree Spirit's words. He still didn't want to admit that the crystal ball was ugly, but he did admit that none of the top witches would use it. So, for the sake of the bigger picture, he gave in. Rain left. Angor and Tree Spirit returned to their desks and began to organize their books while discussing the design of the logger. Tree Spirit's words convinced Angor. The reason why he chose the monocle as the appearance was purely because he broke the monocle of Eliza's owl magic pet, Bruley. Later, when he was refining the login device for Leon, he happened to think of Bruley. So, he refined the monocle. He wasn't obsessed with the monocle, so he could easily modify it. Besides, he was very interested in the customization mentioned by Tree Spirit. Customizing the device would definitely satisfy the needs of the top witches. If they were satisfied, it would be easier for Angor to promote the device. However, he couldn't completely customize the device since he still needed to hide the existence of the Dream Wasteland. A surprise that came out of nowhere was always better than a surprise that came after a long time of preparation. Although he couldn't completely customize the witches' minds, he should be able to study the witches' minds and make them more customized. Gradually, Angor and Tree Spirit began to talk about the personalities and preferences of the top witches. From Cenifer to Pale Witch Soodle, Basket Witch Summerdew, Granny Hydra Ashtray. Tree Spirit had seen a lot of witches before, so he was able to make a lot of sense. Later, when talking about Dark Baron Adelia from the City of Truth, Tree Spirit suddenly thought of something. Reeves and Dark Baron know each other. I wonder how they met. Oh right, I'll bring Reeves here. You're the one who brought him here, so I'll leave him to you. While speaking, Tree Spirit sent one of his clones to the astral ruin. A moment later, Reeves' soul was wrapped in a flower of repose and delivered to Angor's hand. Ness has strengthened Reeves' soul. He's sleeping inside the flower of repose. When he wakes up, his soul will be more stable, and he can stay in the outside world for a long time. You can ask him about Adelia's preferences later. What do you plan to do with Reeves? Tree Spirit asked. When the people from Song of the Deep arrive, I'll ask Reeves to show them what happened in the astral ruin. After that, I'll set him free. Tree Spirit nodded. I'm glad you have your plan. With Reeves in place, they continued to talk about the top witches. However, as time went by, Tree Spirit's voice became softer and softer. He had completely immersed himself in the story of Kolos Chronicles. Since he already got most of the information he needed, he did not ask any more questions and focused on the book in his hand. Angor tried to find more information about Blacken or the alchemists from the Death Faction. However, he didn't find anything after reading for a whole night. Instead, he found a nameless book in the middle of a thick pile of alchemy books. When he first saw the book, without a title, he thought it might be Kolos' Alchemy Guide again because it looked so similar to Kolos' Alchemy Guide. But when he saw a line of small characters on the top left of the first page, he was stunned. New calendar year 7027, month of flowing fire. Angor was sure that this was written by Kolo himself. Also, the special format and the familiar way of recording time were almost identical to the style of Kolos Chronicles. Maybe this was Kolos Chronicles number 14, which they didn't find before. Rain didn't notice it because it didn't have a name. He thought there were only 13 chronicles of Kolos Chronicles. Angor was surprised to find a new Chronicles. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized something was wrong. It's year 7378, which is year 7027. That's 300 years ago? Angor frowned. According to Tree Spirit and Rain, the ruin was sealed after Tazaro left 700 years ago. It was only reopened when Angor came here. That is to say, this book Kolos Chronicles number 14 was written by Kolo after he returned to this relic after the relic was sealed. Angor couldn't wait to read the rest. After 1,000 years, I've returned to my old home. I always knew that my little laboratory hidden in the void was affected by a space storm and drifted to the southern wizarding region. But I never got the chance to check it out because I was thinking about how to make the mirror of Tish's ear. Last month, Bellows accepted a mission from the Order Guild to help the Watchers stationed in the southern wizarding region. That's how I got the chance to come back. Before returning to my laboratory, I was worried that the light of Nightmare might leak out and affect the supernaturals nearby. Fortunately, the Gemini laboratory that was filled with the light of Nightmare had not shown up in the southern wizarding region yet. It didn't affect anyone in the southern wizarding region. Since I'm here, I'll strengthen the Gemini laboratory's void shackles, and it shouldn't appear in the world anymore. Angor understood that Quolo was talking about the astral pool ruin. The first thing Quolo did after returning was to reinforce the astral pool ruin so that it would not harm the southern wizarding region. From this point of view, it could be seen that Quolo was leaning towards the light magi. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would find that if Kuluoli really cared about the safety of the creatures in the southern region, he should have reinforced the ruins when they were close to the southern region 1,000 years ago, instead of waiting a few hundred years to do it when he returned. But then again, even if that was the case, Quolo's personal faction could still be biased towards the light magi. It could only be said that his personal interests outweighed everything else. This was actually the norm for light magi. There were almost no saints in the Magus world who had flawless morals. According to the records, Quolo did strengthen the space shackles around the astral pool ruin. If everything went well, the ruin would not show up in the next several thousand years. He sighed in his mind. What a pity that something went wrong. The plane fusion point happened to be near Parmagi Highlands. The plane fusion failed because of Angor's intervention, but the space ripple caused by it allowed the hidden astral pool ruin to break free from Quolo's shackles and see the light again. This led to the series of events that happened later. It was not Quolo's fault. Angor sighed and continued reading. Tizaro, this young man seems to have lived in my laboratory for a long time. Yes. I did some research. He's a wizard from Brute Cavern who left the southern region more than 500 years ago. It's a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to meet him and hear his evaluation of my laboratory. Yes. Tizaro belongs to Brute Cavern. I've heard about this organization before. Aldrich, a nature researcher from Greenwood Spell Research, is said to be from Brute Cavern. There's also a genius wizard who recently reached legendary level, Yuli the Witch, from Brute Cavern. Yes. TSK, what a galaxy of talents. I was going to explore the mirror world, but Aldrich said he would protect Brute Cavern as a legendary wizard, and no legendary wizards are allowed to interfere with the development of Brute Cavern. I don't mean any harm, but I don't want to offend this famous researcher. Angor saw two familiar names on this short page. Nature's Touch Aldrich, and Yuli the Witch Marissa. Aldrich was a name Angor heard when he first came to Brute Cavern. Aldrich was the previous leader of Brute Cavern, as well as Rain's most respected senior. In just 1,000 years, Aldrich led Brute Cavern back to being a top-tier organization. One could say that he was a powerful nature wizard who dominated an era. However, after Aldrich had broken through to the legendary realm, he had passed the position of leader to Rain Mute and left the southern region to look for further hope in the extraterritorial realm. Angor knew that Aldrich would go to the origin world after leaving the wizarding region. However, Aldrich was still protecting Brute Cavern in another way even in the origin world. As for Yuli the Witch Marissa, she left the southern wizarding region 2,000 years ago. Just like Isabella from Dark Castle, she left because she couldn't break through the shackles of level 3, so she wanted to find a way to break through. There had been no news about Yuli ever since she left. People in Brute Cavern believed that she might have died during her search. Angor didn't expect her to still be alive. Also, from Quolo's words, Angor could tell that Yuli the Witch was not only alive, but also living a carefree life. Even though he had never met either of them before, he was still quite confident in his abilities. But when he saw that there were still people from Brute Cavern ahead of him, he felt comforted. Perhaps he still wouldn't meet them in the future. But as long as he knew that they were still alive and didn't give up on pursuing the truth, Angor felt that no matter how dark the road ahead was, there was still a bright beacon guiding the way. Angor didn't expect to see the ancestors of Brute Cavern in Quolo's notes. After sighing with emotion, he continued to read. I found some of Tizaro's inspirational notes in the lab. From the fragmented notes, I can see that Tizaro was a smart man. Even though he was focused on his own experiments, he still managed to find a hidden bedroom in the lab from the details of his daily life. Unfortunately, the bedroom is separated from the lab. Unless you can find a short-distance teleportation array or locate the lab's coordinates in the void, you can't enter the bedroom. But I didn't leave the short-distance teleportation array in the lab, so he can't find the bedroom. It's good that he can't find it. The bedroom is filled with nightmare light, a strange light that I don't dare to study too deeply. Quolo didn't mention anything about the lab in the following pages. Instead, he focused on Bellows again. He also mentioned Belos's mission in the southern wizarding region, to support the Watchers stationed in the wizarding world. Angor finally realized that the wizarding world in the southern wizarding region didn't have any legendary wizards as they thought. Under the peaceful external world, there was at least one Watcher from the origin world. Watchers were people who accepted the mission from the Order faction to observe and search for objects out of order in various realms. Watchers were the main reason why the Order faction was able to find out information about objects out of order in such a short time and send out mystery hunters to deal with them. Most of them weren't legendary wizards. However, the Watchers from high-energy realms were exceptions. The Four-Way Wizarding World was one of those so-called high-energy realms. Since the Four-Way Wizarding World was a supernatural realm that shared the same path as the Origin World, it had a much higher chance of finding mystery objects than other worlds. Therefore, there was bound to be a legendary level deacon stationed here. However, according to the rules of the Order faction and the oath the Watchers made to the world's consciousness, they couldn't interfere with the development of the wizarding world. Only when an object out of order came into being and affected the world's stability could the Watchers exercise their special rights. Otherwise, they would always hide under the surface and never contact any wizard organizations in the current world. The reason why Belos came to the southern region was because the southern region overseer discovered that an item out of order was born here and asked for help from the Order Guild. Belos was Quolo's follower, but he was also a mystery hunter from the Order faction. Therefore, he accepted the mission and came to the southern wizarding region with Quolo. As for what this out-of-order mysterious object was, Quolo didn't mention too much in his memories. It was said that this thing affected many sorcerer organizations. One of the top sorcerer organizations was almost wiped out by this thing. Angor was a little puzzled by this. Belos and Quolo came to the southern wizarding region 300 years ago. In other words, that was when the object out of order appeared. 300 years might be a long time for mortals. But for supernaturals, 300 years was a very short period of time. They would leave clear records. Besides, it affected many wizard organizations. One of the top wizard organizations was almost destroyed. There must be a lot of records about something like this. But when Angor tried to recall what happened in the southern wizarding region 300 years ago, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. None of the top Magus organizations had shown any signs of abnormalities. Angor thought for a while but still couldn't figure it out. Mr. Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit was still immersed in reading Belos' observation journal. What is it? Tree Spirit answered casually. Did something happen in the southern wizarding region 300 years ago that affected many wizard organizations? Something big happens in the wizarding world every year. Which one are you talking about? I don't know which one it is, but it almost destroyed a top-tier adept organization. Tree Spirit slowly looked up and gave Angor a puzzled look. 300 years ago. Song of the Deep? How did you know? Angor waved the nameless book in his hand and briefly explained what was written in it. So there's a 14th volume of Quolo's Chronicles. Tree Spirit muttered. He wasn't too surprised since they already guessed that Quolo had returned to the ruins several hundred years ago. Tree Spirit was surprised that there was a legendary watcher in the southern wizarding region. I think I know what you're talking about. But it happened in the Endless Sea. It didn't affect the Fey continent. Brood Cavern doesn't know the details either. I only know that something strange happened in the Endless Sea. A large number of sea creatures were wiped out overnight. One of them even turned an underwater city into a ghost town. Song of the Deep's headquarters is in the Endless Sea, so they sent wizards to investigate. But they all died in the last few months. I heard that many wizards died, including several Truthfinder wizards. Flanza, the god of sea, almost died in that disaster. Once the sea god dies, and a large number of magi fall, Song of the Deep will probably be destroyed. Really? Why isn't there any record? The Supreme Cult did it. Tree Spirit shrugged. Also, the Supreme Cult sent a letter to all the top organizations during that period of time, explicitly forbidding them from attacking Song of the Deep at that time. Brood Cavern received the letter as well. That's when we learned that something terrible happened in the Endless Sea. At this point, Tree Spirit's expression was slightly mocking. Speaking of which, Song of the Deep was weakened during that period of time, which allowed the faction controlling the otherworld forces to grow rapidly. Now, it's even in a semi-public state. Although the Supreme Sect is infuriated, they haven't tried to find fault with these otherworldly factions until now. I think it has something to do with the strange incident. I heard that the otherworldly factions paid a heavy price to prevent the disaster from spreading to the fake continent. How did it end? Angor asked. Tree Spirit shook his head. I don't know. I only heard that the strange incident disappeared. I thought the Supreme Cult was involved, but from Quolo's memories, I learned that the so-called abnormal events were actually the thing of disorder. The only ones who can solve the thing of disorder are the Watchers and the mysterious hunter, Belos. I think the Watcher is related to the Supreme Cult. Maybe it was because of him that the cult suddenly changed their attitude and fully supported Song of the Deep. After all, many people died in Song of the Deep, but they managed to stop the object from spreading inland. Angor didn't expect something like this to happen 300 years ago. Angor nodded. At the same time, he was impressed by the Supreme Cult's influence in the wizarding world. The Supreme Cult sealed all records after the incident and forbade all wizard organizations from attacking Song of the Deep. Tree Spirit's speculation was correct. They must have known about the existence of the Watchers. According to Quolo's chronicles, the Watchers had to follow the rules of the Guild of Order and swear an oath to the world's consciousness. They would never interfere with the wizarding world's development or collude with any organization. The fact that the Watchers could still communicate with the Supreme Cult under such a strict oath meant that the cult was truly the world's consciousness's own son. Tree Spirit glanced at the nameless book in Angor's hand. Without a doubt, Quolo's Chronicles number 14 must have recorded Quolo's return to the ruin. Tree Spirit was very curious about this. However, Tree Spirit did not ask Angor for the book right away. He only told Angor to pass it to him when he finished reading it. Then he returned to his story. Angor kept reading. After retrieving the object of disorder, I found a chance to meet with the Watcher in the southern wizarding region. I wanted to talk to him about the Gemini lab. I've strengthened the void shackles to prevent it from showing up, but I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. So, I hope he can keep an eye on the lab so that the light of nightmare doesn't leak out. But the light of nightmare is too precious. I don't want to lose it for no good reason. You're right. The Gemini lab is coming out. Angor thought to himself, you're right. But the light of nightmare didn't leak out. Maybe it was because of the nightmare creatures? In a way, the nightmare creatures had saved some of the living beings. I had a great time talking with the Watcher. He's a funny old wizard. He told me some interesting anecdotes about the southern wizarding region. For example, the Devil's Water. Devil's Water has been dangerous for a long time, but that's only because of natural phenomena and energy fields. The reason why the Devil's Sea had more non-natural dangers was related to a mysterious creature. However, this mysterious creature that was born in the ocean and galloped in the sky was brought to the Phantom City by Gruz de Ward a long time ago and was awarded the rank of Diamond Citizen. When the inspector told me about this secret, I seemed to have guessed who it was, but I still didn't dare to say its name. There were many strange phenomena in the Devil's Sea, and it was actually related to a mysterious creature, born in the ocean, galloping in the sky? What kind of mysterious creature was this? He tried to recall the content of Where Are the Amazing Monsters, but failed. So, he had to give up. However, the Phantom City mentioned by Quolo made him a little cautious. Back then, Frost had also told him about the Phantom City. It was a city filled with mystical creatures. All of the creatures were divided into 3 classes, upper, middle, and lower. It seemed to be a protected garden for magical creatures, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was more like Gruz Howard's private confinement garden, so its reputation was not good. Moreover, Gertrude would do everything he could to capture all kinds of non-human creatures. Even if the creatures had a master, he would still snatch them away. Frost also reminded Angor to avoid the Phantom City if he brought Toby to the Origin World. After all, Toby was a very special creature. It was probably the only one in the world. Once Gruz de Ward found it, he would be delighted to see it. He would do everything he could to bring it back to the Phantom City. All the obstacles would be destroyed by him. This was why Angor was so cautious when he saw the Phantom City. There's another interesting secret. I know that the Temple of Prophets left their legacies in all four directions. Starliege Temple is the seed they left in the southern wizarding region. But I didn't expect the Temple of Time, which shocked the entire origin world when it was first created, to be placed in the Starliege Temple. I always thought that the mystery of the stars was a mystery item given by the Temple of Prophets. But the Temple of Time was the real one. Yeah. Well, it makes sense. The Temple of Prophets already has Reincarnation City, so it's only natural that the Temple of Time was given to them. It can also help the Temple of Prophets recruit more potential seedlings, which is a good thing for self-improvement. In the end, the Temple of Prophets will benefit from it. Starliege Temple is an organization under the command of the Temple of Prophets? Angor was a little surprised by this secret. After the initial shock, he realized that it made sense. According to the information he received, the Temple of Prophets was the home of most prophets in the origin world. The nature of the Starliege Temple overlapped with that of the Prophet Temple, and they were basically of the same origin. Next, Angor had another idea. Starliege Temple was behind the Temple of Prophets. Was there a gourmet adept organization in an origin world behind Candy House? I should ask Greya about this. Angor kept reading and saw several more interesting stories, including some gossip about legendary wizards who were born in the southern wizarding region. None of these stories were known to the public, but since they came from the Watcher, they were definitely not rumors. While reading, he thought to himself, these anecdotes will become a hot topic at the tea party. Even Tree Spirit would get excited if he gave them to him. Among the stories, Angor suddenly noticed something. The Watcher also told me that Wizard Painter has been coming back to the southern wizarding region several hundred years ago. But recently, he's been doing less. I wonder what he's doing. Although this matter isn't important, the Magic Painter Shaman is someone who has walked his own unique path. The leaders of the Order faction all said that he has more potential than a legendary wizard. He might even be able to create miracles. So, he's worth paying attention to. Angor was only interested in this information because of Wizard Painter. The Magic Painter wizard should be referring to Mirafiel Vaughn. Why does he keep coming back to the southern wizarding region? Is it another plot like the Abyss Plane? Angor couldn't help but think of a long key covered in complicated patterns. Did it have something to do with the key? Angor didn't know. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Angor focused on the book again. In the following narration, Kylari said goodbye to the Watcher and prepared to leave the southern wizarding region with Bellows to return to the origin world. At the same time, the book also came to an end. However, this was only the end of Kylari's book. There were still dozens of blank pages in the book. Maybe this was why Kylari didn't leave his name on the cover. On the last page, Angor saw that Kylari returned to the ruin again before leaving the southern wizarding region. I have to say goodbye to my lab again. That's sad. Who knew when he would return again? Maybe I'll only come back when I find a way to study Nightmare Light? Before leaving, I thought about Tazaro again. Will he come back? Or, will there be other people who will come to my laboratory? If Tazaro or someone else comes to my lab, will they try to find my hidden bedroom? Probably. Probably. To them, this is a ruin after all. Exploring the ruins of their predecessors and picking up some wisdom to fill themselves is something that these juniors love to do the most. I was their age too, so I understand. Well, I've been there before, so I know. As someone who likes to promote his juniors, I plan to give them a chance to explore. After careful consideration, I've decided to leave the knight armor engraved with the teleportation array to the bedroom in the corridor outside. However, for the sake of the juniors' safety, I destroyed 90% of the runes on it. That bastard Bellows said I wasn't sincere. Heh, if I was sincere, those juniors would have died already. Nightmare Light isn't that easy to deal with. But I didn't go too far. I still left a small chance, albeit a small one. Angor could roughly guess what the chance was. To enter the bedroom and pick up the bits, the runes had to be repaired. And it was easy to find a way to repair them. Go to the astral ruin. According to Quolo's plan, as long as he could find the hologram map on the door of the ruin, he would have a chance to repair the runes. The astral ruin was full of Nightmare Light. Anyone who could come back alive from the ruin would be able to go to the hidden room and deal with the Nightmare Light. So, this was the chance Kolo left behind. As he said, the chance was very small. However, Kolo did not know that the nightmare light in the astral ruin had been collected by Minister Nuka. Even if there was a chance to enter the ruin to find a way to repair the runes, he would not have to face the nightmare light. So, this was Kolo's slight oversight. But this oversight was not a big deal. Kolo never thought that anyone could really enter the hidden room. As long as the runes are repaired, you can enter my hidden bedroom. I've left a lot of interesting things in my bedroom, waiting for the younger generation to explore them, including the semi-finished products that were eliminated from the mirror of Taishumi. Although they can't be used as mystery items, if a good alchemist blends them together, they'll be very good alchemy tools. Also, I left my notebook in the bedroom. Kolo stopped writing at this point, leaving a large blank space behind. But the notebook did not stop there. After skipping through half a page of blank space, Kolo's elegant handwriting appeared in front of him again. Just in case someone really did repair the runes on the knight's armor and entered my bedroom without fear of the nightmare light. Then, you must be reading this notebook right now, right? I'll leave this for you. My promise will not change. I can give you everything I left in the bedroom, including the nightmare light in the bedroom. But I need you to do one thing. I believe everyone is interested in the nightmare light. If you can enter the nightmare light, it means you have the ability to resist it. You will definitely choose to study it. So, I hope that when you learn something from the nightmare light in the future, pick up your pen and write down your progress on the blank page at the back of this notebook. Of course, if you don't learn anything, which is very likely, it's fine. You can chat with me on the blank page. Next time I have a chance to go back to my lab, I'll get back to you. Also, I know that the juniors nowadays don't fully trust everything. They must be worried that I've done something to the blank page. Don't worry. I swear in the name of an alchemist, in the glory of a legendary wizard, that I didn't leave anything behind in the bedroom. That's all I want to say, for you who may read this notebook in the future. This was not the end. After another blank space, Kolo's handwriting appeared again. I was really crazy. I made a bet with Bellows and wrote the words above. But I still selfishly thought that no one would see my notes. I hope no one slaps my face. Of course, I'll be happy if someone slaps my face. Year 7028 of the new calendar, month of recovery. Coulery Delacourt. Stay. After that, there was nothing else. Obviously, Kolo left the southern wizardry region with Bellows after writing this page. Angor felt a little strange when reading the last few lines. He didn't think that a mysterious alchemist like Kolo could talk to him from afar. It was a one-sided message, but it still felt strange. Angor read Kolo's message again and again. He chuckled and shook his head. Sorry to disappoint you, sir. You still got slapped in the face. Slapped in the face? Tree Spirit heard Angor's words and looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? What face? Angor didn't explain. He handed the notebook to Tree Spirit. Mr. Tree Spirit, I've finished reading. Tree Spirit saw Kolo's message on the last page of the book. He didn't put a seal on the book, so Tree Spirit saw what Kolo wrote on it. So that's why a knight's armor was left outside. Tree Spirit mumbled as he read. Soon, he finished reading the entire page. He finally understood what Angor was talking about. This Kolo is an interesting guy. He talked to you from afar and got slapped in the face. Tree Spirit couldn't help but chuckle. He then looked at Angor. So, what's your decision? Do you want to leave a message on the blank page? Angor considered. I can leave a message when I leave. Tree Spirit nodded. That's good. This Kolo isn't weak. If he comes back, he'll definitely notice that someone entered his bedroom. He might not find you, but if he does and you didn't leave a message when you saw his message, it might ruin your relationship. Even if you want to leave a message, remember to be careful. Kolo looks like he doesn't care, but he might not be as harmless as he says. Angor nodded. He knew how evil people could be. Even if he was willing to accept Kolo's request, he still needed to be careful. Tree Spirit was curious about what happened to Kolo after he returned to the ruin 300 years ago, so he took the notebook from Angor and began reading it without hesitation. At first, Tree Spirit had the mentality of prying into the legendary gossip, but after reading 2 pages, he was stunned. He actually saw information about Aldrich and Marissa in Quolo's memories. Tree Spirit repeatedly looked at Quolo's record of Aldrich and Marissa, his eyes full of emotions. Tree Spirit had witnessed the rise and fall of Brute Cavern for a very long time. Almost every genius in Brute Cavern grew up under his watch, including Aldrich and Marissa. Especially Aldrich. As the former leader of Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit had a close relationship with Aldrich. Since Aldrich had the rare talent of being close to nature, Tree Spirit had been keeping an eye on him ever since he was a teenager. When Aldrich became the new leader of Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit carried out almost all of Aldrich's changes and policies. They cooperated so well that they could read each other's minds just by looking at each other's eyes. However, all good things must come to an end. After becoming a legendary, Aldrich left Brute Cavern in order to find his own path. Since then, Tree Spirit never heard anything about Aldrich again. Tree Spirit didn't expect to see his old friend's name in Quolo's notebook. Tree Spirit stared at Aldrich's and Marissa's names for a while and closed the notebook. I'm sure Rain will want to know about Aldrich as well. I'll go tell him now. Angor was a little surprised. Tree Spirit didn't even finish reading the notebook. He only read 1 or 2 pages and was already going to talk to Rain. Angor didn't know what Tree Spirit was thinking, but since Tree Spirit had already made up his mind, Angor wouldn't stop him. 2 hours ago, I sensed that Mr. Rain entered the Dream Wasteland and hasn't left yet. If you want to find Mr. Rain, you can go to the Dream Wasteland. Tree Spirit nodded and prepared to put on his monocle. Instead of doing so, he looked at Angor and asked, "Can you use the Dream Whelk to drag the notebook into the Dream Wasteland?" "I can, but you don't have to go through all that trouble. I can just use an illusion to create something." Tree Spirit thought about it and agreed. He was planning to show Ryan the memory, even if it was made using illusions. Thinking of this, Tree Spirit did not say anything else and directly entered the Dream Wilderness. Angor followed Tree Spirit inside as well. Since Rain was currently near the Colosseum, Angor and Tree Spirit appeared in a deserted alley outside the Brilliant Church, which was adjacent to the Colosseum. Tree Spirit looked at the Colosseum in the distance and wondered, why would Ryan go to the Colosseum? Are there demon hunters fighting again? His Excellency Ryan is not alone. There are others with him. Angor considered. The Colosseum is a high magic area. Mr. Rain probably brought them here to familiarize themselves with virtual mana. Dumartin, Kayla, Yethaway. He was familiar with all of them. There were also several other wizards he had never met before, but he did know their names. They must be the newcomers Ryan brought into the Dream Wilderness this time. I see. Tree Spirit was enlightened. He didn't think much about it and walked toward the Colosseum. Angor followed Tree Spirit. But after a few steps, Angor suddenly froze up. A special notification popped up in his mind. Attention, the marked reporter has entered the Dream Wasteland. This message flashed 3 times in a row before it disappeared. Angor used the Dream Gate to mark several specific targets. Among them, Rain, Iron Granny, and Tree Spirit were all still in the Dream Wasteland. Angor didn't need to check to know who this marked person was. Sunders is here. Sunders had been gone for several days. Angor missed him every time he came in. He decided to check on Sunders first since it was a rare chance to stay in the same place. He told Tree Spirit his idea, and Tree Spirit nodded. Tree Spirit only told Angor to make Quolo's Chronicles, Volume 14 before leaving. Angor made 2 illusion chronicles and handed them to Tree Spirit. Then, he summoned a gust of wind and flew toward Firmament Tower. When he arrived at Firmament Tower, he saw Sunders writing something in Freud's office. Maybe he sensed the wind outside, because he looked up. Sunders' tense expression relaxed a little when he saw Angor. He put down his pen and invited Angor inside. You came just in time. I was going to leave a message or ask Iron Granny to find you. Sunders returned to his desk and showed Angor a piece of paper to Angor. Angor saw his name written on the message, which meant Sunders did have something to tell him, and he even left a message for him. Did Sunders see Sumesh already? Did he need the main body of the Nightmare Domain to repair Sumesh's broken Nightmare Domain? Sunders shook his head. Sunders shook his head. I haven't seen Sumesh yet, but I think I'll see him soon. I've already found traces of them. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Sunders' serious expression made Angor feel a little more serious as well. I just passed by Sky Bazaar. It's a wizard bazaar in the east of Vulture Duchy. When I was in the market, I received a message from a secret channel. Strange individuals have been appearing in the void near Floating Mech City for the past 2 days. According to the source of the message, as well as their clothes, I'm almost certain that they're germinal believers. After Stargazing Day, all major wizard organizations are searching for germinal believers. However, most of them are germinal believers found on isolated islands overseas. Those are basically ordinary people. Since they're able to stay in the void and have their eyes on Floating Mech City, they're probably germinal believers from other realms. We don't know how strong they are, but since they don't dare to attack Floating Mech City directly, I'm guessing they're no stronger than level 2 Truthfinder wizards. I'm not worried about Floating Mech City. What I'm worried about is that these germinal believers are already here, which means they're going to find you sooner or later. According to Dodoro's prophecy, germinal believers will eventually come to Brood Cavern. So, you must be careful. I understand. I'll be careful, Angor said seriously. Angor paused for a moment before asking, did Mayor Lawson receive any news about the germinal believers? Angor knew that the biggest target of the germinal believers was Mayor Lawson. He basically didn't have any sense of existence in this entire matter. Even if they wanted to deal with him, they would first try to deal with City Lord Rosen. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed, only then would they turn their attention to him. Since Sky Bazaar already received the news, there's no way Lawson doesn't know about it. Don't worry about Floating Mech City. They're as powerful as Brood Cavern. They have more tricks up their sleeves than you can imagine. Once Lawson is prepared, he won't make the same mistake again. Sunders added, we already deduced that the germinal organization won't use Loser's Arrow if they really want to deal with you. Even so, you can't let your guard down. Also, try to improve yourself as much as possible. In Sunders' opinion, the best way to deal with these zealots who did not fear death at all was to avoid them for now. However, even if that was the case, Angor could not give up completely. If he really had to face the germinal believers head-on, he would still have to fight. Angor had to become stronger as much as possible to ensure his safety. However, Angor had just broken through not long ago. It would not be easy for him to improve so much in such a short time. Still, it was not impossible. For example, he could try using external objects. I told Mr. Rain about the distorted seed and asked him to help me find a puppet that can be used as a host. I don't know if he found it yet. Remember to ask him later. Angor nodded. Both Sunders and Angor tried to study the distorted seed, but they did not find anything useful. Perhaps it was because the distorted seed was only a spawn. Since they could not find anything useful, using it might be the best choice for now. After explaining his purpose, Sunders talked with Angor for a while. He wanted to know more about the hidden room. Angor did not hide anything and told Sunders about what he saw and heard. At the same time, Angor used illusions to create several books he found in the bedroom. Sunders sighed after hearing the story. Leave them here for now. I'll read them later. I still have something to do in the real world, so I need to go now. Sunders paused as he thought of something. By the way, I saw Freud coming back from the new city yesterday. He seems to be looking for you. Angor quickly sensed Freud's location and saw that Freud had returned to the new city. I see. I'll go find him later. Sunders nodded and did not say anything else. Before he disappeared, he said, be careful. Angor sighed and disappeared from Firmament Tower. When he reappeared in the dream wasteland, he was already standing on a vast plain. He could see a cluster of buildings on both sides of a long river in the distance. However, there were not many of them, and they all looked dull and gray. This was where the new city was located. Under the respectful gazes of the demon hunters, Angor arrived at a wooden house that looked completely out of place. It was a 2-story wooden house with a small garden, which was made using a magic scroll. Because of this, it did not look like the stone buildings around it. Angor walked past the small garden and opened the door. Unsurprisingly, he saw Freud standing there. Freud was looking out of the window and didn't notice Angor's presence. Angor followed Freud's gaze and saw Leona talking to Balba while holding a blueprint of the new city in her hand. After a while, Leona walked to the side while Balba took out a magic scroll from the box and started to raise the building. "Hey, when did Leona get here?" Angor asked in a small voice. "Lady Leona came here with me on the airship yesterday." Freud's voice trailed off. Who was talking to him? Freud quickly turned around and saw Angor. Freud sighed in relief when he saw Angor's face. "Mr. Angor? What are you doing here?" Angor walked to a sofa and sat down. "I'm here to take a look at the new city. The planning of the new city was completed yesterday with Madame Leona's help. We only started experimenting with ordinary stones today, and we'll have to demolish and rebuild it in a few days. So it's still a little rough. Mr. Rain will send someone to bring construction materials in a few days. He'll also send people to help with the construction of the new city. Things will be much faster then." Angor paused for a moment before he continued, "By the way, my professor said you wanted to talk to me about something?" Freud nodded. "Yeah, there are some small things." "What is it?" "It's about Alda, Sunny, and me." Freud hesitated for a while and said slowly. As Freud explained, Angor finally understood why Freud wanted to talk to him. Ever since Freud came to Nightmare Orphanage, he had been spending a lot of time in the dream wasteland, but he never forgot about his training in the real world. Freud used the illusion game Angor set up, Daybreak Nightmare Orphanage, as a training ground for talents and accumulated quite a lot of magic crystals. He also bought a lot of spirit stones from the Ashen traders and used them for his training in the real world. Freud's soul energy had reached its maximum capacity after a long period of time. Not only him, but even Alda and Sunny had reached the upper limit of soul absorption. It was possible to increase the limit of soul energy as long as one's soul energy level increased. However, Freud didn't plan to walk down the path of soul energy. He wasn't a soul manipulator, and that would only lead him to a dead end. Freud had his own plan. He still wanted to resurrect himself in the future, even if it was just an alchemy puppet. But that was something far away. Even if he wanted to use an alchemy puppet, he still needed Angor to become a truthfinder first. Right now, Freud needed to deal with another problem. His soul energy had reached its limit. End of chapter 2131. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.